These days, everyone who shows up for class reunions has ulterior motives. The cunning are sneaking into bed, the naive are chattering away, the average are fumbling around, one guy's singing, and the dim-witted are guzzling booze like there's no tomorrow. Ronghao cast a sidelong glance at a plump couple making out in front of the Juegeng KTV and teased Su Xian. "Whoa, haven't seen you in years, and you've become quite the philosopher," Su Xian said, suddenly regarding his old classmate whose face was puffy from too much drinking and debauchery with new respect. Today was the 11th anniversary reunion for their junior high class. A swarm of well-dressed beasts had converged from all corners of the country. First, they'd visited their alma mater now. 7 middle school, then had dinner, and finally headed to Juegeng KTV for singing. Finding the interior too noisy, Su Xian had dragged Ronghao outside for a smoke and a chat. Ronghao was his junior high school buddy, a brother, so close they could practically swap underwear. But after several years apart, Ronghao had completely lost the cool, successful aura he'd had back in middle and high school. He'd gone into business, lost his investment, and was currently in a rough spot, frequently venting his troubles to Su Xian. Of course, don't think only novelists like you know how to spout profound nonsense. Truth comes from life, not fiction, Ronghao said, patting Su Xian on the shoulder. But speaking of that, I heard you're writing a novel about youth and memories lately? Had the idea, Su Xian replied with a laugh, turning to look at the neon-lit street. Yet, the smile on his lips suddenly turned melancholy. Ronghao said, "You're not going to write what I just said into your book, are you? Then I'll never be able to show my face to our old classmates again." "How could I? Even if I did, I wouldn't say it was you who said it." Su Xian exhaled a puff of smoke. The cheap, crappy cigarette burned his eyes, making them red. "Besides, it's not even close to happening. That trivial stuff isn't worth writing about anyway." Thinking back on his own youth, Su Xian couldn't recall a single event worth elaborating. It was filled entirely with helplessness, loneliness, and regret. Looking back now, he'd spent over a decade in Skoll, a period so indistinct he could barely remember or even wanted to remember, then stumbled out of the ivory tower into the great furnace of society. He'd washed dishes, done sales, worked in planning, dabbled in venture capital. He'd always tried hard, persisted, and fought, but every time he tried to make his mark, he'd hit obstacles and fail, eventually becoming a freelance writer. Now, you could say he'd seen it all, or more bluntly, he'd been fired by every kind of boss. Rich in experience and deep in knowledge, how utterly laughable. In a society that measures value by money, he was synonymous with failure. The distance between him and success was exactly one somersault for Sun Wukong 108,000 Li. What troubled him even more was that most of his classmates here today were successful, dressed in suits and looking respectable, driving luxury cars and accompanied by beautiful women, vying to flaunt their beastly splendor. Yet, approaching the age of 30, he himself had achieved nothing. Compared to his classmates, he was still the one who'd fared worst, the biggest failure, just as he'd been over a decade ago. Taking a deep drag on a cigarette, Su Xian, feeling irritated, flicked the butt away. The cigarette but traced an arc through the air, then came to an abrupt stop. Su Xian froze. Then he realized his outstretched hand wouldn't retract. It felt as if a martial arts master had struck a vital point, paralyzing his entire body. What happened next shocked him even more. The 2 plumes of smoke from Ronghao's nostrils, shaped like cones, froze in midair without dispersing. Everyone on the street turned into statues, motionless. The bustling street suddenly fell into deathly silence, with only a faint, indistinct song drifting from the Juegeng KTV. The moon sets, crows cry, frost fills the sky, the vast ocean turns into fields, spring departs, and autumn returns once more. Do you still remember the me of the past? Then, the frozen scene suddenly snapped into motion, as if someone had pressed the rewind button. Ronghao's beer belly visibly shrank, and hair sprouted from his previously bald head. Pedestrians flowed backward like a tide, disappearing. Skyscrapers collapsed with a roar, and countless low-rise buildings shot up from the ground. The night sky, clear with stars, underwent dramatic changes, flickering between light and dark, the sun and moon endlessly cycling. Su Xian stared in utter astonishment, his heart pounding like it had been injected with stimulants. Thump, 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 wildly racing. He didn't know how long passed before the changing scenery gradually slowed, then stopped. The bustling street before him was now unrecognizable. The landmark buildings had been replaced by old, dilapidated houses, emanating an antiquated atmosphere that gave Su Xian a sense of déjà vu, like a faded, yellowed, moldy, incomplete old photograph. Its black and white, blurry figures impossible to make out clearly. At that moment, Su Xian's outstretched arm suddenly regained sensation. With a slight effort, he pulled it back. Then, a cacophony of sounds filled his ears, as if everything had returned to its original track. Su Xian glanced sideways and instantly gaped. "Oh, my Lady Gaga? What are you yelling about? Who's your Lady Gaga? Who's that?" Rong Hao asked. My distant aunt." Su Xian stammered, staring dumbly at the Rong Hao beside him. More precisely, teenage Rong Hao. He was now very slim, with flowing long hair, looking handsome and cool, completely unlike the overweight, bald, beer-bellied Rong Hao of 2013. Despite the storm raging inside, Su Xian already realized what had happened. He glanced down at his own body-smaller wrists, faded jeans paired with a white t-shirt printed with the F4's faces, and a pair of cheap rubber shoes on his feet. Taking a deep breath, Su Xian raised his head and urgently asked, "Howsy, do you know what has happened?" "Of course I do," Rong Hao replied with a mischievous grin, wearing the expression of someone who'd glimpsed a secret. Su Xian was startled, thinking Rong Hao must have been reborn too. But at that very moment, Rong Hao suddenly pointed across the street at a woman striking a pose in front of a red light district and chuckled. "You were just secretly staring at that woman, weren't you? You've got the lust, but not the guts. If you're going to look, at least do it openly." Su Xian wanted to laugh and cry at the same time, but had no mood for banter. He now understood. He was the only one who'd been reborn. Rong Hao was still the same Rong Hao. His heart slightly calmer, Su Xian looked around. The night was deep, simple streetlights on the roadside emitting an orange glow. He and Rong Hao were leaning on a railing, with the newly opened Juegeng KTV behind them. From memory, this was Beiqing Avenue in Lijian City, the same location as in his previous life when he'd been reborn. Wanting to confirm the exact time, Su Xian asked Rong Hao, "Howsy, how long until your birthday? How old will you be turning?" "Still early. I'll turn 16 on October 5th, so 3 months to go," Rong Hao said, draping his arm over Su Xian's shoulder with a grin. "What? Thinking about my birthday already? Planning to give me a big gift?" Rong Hao and I were born in the same year, 1986. With 3 months until his 16th birthday. It must be July 2002. I just graduated from junior high. Su Xian was certain he'd traveled back from 2013 to his high school years. Though everything was strange and unreal, he couldn't find any other explanation for what had just happened. "Hey, as brothers, you don't need to be so stingy. You're not even speaking after promising me a gift?" Su Xian, his mind in a jumble, glanced at the chattering Rong Hao. "How about an inflatable doll?" "Hey, you said it, no backing out." Rong Hao actually took him seriously, making Su Xian so amused he nearly laughed. "With so many beautiful girls in high school lining up for you, don't waste the inflatable doll. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please disable the browser's reading mode, unrestricted reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking functions, or copy the URL to another browser to read." "Seriously? You've always seemed honest. How did you suddenly learn to deceive people?" Rong Hao eyed Su Xian suspiciously. A bitter smile tugged at Su Xian's lips. In his previous life, his student days had been marked by solitude, introversion, and being an outsider. Many factors contributed to this personality. Family influence, peer bullying, teachers treating him differently, even a dismissive glance from a girl he secretly loved, all deepening his inferiority complex. Later, entering society, his personality was destined to face immense setbacks. He was fired every few days. Salesman, sales representative, venture capital manager, freelance writer, job after job. His mouth grew sharper, his skin thicker. If it were a bit larger, it could serve as bulletproof armor for national leaders. Now, reborn, Su Xian couldn't tell Rong Hao why his personality had changed or about the bizarre experience he'd just had. It was like suddenly discovering one day that you were impotent, something you'd never admit, even under threat of death. Su Xian could only smile and say, "One becomes like those they associate with. My changed personality is all thanks to you, Rong Hao, the great playboy." "Don't give me that." Rong Hao waved him off. "Come on, let's go inside. After all, it's our junior high classmates' farewell party. Staying detached from the masses will get you criticized." Wait, junior high classmates' farewell party?" Su Xian was startled. "Damn, you don't even remember why we're here?" Rong Hao looked at Su Xian as if he were an idiot. "How could I forget? Today's just a class reunion. Come on, let's go." Su Xian pushed Rong Hao forward, inwardly relieved he'd almost been exposed, while eyeing the Juegeng KTV ahead with suspicion. A hazy memory surfaced. Yes, there was such an event. This was their first gathering after graduating from junior high. Having just finished their high school entrance exams, they'd agreed to relax with some KTV at Juegeng. He and Rong Hao found the room too stuffy and came out for fresh air. The environment he was in now perfectly matched his previous life's location and time frame, the only difference being 11 years apart. Following Rong Hao into the private room, a cacophony of screeching singing immediately assaulted Su Xian's ears. Looking closely, over 2015 and 16-year-old boys and girls sat on sofas, playing and fooling around. Their faces were youthful and genun, radiating innocence, yet their appearances faintly matched the classmates in his memory. But his gaze was quickly drawn to one striking figure. A girl sitting quietly, with a ponytail, wearing a long-sleeved blue cotton dress. Bright eyes, perfect teeth, exquisitely beautiful. Juegeng. Honestly, Su Xian had mostly forgotten the names of his junior high classmates. His school life had been too bleak. He was average-looking, average in grades, average in family background, introverted, basically the kind of person who'd vanish without a trace in a crowd. Because it was so unpleasant, Su Xian chose to forget that period and everyone in it. But one name had remained deeply buried in his heart, never erased. Juegeng. The most dazzling girl of his middle school years, the object of admiration for most adolescent boys. Su Xian was no exception. On countless nights, this girl had tormented him, keeping him awake. But at other times, he'd feel a completely different sensation, like when urinating, suddenly pausing midstream, thinking of her, feeling sweet inside, and then completely forgetting to finish peeing. Perhaps first love had always tasted like a green apple, half sour, half sweet. But regardless, Su Xian's mindset now wasn't that of a pure, inexperienced boy. He wouldn't blush, his heart race, or his testosterone surge at the sight of a girl. Nor would he desecrate the most beautiful image that had ever appeared in his bleak youth. At this moment, he preferred to regard this flawless, outstanding girl with an appreciative gaze, like admiring a newly glazed piece of blue and white porcelain, exquisite and beautiful, not yet tainted by the vulgarities of the world. Just then, the room door opened, and a handsome boy walked in, wearing Adidas sneakers and a Nike shirt, carrying 4 or 5 drinks. This boy was Chun-Chung. Su Xian had a deep impression of him, not because Chun-Chung had been exceptionally kind to him, warranting lifelong gratitude. Quite the opposite, Chun-Chung had given him a strong sense of inferiority. Chun-Chung came from a wealthy family, was good-looking, and enjoyed humiliating quiet, simple-minded students. Su Xian was a classic example of those he'd bullied. For Su Xian in his previous life, being made a fool of in class by peers at 15 or 16 felt like being forced to defecate in a crowded public street filled with indignation and depression. Back then, he'd even had the urge to stab Chun-Chung to death. But that was just a momentary burst of anger. The next second, his cowardly self would completely abandon the thought and continue living his cowardly life. But now, Su Xian's hatred for Chun-Chung had completely faded. After all, they were all kids back then. There was no need to hate someone for their childish behavior for the rest of your life ultimately. Only you would suffer. Chun-Chung showed no intention of giving Su Xian a drink. He didn't even glance at him, walking into the room and placing the drinks on the glass coffee table with a wide smile. Everyone, have some drinks. Su Xian was somewhat surprised. Chun-Chung was usually arrogant. Why was he suddenly so attentive, doing the work of an errand boy? But the next moment he understood. Chun-Chung picked up an orange juice and handed it to Juegeng with a smile. Here you go, Juegeng. Juegeng happened to be a bit thirsty and didn't refuse, accepting the drink and murmuring a quiet thank you. Su Xian suddenly furrowed his brows. Chun-Cheng's seemingly reasonable action struck him as strange. Something felt off, but he couldn't pinpoint what. At that moment, Su Xian suddenly recalled that in his previous life, after this reunion, Juegeng had never appeared again. She hadn't even attended the reunion before his own rebirth. For some unknown reason, it seemed connected to this gathering, connected to Chun-Chung. Later, Juegeng transferred schools, moved away, disappeared from his life without a trace. He turned to look at Juegeng. The orange drink in her pale hand shimmered with a dreamy hue under the flashing lights. Fragmented memories in Su Xian's mind suddenly surged, connecting into lines, then into a tapestry, finally forming a strip of black and white film. In that instant, he felt his heart sharply constrict. In his past life, he'd been like a clumsy clown, forever lurking in the shadows, labeled with all sorts of shameful, pitiful tags. Cowardly, inferior, powerless. But in this instant, he felt an unparalleled surge of courage well up throughout his body. Jumping to his feet, Su Xian pointed dramatically at the drink Juegeng was about to put to her lips and shouted, "Don't drink it." Chapter 2. The extraordinary within the ordinary. Su Xian's voice resonated so powerfully that it eclipsed the hysterical singing emanating from the microphone, leaving everyone dumbfounded as they gazed upon this unassuming classmate, curious about his intentions. With a swift motion, Su Xian dashed forward, snatching the cup from Xia Juegeng's hands without a word, and promptly offered her a glass of pure water. Noticing her bewildered expression, he smiled and remarked, "Oh, carbonated drinks aren't good for your health. You should stick to water." The crowd was taken aback, their disdain for this overly solicitous individual palpable. Xia Juegeng furrowed her brow, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Su Xian's audacity. However, as she genuinely disliked carbonated beverages, she didn't mind too much and accepted the glass of water. She intended to express her gratitude but found him staring intently at her, showing no inclination to look away. What astonished her most was that this boy, with whom she had exchanged barely a few words over the past 3 years, possessed a gaze that starkly contrasted with his youthful appearance and impulsive demeanor. His eyes radiated an unusual calmness and serenity, devoid of the typical naivety associated with boys of his age, accustomed to others averting their eyes under her scrutiny. Xia Juegeng felt slightly flustered under such unwavering attention and instinctively turned her face away. Observing that she bore no ill will towards him, Su Xian withdrew his gaze, returned to his seat, and caught a glimpse of Chun Chung glaring at him with a sinister expression. Su Xian chuckled inwardly, dismissing Chun Chung entirely, who must surely be vexed at how he had unwittingly revealed his underhanded actions regarding the drink. In truth, Su Xian had witnessed the earlier scene that brought the troubling memory to the forefront of his mind. In his previous life, after Xia Juegeng consumed the tainted drink, Chun Chung had taken her away, though she had not fallen victim to his nefarious intentions. During that period, the city was rigorously cracking down on illicit activities, and they were apprehended by police and reporters at a hotel. However, as the son of a wealthy businessman, Chun Chung managed to evade imprisonment. While the media sensationalized the incident, painting Xia Juegeng as a vain girl willingly seeking a sugar daddy, or insinuating that she was a schemer intent on defrauding the affluent heir. Even more unscrupulous individuals suggested she had been sullied before the police arrived. The myriad of scandalous and distressing narratives that circulated were astounding. The overwhelming media coverage brought Xia Juegeng immense humiliation and pressure, forcing her to endure the scornful whispers and pointed fingers of others, even within the confines of her school. This resilient girl ultimately succumbed to despair, fading into obscurity as she relocated and transferred schools. In his past life, Su Xian occasionally reflected on this incident, feeling a profound ache in his heart. He recognized that this unfortunate event had kindled a deep-seated animosity within him towards Chun Chung. Yet, he held no regrets, having returned to the past. His purpose was to rectify the mistakes he had once lamented. As Su Xian sat on the couch, contemplating these memories from his previous life, his classmates continued their antics until around 8:30 in the evening when they began to gather their belongings to depart. Being merely 15 or 16 years old, they were mindful that their families would be concerned if they stayed out too late. Su Xian accompanied dozens of classmates to the sofa in the Qiangui Hall, where they settled the expenses for today's packages and beverages, totaling 608 yuan, rounded to a neat 600. With exactly 20 students, the cost per person came to 30 yuan. The class monitor had graciously covered the payment, and everyone reached for their wallets to reimburse him. At that moment, Chun Chung spoke up, declaring, "Never mind, I'll cover the expenses today." The classmates, in awe of Chun Chung's lavish generosity, erupted into applause, promptly stowing their wallets away. Chun Chung smiled, then turned to Su Xian with a friendly demeanor, saying, "Su Xian, your father is the director of the Environmental Protection Bureau, so you must be quite well off. How about we split the costs today 50-50? Laughter ensued among the classmates. The notion of Su Xian being wealthy was ludicrous. Clad in a yellowing white shirt paired with worn-out, faded jeans, it was evident to anyone with clear vision that this was a cruel joke, especially to a group of classmates who had known each other for 3 years. Before Su Xian could respond, Rong Hao, sitting nearby, grew displeased. As the son of the construction bureau director, he was a true second-generation official and would not let Chun Cheng's arrogance slide. "Chun Cheng, what do you mean by that? Are you using your wealth to bully others? It's just 600 yuan. What is there to boast about? If you want to play the big shot, then pay for everything yourself. If not, we should all share the cost. Why force Xian to pay half?" Despite his young age, Chen Cheng was far from naive. His previous comment was purely motivated by a grudge against Su Xian, seeking revenge. He found it perplexing that Su Xian, usually meek and seemingly ineffectual, had suddenly grown a spine and disrupted his carefully laid plans on the brink of graduation. Chen Cheng was eager to witness Su Xian's embarrassment and would not let Rong Hao provoke him. With a smile, he replied, "Rong Hao, let us be clear about what coercion means. I merely inquired, out of goodwill." Upon hearing that Su Xian's father is the director of the Environmental Protection Bureau and quite affluent. At this point, Chen Cheng turned to Su Xian and added, "If you claim you're broke, I can cover it all by myself without any issue." His words were particularly biting, aiming not only to slap Su Xian in the face, but also to compel him to acknowledge the humiliation. Rong Hao, infuriated, rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. But Su Xian quickly intervened, smiling as he said, "All right, let us split the expenses today." The classmates, astonished that the usually thrifty Su Xian was willing to part with 300 yuan, felt a sense of disbelief. Yet, they trusted the honest Su Xian would not deceive them and stared intently as he reached into his pocket, uncertain of how much money he had brought. Su Xian had assumed he would have enough for the gathering. He understood Chen Cheng's motives for challenging him, stemming from the anger of having his plans thwarted. But Chen Cheng's tactic was ruthless, leaving him no choice but to comply. Despite feeling somewhat disgruntled, Su Xian still smiled as he extracted money from his pocket. However, when he revealed the contents, he found only a crumpled 50 yuan note, his expression momentarily frozen in shock. The surrounding classmates, upon seeing the tattered bill, could no longer contain their laughter. Witnessing their joyful expressions, a pang of sorrow welled up within Su Xian. He recalled a saying, "There are many terrifying things in this world, disease, plague, poverty, but the most dreadful is not being poor, but rather being perceived as a wealthy individual when one is indeed destitute. That humiliation and indignation are akin to a pure maiden being mistaken for a harlot." At that moment, it was evident that he appeared to everyone as that very harlot. Given the circumstances, Su Xian decided to embrace his single status. He turned to Chen Cheng and said, "I have brought insufficient funds today. Could you lend me 600? Initially, his classmates regarded Su Xian as an honest person, but now they found him shameless and audacious, seeking to borrow money to maintain a fade despite his poverty. With graduation looming and everyone preparing to part ways, they knew that lending him money would be akin to throwing meat buns to a dog. There would be no return. Even Juegeng, who had been standing by as a mere observer, shook her head. She had initially thought this boy was mature, but now she was disillusioned by his juvenile behavior. For Chen Cheng, 600 yuan was hardly a significant sum. What he craved was the satisfaction of seeing Su Xian grovel before him. In that moment, he felt a thrill, relishing the irony of Su Xian's plight. Chen Cheng glanced at Juegeng, ostentatiously retrieved 600 yuan in crisp bills from his leather wallet, and looked at Su Xian, saying, "I can lend you the money, but when will you repay it? Not in your next life, I presume?" He burst into laughter, enjoying the moment fully. As Su Xian reached out to take the money, Chen Cheng let it slip from his fingers, and all 6 notes fell to the ground. Su Xian's clenched fist tightened momentarily, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he bent down to pick up the money. Rong Hao, unable to bear the sight, grabbed Su Xian, gritting his teeth. Xian, have you lost your mind? I have money. I'll pay. There's no need." Su Xian replied calmly, patting Rong Hao's shoulder. Then, under the scrutiny of countless disdainful gazes, he bent down and retrieved the 6 vibrant bills. "Please wait for me," he said before striding directly to the cash register. He pointed at a promotional package and requested the attendant to process a gold membership package. This package involved depositing 600 yuan at the cash register to obtain a gold membership card, allowing 4 consumptions at a rate of 300 yuan each, effectively offering a 50% discount. At that time, Lijian City was just beginning to develop. The industrial order was chaotic, and fierce competition prevailed, leading to numerous cost-ineffective promotional activities. This cash register had recently opened, and to convert new customers into repeat patrons, it had devised such a package. When Su Xian entered, he immediately recognized the loophole in this offer. After acquiring the membership card, he began intercepting customers outside the cash register, selling the one-time opening fee of 300 yuan for just 250. Of course, regular customers ignored him, as they were repeat visitors who found it more economical to obtain a card. However, Those visiting Lijian City for the first time or merely sampling the offerings had no intention of acquiring a card, as they were primarily one-time consumers, unwilling to waste money on membership. In encountering such a situation, Su Xian's advantages become abundantly clear. With the same private room, a package that is 50 yuan cheaper naturally holds a greater appeal. At 9 in the evening, the peak hour for customers, and with all the newly hired staff at the establishment still oblivious to how Su Xian's ticket scalping has encroached upon the store's profits, no one intervenes. Su Xian adeptly embodies the spirit of future scalpers, wielding his finely honed persuasive skills to swiftly conclude transactions. At that moment, his classmates witness, as if in a magic show, how he transforms 600 yuan into 1,000 in a mere 20 minutes. At this instant, no one dares to mock him. For these 15 and 16-year-olds, the distinction between having wealthy parents and possessing the ability to earn money themselves is profound. The former signifies a sheltered existence, akin to a flower in a greenhouse, while the latter represents independence and autonomy, qualities they yearn to possess at their age. Thus, compared to Qin, who squanders his family's money to show off, Su Xian's ability to earn through his own efforts is 100-fold more admirable. During these 20 minutes, even Juegeng, who typically remains indifferent to others, perceives this boy through a new lens, witnessing how he deftly navigates challenges with his intellect, observing his eloquence while persuading others, his self-deprecating humor, and his confident, composed demeanor when facing adults. Is this truly the same awkward boy she once knew? Juegeng cannot ascertain, yet she feels the quiet strength hidden beneath his unassuming exterior. As her classmates gaze in astonishment, Su Xian approaches with 1,000 yuan in hand, distributing 300 to the class monitor and pocketing 100. Finally, he turns to Qin, extending 600 yuan towards him with a smile, saying, "Thank you." Qin is profoundly vexed. Others profit from his money, and he is cheerfully handing it over. What a ridiculous situation. Declaring, "No need," he reaches for the money. With a bright smile, Su Xian suddenly loosens his grip, causing 6 banknotes to tumble to the ground. Qin's face instantly turns a deep shade of purple as he points at Su Xian, exclaiming, "You jerk." He then strides angrily towards the exit. "Hey, wait a moment." Su Xian quickly calls after him. "What is it?" Qin halts, seething with rage. Su Xian scratches his head and smiles, saying, "Oh, it's nothing major. Just wanted to remind you that you still owe the class monitor 300 yuan. Chapter 3. The warm, intoxicating night of summer amidst the classmates' muffled laughter and flushed faces. Qin's expression twists in anger. He has never endured such humiliation before, yet he finds himself powerless against Su Xian. If he encountered Su Xian alone, he would have already summoned someone to deal with him severely. However, surrounded by classmates, and with Ronghao, who is no pushover, thanks to his influential father, present, resorting to violence would yield no advantage and would jeopardize his standing among peers. Thus, he begrudgingly swallows his indignation, pays the 300 yuan, and storms out in frustration. As Qin departs, looking disheveled and defeated, Su Xian remains unfazed, his expression calm. The gazes of his classmates have shifted entirely, now filled with curiosity as if this were their first encounter with him. Occasionally, female classmates would approach him, requesting his phone number. As Su Xian did not possess a mobile phone, he could only provide his home number. Several girls from his class arranged to contact him via phone in the summer for outings. He smiled in response, though he struggled to remember many of their names. Feeling somewhat awkward about his newfound popularity among the opposite sex, glancing at the side, he noticed Juegeng's large, expressive eyes fixed upon him. Su Xian offered her a smile, and in a rare moment, she slightly pursed her lips and returned a faint smile before shifting her gaze elsewhere. Not dwelling on it, Su Xian followed the crowd out of the KTV, considering the gathering effectively concluded. He waved goodbye and, along with Ronghao, headed to the parking lot beside the KTV to retrieve their bicycles, preparing to return home to their respective families. "You, my friend, would be wasting your talents if you don't venture into business in the future," Ronghao chuckled. Truth be told, he was quite astonished by Su Xian's performance today. Especially seeing the arrogant Qin humbled, it brought him great satisfaction. Su Xian chuckled lightly. "You should refrain from mocking me. I was complimenting you, my good man." "Don't take it the wrong way," Ronghao retorted. Remembering the impending release of the high school entrance examination results, he inquired, "In a couple of days, the results will be out. What do you think your score will be?" "Well, I can't say for certain, but I estimate I should surpass the cutoff for the first high school. After so many years, Su Xian couldn't recall his exact score. Yet he remembered that during that year, the best school in Juegeng number 1 high school, had significantly lowered its admission threshold. Coupled with an exceptional performance on the exam, he had barely scraped through. However, the unfortunate reality was that he had applied to his alma mater, number 7 high school, which was a tier below number 1. When the results were released, his parents regretted their decision and, on a whim, attempted to enroll him in number 1 high school. Yet, because he had not applied there, they were resolutely turned away. Consequently, he had no choice but to attend number 7, which became a poignant footnote in his otherwise lackluster youth. Do you think number 1 high school is a public restroom? Anyone can just walk in. Ronghao exclaimed incredulously, believing Su Xian was merely putting on a brave front. Given Su Xian's average performance in junior high, he could not possibly meet the admission standards for no. 1 high school based on previous year's cutoffs. You never miss an opportunity to undermine me. Let's see who rides the donkey and reads the script. Su Xian retorted with a hint of irritation, determined not to repeat past mistakes by attending that disappointing high school again. Fine, let us see how it unfolds. But let me tell you, my friend, you ought to heed Chairman Mao's advice, study diligently, and strive for progress every day. Now, here you are, spouting grandiose claims. If you actually get into number 1 high school, I will slice myself and dedicate myself to practicing the sunflower manual with Dongfang Bubi. All right, that's your word. Su Xian responded, momentarily at a loss for words against Ronghao's relentless banter. Afterward, the two pushed their bicycles out of the parking lot. Su Xian lifted his gaze and instantly spotted Xia Jujiang waiting for the bus beneath the sign. The road in front was bustling with traffic, and she stood there alone. Solitary and still, the dim yellow streetlight casting a glow upon her, rendering her figure slightly blurred and undeniably lonely. Su Xian's focus remained fixed on Xia Jujiang, while Ronghao continued his incessant chatter, asserting, of course, I say this, a gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot's pull. However, if you fail to gain admission to the first high school, before Ronghao could finish his tirade, he heard a swift declaration, I'll take my leave, followed by a gust of wind as Su Xian pedaled his bicycle directly towards the bus stop, executing a stylish turn and halting diagonally before Xia Jujiang. The sight was reminiscent of Takumi Fujiwara from Initial D, exuding an undeniable flair. Xia Jujiang was momentarily taken aback by Su Xian's sudden appearance, which caught even her typically composed demeanor off guard. Su Xian gazed at the girl before him, a smile gracing his lips. It's a bit unsafe for you to return home alone. Allow me to give you a ride, no fare required. His sincere and unpretentious words stirred a favorable impression within Xia Jujiang, softening her previously rigid expression. Yet, she had never shared a ride home with a boy before, and this occasion was no exception. Hesitant to outright refuse him, she gently shook her head. Your bicycle can only accommodate 1 person. I fear you would have to push it home afterward. Such a statement was rather definitive. Had the previous Su Xian heard such words, he would undoubtedly have misinterpreted Xia Jujiang's remark as a disdain for his bicycle, flushing with embarrassment and wishing to vanish into the ground, subsequently harboring feelings of inferiority and resentment towards her, leading them to become strangers in the future. However, this Su Xian was different. He felt no embarrassment. From Xia Jujiang's tone, he sensed her hesitation and responded with a bright smile. It's quite all right. Despite its appearance, this bicycle is of good quality and can certainly carry a friend home. Even if it breaks down, it matters not. Didn't the philosopher Zilu once express a desire for light carriages and simple clothing, to share with friends, and to have no regrets about simplicity? Friends? Were they truly friends? Xia Jujiang couldn't recall if they had exchanged words throughout their 3 years in the same class. Yet at this moment, she slightly tilted her head to gaze at the boy before her. His bright, expressive eyes, imbued with sincerity and camaraderie, reflected the orange streetlight, making them appear remarkably beautiful. A peculiar sensation stirred within her, accompanied by a hint of sweetness, causing her heart to race involuntarily. Xia Jujiang tightened her clenched fist, but could no longer bear to reject him. With a slight nod, she acquiesced. Well, all right then. Thus, to the astonishment of their classmates, Xia Jujiang mounted Su Xian's old bicycle. Su Xian cheerfully called out, hold on tight. And then they rode off, disappearing into the dimly lit night. Xia Jujiang, where do you live? Yuhu Community on Jiefeng West Road. Oh, I know it. as the gentle summer breeze enveloped them. Su Xian sped along the clear starry sky with Xia Juegeng, weaving through patches of light and shadow. In contrast to the later years, the night in Lijin at this moment bore a serenity devoid of restlessness and extravagance, embodying a tranquility and composure. So too did Su Xian's heart reflect this state of mind, intertwined with a flutter of excitement and anticipation for the future. As more content is being loaded, please bear with us. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you encounter this paragraph, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Kindly disable your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read it in another browser. Xia Juegeng. It's nothing much. I merely wanted to audaciously inquire about how you fared in the high school entrance examination. It was average, I suppose. Oh, I see. You must have performed exceptionally well. Why do you say that? In this world, there exists a type of person whose innate beauty cannot be concealed. No amount of modesty can overshadow their brilliance. Much like the Brazilian national football team donning the uniform of the Chinese national team, no one would mistake them for mere tourists. You are that kind of person. Thus what you deem as average is, in reality, quite remarkable. Xia Juegeng couldn't help but smile, playfully countering. And what about you? I suppose I did fairly well. Likely better than during the usual mock exams. Congratulations then. Xia Juegeng felt genuinely pleased for Su Xian. To be honest, today he had offered her a fresh perspective, and she hoped he would not succumb to despair, but rather face each day with the same confidence he exhibited today. However, upon realizing that Su Xian had applied to Juegeng while she had chosen Yizhong, the thought that she might never see him again filled her with melancholy. She shook off the peculiar notion and said, I shall strive even harder at Juegeng in the future. At that moment, Su Xian yearned to tell her, I will definitely attend Yizhong, and we shall strive together. However, he held back. Gazing up at the resplendent starry sky, Su Xian declared, Then let us endeavor together. As they sped along the vibrant riverside avenue, Su Xian pedaled his bicycle swiftly across the Qinchao River Bridge, the streetlights flickering on and off in a rhythmic dance. The warm summer breeze caressed the girl's dress, causing it to flutter gracefully, her hair flowing like silk. Arriving at their destination, Su Xian parked his bicycle at the entrance of Youthful community. Xia Juegeng dismounted and retrieved her blue wallet, producing a 50 yuan note to hand to Su Xian, saying, This is for you. Fearing he might misunderstand, she quickly added, It's for tonight's singing expenses. Xia Juegeng was an independent girl, not accustomed to accepting favors. Even back at the money cabinet, she had intended to contribute her share to the class leader, but at that time, only Su Xian and Chun Cheng had offered money, and doing so then would have caused discomfort among their classmates. However, with Su Xian present now, giving him the money equated to her fulfilling her share. Understanding Xia Juegeng's character, Su Xian did not refuse, accepting the 50 yuan. I'll get you change. The cost for each person was 30 yuan. So Su Xian naturally needed to return 20 to Xia Juegeng, but as he reached for his wallet, he realized he had no change, which made him somewhat awkward. I don't have any change to give you. This was the first time Xia Juegeng had witnessed Su Xian in a flustered state. A rare, gentle smile graced her usually indifferent face as she shook her head, saying, No need. Su Xian scratched his thick hair, saying, Oh, then I'll treat you to something when school starts. Xia Juegeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the boy before her, whose serious demeanor stirred an inexplicable melancholy within her. Did he truly remain unaware that she would not be attending 7th middle school next semester? Reluctant to disappoint Su Xian, Xia Juegeng forced a smile and softly replied, Well then, goodbye. Yes, goodbye. Su Xian echoed. Xia Juegeng's large, expressive eyes lingered on him for a moment. Her youthful heart suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of sentimentality. The high school entrance examination loomed like a merciless torrent, destined to sweep individuals toward divergent paths. The promised farewell was, in truth, a prelude to eternal separation. With a wave, she turned away, heading toward Youthful community. As she faded from view, a faint smile crept upon Su Xian's lips. Youth was a beautiful tapestry, yet he had inadvertently allowed it to slip through his fingers. Now, as fate had thrust him into the portal of time, he resolved to be akin to a devoted scavenger, reclaiming what he had once missed. Much like a game, having saved his progress, he aimed to play with greater finesse than before. Climbing into his vehicle, Su Xian merged into the bustling thoroughfare. Beneath the myriad streetlights, Beams of brilliance cascaded upon him. Against the backdrop of a resplendent starlit sky, he raced forward like a spirited youth, embarking on an uncharted journey, unveiling a new chapter of life. Chapter 4. The Backbone of the Mountain. A father's silent love. Juegeng traversed the well-lit streets, weaving through alleys. Over a decade had passed, yet the intersections from his memory remained vivid. As he beheld the familiar sights of the old district, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. The closer he drew to home, the more the windows in the densely packed houses illuminated with flickering lights, embodying the fabled scene of countless homes aglow. A tinge of sadness enveloped him, coupled with an overwhelming desire to reunite with his family. Upon pushing open the door, the blinding light of the incandescent bulbs greeted him. The modest living room, sparsely furnished, felt somewhat cramped. His mother, Xie Xiaofan, sat on the couch, engrossed in television while knitting, and upon noticing Juegen's entrance, she donned a disgruntled expression. Out until this hour? Haven't you eaten dinner? I'll heat something up. Gazing at his mother, who appeared a decade younger, an odd sensation coursed through Juegeng, indescribable, yet tinged with a hint of bitterness. Xie Xiaofan was the head nurse in the emergency department of the First People's Hospital in Lijian City, a position that was indeed enviable at the time. However, a tragic incident unfolded in 2003, during which Juegeng was engrossed in the online game Legend, leaving him unaware of the details. He had only heard rumors that a nurse in the emergency department mistakenly carried out a doctor's orders, resulting in a patient's death. Consequently, due to shared responsibility, his mother was dismissed from her position. This incident dealt a severe blow to his mother. She believed her negligence had led to the tragedy, plunging her into a spiral of guilt and remorse. The knot of despair tightened within her, aging her prematurely, at just 40. The vibrant countenance that should have still radiated charm was etched with the lines of time. As his mother rose, Juegeng concealed his emotions and hurried to guide her back onto the couch, smiling as he said, "Mother, you do me an injustice. Today is the graduation gathering for my middle school classmates, and I bear the noble mission of reinforcing our friendships. How could you call that madness?" Xie Xiaofan gently pried open Juegen's hand. As a mother who habitually indulged her son, she typically spoke casually. However, this evening was different. She was not in the mood for playful banter, for the impending results of the high school entrance examination loomed large. "You must be serious now. Do you truly believe you have a chance at number 7 middle school?" The matter of Juegen's admission had long been a source of distress for the family. His grades were mediocre, too low to secure a place in a prestigious school and too high to accept a lesser one. Xie Xiaofan had nearly aged prematurely from the stress of selecting a suitable institution for her son. A month before the entrance exam, the school required the submission of preferences for high school. The family dedicated an entire evening to deliberation. With Juegen's average performance, gaining admission to the city's finest school, number 1 middle school, seemed improbable. Ultimately, seeking a safer option, Xie Xiaofan resolutely chose number 7 middle school for him. Now, she could only hope that her son would perform adequately and avoid any unforeseen mishaps that could jeopardize his acceptance. In truth, on his way home, Juegeng had been contemplating how to avoid repeating the mistakes of his previous life. Despite having qualified for number 1 middle school, an error in his application had consigned him to the lesser number 7 middle school. This had been one of his greatest regrets, as attending that mediocre school indirectly led to the tragic trajectory of his life. He understood that it was still feasible to aim for number 1 middle school. The crux of the matter lay in persuading his parents to alter his application before the examination results were revealed. After careful consideration, he began to massage his mother's shoulders, smiling as he replied, "As for number 7, I must admit, I'm not entirely confident." Upon hearing this, Xie Xiaofan abruptly turned, her expression reminiscent of a fierce lioness. Juegeng quickly interjected, "Please, don't be upset. I truly believe I can surpass the cutoff for number 1 middle school this time." "What did you say?" Xie Xiaofan's anger froze in an instant, soon replaced by a mix of skepticism and surprise. "Son, are you truly confident that your score will meet the threshold for no 1 middle school? You're not jesting with your mother, are you?" With unwavering certainty, Juegeng nodded. "I assure you, I will indeed exceed the score required for no 1 middle school. The issue is that I originally applied to number 7. If we cannot amend my application, it will be too late once the results are out. That's not an insurmountable problem. Your father's old classmate, Juegeng, is the director at the Education Bureau. Since the results have yet to be released, We can still modify your application. The only concern is if your score falls short of what is needed for number 1 middle school. That would be disastrous. Not only would you miss out on number 1, but you might also be unable to gain admission to number 7. Listening to her son's words, Xie Xiaofan felt a mixture of excitement and conflict. On one hand, she worried that if Su Xin were to qualify for no. 1 middle school but could not attend due to application issues, it would be a tremendous loss. On the other hand, she feared that if they altered the application and his score did not meet the threshold, he might end up without a place at either school. Regardless, she needed to clarify Su Xin's thoughts on the matter. Wiping the smile from her face, Xie Xiaofan fixed a serious gaze upon him. Su Xin, you must be honest with me. Are you genuinely so confident that your score will surpass the threshold for number 1 middle school? Su Xin could not reveal to his mother that he had been reborn with the knowledge of what lay ahead. However, with less than 2 days until the examination results were announced, he had to convince her of his confidence in surpassing the cutoff for number 1 middle school, so that they could amend his application accordingly. Otherwise, once the results are released, it would truly be akin to a kite made of iron, utterly futile. Su Xin remarked, Mother, allow me to provide some analysis. Firstly, the admission quota at Lijian number 1 high school has significantly expanded this year. Thus, the cutoff scores will undoubtedly be lower than in previous years. Secondly, the difficulty of the mathematics and physics questions in this year's entrance examination was notably high, which will further contribute to a decrease in the admission threshold. However, I excel in mathematics and the sciences, and I am confident in achieving high scores. Moreover, the subjects I find challenging, such as English, history, and geography, have relatively easier questions, allowing me to secure commendable scores in those areas as well. Hence, I am certain that my overall performance will surpass my usual mock exam scores by at least 70 to 80 points, placing me in a favorable position to meet the cutoff for Lijian number 1. Su Xin's reasoning was sound and persuasive, stirring a sense of conviction in Xie Xiaofan. Very well, I shall call Uncle Zhou now and request him to assist you in modifying your application. Yet she cautioned, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. My child, do not regret this decision later. Su Xin nodded earnestly. You must truly believe in your son's capability to gain admission to Lijian number 1. Seeing Su Xin's unwavering confidence, Xie Xiaofan finally resolved to support her son's aspirations. Since he had demonstrated exceptional potential and expressed a strong desire to attend Lijian number 1, as a mother, she felt compelled to ensure her son's dreams were realized. She picked up the landline and dialed Zhou Chaoran's home. After a brief moment, the call connected. She explained Su Xin's request for a change in application, engaged in some casual conversation, and then hung up, turning to Su Xin. Uncle Zhou has agreed to help you with the modification, but do not mention this to your father yet. He might react negatively about altering the application. Understood, thank you. Mother. Su Xin exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling that the opportunity to attend Lijian number 1 would finally rectify one of his greatest regrets from his past life. The burden in his heart had lifted, granting him a sense of clarity and enlightenment. Having returned to life, he was now on a path distinctly different from before, with the prospect of entering Lijian number 1 serving as the pivotal point for altering his destiny. Dear child, there is no need for gratitude. You are my son. And once you achieve success, make sure to repay me well, Xie Xiaofan said with a bright smile, her spirits buoyed by the promising chance for her son. With the application modification settled, her thoughts were lighthearted, and she cheerfully asked, Are you looking forward to the gathering with your classmates today? I hope you have fun. Su Xin massaged his mother's shoulders, responding, No matter how enjoyable it may be, nothing compares to the joy of being with you, mother. You certainly know how to flatter me, Xie Xiaofan replied, her face beaming with happiness as she affectionately tousled Su Xin's thick hair. In a fleeting moment, she realized how much more considerate her son had become, showing genuine concern for others. Not at all. I speak only the truth. Su Xin smiled charmingly and then inquired. By the way, you mentioned my father earlier. Has he not returned from work yet? Xie Xiaofan gestured towards the inner room. He is in the study reviewing materials. Oh, then I shall go check on him. Xie Xiaofan paused for a moment, surprised by Su Xin's sudden change in demeanor. It was unusual for him to approach his father, as they typically had a strained relationship akin to that of a cat and mouse. Today, however, he was willingly seeking him out. Gently, Su Xin pushed open the door to the study. Observing his father, who was deeply engrossed in his research, he hesitated to interrupt. But a torrent of thoughts surged in his mind. Loading more content, please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features in your browser. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. Father Su Bingyan serves as the director of the Environmental Protection Bureau in the Shihe district of Lijian City. A graduate of the prestigious Central Agricultural University, he embodies the characteristics of a quintessential intellectual, stubborn and resolute, once his mind is set. Not even a herd of cattle could sway him. In his previous life, Su Bingyan's imposing demeanor cast a significant psychological shadow over him, while his mother, Xie Xiaofan, indulged him excessively. This stark contrast cultivated his timid disposition. In his father's eyes, he bore no resemblance to him whatsoever. His academic pursuits were deemed inadequate, and his gentle nature left him blushing in the presence of strangers, much like a shy girl, causing him to lose face in the bureau. In his past existence, Su Xian harbored considerable grievances against his father. Besides the psychological trauma inflicted by his father's authoritarian presence, there was another crucial reason. The institution where Su Bingyan worked was far from a mere administrative office. Every environmental project funded there often exceeded tens of millions. Despite the facade of environmental protection, the condition of the environment continued to deteriorate, while those in the bureau thrived in wealth. Yet, his father remained obstinately principled, refusing to take a single cent from the bureau, earning a meager salary while generously sponsoring 3 impoverished university students, thereby driving their family to the brink of poverty. Meanwhile, colleagues of lower rank drove luxurious Mercedes and Audis, while he, at the age of 40, still rode a dilapidated bicycle to work. At that time, Su Xian was young and utterly incomprehending of his father's choices. He envied the children at the bureau adorned in designer clothes and carrying branded bags, failing to grasp why. Despite his father's high position, their lives were so frugal. He often lamented being a so-called second-generation official, yet living in circumstances worse than those of the underprivileged. The rift between father and son deepened, culminating in an explosive confrontation upon Su Xian's graduation from university. He sought his father's assistance in securing a job at the bureau, only to be met with a scathing rebuke from Su Bingyan, who lamented giving birth to such an unambitious child. He criticized Su Xian for neglecting his studies and for expecting to leverage his father's connections to secure employment, declaring that he would not tarnish his reputation for such a cause. This verbal assault unleashed years of suppressed inferiority within Su Xian, leading to an altercation with his father, after which he stormed out, embarking on a solitary journey southward to carve out his own path. Years later, Su Xian would come to comprehend his father's intentions. In 2010, while conducting an environmental research project, Su Bingyan uncovered that the Rongxin Battery Factory, a flagship enterprise under the Kaiwei Group, was discharging wastewater with egregiously high pollutant levels, resulting in chronic poisoning among the residents of Zhangjiao village and leading to multiple cancer cases, with 2 fatalities. Although such matters typically fell outside the purview of a researcher, he stood his ground, relentlessly submitting reports to higher authorities and advocating for the villagers by drafting petitions and pursuing legal action. To the leadership, a disobedient subordinate was deemed a liability, resulting in his suspension from duty. The matter is far from over. After a month of suspension, an event that shocked the entire Nanzhao province unfolded, the 715 incident. Zhang Atsu, a resident of Zhangjiao village, lost his son, Zhang Daju, to cadmium poisoning. After numerous desperate pleas fell on deaf ears, he, a solitary figure, unafraid of consequences, carried explosives and detonated the Intermediate People's Court of Lijian City. The provincial authorities were enraged and ordered a thorough investigation. The political scene in Lijian City descended into chaos, with officials scrambling as their esteemed positions lost value like snowflakes falling endlessly. The villagers of Zhangjiao were compensated and relocated. Yet Zhang Atsu was sentenced to death for endangering public safety, plunging the entire Su family into despair. The prosecutor deemed Zhang Atsu merely an illiterate villager, incapable of devising such a heinous act as bombing a courthouse. Su Bingyan, my father, had repeatedly advocated for Zhang Atsu, establishing a close bond between them. Thus, the prosecutor had ample grounds to suspect that my father had incited Zhang Atsu's actions. My father found himself defenseless, unjustly imprisoned. At that time, I was in Shenzhen, learning of the incident through my mother's phone call. That night, I abandoned everything and drove to Lijian, returning to a home I had not visited in 3 years. In the car, memories of my resilient father, as steadfast as a mountain, flooded my mind, and tears streamed down my face as I lamented misunderstanding a man of such noble character. From that day forward, I embarked on a relentless journey of petitioning and litigation. Ultimately, due to insufficient evidence, my father was exonerated. I still vividly recall the scene of his release. As he emerged from the detention center, he appeared almost unrecognizable to me. Dressed in an oversized, worn shirt, his hair was gray, and his face was etched with deep, bark-like wrinkles. His frame emaciated to the point of being almost unrecognizable. The only constant was his unyielding spine, still standing straight. At that moment, my father asked me a poignant question. "Do you consider me a disgrace in your life?" With tears barely contained, I replied, "My father is my pride for all my days." My father's tears flowed freely. It was the first and last time I witnessed the unwavering man shed tears. "Juegeng, what are you daydreaming about?" A familiar, robust voice jolted me from my reverie. I turned to see my father, Juegeng, looking at me with a quizzical expression, and I awkwardly scratched my head. "Dad," he nodded, inquiring, "Is there something on your mind?" Nothing much, just." I realized that despite having honed my communication skills in the modern workplace, standing before my most respected father left me tongue-tied. Peering over his glasses, he glanced at me before returning to his documents, having seemingly lost interest in conversing with a son who struggled to articulate his thoughts. I forced a wry smile and said, "Dad, you should rest early." He merely grunted in acknowledgement. As I turned toward my bedroom, his soft voice floated from the study. "You should also rest early." My steps faltered for a moment, my hand clenched tightly, a smile creeping to my lips as my pace lightened. At the same time, he silently vowed that he would never again disappoint his father in this lifetime. Chapter 5. The first intimate encounter in the early hours of dawn, just past 4. Juegeng had already awakened. He sat at the edge of his bed, gazing vacantly at the deep azure sky. His thoughts wandered extensively, reflecting on his past life and the present one. In his previous existence, he had attended a disreputable high school and enrolled in a second-rate university, leaving him uncertain by graduation as to whether he had truly attended a legitimate institution or merely been subjected to a farcical experience. Subsequently, he navigated the tumultuous waters of society, toiling like a laborer, distributing flyers, and engaging in pyramid schemes and sales promotions. To borrow a line from the film A Chinese Odyssey, he had lived like a dog. Eventually, he secured a managerial position at a venture capital firm, which allowed him to witness a broader spectrum of life. If one were to speak of achievements, it would be the thickening of his skin, mastering the art of conversation with anyone, be they human or ghost, while avoiding the truth. Ultimately, due to matters concerning his father, Juegeng, he resigned and returned home to pursue writing, which he elegantly termed a professional writer, though it was akin to begging. And what of this lifetime? Juegeng was no naive youth. He had seen through the world's unpleasantries, yet remained steadfast in his initial resolve. He vowed to retain his essence, harbor no regrets, and ensure his parents would not be disappointed, striving to grant those around him a different kind of joyous existence. His foremost task now was to firmly seize control of his destiny. This may appear to be a profound inquiry, yet it is as simple as the necessity of toilet paper for relieving oneself. To govern one's fate, one must wield money. Earning wealth was thus Juegen's first step. As a venture capitalist, Juegeng possessed a keen instinct and a foresight that transcended a decade. He could identify lucrative opportunities and discern which industries yielded immense profits. However, he was beset by 2 significant challenges: his youthful appearance, which belied a mere 16 years, and his lack of capital, though the 10 yuan pocket money from his mother hardly counted. After much contemplation without resolution, he decided to postpone the matter. Juegeng swung out of bed to brush his teeth and wash his face. At that moment, both of his parents had risen. Upon noticing Juegeng awake at such an early hour, Xie Xiaofan wore an expression akin to Columbus discovering a new continent, exclaiming how unusual it was for him to rise so early. After brushing, Juegeng chuckled and remarked, "Please do not regard me with outdated perceptions. A night apart warrants a fresh perspective. From this day forth, I shall rise with the morning star." "That is your own declaration. Tomorrow morning, I shall await you with a feather duster. Should you rise a minute late, I shall give you a light smack," she replied. "Must you be so cruel? Am I not your own flesh and blood?" It is precisely because you are my son that I am so, she retorted. For others, I would not bother. Your logic is truly impressive, Juegeng thought, rolling his eyes at his mother's words. After finishing his face-washing routine, he stepped into the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "Come, mother, allow me to assist you with breakfast." Enough of this. You say such things without a hint of embarrassment. You have yet to touch a spatula since birth, Xie Xiaofan chided, lightly swatting Juegeng's hand. Now, please prepare these vegetables and wash them thoroughly before bringing them to me. All right, he replied eagerly, accepting this honorable task. He then settled onto a small stool, shelling peas while humming a tune that was entirely out of key. Occasionally, he paused to watch his mother busily working in the kitchen, a warm smile unconsciously gracing his lips. After enjoying a delightful breakfast, my parents left for work. Alone at home, Juegeng spent the entire morning in solitude. Upon awakening from an afternoon nap, he felt as though his bones were about to disintegrate. Recognizing his own frailty, he contemplated that with nothing pressing to attend to, engaging in some physical exercise would be rather beneficial. Changing into athletic attire, Juegeng descended to catch the bus. Their neighborhood was rather disappointing, lacking even a basketball court. So he resolved to head to the first high school of Lijian City. Boarding the 302 bus, he arrived at his destination. Although he had attended the 7th high school in his previous life, he often visited the first high school to play basketball. And the passage of years had not dulled his familiarity with its every tree and stone. With the school year yet to commence and upperclassmen still attending supplementary classes, the campus was notably sparse, and the basketball court even more so. At first glance, Juegeng noticed a girl seated on a stone bench, a basketball resting at her feet. Her hairstyle was a trendy shortcut typical of that era, and she wore a white tank top paired with denim shorts. Her delicate features and large eyes bore a striking resemblance to Natalie Portman in Elon, the professional, exuding an air of coolness. Approaching her, Juegeng inquired, "May I borrow the basketball for a moment?" The girl tilted her head and cast him a sidelong glance. "Do you know how to play?" Her tone was laced with an undertone of condescension, yet Juegeng chose to disregard it. "Thank you," he replied as he caught the ball thrown his way, then immersed himself in play. In his former life, Juegeng had a passion for basketball, which was his sole hobby. His self-doubt faded away on the court, where he felt an exhilarating sense of supremacy. His idol was Allen Iverson, whose bravery and relentless spirit captivated him. He vividly recalled the tears he shed while watching the finals, as Iverson, that tenacious underdog, carved a path through formidable defenses, showcasing his uniqueness to the world. In Juegeng's heart, although Iverson had lost, he remained immortal. Juegeng had once dreamed of emulating his idol by becoming a professional basketball player. To this end, he diligently honed his skills from high school, and by university, he had become quite proficient, in fact, the best player at his less than reputable college. However, due to his height and relatively weak physical condition, his dreams were shattered by reality, leaving him to occasionally reminisce about them during sleepless nights. Swish! The basketball swooshed through the net as he made a successful mid-range jump shot, wiping the sweat from his brow. Although he had been reborn, his skills from his previous life remained intact, particularly his long-range shooting, which was nearly flawless when unchallenged. Regrettably, he had yet to find his rhythm. Primarily due to his poor physical condition, after a brief sprint, he felt as exhausted as a delicate flower. At that moment, the school bell rang, and the weary students who had been attending supplementary classes emerged from the classroom, particularly the boys eager to play basketball. They dashed out the instant the bell chimed, their speed and athleticism rivaling that of future legends like Bolt. The basketball court, already limited in space, quickly filled up. 3 boys, each clutching a basketball, approached Juegeng, who occupied half the court alone. One of the shorter boys said, "Hey, brother, want to shoot some hoops?" Juegeng, candidly, replied, "Not interested." The boy protested, "You can't just hog half the court. How about a one-on-one? Whoever wins claims the court. One-on-one." Juegeng squinted at the shorter boy and then surveyed the surroundings. Noticing a student wheeling a cart filled with basketballs towards the gym, he approached the student, exchanged a few words, and then brought the cart over. The 3 boys stared at Juegeng, puzzled by his intentions. Juegeng parked the cart to his left and said to the trio, "My skills are a bit rusty. Let me take a few shots to find my rhythm." The boys chuckled, generously encouraging him. "Go ahead, little brother." Juegeng positioned himself half a meter beyond the 3-point line, suddenly grabbed a ball from the cart, leapt, and executed a clean jump shot. The motion was fluid and seamless. The basketball arced beautifully through the air. Clang! It struck the rim and bounced out. The boys erupted in laughter, watching him attempt shots that resulted in 3 consecutive misses. Hey, you won't have trouble finding a job with that iron shooting. Steel factories nationwide would be vying for you to be their manager. Su Xian smiled, unfazed. He was merely reacquainting himself with the feel of the game. And as he took 3 shots, that long-lost sensation gradually returned. He stood at the top of the arc, at a 45-degree angle, centering himself, undeterred by their mockery. Suddenly, he sprang into action, swiftly seizing a ball and launching another jump shot. His movement was brisk, devoid of hesitation. Once again, the basketball soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc swish. It netted cleanly, followed by swish, 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 swish. From half a meter beyond the three-point line, he made 7 consecutive shots. Still want to challenge me? Su Xian wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to the short boy, who appeared momentarily dazed. All right, brother, you're impressive. I'll seek your counsel another time. The boys, recognizing they had encountered a skilled player, stepped aside respectfully. Come on, let us have some fun. A short-haired girl who had been sitting on a stone bench rushed over. Do you think you can keep up? Su Xian shot her a sidelong glance, mirroring the skepticism she had shown earlier. What's the matter? Do you look down on me? I'll even let you use one hand. The girl's tone was assertive. Fine, let us not hold back. Let us play. Su Xian tossed the basketball to her. You go first. The girl held the ball, then swiftly launched herself forward, breaking through and scoring with a layup. She turned, raised her middle finger, and smirked slightly, exclaiming, "You're pathetic." However, Su Xian took it lightly, merely indulging this girl in her playful antics. She successfully made several layups in succession without Su Xian even touching the ball. He had to admit that her ball handling skills were quite proficient and agile, yet due to the inherent limitations of her physique, her strength was insufficient, her shooting inconsistent, and her accuracy lacking. She could only rely on her ability to drive. With a smile playing at the corners of her lips, the girl taunted. Can you be any worse? Oh, you're getting a bit too cocky now. Just wait and see how I'll dominate you. Su Xian steadied himself and adopted a serious stance. During her 4th attack, he employed tight defense, effectively blocking her path to the basket. Occasionally, he would inadvertently brush against her exceptionally soft skin, a sensation akin to warm jade. Unable to penetrate, she resorted to shooting from the perimeter, but the ball clanged against the rim, failing to go in. Su Xian seized the defensive rebound, quickly pushed the ball out, and stepped inside the three-point line before launching a jump shot. Swish! He executed a step-back jumper flawlessly. Following this, Su Xian refrained from driving after his next inbound, dribbling instead to just beyond the free-throw line, where he effortlessly sank another jumper. He continued to score several baskets in succession, leaving the girl frustrated as she didn't even get a chance to touch the ball. Seething with indignation, she harbored a grudge as she leapt up at the moment Su Xian took his shot, attempting to obstruct his vision and interfere with the shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and they both lunged for the rebound. In the commotion, the girl accidentally stepped on his foot, causing her to lose her balance and tumble onto him. Su Xian, still trying to regain his footing, was completely thrown off balance by her weight. They both fell to the ground. Her soft, warm lips brushed against his cheek, a faint breath lingering like a delicate fragrance, while her subtly rounded figure was accentuated by the summer attire, revealing every exquisite contour. In that instant, Su Xian inhaled sharply. Yet, he felt neither the clumsiness of youth nor the lewdness of an older man, noticing the sudden flush of anger on the girl's fair face. He hastily took the initiative, saying, "Hey, get up. If someone sees us, it won't reflect well on my reputation." The girl, about to unleash her fury, paused upon realizing she was the one pinning him down, and felt she had no grounds to blame him. With a disgruntled huff, she stood up, muttering, "You still care about your reputation? One's head may be severed, blood may flow, but one's reputation must not be tarnished." Su Xian chuckled as he got back on his feet, unwilling to dwell on the topic further. Perhaps he would end up being teased by this assertive girl again. He skillfully shifted the subject, asking, "By the way, are you still playing? I'm done, it's boring. I'm giving you an honorable task. I'm thirsty. Go buy me a drink." Su Xian stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the girl who wore an expression of entitlement, thinking to himself, winning a game now requires treating her to a drink? What kind of logic is that? He shamelessly said, "I'm thirsty too. Would you treat me to a drink?" The girl skillfully nudged the basketball into her hands and tossed it towards Suexin, remarking, "Can't you, as a boy, be less stingy? How do you expect to pursue a girl?" Suexin was at a loss for words, tears welling up in his eyes as he caught the basketball and retreated in defeat. He purchased 2 bottles of Huiyuan juice from the convenience store, and he and the girl sat on a stone bench to catch their breath. After playing basketball for half an hour, Suexin was drenched in sweat, and the girl was equally perspiring. By this time, evening was approaching, the sun was setting, and faint rays of light filtered through the dappled leaves, quietly illuminating the girl. Her fair skin glowed with a delicate blush, and her large eyes sparkled with clarity. Her hair clung together due to sweat, adding to her spirited demeanor. The corners of her mouth were pursed tightly, yet slightly raised, embodying a rare blend of stubbornness and bravery. As Suexin gazed at her, an inexplicable sense of radiance filled his heart, infused with a hint of sunlight. Yet, in the next moment, that feeling vanished completely. The girl pulled out a pack of cigarettes, elegantly flicking one out and offering it to Suexin. "Care to smoke?" "I'm not into that," he replied. The girl lit a cigarette for herself, inhaled, and exhaled a cloud of white smoke. "I didn't expect you to be quite skilled at basketball." "I'm flattered," Suexin replied, pleasantly surprised by her compliment. "Hey, we've known each other for about 3 hours now, but I still don't know your name." "What? Trying to pursue me?" "Just a heads up. The line of suitors for me stretches from the Great Wall at dazzling to Juegeng in Gansu. I suggest you get a number and wait your turn. Maybe in your next life, you'll have the honor of meeting me," she stated with a rather blunt tone. Despite Suexin's resilient spirit, having lived through 2 lifetimes and numerous hardships, he could only smile wryly and utter, "I was wrong." The girl, with a friendly pat on his shoulder, replied, "Acknowledging one's mistakes is commendable. You're not bad, though perhaps a bit unfortunate in appearance and somewhat rustic in attire. I find it puzzling. Is being plain truly a criterion for choosing friends?" Suexin questioned. "You're quite foolish. Plain is a term reserved for mature men. What does a 15 or 16-year-old boy know about being plain?" Suexin was momentarily rendered speechless. "All right, I'm heading home now." The girl stood up to leave. Suexin watched her retreating figure, a smile creeping onto his lips before he turned to walk in another direction. "Hey, big fool." What is it?" Suexin turned around to see the girl 50 meters away. "My name isn't Ran." Suexin smiled. "I'm Suexin." "No, that's incorrect." And Ran shook her head. "You're big fool." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Suexin in a state of confusion amidst the breeze. Chapter 6. The most beautiful time upon entering his home, Suexin found Su Bingyin sitting on the sofa, watching the news. She turned her head and asked, "Where did you go this afternoon?" Suexin took off his shoes and replied, "I went to play basketball." Su Bingyin nodded. "It's good to exercise. You look as frail as a bean sprout." "Yes, I know," he acknowledged. In the presence of Su Bingyin, Suexin always spoke obediently and honestly, unlike his mother, Xie Xiaofan, who often acted in a disorganized manner. This was largely due to the imposing image Su Bingyin held in his heart, which remained unaltered even after his rebirth. Su Bingyin set down the remote control and informed him, "I spoke with your middle school homeroom teacher today. Your high school entrance exam results are out, 598. Quite commendable. Surpassing the cutoff for number 1 middle school. I heard from your mother that you had her change your application to number 1 middle school last night. How are you so confident you can get in?" Mainly because I felt I performed exceptionally well in this exam, so I was confident about being admitted to no 1 middle school, which is why I had my mom change my application." Suexin thought it impossible to reveal to his father that he had returned from a previous life with knowledge of future events. Instead, he fabricated a plausible excuse to evade suspicion. "Well, getting into number 1 middle school is indeed a good thing, but don't let it inflate your ego. If it weren't for the expanded enrollment this year, the cutoff wouldn't be so low." Su Bingyin expressed his surprise at his son's impressive exam results, particularly noting the decisive change in application at a critical moment, which indicated a newfound determination in Suexin's character. He felt pleased, but wished for his son not to become complacent and neglect his studies. "Come here, son, give your mother a kiss," called Xie Xiaofan, who emerged from the kitchen with a beaming face. After the application had been altered the previous night, she had spent the day in a state of anxiety, her mind consumed with doubts about the decision. The more she pondered, the more she questioned her belief that her son could indeed be admitted to number 1 middle school. Although she considered reaching out to Director Zhou Zhaoran of the Education Bureau for assistance in changing the application again, she hesitated, feeling it might be inappropriate to impose on someone with whom her husband had a close relationship. Furthermore, she felt a twinge of reluctance to alter the application once more. Ultimately, she placed her faith in her son. Now that the results were in, and Su Xian had indeed excelled and gained admission to #1 middle school, the weight of her concerns lifted, filling her with joy and pride. Su Xian smiled and remarked, "Mom, Dad is here. He might get jealous. You little rascal." Becoming increasingly disrespectful, Su Bingyan feigned seriousness, though the amusement in his eyes betrayed him. Xie Xiaofan paid no heed to her husband's mock sternness, embracing Su Xian and saying, "Son, what would you like? Let me reward you properly. Now you want to pamper your son? Where was this enthusiasm before? I don't have any particular requests. Just throw away that feather duster of yours," Su Xian replied. Xie Xiaofan placed her hands on her hips. "Oh dear, with such good grades, you think you're untouchable now? No matter how impressive you become, you are still my son." Su Xian scratched his head and chuckled. Hee, that's true. With such an impressive son, there must be an even more remarkable mother." Xie Xiaofan was not easily swayed. "Son, why do I feel like your flattery has become increasingly sweet? You weren't like this before." Su Xian felt a sweat of embarrassment. Even his compliments had become a source of scrutiny. He quickly changed the subject. "No, that's just because you haven't been paying attention to my growth. Honestly, Mom, you need to reflect on that. I'm off to take a shower. I'll come back to hear your reflections afterward." With that, Su Xian hurriedly made his escape, gathering his clothes to take a shower. On a sweltering summer day, indulging in a cold shower is truly exhilarating, and a boisterous shout could make even the ghosts weep with envy. Such is the sheer delight of it. After enjoying a refreshing wash, Su Xian found that his mother had prepared a sumptuous dinner. Gazing at the bountiful spread before him, he was moved and immediately began to eat without a second thought. "Silly boy, no one is competing with you. Take your time." Xie Xiaofan chuckled as she placed a piece of braised chicken wing in Su Xian's bowl. Having been reborn for just a day, this was Su Xian's first genuine experience of savoring his mother-esque cooking. Relishing the long-missed familiar flavors, he could not help but express his joy. "Mom, your cooking is simply delightful. I could eat it for 20 years without growing tired of it, a lifetime without weariness. You're just flattering me to make me happy. Once you marry, you won't appreciate my cooking anymore," she teased. "Impossible. A wife can be replaced, but a mother is irreplaceable. Besides, your future daughter-in-law is probably unaware of her existence right now, and you're already feeling jealous?" Xie Xiaofan burst into laughter. "Yes, I admit I am jealous. However, when you grow up, bring home a virtuous and charming wife, and I shall no longer feel this way." As more content loaded, a notice appeared stating that the site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this message, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please turn off reading mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Su Xian snapped his fingers and continued to focus on his meal. Later, the three of them sat on the sofa watching television, the 24-inch screen broadcasting a stirring drama that had moved millions of Chinese people. In Su Xian's memories, such a warm scene was rare in his previous life. His father, Su Bingyan, was a workaholic who would retreat to his study after dinner, while he himself had been engrossed in the wildly popular online games, always finding excuses to go online every evening. Reflecting on those times now evokes a sense of regret. Su Bingyan, typically busy with work, seldom had time to impart wisdom to his son. Seizing this opportunity, he earnestly addressed Su Xian. "You've achieved commendable results this time, providing you with an opportunity to attend a better school. Therefore, you must strive harder, focusing your thoughts on your studies rather than being consumed by games as before. Look at your sister Wan. She studies diligently and scored over 60 points above the threshold for prestigious universities like Nanzhao Normal University, which even offered her free admission. Rest assured, Dad, I will certainly learn from Sister Wan," Su Xian declared, thumping his chest in determination. Alas, one must feel pity for Wan who, having lost her parents at a young age, juggles her studies while caring for her disabled grandfather. It is fortunate that she possesses a strong spirit, otherwise, how could any other child endure such trials? Xie Xiaofan, having resolved Su Xian's schooling matters, felt a wave of joy but was soon engulfed in melancholy at the thought of Wan. Su Bingyan dismissed his wife's concerns, believing that happiness in life often stems from adversity. When Su Xian was merely 2, his grandfather passed away, and his grandmother raised him through hardship. He attended university and eventually established a family. In my view, Wan is resilient. She will undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. Also, a doting mother often spoils her child. Indulgence is akin to harm. You should be less lenient with Su Xian moving forward. C.S. Xiaofan pinched Su Bingyan and remarked, "Old Su, usually you criticize our son for his odd appearance, yet here you are, turning the tables on me. Furthermore, let us be clear. My current focus is on Wan. She has been accepted into Nanzhao Normal University. Shouldn't we invite her over for a meal?" Listening to the debate between his parents, Su Xian couldn't help but smile wryly. He didn't perceive any negativity in their argument. After all, clarity fosters understanding and strengthens bonds. Thus, he remained silent, quietly absorbing their discussion about Wan, recalling the sister he hadn't seen in years. In his past life, Su Xian had been timid, struggling to utter even a few words in the presence of a girl, which naturally led to her indifference toward him. However, he shared a close bond with Wan. She had been his tutor and companion, the only female friend of his youth. In his memory, she lived up to her name, embodying gentleness and grace. As for Wan's family circumstances, Su Xian had gleaned bits and pieces from his parents. Her father was a ne'er-do-well, spending his days drinking and gambling, neglecting his daughter. Her mother, unable to endure such a life, had left with another man. Thus, Wan was left to rely solely on her limping grandfather. He was the custodian of a public restroom at a bus station in the Xiaxia district, earning a meager monthly salary of 300 yuan, their only source of income, making their lives exceedingly difficult. Since Wan hailed from their hometown and her grandfather was a respected elder in the village, Su Xian's family had often interacted with them. His parents, deeply empathetic, preferred to sacrifice their own comforts to assist others. Consequently, over the years, they had provided considerable support to Wan, covering her educational expenses from elementary school through high school. During festivals, they would invite the grandfather and granddaughter for meals, fostering a sense of community. After a decade of hard work, Wan finally reached high school, and Su Xian's parents were overjoyed, believing that the girl had finally turned a corner. Yet only Su Xian, having returned from Rebirth, understood the intertwining nature of fortune and misfortune. The real calamity was just beginning. In her sophomore year, in 2003, Wan's counselor suddenly called to express concerns about her mental state, suggesting she was overwhelmed and possibly unwell, ultimately leading to her expulsion. Unbeknownst to anyone, her mental health deteriorated rapidly, resulting in hospitalization from which she would never emerge. Su Xian recalled visiting her in a psychiatric hospital after starting his career. He was confronted with a disheveled woman, her eyes vacant and a silly grin plastered on her face. He could hardly reconcile this figure with the poised and cultured sister he once knew. Even now, as he reflected on this painful memory, it felt like a wound that would not heal. He could not fathom how such a beautiful girl could be reduced to such a state. How cruel fate was, to create a blossoming maiden only to shatter her during her most radiant years. "Son, why are you lost in thought?" C.S. Xiaofan noticed Su Xian sitting silently on the sofa and reached out to tousle his hair. "Oh, it's nothing," Su Xian replied with a forced smile, realizing that his father, Su Bingyan, had already left the living room. "Hey, where's Dad?" "He has gone to his room to read," she answered. C.S. Xiaofan spoke with a hint of annoyance and then said, "My dear son, I have a task for you. Please visit Wanner tomorrow afternoon and invite her to our home for dinner." "All right." Su Xian nodded, yet his gaze drifted toward the darkened window, lost in thought. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to alter this girl's life trajectory. Chapter 7. The girl selling sweet potatoes the following afternoon. Su Xian took the bus to the area where Wan resided, specifically the 513 bus station. The bus swayed as it passed the final few stops, revealing to Su Xian a disheartening landscape of dilapidated houses, scattered litter, and children playing in the dirt, carefree yet destitute. In his memory, the vicinity of the 513 bus station in the Xiaxia district was a disordered shanty town, notorious for its poor security and a haven for thieves and delinquents, where malevolent forces thrived unabated. Su Xian felt a pang of sorrow. A girl raised in such an environment, yet managing to uphold her dignity, demonstrate resilience, and gain admission to the finest university in Nanzhao province, had undoubtedly endured unimaginable hardships. Upon arriving at the bus station, Su Xian followed the recollections of his past life and approached a small building adjacent to the public restroom. He pushed open the door, revealing a cramped room measuring barely 9 square meters. A wooden bunk bed dominated the space, accompanied by an antiquated wardrobe that, even in 2002, would only serve as firewood. This was the sole piece of furniture in the home. The rest of the room was filled with towering stacks of books, congested and desolate. Despite having visited this place in a previous life, the sight before him was still profoundly shocking and heart-wrenching. "Young man, you must be looking for Warner," came a voice. Juegeng turned to see an elderly gentleman limping toward him. It was Wenwan's grandfather. "Hello, Grandpa Wan. Is Sister Warner at home?" he inquired with a smile. "Warner is at the entrance of the car park buying roasted sweet potatoes. It will be dark soon. She should be returning home. You should come in and sit for a while," Grandpa Wan suggested, affectionately ruffling Juegeng's hair with his calloused hand, laughing heartily. A peculiar odor wafted from the old man's hands, likely a remnant of his duties as the restroom attendant, having just cleaned without washing up. However, Juegeng refrained from recoiling, finding it too impolite. He responded with a smile, "Oh, I won't sit. I shall go find Sister Warner." With that, he turned and dashed toward the entrance of the bus station. Along the way, he spotted a girl pushing a cart toward him. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, strikingly beautiful yet dressed modestly, almost shabbily, in worn straight-leg jeans and a dark short-sleeved shirt, with a floral apron tied around her waist, resembling a young woman burdened with familial responsibilities. As dusk settled, the girl labored to push the cart, which held a large stove and a basket brimming with sweet potatoes. The weight of the cart seemed burdensome, and she struggled to maneuver it, beads of sweat soaking her clothing as she frequently paused to wipe her brow with the back of her hand. Juegeng felt a pang of empathy and called out, "Sister." Wenwan looked up, her face lighting up with surprise. "Juegeng, what brings you here? I came to see you. How have you been?" Juegeng hurried over to her. "Not too well, but I am quite happy," she replied. Wenwan gently wiped the glistening beads of sweat from her forehead, smiling as she handed a freshly roasted sweet potato to Juegeng. "Here, enjoy the sweet potato, it's still warm." Juegeng accepted the sweet potato, broke it open, and took a bite of the tender, golden flesh that exuded warmth. It tastes delightful, sister. You should have some too. There's plenty more." With a sweet smile, Wenwan reached out to brush away the black soot clinging to the corner of Juegeng's mouth, then affectionately ruffled his soft hair, treating him as if he were her own younger brother. "All right then." Juegeng quickly finished the sweet potato, clapping his hands before grasping the handle of the cart. "I'll push the cart. It's quite heavy. You won't be able to manage." "Don't worry, this task is a breeze for me. It's almost like a game." "You're boasting. Just watch." With gritted teeth, Juegeng pushed the cart with great speed. On the surface, it appeared effortless, but in reality, he was exerting every ounce of his strength. The cart was indeed quite heavy, and he could hardly fathom the courage and determination it took for this girl to push such a burdensome cart daily to sell sweet potatoes. Perhaps for her, what seemed inconceivable to other children had long since become a part of her life. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Juegeng smiled and said, "Sister, come to my house for dinner later." "Oh, wouldn't that be a bother for your parents?" Wenwan's expression turned a bit awkward. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but she worried about her guardians being too accommodating. She was well aware of the kindness Juegeng's family had shown her over the years. Without them, she might not have even attended elementary school. But now that she was older, she couldn't always impose upon them. Some burdens were meant to be borne alone. Juegeng chuckled. "What nonsense. It's my parents who are eager to see you succeed at a prestigious university and want to curry favor with you. Once you become a wealthy lady, they'll be the first to cling to you." Wenwan was amused by Juegeng's banter, laughing lightly. "You're just being silly. Your parents are not like that. Then I shall be the one to cling to you in the future." "What do you say?" Wenwan shook her head. "That is not a good idea." "Why not?" As Juegeng pushed the cart, he chuckled, but after a moment of silence, he turned to look at Wenwan and noticed she had suddenly halted. Her gaze fixed ahead, her face revealing a complex expression of pain, fear, and hesitation. Curious, Juegeng followed her line of sight and saw two figures standing in front of her small house. One was a scruffy middle-aged man with sunken cheeks, while the other was a young man, around 32, short and emaciated, with a face full of pockmarks and an unpleasant demeanor. They seemed to be embroiled in a heated argument with Wenwan's grandfather. Juegeng set down the cart and rushed forward, pushing aside the stout youth with a ruddy complexion. "Hey, what are you doing?" bullying an elderly person? The youth shot a glance at Su Xian, glaring with his slanted eyes. Who are you? A dog meddling in others' business. Get lost. Su Xian felt a surge of displeasure. He restrained himself and replied, Listen, my friend. Let us discuss this properly. If you have a valid point, no one can touch you. But what sort of strength is it to bully the elderly? Scram. The youth retorted impatiently, shoving Su Xian, but to no effect. Although only 16, Su Xian stood at 173 meters, towering over the youth by nearly 15 or 16 centimeters, almost a head and a half. He reached out and grabbed the youth's collar, contemplating delivering a beating to this diminutive figure. Just then, Wenwan hurried over, pulling Su Xian back. Xian, you should go home first. I will visit you another day. Wanner, you're here, said a taciturn middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, suddenly breaking his silence. Wenwan did not even glance at the man, anxiously urging Su Xian to leave quickly. At that moment, Su Xian was utterly perplexed, unaware of the unfolding situation. Why was this middle-aged man speaking to Wenwan so kindly, yet arguing with the elder one? He pointed at the man, asking, Sister, please tell me who that person is. Wenwan's expression was one of anguish, her heart heavy, despite her desire to keep this matter from Su Xian. Not wanting to burden him with worry, she understood that he would not leave without clarification. After a prolonged internal struggle, she finally lowered her head and said with great difficulty, He is my father. Su Xian was taken aback. He had never met Wenwan's biological father, only knowing that he was a ne'er-do-well who had squandered his days, indulging in petty theft, and had not set foot in their home for over a decade. Had it not been for this encounter, he would have thought Wenwan's father had perished long ago. Then why is this youth arguing with him? Why is he just standing by and watching? Su Xian was baffled as he pointed at the youth, pressing for answers. Because he owes this youth 5,000 yuan and intends to marry me off to settle the debt. As the words fell, tears streamed down Wenwan's cheeks. Su Xian was left utterly stunned, the impact of her revelation overwhelming him to the point of speechlessness. Suddenly, he felt as though his heart had been dealt a severe blow, making it difficult to breathe. How could a father be so monstrous as to sell his own daughter, as radiant as a flower, for a mere 5,000 yuan? How could he be so callous? How could he be so cruel-hearted? Was it merely out of poverty? Su Xian was engulfed by a profound sorrow, realizing that in this world, when a person finds themselves destitute, reason holds no sway. There exists a form of injustice so egregious it defies explanation. There exists a notion of fairness that is utterly inhumane. Chapter 8. Childhood Sweethearts. Su Xian made a concerted effort to master his emotions, gradually finding his composure. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not abandon this pitiable girl. To do so would lead to a lifetime of regret. Su Xian first inquired of Old Man One about the entire sequence of events, clarifying the situation. It turned out that Wenwan's father, Wende, had succumbed to drug addiction 2 years prior, spiraling into a relentless descent. His insatiable craving for drugs led him to engage in theft and deceit, yet he could not amass sufficient funds for his vice, ultimately destroying his health. In a desperate bid to sustain his addiction, he resorted to various unscrupulous methods, including extorting money on the streets and breaking into homes at night. Among his atrocious acts was a grotesque agreement with the dwarf Li Li, wherein he pledged to sell his daughter for funds. Eventually, Wende was apprehended and spent some time in a rehabilitation center, where he managed to overcome his addiction. However, the now 30-something Li Li came seeking a wife. Having not set foot in his home for over 15 years, Wende returned only to be confronted with the demand to sell his daughter, nearly causing Old Man One to suffer a fit. Yet, Wenwan resolutely refused. Though Wende was indeed shameless, Li Li was even more so, brandishing the loan agreement with brazen audacity. When Wenwan refused his advances, he harassed her repeatedly. Old Man One, at his wit's end, contemplated selling their home and possessions to repay Li Li, doubling the amount owed. Li Li, having spent a lifetime as a bachelor, was unwilling to relinquish such a beautiful girl. He sought not money but a wife, and specifically, he wanted Wenwan. Thus, the situation dragged on, with Li Li visiting every 10 to 15 days, creating turmoil in their already shattered household. In an even more contemptible act, Li Li disrupted Wenwan's school, making the entire institution aware of the scandal. Upon hearing Old Man One's tearful recounting of these events, Su Xian comprehended the reasons behind Wenwan's eventual madness in his previous life. It was her biological father, Wende, and Li who had driven her to the brink of insanity. Had he not encountered this predicament today, Wenwan's fate would have mirrored that of his past life. Even if she entered university, she would still have been subjected to Li's relentless harassment, leading to the psychological collapse of this strong young woman. Struggling to suppress his overwhelming fury, Su Xian cast a glance at Li, who had made a ruckus and now sat at the threshold, waiting for a meal, exuding an air of arrogance as if he were at home. Meanwhile, Wende squatted on the ground, puffing away at a cigarette, a complete wastrel whose existence was nothing short of a marvel. Turning back, Su Xian observed Wenwan, her face streaked with tears as she implored him to return home, and his heart swelled with compassion. This resilient and understanding girl, who had once grown up alongside him, now appeared so fragile and helpless. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out, wiping the tears from her fair cheeks with a gentle smile, assuring her that everything would be all right. Wenwan gazed blankly at Su Xian, allowing him to touch her face. In his clear, penetrating eyes, she perceived a steadiness and resolve she had never witnessed before. The boy before her had indeed matured. Even the simple reassurance he offered was imbued with strength, providing solace. Wenwan's lips curled into a smile, and she could not help but call his name, Axn. Su Xian smiled and nodded slightly before turning to approach Li. Glancing at the suddenly advancing Su Xian, Li responded with irritation, "What do you want?" With a smile, Su Xian replied, "Well, I am a person who values reason. You claim you want Wenwan to marry you, but I must inform you that Wenwan and I have known each other since childhood, and our bond runs deep. We intend to marry when we grow older." You, a diminutive figure standing below 1 meter 60, possessing an unseemly appearance and having remained a bachelor for over 30 years, what grounds do you have to contend with me? Behind him, Wenwan slightly trembled, while Wende Yi and Wende He turned their gazes towards Su Xian. Li, stung by the remark, leaped up, exclaiming, "But I have already placed a deposit. Wenwan is mine." Su Xian chuckled, "Words alone cannot suffice. Merely claiming her as yours does not make it so. Do you possess any tangible proof? Written evidence, in black and white? Who would dare to deny it?" Li promptly produced an agreement, brandishing it like a proud rooster before Su Xian. With swift reflexes, Su Xian snatched the document and tore it into countless fragments, which fluttered to the ground. Furious, Li lunged at Su Xian like a rabid dog. Anticipating the move, Su Xian swiftly landed a punch on Li's mouth, causing a spray of blood and saliva to erupt. Following this, he kneed Li in the stomach and hurled his frail form to the ground. Dazed and bleeding, Li's face contorted in pain, his eyes glinting with malice as they fixated on Su Xian. Having endured a lifetime of bullying, being humiliated by this young man ignited a fury within him, compelling him to rise and retaliate. Su Xian understood that failing to subdue Li today would lead to greater troubles in the future. This man lacked any real capabilities, only preying upon the weak and vulnerable. The more one feared him, the more he would take advantage. Like a rabid dog, once he bit, he would not let go. Such a beast needed no reasoning. The best approach was to deliver a decisive blow, one potent enough to end his threat. Turning back to the cupboard, Su Xian retrieved a kitchen knife, charging toward Li and seizing him by the collar, dragging him into a small room and tossing him to the floor before locking the door. Wenwan, startled by Su Xian's actions, pounded on the door, pleading, "Axn, open the door quickly. Don't do anything foolish. I know you mean well for me. I can marry him. Please, just open the door." Wende Yi, equally anxious, hobbled over to the small window with Wenwan to peer inside, and soon, Wende Chung arrived as well. Meanwhile, Su Xian crouched on the floor, disregarding the fierce knocking from outside. With the knife in his right hand and gripping Li's hair with his left, he gazed at him with a smile. At that moment, Li finally felt fear. This young man, though seemingly inexperienced, could inadvertently harm him with that knife. His slanted eyes filled with dread as he hastily stammered, "A little brother, let us speak calmly." Su Xian lightly tapped Li's cheek with the back of the knife, stating, "I have mentioned that I am a reasonable person, but since you refuse to act reasonably, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." As the words left his mouth, Su Xian brought the knife down fiercely toward Li's head. A sharp thud echoed as the cold blade grazed Li's cheek and struck the earthen floor, embedding itself a third of the way in. Li Liming shut his eyes, feeling a sudden chill on his face, which sent his soul fleeing in terror, leaving him wet with urine in his pants. After a while, He sensed that his head still rested upon his neck and slowly opened his triangular eyes, releasing a sigh of relief. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found the young man before him drawing a kitchen knife from the ground and brandishing it against his throat. The icy sensation truly plunged him into a state of despair, causing him to break out in cold sweat on this sweltering July day. Li Liming was genuinely terrified of the youth before him. Despite his tender age and perpetually cheerful demeanor, the boy's actions were exceedingly ruthless. With a mournful expression, he pleaded, "Little brother, I no longer wish to contest with you. When Wan is yours, just let me go." Su Xian had never been involved in organized crime. Yet he had watched his fair share of gangster films that shaped the mindset of the post-80s generation in China. He had absorbed some of the imposing aura of the notorious brother Hao Nan from Causeway Bay, enough to intimidate this useless dwarf. He tapped the back of the knife against Li Liming's cheek and said, "Now, listen closely to what I have to say." Li Liming nodded vigorously. All right. First, your dealings with Wendaya involve drug money and human trafficking, which are criminal offenses. Thus, the agreement is void. When one has no ties to you whatsoever, it would be wise for you to refrain from harassing her in the future. Should I encounter you here again, our conversation will not be so amicable. I understand. Thank you, little brother. I would never dare to come back." Li Liming exclaimed, tears and snot flowing freely as he nodded fervently. All he desired was to escape this dreadful place and never again lay eyes on this youth. Secondly, regarding the 5,000 yuan, I wish to give it to you, but I am without funds. I can offer you a suggestion. Go to the Environmental Protection Bureau and ask. My father is the director, Su Bingyan. See if he might agree to provide it. Su Xian invoked his father's name, effectively using it as a banner of authority. Although his father held a minor position, hardly a true official, merely a research scientist, it was sufficient to intimidate the uneducated commoners who could not read even the largest characters. I don't want it. Little brother, please let me go. I swear I will never harass Wan again. Li Liming was utterly disheartened. The realization that this youth was a scion of an influential family crushed his spirit. How could someone like him, who couldn't even find a wife, contend with such individuals? He had surely brought this misfortune upon himself. Su Xian lowered the knife and said, "Scram." Li Liming hurriedly scrambled to his feet, unlatched the door, and fled in a tumble. At that moment, a figure rushed in and threw herself into Su Xian's arms. Su Xian gently patted Wan's trembling shoulders, gazing through the doorway at the twilight sky, and smiled. "It's all right, sister. Thank you, Xian." When Wan looked up, her gaze meeting Su Xian, who was now half a head taller than she, his face adorned with a warm smile that exuded a sense of calm and confidence. Her younger brother had truly grown up, matured enough to shield her, a year and a half her senior, from the storms of life. Capable of easily teaching a lesson to those who dared to bully her, and in her moments of helplessness, he could steadfastly assure her, "It's all right, sister." Su Xian carefully wiped away the tears from Wan's delicate face and declared with a grin, "If any scoundrel dares to bully my sister again, I will make sure to teach him a lesson he won't forget." The gentle tears flowed uncontrollably, yet a joyful smile adorned her lips. Chapter 9. Walking in the rhythm of happiness. Having soothed her sister Wan's emotions, Su Xian prepared to return home. However, he refrained from inviting Wan to his house for dinner, for she was in such a state that no delicacies could tempt her appetite. Conversely, old Master Wan insisted on keeping Su Xian for dinner, insisting that he must stay. Unable to refuse such hospitality, especially from someone familiar, Su Xian acquiesced and told old Master Wan to prepare whatever he wished. Old Master Wan was more than willing. Today, Su Xian had resolved the significant trouble posed by Li, which filled the old man with joy. With little in the way of good dishes at home, he limped out to procure some food, concerned that his mother might have already prepared dinner in anticipation of their arrival. Su Xian made a call from a public telephone booth at the station to inform them that Wan would not be coming over, and that he would be dining there, urging them not to wait for him. Upon returning to Wan's modest abode, old Master Wan had already returned with groceries. Wan was busy setting the table, while Wan Decheng lingered at the door, too shy to enter, offering a sheepish smile to Su Xian. Su Xian said nothing. He felt a profound pity for the man, who had a home yet was unable to enter. A life of such humiliation must be unbearable. Stepping into the small room, which lacked a table, they improvised by stacking a few books to create one. Without chairs, Su Xian and old Master Wan settled on small stools. While Wan perched on the edge of the bed, the three of them crowded into the narrow passageway for their meal. The makeshift table was adorned with 6 dishes, a bowl of tofu soup, a plate of bok choy, a dish of salted radish, and 3 additional items of hot braised delicacies: soy sauce beef, braised pork knuckle, and fried chicken legs. Su Xian felt a pang of discomfort. The cost of these few dishes was sufficient to cover Wan and Old Master Wen's meals for half a month. Xian, eat more, Wan urged, placing a chicken leg into Su Xian's bowl with a smile, before adding a portion of bok choy to her own. For Wan, no matter how bitter or exhausting life became, she remained unafraid. What truly frightened her was Li, whose persistent torment had driven her to the brink of mental collapse, leaving her haunted by nightmares that caused her to awaken in tears until dawn. Now that Li had vanished from her life, even the simplest fare brought her happiness and contentment. Noticing the scarcity of food in her bowl, devoid of any richness, Su Xian felt a twinge of sadness and added a chicken leg to Wan's bowl, grinning as he said, "Sister, you have one, and I will have one." Wan was momentarily taken aback. She had intended to decline, stating her aversion to greasy foods, but upon meeting Su Xian's determined gaze, a sweet warmth washed over her heart. She nodded in agreement. All right then. As Su Xian picked up his chopsticks to eat, he remembered the figure still outside. Turning his gaze towards the door, he saw he still squatting there. Upon catching Su Xian's glance, he revealed a row of blackened teeth and a smile, then glanced at the food on the table, swallowing hard before his eyes settled on Wan, his expression one of complexity. Su Xian shook his head. He understood that Old Master Wen had already mourned his son, while Wan had never acknowledged this man as her father. The pain inflicted by he would remain an indelible scar in her life. Regardless, blood is thicker than water. The man before me, nearly ruined by drug addiction, is ultimately my birth father, Wendae. This is a bond from which one can never escape. Su Xian also does not believe that Wan harbors no feelings for Wendae. Rather, she has deeply buried those emotions within her heart, revealing not a trace of them, fearful of further pain inflicted by this man. To be frank, Su Xian harbors a profound disdain for Wendae, despising this useless man. Yet, for Wan's sake, he rose and stepped outside, offering the bowl of food in his hands to Wendae, urging him to eat. Wendae paused momentarily, hesitantly accepting the fragrant meal, murmuring a thank you before digging in. "It was Sister Wanner who asked me to bring this to you," Su Xian mentioned. At this, Wendae's hand faltered, tears suddenly welling in his eyes, cascading into the bowl. Bowing his head, he continued to shovel the food into his mouth. Su Xian shook his head and turned back to the room, where he found Wan and Old Man Wen staring at him in astonishment. He smiled and said, "I was just tempted by Old Man Wen's delicious liquor and didn't want to eat. Old Man Wen, you wouldn't be reluctant to share your drink, would you?" "Huh. What a charming lad you are. I appreciate your temperament," Old Man Wen replied, understanding Su Xian's good intentions, though on the verge of tears. Having lived for over half a century, he had never encountered a young person so attuned to the nuances of human emotion. "Come, lad, let us share a drink." Old Man Wen poured a cup for Su Xian, filling it generously. Wan chimed in with a smile. "I'll join you for a toast, Xian." Su Xian raised his glass. "All right, let us toast." After the meal, Wendae had mysteriously departed. As Su Xian prepared to return home, he found there were no direct buses at that hour. Wan accompanied him to the bus stop and hailed a taxi. Upon returning home, Su Xian was met with a familiar chorus of nagging from his mother, Xia Xiaofan, who lamented, "Why didn't you invite Sister Wanner to join us for dinner? Instead, you ended up eating at her place." Su Xian was adept at handling his mother's concerns, quickly soothing her with a few well-chosen words that brought a smile to her face. He refrained from sharing the day's events with his parents. The matter had passed, and bringing it up would only lead to unnecessary sorrow through revisiting old wounds. A day later, Wan visited his home, bringing along many of her high school review notes as a gift for Su Xian. He had been troubled by the absence of his high school textbooks, which hindered his ability to prepare in advance. With Wan's notes, his worries were alleviated. Furthermore, he had successfully resolved the issue regarding his application to the first high school. Previously, due to the need to amend his preferences, Xia Xiaofan had contacted Zhou Zhaoran, the director of the Education Bureau and an old classmate of Su Bingyan. Consequently, Zhou Zhaoran altered Su Xian's application, and believing this to be insufficient, He also reached out to the Academic Affairs Office of the first high school. The director of the Academic Affairs Office at Juegeng, Peng Wencheng, was troubled by the lack of opportunities to flatter others. When the most prominent figure in the Lijian City education system unexpectedly appeared, he seized the moment. He deftly handled the situation, presenting a meticulously compiled list of each class in Juegeng to demonstrate his sincerity, delivering it personally to allow Su Xian to select his class. Originally, Su Bingyan and Xie Xiaofan intended to choose a key class for Su Xian. However, there were no such classes for the first year at Juegeng, as all were parallel classes, leaving the choice to Su Xian himself. With a total of 30 classes in the first year, Su Xian diligently studied the list and finally spotted Rome Hao's name in class 401. With a smile, he carefully reviewed the names of the 60 classmates in 401, and without hesitation, he pointed to the class, declaring, "I choose this one." At last, Su Xian fulfilled his wish of attending Juegeng, which lifted a significant weight off Xie Xiaofan's shoulders, filling her with joy. Playfully, she asked, "Son, why did you choose this class? Is there a little girlfriend in there? Introduce her to your mother. Let me meet my future daughter-in-law." Wenwan chuckled at her mother's teasing. Su Bingyan, somewhat exasperated, retorted before escorting the visibly embarrassed Peng Wenxing out. Once his father departed, Su Xian gave Xie Xiaofan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Mom, if you were an official, you would undoubtedly be a fair and astute magistrate. Hey, you little rascal, have you indeed fallen in love early? Just wait until I deal with you," Xie Xiaofan joked, leaping up to search for a feather duster. With laughter, Su Xian dashed away, taking his sister Wenwan's hand as they ran to the study to review their lessons together. Time flowed gently in this joyful rhythm. Su Xian dedicated 3 hours daily to revisiting previous textbooks to solidify his knowledge, purchasing additional high school materials, and utilizing Wenwan's notes to preview high school subjects. Moreover, whenever she had free time, Wenwan would tutor him at home. For Su Xian, who had been reborn, these concepts posed no challenge. It was merely the long absence from textbooks that rendered many points hazy. With Wenwan's slight guidance, he could easily grasp the material. Akin to a race car driver equipped with a nuclear-powered engine, speeding down the path of learning, unstoppable, Su Xian and Wenwan often spent time together, their bond more intimate than in their previous life. More significantly, Wenwan had become even more cheerful and vivacious than before. Every afternoon, Su Xian would head to Juegeng to play basketball, sweating under the sun and exuberantly embracing his youth. His skin grew darker, his cheeks more chiseled, and his muscles solidified. Occasionally glancing in the mirror, he would narcissistically muse, "I can't help it. I'm getting even more handsome." Sometimes, he would encounter Enran, a girl with a distinctive personality. Occasionally, when Enran felt spirited, she would join him for basketball, only to be soundly defeated by Su Xian, 10-0. Annoyed, Enran would make him do 10 push-ups and insist he buy drinks. They would then sit back-to-back on a stone bench, sipping the same juice, with Su Xian speaking 10 sentences, to which Enran would impatiently respond with a single retort, often provoking Su Xian further. Most of the time, she sat on a stone bench, smoking a cigarette and watching Su Xian play basketball. Occasionally, during intervals between shots, Su Xian would catch a glimpse of an inexplicable emotion flickering in her large eyes. He understood that she was a headstrong girl, as well as a lonely one. No one could truly approach her, nor could he. Life passed swiftly, filled with substance. It was akin to a cigarette. A puff brings momentary pleasure, but it is only when the burning but scalds the fingers that one realizes it has vanished. August 1st, 2002, marked a new beginning for Su Xian, the day of military training at Lijian No. 1 High School. To avoid disrupting regular class schedules, the training was advanced by a month and scheduled for the hottest part of the day. At 9 in the morning, after savoring a delicious breakfast prepared by his mother, Su Xian rode his bicycle towards school. He traversed the bustling streets and alleys of Lijian City, absorbing the local culture, while middle school students rushed to their remedial classes, hastily consuming breakfast, and younger children were dragged by their mothers to tutoring sessions, their pouting faces a silent protest. Meanwhile, the high school freshmen, beaming with sunny smiles, strode confidently towards Lijian No. 1. These familiar yet long-missed scenes evoked a uniquely profound sensation in Su Xian, stirring within him a fervent yearning for high school life. Chapter 10. The forgetful old man on the bus. Xia Juegeng gazed out the window, watching the shade of the sycamore trees recede one by one. Today marked the first day of school, and Juegeng had risen early. She was a disciplined girl, unaccustomed to sleeping in. Given the significance of the day, she had awoken even earlier, feeling slightly guilty about waking her father. After reciting some English, she enjoyed breakfast prepared by him, only to be taken aback when he offered to drive her to school. She did not wish to be perceived as a pampered child, and considering her father's busy schedule, she firmly declined his offer. Retracting her gaze, she observed the other passengers on the bus, most of whom were students around her age. They were likely freshmen at Legion No. 1, perhaps even classmates. The atmosphere inside the bus was lively, filled with excited chatter, each face adorned with eager smiles, surely anticipating the vibrant tapestry of high school life. Juegeng too felt a flicker of anticipation for her upcoming experiences. At the traffic light, the bus came to a halt. When Juegeng turned her gaze back to the outside, a figure on the sidewalk caught her eye. It was a boy riding a bicycle, dressed in a simple white shirt and black capri pants. His hairstyle was quite appealing, with fluffy, layered hair that framed his face, partially obscuring his brow and eyes. Unfortunately, the distance rendered his features unclear. Yet, the boy's silhouette stirred a sense of familiarity within her, especially the faint smile gracing his face, radiant and captivating, as if she had seen him before. Desiring a clearer view, Juegeng blinked. But the figure had already vanished from sight. Perhaps she had merely imagined it. She let out a subtle sigh, feeling an unexplainable tinge of disappointment in her heart. However, upon reflection, it is clear that Juegeng could not possibly be here. He should be on his way to Juegeng. I wonder how he is faring. I truly hope he is diligently applying himself to his studies. Juegeng shook her head, amused at how she found herself reminiscing about such random thoughts. Yet, the melancholy of not being able to see that boy lingered in her heart. Juegeng arrived at Legion City No. 1 High School, where the campus was bustling with activity, vendors setting up stalls, new students arriving, and parents accompanying their children to school. The most striking sight was the array of luxury cars parked at the school entrance, effectively blocking the narrow food street for over 500 meters, rendering it a virtual bottleneck. Traffic officers were working tirelessly, drenched in sweat, yet they hesitated to issue tickets or tow vehicles. Everyone knew that No. 1 High School was a haven for the offspring of the affluent and powerful. Few parents here were to be trifled with. Many wielded immense influence. One stamp of their foot could shake the very foundations of Legion. The traffic officers, being astute, understood these intricacies well. They preferred to endure the discomfort rather than provoke trouble. Navigating through the thronging crowd, Juegeng exhaled, pondering whether all the wealthy elites of Legion had congregated at No. 1 High School, perhaps gearing up for a grand banquet. After securing his bicycle in the designated student parking area, he suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself and headed towards the nearby administrative building. Familiar with every nook and cranny of the school, he easily made his way to the first-floor men's restroom, standing at the urinal. "Is anyone there?" A voice emerged from one of the stalls, made of oil-painted wood. Juegeng paused for a moment before responding, "Yes." The stall door creaked open slightly, revealing the head of an elderly man, perhaps in his 50s, with a round face, small squinting eyes, and a rather prominent nose. Juegeng found the man amusingly reminiscent of Pan Chongjiang, yet he refrained from laughing and inquired, "Do you need something?" The man appeared to be in a rather awkward predicament. Young man, I seem to have forgotten to bring any tissue. Do you have any?" Juegeng's expression faltered momentarily before he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Realizing this might be perceived as impolite, he quickly added, "I'm sorry, but I don't have any tissue. Would you like me to buy a pack from the convenience store?" Initially, the old man's irritation at Juegeng's laughter was palpable, but now, trapped in the stall, he felt utterly helpless. Grateful for the young man's willingness to assist him, he suppressed his annoyance, blushing slightly, and nodded, "All right, thank you." As Juegeng finished his business and stepped towards the exit, the elderly voice called out, "You, hurry up." "Sure thing," Juegeng replied with a smile, shaking his head in amusement at the man's predicament. Upon arriving at the convenience store, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A throng of new students had formed an extensive queue, eagerly purchasing their study supplies and daily necessities. The purchase of a pack of tissue seemed destined to take an eternity. Yet, the small shops at the school gate were bustling with patrons, and stepping outside would consume precious time. Thus, it was indeed more prudent to buy it here. Resigned to his fate, Juegeng dutifully queued. enduring the agonizing wait as he fretted for the old man ensnared in the lavatory. He wondered if the man could endure the predicament. After approximately 20 minutes, it was finally Su Xian's turn. He retrieved a $100 bill, a gift from his mother, and handed it to the shopkeeper, requesting a pack of tissues priced at 50 cents. The shopkeeper and the classmates behind him cast a disdainful glance in his direction, their expressions laden with contempt. Their unspoken sentiment seemed to convey that he was shameless, standing in line for so long just to buy a meager pack of tissues and flaunting a $100 bill. With such a disgraceful character, he was indeed a shame to the school. Su Xian, however, was preoccupied with rescuing the old man in distress and paid no heed to their judgment. Grabbing the tissues and change, he hurried towards the restroom in the office building. Upon arrival, he called out twice but received no response. Pushing open the creaky door of the stall, he found it empty. Scratching his head and chuckling wryly, he wondered if the old man had simply pulled up his trousers and left. Now that would be quite audacious. Since the old man had departed, Su Xian brushed aside further thoughts, reasoning that he had done his part, and besides, he did not know the man. As it was now time for the class meeting, Su Xian exited the restroom and made his way to the innermost part of the school, heading towards the Indong teaching building. He was already aware that he was assigned to class 401, navigating the corridors with familiarity. The classrooms nearby echoed with enthusiastic applause, likely due to the charisma of the homeroom teacher who commanded resounding acclaim, while sporadic claps from other classrooms suggested that those teachers were rather dull and pedantic. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Su Xian proceeded directly to the innermost classroom, where he spotted a figure standing at the door of class 401. However, from a distance, he couldn't discern the details, but it appeared to be the infamous homeroom teacher, Wu Deshang. As he approached, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. When he reached the front, his expression turned to stone. The homeroom teacher was none other than the old man who had forgotten to bring tissue to the restroom. At this moment, Wu Deshang leaned against the wall, his already small eyes squinting into mere slits as he fixated on Su Xian with an intense gaze. The two locked eyes, neither daring to break the silence. Su Xian felt an overwhelming urge to weep without tears. Not only had he witnessed the embarrassing incident of the homeroom teacher lacking tissue, but he had also failed to deliver it to him, leaving him in a dire predicament. Today had certainly been a day devoid of good fortune, a veritable disaster. Chapter 11. The sun shines gently. Time flows peacefully. Ronghao sat in the classroom, resting his head on his hand, his flowing hair obscuring half of his face. Yet it did not hinder his ability to survey the captivating scenery of his classmates. With a sweeping glance, he surveyed the 30 or so female students, estimating that the overall quality was above average for the school, especially since his middle school classmate, Juegeng, was also in class 401, greatly enhancing the overall caliber of the class. If a ranking of beauties were to be established, Ronghao would not need to ponder long. The envious gazes of his male classmates reveal the truth. It is evident that at least 90% of them are fixated on Juegeng, with the bolder ones staring unabashedly, while the timid merely steal glances. Thus, her position at the top is indisputable. As for the subsequent ranks, Ronghao still has to investigate. Amused by the collective fixation on Juegeng and the clandestine discussions of romantic pursuits, Ronghao remains silent, finding joy in their futile endeavors. He predicts that within 3 days, these young men will be weeping in each other's arms, recounting their heart-wrenching tales of unrequited love. Having shared the same class with Juegeng for 3 years, despite their limited interactions, he has come to understand her character well. One word suffices to describe her: aloof. She is kind to everyone, yet maintains a palpable distance. A mere glance from her could send one fleeing to the ends of the earth. Thus, Ronghao, in his wisdom, decides to earnestly seek out his own second choice. After scanning the room for a considerable time without finding anyone appealing, he feels a sense of ennui. Suddenly, he recalls a wager he made with Su Xian some time ago, chuckling to himself as he considers how the lad treats their school as if it were a public lavatory, believing one can simply enter at will. It has been nearly a month since they last met, and he wonders how Su Xian is faring at the 7th high school. However, knowing Su Xian's typically reserved demeanor, he suspects that matters have not been particularly favorable for him. He merely hopes that he is not being bullied. For once, Ronghao finds himself genuinely concerned for his friend. Meanwhile, Juegeng, the center of attention, wears a chilly expression as she evades the scrutinizing gazes of her new classmates. Feeling somewhat vexed, Every girl possesses a degree of vanity, and she is no exception. Garnering attention is generally a positive experience. However, being subjected to such unabashed scrutiny by so many is rather uncomfortable. Moreover, as they are to coexist for 3 years, such an atmosphere could lead to distress. She yearns for her peers to regard her as an ordinary classmate and a simple friend, someone with whom they can share inquiries and solve difficulties together, rather than facing the current impolite treatment. Desiring to immerse herself in her studies, she finds her motivation waning. Just then, the voice of their homeroom teacher pierces the air, redirecting everyone's attention. Xia Juegeng breathes a sigh of relief and opens her new textbook to begin reviewing. "Hello, teacher," Su Xian speaks first, though he has no intention of elucidating the earlier incident in the restroom. After all, this matter pertains to Wu Desheng's dignity, and the awkwardness is already palpable. Revealing it would only worsen the embarrassment and deepen his own grievances. At that moment, Wu Desheng's face fluctuates between red and green, having made Su Xian wait in the restroom for several minutes. Had a teacher not entered and provided him with paper, he would still be stranded there. He never envisioned that, after living for so many years, he would find himself in such a compromising situation, which would surely amuse the students if it got out. In truth, Wu Desheng could overlook these matters. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that this young lad, at such a tender age, has resorted to deceiving a teacher, promising to deliver paper, yet failing to materialize. This is a matter of integrity. This speaks to one's character. Wu Desheng's anger flares up. "What is your name?" "Su Xian." Su Xian's tone was remarkably flat. He was acutely aware that his impression on Wu Desheng had plummeted to a negative. At this point, there was little left to say. He had done all he could, and he felt no remorse. The nonchalant expression on Su Xian's face only heightened Wu Desheng's frustration, leaving him unable to articulate his anger, which he was forced to swallow. Letting out a heavy huff, "You may go in now." As Su Xian observed the expressionless, dark visage of his high school homeroom teacher, he paid it no mind. He turned and pushed open the door to classroom 401. The iron door creaked open slowly, and the classroom fell silent for a brief moment. Xia Juegeng instinctively lifted her head. A gentle summer breeze wafted in, accompanied by warm sunlight that flooded the room, its brilliance almost blinding. A familiar figure of a youth stepped into the light. In that fleeting instant, Xia Juegeng's indifferent demeanor transformed into one of surprise, her rosy lips slightly parting. She recalled the night of their graduation gathering when the boy had whisked her away beneath the starry sky, the summer wind intoxicating, the night shimmering. A beautiful day in midsummer, with him by her side. Then came the bittersweet moment of their parting at her doorstep. The faint disappointment as she caught a glimpse of the boy on his bicycle fading into the distance, ultimately frozen in the radiant, yet somewhat unfamiliar image of Su Xian. A month apart had changed him. His previously sallow complexion had transformed into a sun-kissed hue, exuding the essence of sunlight. His once soft and gentle features had become more chiseled, and the subtle smile at the corners of his mouth radiated confidence and composure. No longer did he bear the childlike innocence when viewed in profile. His dark eyes, now deeply set, reflected the world around him, appearing both profound and enigmatic. The sunlight was warm, and time felt serene, as if something tender and gentle intertwined within the girl's heart. Ronghao stood in astonishment, mouth agape, neck craned as he gazed at the entering Su Xian, struggling to believe the reality before him. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again at the boy by the door, unable to restrain himself from murmuring, "My goodness, this must be a mistake." Su Xian cast a glance at Ronghao, a faint smile gracing his lips, before his gaze settled on Xia Juegeng. She remained the girl he had always admired, tranquil, unpretentious, forever engrossed in her own pursuits, yet undeniably the most radiant among them all. In his previous life, he had merely brushed past her. Lost in the sea of people, in this life, he was determined to walk alongside her. As he noticed the collective gaze of his peers upon him, Su Xian approached the podium with an air of calmness. He retrieved chalk and, with a flourish, inscribed his name on the blackboard. Turning to face the class, he leaned forward against the podium, his piercing gaze sweeping over the students, his smile imbued with confidence and steadiness. "Hello everyone, my name is Su Xian. Su, as in Su Dongpa, and Xian, meaning to uphold great virtues in the world. While I share a surname with Su Dongpa, I assure you, I am not as sentimental. I won't be pondering when the moon is full, nor will I be looking up to gaze at it." Su Xian's articulate pronunciation and witty discourse captivated the students below, drawing their undivided attention with just a few sentences. He continued with a smile, remarking, "As for my appearance, it's evident to all, Beckham would not dare to compare. And the style of Andy Lau is but a fleeting fantasy. My facial features cannot even be mentioned in the same breath as Takashi Kanashiro's. Yet I believe I am not entirely unworthy of the people's expectations. When taken out for a stroll, I want to be mistaken for someone walking a monkey. Regarding my character, there is little to boast. I lack the admirable qualities of being low-key, reserved, humorous, or disciplined. However, I possess an optimistic heart. So if anyone has need of me, please do not hesitate to ask." The applause erupted, and the students' affection for this humorous and self-deprecating newcomer soared. Su Xian chuckled, gestured for silence, and continued, "As the new semester begins, I wish the boys grow increasingly handsome, and the girls ever more beautiful. May you score well on your exams and live as joyfully as the broadcasts on the evening news. As an ordinary person, these are my modest aspirations." The classroom erupted in applause, and Rong Hao, with eyes wide as saucers, realized that Su Xian had truly stolen the spotlight today. Yet, he felt an odd sensation. Questioning this transformation, Su Xian had changed remarkably over the past month. Once the applause subsided, Su Xian nodded appreciatively and quipped, "Lastly, I thank you all for granting me such an extensive, albeit free, advertising opportunity." Laughter resonated throughout the room. Hearing his words, Juegeng couldn't help but smile, her lips curving into a lovely arc, exuding a gentle amusement. This youthful boy, who had been in the same class with her for 3 years, had unknowingly shed his juvenile shell, emerging as a confident and graceful individual, capable of engaging in light-hearted banter even under the gaze of many. However, as she watched him descend the stage and approach her direction, her smile faded into a cool demeanor, and a sense of unease and surprise surged within her. What if he chose to sit beside her? Should she refuse him? That would seem rather impolite, wouldn't it? Su Xian noticed the flicker of panic in Xia Juegeng's eyes, smiled gently, nodded as a greeting, and then bypassed her desk, heading towards the back of the classroom. A wave of relief washed over her, yet an inexplicable sense of disappointment lingered, leaving her feeling unsettled. She shook her head, attempting to concentrate on her studies. Just then, a noise emanated from the desk behind her. Instinctively, Xia Juegeng turned around to find Su Xian seated at the desk behind her, gazing at her intently. The boy wore a warm smile and waved, saying hi. A spark of joy flickered across Xia Juegeng's exquisite face before it transformed into a cool mask of composure. Her lips pressed tightly together. In a soft voice, she managed to reply, "Hey." Under the astonished gazes of her classmates, she quickly turned away, her palms sweating and her usually pale face tinted with a rare blush, as she lowered her head to flip through her textbook, unable to focus on a single word. Chapter 12. Striving for fairness in the world. As Su Xian settled into his seat, Rong Hao, clutching his backpack, darted over and plopped down at the adjacent desk. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "You really are something, managing to get into number 1 high school. Surely, you didn't bribe your way in with tuition fees, did you?" Ignoring him, Su Xian merely smiled and fixed his gaze upon him, gradually shifting his eyes downward until they rested on Rong Hao's lap. "About our agreement. Do you still remember? You said that if I got into number 1 high school, you would learn the sunflower manual from Dongfang Bubi." Rong Hao felt a chill run down his spine under Su Xian's intense gaze and quickly averted his eyes, forcing a smile as he said, "Come on, that was just a joke. You can't take that seriously. Besides, would you really want to ruin my happiness?" Retracting his gaze, Su Xian knew that Rong Hao was all talk. Rong Hao chuckled, "How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Does that sound good?" "Deal." Rong Hao continued. "But on another note, I can't help but notice you seem different from before. You're more spirited and confident now, which is clearly my style." With a sidelong glance at this amusing character, Su Xian silently conveyed, "You really have no shame. Your style is nothing but lewd and shameless." At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Wu Desheng, entered the classroom, and the previously noisy atmosphere fell silent. Standing at the podium, his round face displayed no expression, exuding an air of seriousness. His gaze swept across the room, silencing the murmurs, and finally landed on Su Xian. His pupils narrowed slightly before he cleared his throat and announced, "From today onward, I will be your homeroom teacher, and it is my honor to assume this role." "To me?" Your admission into this prestigious school signifies your exceptional abilities and your capacity for academic excellence. I am sincerely pleased for each of you. Hearing such praises from Wu Deshang, the students felt elated. However, he quickly shifted his tone. But if you think that gaining admission to number 1 high school gives you reason to be complacent, you are gravely mistaken. In my view, middle school and high school are akin to a race between the tortoise and the hare. Compared to the tortoise, you are the more gifted hare, but you have only won the first half, not the entirety of the race. If you let your speed lead to arrogance and take a nap midway, you will surely lose. Please remember, this is a marathon that spans 6 years. Until you cross the finish line, no one can claim the title of champion. Therefore, in the upcoming half of this race, I urge you to remain humble and resilient, facing challenges head-on. When the day of the final sprint arrives, unleash your full potential as you navigate the narrow bridge. Prove to everyone that the hare possesses talents the tortoise lacks, and that the hare can also demonstrate the perseverance the tortoise has. Applause erupted in the classroom, and Wu Deshang raised his hand to quiet them. Lastly, I impart to you 4 words: diligent study and diligent action. This is the motto of number 1 high school, a century-old institution that has influenced countless talented individuals. I hope you adopt these 4 words as your guiding principle, to strive for knowledge and to act justly in the world. The applause resounded once more, echoing endlessly. Juegeng gazed at the youthful faces of his classmates, their cheeks flushed with excitement, and marveled at Wu Deshang's eloquence, which had swiftly stirred their spirits with just a few short phrases. After the class meeting, having received their camouflage uniforms, the curtain on military training was officially drawn back. The duration of military training at the first high school spans 7 days, conducted in a closed environment. Over 70% of the students hail from Lijian City, and the closed training signifies that they are prohibited from leaving the campus, returning home, and are required to reside in dormitories, dining in the cafeteria, and sleeping on communal bunks. Most of the students at the first high school are accustomed to a life of luxury, pampered and spoiled, and they vehemently resent this disruption to their routine, expressing their frustrations with colorful expletives, even cursing the family lineage of the school as leadership. Juegeng and Rong Hao purchased inexpensive mats and buckets, sauntering towards their dormitory. Their accommodation was on the 3rd floor of a building, a 4-person room with reasonably good conditions, aside from the absence of electric fans, washrooms, and toilets. Rong Hao, the quintessential wealthy scion, was already reluctant about staying at school. Upon witnessing the situation, he could no longer contain his complaints. Despite the school's prestigious reputation, the lack of air conditioning was appalling, and the absence of a mere toilet seemed downright outrageous. How could they expect anyone to endure such discomfort in the sweltering heat? Juegeng, having mentally prepared himself, did not find the conditions particularly dismal. He chuckled. Who says there's no toilet? Isn't there a public restroom nearby? Humph. Rong Hao cast a disdainful glance at Juegeng. Have you even considered that there's only 1 toilet for the entire 3rd floor? When you find yourself needing to relieve yourself, you might have to wait in line, and by the time you get there, you could very well have an unfortunate accident. Rong Hao's brash humor amused Juegeng, who laughed and retorted, "Can't you be a bit more civilized? After all, you are a young master." "You clearly don't know," Rong Hao replied. "At our dinner table, my father spouts the most vulgar words without a second thought. Compared to him, I'm practically a paragon of decorum." As Juegeng and Rong Hao exchanged banter, their other 2 classmates arrived. One was Chun Linsen, a short and slender fellow, rather taciturn but earnest, always seen holding a book, an evident scholar. The other, Fang Xiong, was tall and robust, with a fair complexion, clearly a product of overindulgence and lacking physical labor. Upon entering, Fang Xiong greeted Rong Hao. It turned out they were acquainted. Fang Xiong's father was the deputy director of the police department, while Rong Hao's father held the position of director at the construction bureau, leading to their familiarity through various social gatherings. When Rong Hao introduced Fang Xiong to Juegeng couldn't help but marvel at the elite nature of the first high school. It was a place where exceptional academic prowess or illustrious family backgrounds were the norm, leaving little room for the ordinary. However, Fang Xiong was quite amiable, engaging in conversation and humor without arrogance, perhaps having learned to temper his demeanor after being exposed to the more prominent second-generation elites of the school. Juegeng quickly formed a bond with them, and they became well acquainted. The 4 of them arranged their bedding and mats, dressed in shorts and sandals, and made their way to the cafeteria. As twilight descended, the bustling first high school of Lijian City continued to shine brightly, vibrant, and lively. After dinner, the four of them carried their buckets to the bathing facility for a refreshing shower and then returned to the dormitory. With little in the way of entertainment, Rong Hao, out of sheer boredom, purchased a deck of playing cards and invited everyone to play. Su Xian, lacking an interest in cards, and Sanmu, the nickname for Chen Linsen, were not particularly keen on the game. In a secluded corner, one could find a solitary figure, engrossed solely in the pages of a book, seemingly devoid of any leisure to indulge in card games. As the narrative unfolds, we encounter a gathering where Rong Hao has summoned two card-playing companions from the adjacent dormitory, resulting in a lively game involving 4 players, where the stakes include affixing losing cards to one's forehead. Su Xian, do you know Xia Juegeng? Fang Xiong inquired, casting a glance towards Su Xian as he discarded a card. Classmates from middle school, Rong Hao knows her too, Su Xian replied with a smile. In that moment, Fang Xiong pondered the reason behind Xia Juegeng's generally icy demeanor towards others, save for Su Xian, realizing that they were old acquaintances. A sense of unfairness washed over him. It seemed that in matters of the heart, precedence mattered. With a sly grin, Rong Hao drew a card and remarked, "You've already taken her home. Your relationship is rather unique. My dear classmate can hardly compete with you." "Don't be so petty," Su Xian retorted playfully, flipping a page of his book. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, revealing 3 tall young men. Fang Xiong glanced over and immediately stood, addressing the leader, Li Linbua. "Oh, I mean, Bo, is there something you need?" The foremost boy paid no heed to Fang Xiong, scanning the faces of the others before inquiring, "Is that Su Xian?" Immersed in his reading, Su Xian looked up at the person addressing him. The young man stood around 178 centimeters tall, a notable height for their age. Donned in designer attire, though his appearance was less than appealing, marred by an array of acne that severely detracted from his looks. "Is there something you want?" Su Xian asked. Li Linbua fixed his gaze on Su Xian, asking, "Are you Su Xian?" Irritated by the boy's arrogant demeanor, Su Xian replied with a smirk, "Do you enjoy showing off that much?" Fang Xiong shot Su Xian a series of warning glances, but Li Linbua seemed intent on demonstrating his composure, unbothered by the slight, and continued, "I hear you have a good relationship with Xia Juegeng. How about you introduce me?" Not interested, Su Xian returned his attention to his book. "You think you're quite something, huh?" One of the boys behind Li Linbua interjected, stepping forward with an aggressive stance. In a sudden burst of energy, Rong Hao sprang to his feet, flinging his cards at the boy's face. "What is your problem? Are you looking for a fight?" Furious, the boy lunged at Rong Hao, only to be restrained by Li Linbua. Fang Xiong clung tightly to Rong Hao, fearing the situation might escalate, while the timid Sanmu had already retreated to a corner. The atmosphere crackled with tension, thick with the scent of confrontation. Li Linbua, maintaining his calm demeanor, addressed Su Xian, "I'm willing to offer a fee for your introduction." He then produced 5 crisp 100 yuan bills, waving them tauntingly before Su Xian. "Oh, you're quite wealthy," Su Xian remarked, having just finished the first chapter of his mathematics textbook. He closed the book and leisurely descended from his bed, not sparing Li Linbua a glance. He strode toward the door, intent on making his way to the restroom. Upon witnessing Su Xian's retrieval of the money, Rong Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, Li Linbua was engulfed by a sense of being manipulated, a flicker of anger crossing his face. At that moment, Su Xian, who had reached the entrance, spotted Wu Desheng's figure in the corridor and promptly turned around, accepting the money from Li Linbua. Li Linbua chuckled, recognizing this as a sign of wisdom. Indeed, those who understand the times are true heroes. A slight smile graced Su Xian's lips as he turned his gaze towards the dormitory entrance, waiting intently until Wu Desheng entered and handed him the money. "Teacher, I found 500 yuan at the entrance of Building 1, and I'm unsure to whom it belongs. I thought it best to leave it to you to handle." Rong Hao and Sanmu could not contain their laughter, while Li Linbua's face shifted through shades of anger and embarrassment, his fists clenched tightly. Wu Desheng accepted the money and, sensing the unusual atmosphere with a cluster of students from other classes gathered there, narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What are you all doing here?" "We came to visit," they replied. Wu Desheng's expression darkened. It was late, and they should have returned to their own dormitories. Li Linbua, gritting his teeth, shot a glare at Su Xian before departing, accompanied by his 2 classmates, their faces smeared with defeat. Chapter 13. refreshingly cool after Li Linbua's departure. Wu Deshang did not spare Su Xin and the others any kindness, launching into a lengthy lecture about the importance of adhering to discipline, lamenting that they had already caused trouble on the first day of military training. How can this continue? Do you still wish to study at Juegeng? The group of boys dared not retort, obediently listening as if they were demure brides on their wedding night, subject to their husband's whims. Yet, unlike the blissful bride, they were tormented, enduring the incessant drone of an elderly figure reminiscent of Tang Sung, an unbearable ordeal for a group of rebellious teenagers. Finally, as the lights went out, Wu Deshang, realizing they had an early morning for military training the next day, ceased his tirade and exited the dormitory. As soon as Wu Deshang left, the dormitory buzzed with life. His words had been in vain, for Rong Hao and his companions had absorbed nothing but air. For these 16 and 17-year-old boys, they were willing to listen to any nonsense but the truths from their homeroom teacher. Why? Because being an obedient student was utterly disgraceful. After finishing in the restroom and hastily wiping their faces, the four of them reclined on their beds, engaged in light banter. Fang Xiong remarked, Su Xin, you've crossed Li Linbua. Your days at Juegeng are going to be tough. This guy does nothing but cause trouble, despite today's lack of confrontation. His heart is as malicious as they come, probably concocting schemes against you. What's there to fear? Rong Hao scoffed, Fang Xiong, as the son of a police officer. You should know better than to lack your father's wisdom. Rong Hao lay on the scorching mat, casting a disdainful glance at Fang Xiong. It's not that I lack courage. You didn't attend middle school at Juegeng, so you wouldn't understand, Fang Xiong defended himself. You know, he's in cahoots with Ling Haoran. Rong Hao fell silent, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. In his previous life, Su Xin had never attended Juegeng and had not been acquainted with its influential figures, so he remained oblivious to the relationships among the affluent offspring of the elite. He inquired, who was Ling Haoran? Rong Hao hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Su Xin and remarked, the son of Ling Wenming, the wealthiest man in Lizhen City, is the top figure at number 1 high school. Su Xin smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He understood that he was now in direct conflict with Li Linbua. Thus, he resolved to counter any challenges that arose. What difference did it make to have a wealthy scion as a supporter? Moreover, he had offended quite a few individuals himself. And one such affluent fellow, Chun Chung, was no less formidable than Li Linbua. It was unclear which class Chun Chung belonged to, but he likely took military training lightly, relying on his family's wealth and connections. Regardless, now that he had been reborn, he felt it was time to indulge in pursuits he had once shied away from, and to confront those who had wronged him. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room. At that moment, Chun Linsen, reading with a flashlight, interjected, if we all study hard, who would dare to provoke us once we achieve success? Samu's insights were indeed profound, prompting Su Xin to give him a thumbs up. You're amazing. Fang Xiong chuckled heartily. Rong Hao shot a glance at Chun Linsen, feeling utterly drained, and lay flat on the mat, his pillow covering his head, resembling a grave that no one honored. The sky remained a somber shade of blue, and suddenly, a sharp, grating sound from the loudspeaker erupted, reverberating throughout the campus of number 1 high school. Following this, a cacophony of grievances echoed from the boys' dormitory. The oppressive heat, compounded by the absence of air conditioning, left most students tossing and turning on their wooden beds, unable to sleep, as military training awaited them at 6 in the morning. Despite the complaints, everyone had to dutifully rise, wash their faces, brush their teeth, and line up for the restroom. Those who were particularly obstinate and remained sprawled on their beds were met with a swift kick from the imposing instructor, who barked, "Get up, you lazybones." After completing their morning exercises and breakfast, Su Xin and his companions made their way to the football field for the military training mobilization meeting. The director of the academic affairs office, Peng Wenxin, served as the host. His voice was akin to that of a quacking duck, a veritable assassin of sleep. The drowsy audience perked up instantly at his call. Unable to drift back into slumber, all they could do was hope he would finish his lengthy monologue soon. Su Xin, weary of Peng Wenxin's endless discourse, reclined on the grass to bask in the sun, occasionally exchanging a few words with Xia Juegeng, who would softly respond before insisting that Su Xin remain silent and pay attention to the leader's lecture. Su Xin dared not defy Xia Juegeng's request, obediently sitting in place. Yet, despite his compliance, he found himself the target of countless piercing gazes. As the saying goes, if looks could kill, he would have been slaughtered 1,000 times over. In contrast, Rong Hao and Fang Xiong, seated behind him, felt no tedium. Their round eyes eagerly surveyed the attractive scenery on the lawn, commenting on the girls, dismissing most as unworthy, either lamenting their lack of curves or insufficient endowments. Beneath their cynical exterior, however, they secretly longed for companionship, contemplating how to approach them. As more content loads, please be patient. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please close the reading mode, browsing mode, and advertisement blocking features, or copy the URL to read it in another browser. When the brilliant sun hung at a 45-degree angle in the sky, the students had lost even their strength to applaud, while the leaders, perhaps weary from delivering grandiloquent speeches, timely concluded the military training mobilization conference. The students offered the warmest applause to bid farewell to the departing figures of the leaders, expressing gratitude to the heavens and the earth, silently wishing they would never encounter them again. Next came the formal military training, and the instructor's first command was to stand at attention. The students attempted to stand correctly, yet their appearances were rather dismal, particularly among the boys, who, in a bid to showcase their individuality, wore their caps askew, their belts loosely fastened, and left buttons of their camouflage uniforms undone, resembling the disheveled soldiers from the 8-year War of Resistance. In stark contrast, the girls presented a different picture altogether. They were neatly attired, their hats and uniforms impeccably arranged, military belts tightly cinched around their waists, heads held high, and chests out, their youthful figures exuding a blend of elegance and charm, a delightful fusion of grace and strength. However, for Juegeng, the most radiant sight would always be the one and only Juegeng. After the training, everyone rested under the shade of trees, forming clusters of 3 or 5, with boys and girls separated, distinctly divided like the Chu and Han rivers. Rong Hao and Fang Xiong went to buy drinks, while Juegeng noticed Juegeng and the new class monitor, Liao Jie, relaxing beneath a tree. He filled 2 cups with drinking water at the dispenser and approached them. "Juegeng, look, look." "Yes, coming over," Liao Jie exclaimed, pointing at Juegeng with exaggerated surprise, shaking Juegeng's arm. Juegeng gazed over, noticing many eyes following the approaching boy, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Juegeng reached Juegeng, offering her the plastic cup, saying, "Here you go." Juegeng hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted the water, pursing her lips to say, "Thank you." Liao Jie shot a disapproving glare at Juegeng, exclaiming, "Hey, Juegeng, you can't play favorites. There's another living person right here without water." Juegeng had a rather vivid impression of the new class monitor, Liao Jie. Her personality was exuberant and straightforward, and she shared a close bond with Juegeng, making it essential for Juegeng to win her favor. He handed her the other cup, apologizing, "Sorry, I didn't notice earlier." Liao Jie accepted the cup, retorting, "That is more like it. Just remember not to be so stingy next time." Other boys wouldn't even think of offering Juegeng a drink, and here you are, bringing her plain water. Juegeng's cheeks flushed slightly, and fearing for Juegeng's embarrassment, she gently tugged at Liao Jie, whispering, "Liao Jie, stop it. I don't like drinking beverages." "Foolish girl, you're still defending him." Liao Jie laughed, playfully linking her arm with Juegeng's. Juegeng scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward with Liao Jie present. Not wanting to linger, especially with so many eyes upon them, he said to Juegeng, "I'll head over there first." Juegeng slightly raised her head, her charming face revealing a rare smile as she gently nodded in response. As Juegeng turned around, he noticed that everyone was staring at him, particularly the boys, who wore expressions of deep resentment. Unfazed, he made his way toward Rong Hao and his group. Rong Hao tossed a bottle of cola to the approaching Juegeng, giving him a thumbs up and simply exclaiming, "Awesome." To this praise, Fang Xiong merely scoffed, believing it was not just commendable, but rather astonishingly impressive. "You too. Please refrain from embarrassing me for no reason." Juegeng chuckled, popping open the cola and taking a refreshing sip. It was delightfully cool. Chapter 14. The Legend of Class 1. The remainder of the day was spent enduring the arduous military training, a trial that Juegeng managed with relative ease. Owing to his different mindset, having faced hardships in his past life, he found the training to be rather tame. Chunlin's son, being a diligent and resilient student, viewed the military exercises as less grueling than the labor on his family's farm. In contrast, Rong Hao and Feng Xiong, being the type to shy away from effort, could hardly bear such inhumane treatment. They concocted a scheme to escape, ultimately feigning stomach pains. Surprisingly, the instructor was deceived by these two indolent fellows and granted them a release. That evening, after dinner and a refreshing shower, the four of them took their books to the classroom for evening self-study. At this hour, class had yet to commence, and students gathered in small clusters, girls gossiping about the latest school scandals while boys fervently debated national affairs, their faces flushed as if they were leaders of the country. Rong Hao, ever the lively one with a gift for gab, quickly infiltrated a group of boys, diving into the heart of discussions with his grandiose tales. He rambled from last year's successful Olympic bid in Beijing to the controversies surrounding this year's World Cup in South Korea, dragging in topics from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict to the 9/11 attacks in America and culminating in the collapse of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. His final assertion was that the United States, driven by oil interests, would intervene in the Gulf War, potentially igniting a third world war, and speculated on how China could maximize its benefits from such a global conflict. The Navi boys were left in awe by Rong Hao's rhetoric, their admiration flowing like an unending river, gazing at him as if he were the future president. As the bell rang, signaling the start of class, the international discussion abruptly concluded amidst a chorus of complaints. Returning to his seat, Rong Hao, filled with self-satisfaction, remarked, "So, what do you think? My eloquence is quite impressive, isn't it?" Su Xian glanced at him, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, with your gift of gab, had you lived in ancient times, you would have thrived remarkably." Rong Hao, somewhat perplexed by Su Xian's comment, sensed it was a compliment and inquired, "Why is that?" "Just think about it. With such a formidable tongue, even the madam of a brothel would feel so ashamed that she would resign to make way for you." Su Xian jested. "Hey, as someone with aspirations and ideals, it's rather disheartening to hear you say that," Rong Hao retorted, visibly taken aback. "All right, enough of that. Class is starting," Su Xian quickly interjected, knowing that continuing this conversation would jeopardize their evening study session. At this moment, Juegeng entered, having changed out of her camouflage attire into a short-sleeved white shirt adorned with a blue bow tie, complemented by a blue checkered skirt. Her hair remained tied in a ponytail, exuding a refreshing and immaculate aura. The classmates gazed at her in a daze. The girl's eyes sparkled with envy, while the boys gazed at her in admiration. As Juegeng stepped into the classroom, she maintained a calm expression amidst her peers' scrutiny, only breaking into a subtle smile at Su Xian, who was seated behind her. Unable to contain himself, Wang Hao made a funny face at Juegeng, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she quickly turned back to her desk, immersing herself in her studies. Su Xian, irritated, pressed Wang Hao's head down onto the desk, admonishing him for his mischief. "Su Xian, come out here for a moment," a voice called. Su Xian looked up to see a girl at the classroom door, donning a black baseball cap, a white t-shirt, and denim shorts. The oversized cap obscured most of her forehead, leaving only a few wisps of bangs visible. Her dark, luminous eyes met his gaze, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others, as if she had never cared for the opinions around her, and ran. The class erupted into a brief silence, all eyes fixated on the girl at the entrance. Su Xian was perplexed by her audacity. He had no intention of flaunting any authority and quickly rose to approach her. The class buzzed with excitement. They were not unfamiliar with this girl, having heard countless tales about her. To the male students, she was an object of reverence, a legend of their school. Especially for those who had transitioned from the middle school, the name and Ran resonated powerfully. She was unanimously recognized as the beauty of the middle school, and countless suitors from the elite families had attempted to win her over, yet none had succeeded. Instead, they faced her sharp ridicule. Her favorite pastime was to post the numerous love letters she received on the bulletin board for all to admire. What truly elevated Ran's status was her rebellious nature. She shunned conformity, deliberately doing the opposite of what others would. For her, tardiness and skipping classes were commonplace, and brawling with boys was hardly newsworthy. Remarkably, even the most esteemed individuals at the school became submissive in her presence. No one dared to provoke her, from teachers to the well-connected offspring of influential families. At this moment, Wang Hao was perplexed, muttering, "Su Xian has really become quite impressive." Behind him, Feng Xiong shook his head and commented, "Since 7th grade. Ling Haoren has pursued and ran for 3 years." Wang Hao turned to meet Feng Xiong's gaze, and they exchanged a silent understanding. Liao Jie scoffed, nudging her deskmate, Xia Juegeng, and remarked, "This morning, Su Xian was so attentive to you, and now he s with and ran." Xia Juegeng felt a twinge of discomfort, frowning slightly. Su Xian merely stepped out for a moment. "It's nothing," she replied. However, she soon felt that this explanation was inadequate and added, "Besides, we are just friends. Don't overthink it. Let's focus on our studies." Liao Jie glanced at Xia Juegeng's frigid expression and sighed inwardly. It is disheartening to witness someone so astute engaging in self-deception. Su Xian, oblivious to the commotion caused by Ran in room 401, stood in the corridor, observing her with a smile, and inquired, "Is there something you need?" And Ran retorted, "Is it forbidden to seek you out if there's nothing urgent?" Her words left Su Xian momentarily speechless. Noticing his discomfort, and Ran asked, "Are you heading to class?" "Indeed," Su Xian replied candidly. "My apologies for the interruption," and Ran replied curtly before turning and ascending the stairs to the teaching building. Su Xian found himself perplexed by Ran's demeanor. Summoning him only to leave him standing there seemed rather puzzling. He scratched his head, watching her slender figure retreating into the dimly lit corridor, where she appeared somewhat solitary. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Su Xian sensed an inexplicable tenacity emanating from this girl, as if she were perpetually resisting a solitary struggle. Instead of pursuing her, he turned and dashed down another staircase. Upon reaching the first floor, he knew Ran would not descend so quickly, so he lingered at the stairwell, awaiting her arrival. "It's you, Su Xian," he heard someone call out. Directing his gaze toward the corridor, where two boys were approaching, their faces obscured by the darkness. As they drew nearer, he recognized one of them, Li Linbua. What a fortuitous encounter. A cold smirk crossed Li Linbua's face as he contemplated how to confront Su Xian to avenge the humiliation of the previous night. The very target had conveniently appeared before him. In this dimly lit setting devoid of witnesses, Li Linbua seized the opportunity without hesitation, charging forward and throwing a punch at Su Xian. Upon realizing it was Li Linbua, Su Xian braced himself, aware that facing him alone meant there would be no pretense of civility. This confrontation would inevitably require physicality to resolve. As Li Linbua's fist came hurtling toward him, Su Xian swiftly countered with a well-timed kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. However, at that moment, the shorter boy who had accompanied Li Linbua also lunged forward, fists raised. Su Xian had no time to turn and could only shout, "Hold on." The shorter boy halted mid-strike, staring at Su Xian, and taunted, "What's the matter? Are you afraid? Kneel before me." With a smile, Su Xian replied, "We are civilized people, let us communicate respectfully." The shorter boy was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a laugh as he insulted, "You truly have no shame." Meanwhile, the still recovering Li Linbua shouted furiously, "What's so funny? Attack him." Just then, Su Xian sprang into action. He dashed forward, raising his fist and delivering a powerful blow to the unsuspecting shorter boy's jaw. Blood and saliva erupted as the boy doubled over, crying out in pain. Witnessing his companion fall, Li Linbua rushed to block Su Xian, wary of his combat prowess and reluctant to engage alone. As the short boy stood up, covering his mouth, both he and his companion glared at Su Xian with fiery anger. However, having previously suffered a setback, they had learned their lesson and chose not to engage in a solitary confrontation. Instead, they conspired to corner Su Xian, preparing to envelop him as if in a dumpling. With furious exclamations, they declared, "If we don't strip you of your skin tonight, then I'm not worth my salt." Su Xian had no time for verbal sparring. He found himself trapped in a corner, escape routes completely blocked, unable to contend against two opponents. He was merely an ordinary individual, aware that one pair of fists could hardly withstand four. How could he remain audacious under such circumstances? Li Linbua and his companion lunged towards Su Xian simultaneously, leaving him little room to evade their assault. It seemed inevitable that he would take a beating. Yet, at that moment, he decided to abandon caution. After all, it was just a fight. Barefoot, he had nothing to fear from those wearing shoes. Who was afraid of whom? Clenching his fists, he prepared to strike Li Linbua, vowing to incapacitate him if he did not end him tonight. However, just as he threw his punch, a figure darted in front of him, blocking his path. It was a girl, an exceptionally beautiful girl, clad in a white shirt paired with denim shorts and a black cap, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Su Xian froze momentarily. Then his heart raced with alarm as he instinctively tried to push her aside. At that instant, the fists of Li Linbua and the short boy aimed at the girl's face, halted abruptly as they stared at her in disbelief, and ran, with a stoic expression, regarded Li Linbo and asked, "What's the matter? Do you wish to strike?" Before her, the previously brazen Li Linbo transformed into a timid cat confronting a tiger, stammering, "And no, you and this guy, what's it to you?" And Ran flicked away her cigarette, but, uttering 5 words, "Now, get lost." Chapter 15. Flaws as numerous as stars. Li Linbo retreated in a most undignified manner. At that moment, Su Exine stood there, staring at Ran in a daze. He suddenly realized how little he knew about the girl before him, her family background, her circle of friends, or perhaps, individuals like her did not possess friends nor require them. Yet, he was curious why someone as arrogant as Li Linbo would display such fear towards Ran. "What are you looking at?" Su Exine chuckled, seeking to lighten the atmosphere. "It's because you're beautiful. I've heard that 1,000 times, and I'm weary of it. Each time I hear it, I feel an urge to strike someone," and Ran replied. Then turned to walk outside the teaching building. Su Exine followed closely behind, lagging half a step, smiling as he said, "Then you should compliment me on my handsomeness. I never tire of that. With your looks, aren't you just making it hard for yourself?" Su Exine, possessing a strong mental fortitude, had grown accustomed to Ran's manner of speaking. He feigned a sigh. "Do you truly think I'm as terrible as you say?" To his surprise, Ran did not retort or speak further. After a long silence, she halted, turned to face Su Exine, and asked, "Su Exine, do you think I am a bad girl?" Before he could respond, she seemed to already anticipate his answer and continued walking ahead. Su Exine stood still, gazing at Ran's retreating figure, a smile suddenly gracing his lips as he called out, "To me, whether you are a bad girl or not is of no consequence. What truly matters is that you are my friend, a dear friend." And Ran paused once more, turned around, and looked at the boy across from her, her face finally lighting up with a radiant smile. They settled on the football field, sitting in the heart of the verdant grass. The midsummer night sky was dazzling, adorned with countless twinkling stars. And Ran suddenly inquired, "Su Exine, how did you provoke Li Linbo?" With a chuckle, Su Exine replied, "What right do I, a mere commoner, have to provoke him? Yet, someone like him possesses an overwhelming presence, always stirring up trouble, and if there's a genuine issue, it's even worse. He won't bother you anymore," and Ran said nonchalantly. Su Exine gave a thumbs up, realizing that with her protection, he could now stride confidently through the school. Feeling rather impressive at the thought, and Ran, observing Su Exine's expression, felt a surge of annoyance. "Aren't you supposed to be in class? Why are you back here?" Su Exine sighed. "Well, it's because someone is upset, and I can't bear to leave." And Ran pouted, "I don't need your company." Su Exine chuckled, "All right then. Let us just say you're accompanying me." And Ran smiled slightly. "Now that sounds better." With a playful grin, Su Exine asked, "Could you share why you were feeling down?" "I had an argument with someone," and Ran replied, referring to her uncle, stemming from her absence during military training. However, her discontent did not arise solely from being scolded. Her uncle meant well, and Ran simply longed for her parents and grandmother. Feeling isolated in this cold city and within this chilly home, suddenly, she felt overwhelmed by the weight of existence and yearned for someone to confide in, inevitably leading her thoughts back to Su Exine. This boy, whom she had known for only a short while, was unremarkable and ordinary, yet left a profound impression on her. He always wore a bright smile, as if he were devoid of worries, making the struggles and pains of growing up seem trivial. Occasionally, when they were together, listening to his endless chatter and observing his confident yet gentle smile, her troubles faded away and her spirits lifted. Upon hearing Ran's words, Su Exine was somewhat astonished. To him, a girl like Ran seemed only capable of bullying others. It was inconceivable that anyone would dare to confront her. He playfully asked, "Who is so bold as to argue with you?" And Ran glanced at him. "Are you looking to defend my honor?" Su Exine confidently patted his chest. "No problem." And Ran simply replied, "The principal of our school." Su Exine was both amused and exasperated. "There's no need to escalate it like that. I still wish to navigate my way through this esteemed institution for another 3 years, and I doubt you would want to witness my demise, for if I were expelled, you would be hard-pressed to find such a perfect outlet for your frustrations." "But you always irritate me," she retorted. "Fine, I shall pretend I didn't hear that," he quipped. Su Exine felt more wronged than doughy. Normally, when he spoke 10 words, this girl would respond with 1, instantly infuriating him. And Ran chose not to reply, feeling somewhat fatigued. She rested her head on Su Xian's shoulder, gazing quietly at the solitary moon in the sky, and said, Su Xian, how do you perceive me as a girl? Su Xian glanced at her exquisite profile, inhaling her faint, delicate fragrance, and smiled. Well, if you look at the sky, your flaws are as numerous as the stars, while your virtues are as scarce as the sun. Uncharacteristically, and Ran refrained from retorting, maintaining a calm demeanor. Although her heart felt a twinge of discomfort, Su Xian chuckled. Do you know why? Why? Because when the sun rises, all the stars vanish. As night deepened and the summer breeze turned cool, and Ran's heart was filled with warmth. Chapter 16. Su Xian's masochistic tendencies on the second day of military training. The weather was clear, the sky unclouded, and the sun shone brightly upon the earth, tanning a group of beleaguered students. At noon, Su Xian and Chen Linsan went to the cafeteria for lunch. Rong Hao and Fang Xiong had once again feigned illness to avoid military training. Su Xian was unaware of their escapades. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Rong Hao and Fang Xiong already there, both wearing gloomy expressions, sighing as though someone owed them 8 million without repayment. Su Xian was quite curious, as these two were usually quite boisterous. One spoke like a machine gun, while the other resembled insecticide. Getting them to quiet down required a Herculean effort. Today, however, even the typically taciturn Chen Linsan seemed more sullen than usual. Upon inquiry, Su Xian discovered that the two had been spared military training that morning and, having nothing to do, were suffering from internet addiction after several days without online access. They decided to venture to an internet CAF to play a few rounds of Blizzard's newly released battle game, Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne. Without hesitation, they set out, and the closed doors of the school did little to deter the determination of these two internet addicts. Navigating through the woods and scaling walls, they overcame numerous obstacles to find a nearby internet CAF where they engaged in Warcraft. The Frozen Throne had been released in April of this year, at a time when platforms like Hao Fong and Battle Networks were non-existent, and Blizzard's Battle Net was yet to be introduced. Players could only engage in single-player mode or find opponents within the same CAF over a local area network. Both Rong Hao and Fang Xiong were seasoned players of Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness, which allowed them to adapt quickly, displaying considerable skill. They had little interest in battling computer opponents, so they sought out challengers in the internet CAF, mercilessly defeating a number of players. Their confidence soared, and they boasted of their intent to dominate the entire CAF. However, to their astonishment, two skilled players emerged, and when Rong Hao and Fang Xiong faced them, they lost 2 out of 3 matches, resulting in a humiliating defeat. Rong Hao recounted the experience with a look of discontent, lamenting, "If it weren't for Fang Xiong's oversight in the first match, choosing an ineffective blood mage, we might not have lost." Note: Fang Xiong's nickname is Blockhead, as designated by Rong Hao. Fang Xiong was not pleased with this comment, retorting, "And you dare to criticize me? In that match, others were attacking my base while you were busy leveling up by farming monsters." Rong Hao, growing impatient, replied, "Enough. This is neither the time nor place for quarrels. Their skill levels are similar to ours. As long as we perform normally, we can surely defeat them." Fang Xiong nodded. Having arranged for a rematch at noon the following day, they were determined to reclaim their honor, having been reborn. Su Xian had yet to step into an internet CAF to play games, and feeling intrigued, he smiled and remarked, "Make sure to bring me along tomorrow." Rong Hao cast a disdainful glance at Su Xian, retorting, "What for? Your skills are hardly worth my time." This comment irked Su Xian, who shot back, "You fool. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. I'm here to cheer you on." Rong Hao chuckled, "Well, that's acceptable." On the third day, after finishing the morning's military training and feeling too lazy to eat lunch, Su Xian and his companions left behind the solitary San Mu and Chen Linsan. Climbing over the school wall to exit, they purchased a few pancakes from a street vendor and headed straight for the Tunglong Internet CAF near their school. Upon their arrival, they found the 2 skilled players from the previous day already waiting for them. One of them, a tall and slender figure, stood up and mocked, "Hey, 2 novices. You've arrived." Rong Hao, feeling quite displeased, replied, "You'll soon learn who the real novice is." Su Xian glanced at the tall figure, who appeared to be a year or 2 older than them, possessing striking looks akin to Rong Hao's, with long hair and a devil-may-care smile. Next to him sat another boy, stocky and well-built, standing around 174 meters tall. While not particularly tall or handsome, his features exuded a pleasing aura, especially his eyes. which bore a rare calmness and maturity for someone his age. What astonished Su Xian the most was the gray shirt the boy wore, adorned with a small, discreet logo that was easily overlooked. To be honest, in that era of Li Jin, it was the first time Su Xian had seen someone donning such genuinely high-end attire. If the boy's family wasn't extraordinarily wealthy, he must surely have connections to powerful officials. You may not possess much skill, but your bravado is quite impressive. The tall figure noted, evidently recognizing Su Xian's unfamiliar face. He grinned. Ah, you've brought an outsider. What are his capabilities? His comment piqued the interest of the seemingly unruffled boy beside him, who turned to observe Su Xian. From his perspective, after witnessing the previous day's matches, Rong Hao and Fang Xiong's abilities were woefully inadequate, unable even to best Mu Yunchan. Bringing this new person for revenge was clearly an attempt to introduce their strongest player, a secret weapon for a comeback. Furthermore, this boy appeared quite composed, exuding an air of hidden depth, prompting him to regard Su Xian with newfound seriousness. Noticing the boy's scrutiny, Su Xian met his gaze without hesitation, a faint smile gracing his lips, imbued with a hint of provocation. Rong Hao, having heard Mu Yunchan's words, felt a pang of regret for bringing Su Xian along. He was all too aware of Su Xian's lackluster skills in Warcraft, barely managing to characterize him as a novice. Fearing that they might call upon Su Xian to play and embarrass themselves, he quickly stated, "He doesn't play. He's just here to observe." This remark instantly diminished the boy's interest, causing him to avert his gaze from Su Xian and return to his single-player game. Su Xian could only smile wryly. Choosing not to say anything further, Mu Yunchan then declared, "In that case, let's proceed. As per tradition, it's best of 3. You choose the first match." Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. In that case, you are surely defeated. Rong Hao opened his computer. If your mouth could play games, I would surely be defeated. Haha. Mu Yunchan continued to mock him. All right, let us see how this unfolds. Rong Hao's face flushed with anger as he clicked on the frozen throne icon. Once inside, he immediately created a host, selecting Turtle Island, a classic Warcraft map. With the human race, his opponent, Mu Yunchan, chose the orcs. As the game commenced, Rong Hao first constructed an altar, followed by a barracks. And after the Grand Magus emerged, he ventured to hunt wild beasts while simultaneously upgrading to Tier 2. Mu Yunchan did not attempt to disrupt him. In Su Xian's view, Rong Hao's gameplay was lacking in finesse. His use of hotkeys was disjointed. Most critically, after the Grand Magus reached level 3, he failed to pressure the orcs, instead racing against the opposing Blade Master and leveling up through wild creature hunts. It is essential to note that during the early days of the Frozen Throne, the orcs were the most formidable race, almost invincible. It was only when the human emperor developed specific strategies that the humans could rise to dominance over the orcs. However, in 2002, Warcraft strategies were rudimentary, relying heavily on awareness and skill. Rong Hao's skills were slightly inferior to Mu Yunchan's, and he made a grave error. There was no way the Grand Magus could outpace the Blade Master in hunting. In the later human-orc battles, the Grand Magus, upon reaching level 3, must apply pressure on the orc burrows, yet Rong Hao had no such intention. The ensuing scene was predictable. A level 6 Blade Master, equipped with 2 claws of attack 9, relentlessly pursued a level 5 Grand Magus across the map. In a state of disadvantage, Rong Hao became increasingly flustered, forgetting even to utilize the human race's comeback abilities or to construct towers for mining. Su Xian initially contemplated offering a word of advice, yet upon seeing Rong Hao's expression, he decided against it. After enduring for 25 minutes, the gold mine was exhausted, and the hero, the Grand Magus, fell victim to the Blade Master's relentless strikes. Rong Hao slumped onto the sofa, his face a canvas of despair and frustration. Mu Yunchan triumphantly raised his middle finger, taunting, "Noob, was that gratifying?" At that moment, the crowd in the internet CAF gathered, increasingly intrigued by the skilled matchup. Rong Hao's face fluctuated between red and pale, and his usually sharp tongue fell silent, leaving him to endure Mu Yunchan's mockery. Su Xian felt irked by Mu Yunchan's arrogant demeanor. Winning a game was one thing, but was such derision truly necessary? Don't get too cocky. I'm still here. Fang Xiong shot Mu Yunchan a fierce glare, patting Rong Hao on the shoulder. He recreated the host, opting for Echo Island, Another classic Warcraft map, this time selecting the undead race. Mu Yunqing turned to a guy engrossed in a single-player game and asked, Jingyu, do you want to play a match? The young man named Jingyu, fixated on his screen, simply replied with 3 words, not interested. Oh, then I shall continue to dominate them. Mu Yunqing chuckled, entering the host, and once again selecting the orcs. The situation in this match was far more dire. Fang Xiong's skill level was distinctly inferior to that of Rong Hao, rendering him no match for Mu Yunqing. Compounding his distress, the spectators were vociferously cheering, which only heightened Fang Xiong's anxiety and hampered his performance. A Death Knight, endowed with an aura of malevolence, found himself relentlessly pursued by a sword saint, suffering a thorough thrashing throughout the game, utterly powerless to retaliate. The most humiliating aspect was that Mu Yunqing managed to construct 3 bases within Fang Xiong's home territory. Those familiar with Warcraft know that establishing one's main base in an opponent's domain is an egregiously uncivilized act, crossing the line for any player. Rong Hao, seething with rage, exclaimed, winning isn't enough? Must you resort to such humiliation? Mu Yunqing retorted with a sneer, I relish in humiliating you, what of it? Rong Hao's face flushed with anger as he slammed his fist onto the keyboard. 2 inept players, this is utterly unentertaining. Jingyu, let us depart. Mu Yunqing, basking in his triumph, rose to vacate his seat. Wait. Su Xin, seated comfortably, fixed his gaze on the turning Mu Yunqing and declared, there is still one person here whom you have yet to insult. Chapter 17. A white horse wandering the earth. Mu Yunqing stared at Su Xin, incredulous. What? Do you seek to subject yourself to torment? Su Xin set up the mainframe and nodded affirmatively. Do not complicate matters. Do you not feel you have lost enough face already? Rong Hao hastily interjected. In his mind, Su Xin's Warcraft prowess was akin to that of elementary school students. Combined, the two would hardly stand a chance against him, let alone Mu Yunqing. Su Xin turned to Rong Hao, his determination unwavering. Allow me to give it a try. Rong Hao, seeing the resoluteness in his gaze, was at a loss. Su Xin was willingly placing himself in the line of fire. No one could deter him. Reluctantly, he nodded. Having already been thoroughly defeated, he was indifferent to one more loss. A smirk crept across Mu Yunqing's face. Even your friend acknowledges your inadequacy. I have no desire to bully the weak. Su Xin retorted with a cold laugh. Ah, so you fear me? Then be gone. Mu Yunqing reclaimed his seat. Gesturing towards Su Xin, just ensure you don't back down. If I do not establish 10 bases in your territory, consider it my defeat. Very well. I await your arrival. Su Xin chuckled, selecting Echo Isle, aligning with the human race, just as Rong Hao had. Once Mu Yunqing entered the game and chose the orcs, the match commenced. Upon entering the game interface, Su Xin constructed an altar for heroes, a town hall, and a barracks, quickly reaching a population cap of 24 to expedite the upgrade to Tier 2. At this juncture, ordinary players typically neglect scouting and harassment. Mu Yunqing shared this flaw. Failing to monitor Su Xin and adhered to his usual strategy against Rong Hao, upgrading the base, producing mixed units, and leveling his sword saint through monster kills. As soon as the Archmage emerged from the altar, Su Xin promptly summoned peasants to train, upgrading on dual fronts. With no interference from the sword saint, the Archmage swiftly ascended to level 3. Unlike his previous encounter with Rong Hao, Su Xin exhibited swifter operations and more adept use of hotkeys. Rong Hao, clearly noticing this improvement, was somewhat astonished by Su Xin's rapid advancement in Warcraft skills. However, even so, if the match continued along this trajectory, Su Xin would still be unlikely to best Mu Yunqing. Yet at that moment, Rong Hao discerned a pivotal difference. As Su Xin completed the upgrade of his base to level 2, instead of continuing to farm monsters and mine, he immediately summoned the second hero, the Beast King. Accompanied by a legion of shield-bearing infantry, and charged directly into the home of the orcs, ruthlessly slaughtering farmers and demolishing their burrows. Su Xin's strategy exemplified a classic flow, a tactic that became the hallmark of the human emperor, having triumphed over numerous elite orc players, including the Beast King, at the World Championship in 2006. This strategy turned into a nightmare for countless professional orc players, earning him endless glory and a place in the Hall of Fame, establishing him as one of the 3 great Warcraft titans. In 2002, this tactic had yet to be developed. Now, in Su Xin's hands, it wielded unparalleled power. The Archmage and the Beast King summoned water elementals and boars, systematically cleansing the orc's main burrow. By the time the Sword Saint, who had been farming nearby, redirected his efforts back home for rescue, Xuexian's Archmage had already returned to the city. At this juncture, the orc burrow had been destroyed, causing a population cap that prevented the summoning of both heroes and Tier 2 units. Mu Yunqing, flustered, frantically attempted to replenish the burrow, but Xuexian offered no chance for respite. After resupplying at his base, he assembled a mixed force of male and female spellcasters, bolstered by militia and shield infantry. With the Archmage wielding an invincibility potion and a mini tower, he led an army of nearly 70 against the orc stronghold. At this moment, Xuexian boasted a population advantage of nearly 20, with Tier 2 units versus Tier 1, creating a decidedly lopsided situation. Mu Yunqing, fighting desperately, aimed to kill a hero in hopes of turning the tide. However, Xuexian had anticipated this maneuver, rendering the Sword Saint's desperate strikes utterly futile. At this point, Mu Yunqing was left without recourse, but Xuexian had no intention of concluding the match so swiftly. He desired to thoroughly torment his opponent, drawing out the experience to its utmost. Xuexian frantically constructed towers within Mu Yunqing's base, erecting a veritable great wall that trapped all of Mu Yunqing's forces inside. He then typed a message on the keyboard. "Do not retreat. I am not done with my fun." Mu Yunqing trembled with rage, while Jingyu, engrossed in his single-player game, began to take notice of Xuexian, acknowledging him as a hidden master. Ronghao was equally astonished by the sudden improvement in Xuexian's skills, but he was too engrossed to ponder the reasons, instead clenching his fists tightly alongside Fang Xiong, both with red eyes, fervently cheering for Xuexian. With hundreds of arrow towers forming the Great Wall, Xuexian trapped Mu Yunqing's forces within, then turned his attention elsewhere. The Archmage, mounted on a white steed, embarked on a journey of leisure with the enchanting sorceress, taking in the scenery. Meanwhile, the militia occupied all the gold mines on the map and, equipped with hammers and picks, gradually made their way to Mu Yunqing's home to construct a base, engaging in one of the most shameless and despicable tactics in Warcraft. In a tit-for-tat manner, Xuexian retaliated without a hint of conscience, building a staggering 15 bases, brazenly humiliating Mu Yunqing. Unable to endure such indignity, Mu Yunqing finally exited the game, striking the table in frustration. "Oh yeah," Ronghao and Fang Xiong cheered. "Let me handle it." Suddenly, Jingyu spoke up, glancing at Xuexian with a smile devoid of provocation, saying, "I'll build the main base. You may proceed." The individual known as Xuexian appeared quite amiable, lacking any arrogance, and offered only a nod in response. Jingyu opted for the expansive map of Juegeng Farm, selecting the human race for his main faction. Observing this choice, Xuexian, wishing to avoid a civil war among humans, opted for a random race instead. Spectators nearby gasped, deeming this choice overly presumptuous. Ronghao believed Xuexian had made a mistake and urged him to select the human race. "It's fine," Xuexian replied with a smile. Despite Xuexian's random selection, Jingyu remained vigilant, placing even greater emphasis on his opponent. He discerned that Xuexian was a person of great depth and meticulous thought, unlikely to commit such a fundamental error. The choice of a random race suggested to Jingyu that Xuexian was proficient in all 4 races. As the game commenced, Jingyu immediately dispatched a militiaman to scout Xuexian's home base, discovering that his opponent had randomly drawn the elf race, which sparked tactical considerations in Jingyu's mind. Once Xuexian's initial hero, the Warden, emerged from the altar, he promptly utilized the ancient trees to farm and level up, swiftly reaching level 3. He then began to harass Jingyu's hero, the Mountain King, while eliminating minions. Jingyu's maneuvers were exceptionally refined, and Xuexian found little advantage. By the time Jingyu established his second mine, Xuexian had upgraded his second tier and produced a battalion of deer units. Jingyu, not to be outdone, summoned a substantial force of spellbreakers, adept at countering the deer. The two engaged in their first skirmish with 50 units each at Jingyu's expansion. Xuexian aimed to eliminate the Mountain King with the Warden but committed a reckless error, resulting in the loss of both his hero and troops. The spectators, Ronghao and Fang Xiong, broke into a cold sweat, fervently cheering Xuexian on. In haste, Xuexian retreated to his base, striving to withstand Jingyu's fierce onslaught. At this juncture, recognizing the dire situation, Su Xian decisively shifted his strategy from offense to defense, preparing for a prolonged battle. However, Jingyu refused to relent, rapidly replenishing his forces and launching a formidable 80-unit mixed army against Su Xian's home base. Unable to withstand the relentless assault, Su Xian promptly abandoned his city. Due to a minor miscalculation, Su Xian's disadvantage became nearly insurmountable, and onlookers believed his base would soon fall, sealing his fate. Yet, Su Xian did not yield. Instead, he gathered his remaining 50 deer units and systematically cleared every gold mine and neutral creature on the map, with the elves covertly rebuilding their tree at concealed mining spots. Su Xian accrued sufficient gold before establishing additional mines. 1, 2, 3. Jingyu's large army followed closely behind, dismantling the ancient trees, while Su Xian continued to plant trees at the original mining locations. The two engaged in a cat-and-mouse game, with Su Xian deliberately avoiding direct confrontation with Jingyu's forces. This somewhat reclusive strategy drew jeers from the crowd, yet Su Xian remained unfazed, well aware that such tactics were renowned in the annals of the Warcraft community. The chaotic mining strategy, developed by the Moon God and renowned as the fifth race of Warcraft, is something that Su Xian deeply admires in this Korean professional player. It is not mere fandom. Rather, it is the divine awareness, the unparalleled multitasking ability, and the elegant tactical style that have captivated him. Su Xian has practiced the chaotic mining strategy countless times, and even now, he executes it with remarkable finesse, continuously distracting and enticing the opponent, gradually reversing the disadvantage. This protracted battle, fierce and relentless, has persisted for nearly an hour without a clear victor. The computer screen is surrounded by spectators, who occasionally gasp in astonishment, cheering for the thrilling match. At this moment, Su Xian is entirely absorbed, his eyes fixed on the screen, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with unyielding precision. As if performing a ballet, he manages 3 fronts. On the first, he employs a large force to hold back the enemy's frontal units, fully executing Chairman Mao's guerrilla warfare strategy. Retreat when the enemy advances, pursue when they retreat, disrupt when they station, and strike when they tire. The second front involves manipulating small sprites to plant trees across the map, stealthily accumulating resources. If one is destroyed, another is promptly replaced. The third front sees a level 10 warden infiltrating deep into enemy territory, utilizing an invisibility potion to ambush the opponent's base. With a swift attack, the peasants fall, blood flowing like a river amidst widespread devastation. Jingyu, being stretched across multiple fronts, struggles to maintain an overview. His main forces are continuously eroded, and his peasants are mercilessly slaughtered by the relentless warden, gradually revealing a sense of despair. The opponent's tactics are utterly novel and shameless, leaving him devoid of counter-strategies, merely following the lead. Once the 2 gold mines run dry, his resources are completely depleted, unable to replenish his forces. Meanwhile, the opponent has planted the banners of the sprites across the entire map, where massive trees proliferate. What was once a significant advantage has turned into a dire disadvantage. Yet Jingyu refuses to concede. He absolutely will not give up. He perseveres for several more minutes, only to ultimately fall in a skirmish where his archmage is ambushed by the warden, now armed with an invisibility potion, and is struck down by poisoned arrows. The outcome is sealed, and with no recourse left, Jingyu helplessly collapses into his soft chair. Su Xian exits the game interface, and behind him, the cheers of Rong Hao and Fang Xiong erupt, accompanied by a thunderous applause from the audience. Su Xian glances at the dejected Mu Yunqing and then at Jingyu, whose pride is palpable. He possesses the merit of that pride. Yet, in this moment, Su Xian feels free to disdain him openly. After a lingering gaze, he turns to Rong Hao and Fang Xiong and says, "Let us depart." At this juncture, Rong Hao and Fang Xiong hold Su Xian in the highest esteem, displaying an almost reverent admiration. Suddenly, Jingyu stands up, perplexed. Despite his apparent advantage, he cannot fathom how he lost. It was not his strength that failed him, but rather the superior tactics of his opponent. He is unwilling to accept this defeat, deeply so. A faint smile graces Su Xian's lips as he replies, "I'm sorry, but I have military training at 2:30. Jingyu nods reluctantly. "Very well, I shall seek your counsel next time. I am Jingyu." Su Xian appreciates the young man's willingness to accept defeat and responds, "I am Su Xian." Chapter 18, A beautiful summer on the way back to school. Rong Hao and Fong Xiong chattered excitedly about the two games Su Xian had just played, completely oblivious to their earlier defeat. Noticing Su Xian's silence, Fong Xiong patted him on the shoulder and asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you happy about winning?" Su Xian shook his head. "I'm just a bit tired from gaming." Rong Hao interjected, "By the way, I've been meaning to ask you, how did you go from being so terrible at games, constantly losing to me, to suddenly becoming so skilled?" Su Xian smiled. "Didn't you notice? I was just trying to protect your fragile little heart by letting you win." Rong Hao retorted, "Even if you were hiding your talents, was it really necessary to crush my spirit like that? Am I truly as bad as you say?" "Well, not exactly, but you might need a decade or so of practice to earn that compliment." Su Xian chuckled. Rong Hao, feeling disgruntled, replied, "All right then. Maybe it's best if you refrain from evaluating my skills." The three friends returned to school, where another afternoon of military training awaited them. As days passed, the students endured the hardships of waking before dawn, standing at attention, marching in formation, and the intensity of their training increased. Yet, their enthusiasm soared. Even the notoriously lazy Rong Hao and Fong Xiong, who would typically avoid any effort, found no excuses to escape. By the sixth day of training, the students had tanned. Their appetites had grown, and complaints had dwindled, as if they had suddenly matured. However, the end of military training was approaching. The dreaded, irksome instructor was finally set to depart. Yet, the students of class 401 were not as elated as one might expect. Reflecting on those brief 6 days, they remembered how the instructor had guided them through drills, taught them military songs, practiced shooting, and spent every moment with them, even gifting them spent bullet shells as mementos. As the moment of departure drew near, a sense of reluctance and bittersweet nostalgia enveloped them. That evening, the school held a singing competition, and Class 401 chose the song Green Leaves in the Army. Under the lead of their instructor, they sang passionately, exuberantly celebrating their youth. Su Xian occasionally caught glimpses of his classmates' earnest faces, their shoulders held straight, singing with tears in their eyes. He felt deeply the purest and most beautiful emotions of youthful growth, a camaraderie that transcended interests, untainted by worldly entanglements, destined to remain unforgettable. The song rose gently into the night sky, as the cold wind rustled fallen leaves. "The army is a green flower. Dear comrade, do not think of home or mother. I call out to you day and night, with countless heartfelt words. Do not let tears cloud your eyes at parting, for the barracks are our home." The resounding voices echoed throughout the campus, lingering in the air. Once the singing competition concluded, there was no evening study session, and everyone returned to their dormitories to rest, preparing for the grand parade the following day. That night, the dormitory was quiet, devoid of noise, as students went to bed early. In Su Xian's dorm, the sound of snoring filled the air. Rong Hao, Fong Xiong, and Chun Lin's son, exhausted from the day, fell asleep as soon as they lay down. Su Xian, however, lay in bed wide awake, despite his weariness. Feeling a sense of restlessness within, I decided to take a leisurely stroll to clear my mind. Rising from my bed, I picked up the thin cotton blanket that Rong Hao had carelessly dropped on the floor and draped it over him before leaving the dormitory. Although it was still early, the campus was deserted, the concrete pathways eerily quiet. 6 days of military training had drained everyone's energy, and they had all retreated to rest. Alone, Su Xian meandered through the campus, contemplating a myriad of bewildering thoughts about life and youth, so abstract yet undeniably dull. Yet at this moment, it truly stirred a sense of melancholy within him. He was not one to openly display his emotions. However, the heartfelt farewells of his classmates, tearfully bidding adieu to the instructor, had indeed left an impression on him. As a reincarnated soul, Su Xian cherished these beautiful moments and valued the fleeting years of youth he possessed. Gazing upward at the luminous solitary moon, Su Xian exhaled a deep breath, feeling an unexpected lightness of heart. Lowering his gaze, he noticed someone emerging from a nearby corner, a girl with a ponytail. In her pale hands, she struggled to carry a nearly full bucket of hot water, the weight proving somewhat burdensome. Su Xian stood transfixed, his gaze fixated on her. At that moment, a wave of deep compassion washed over him, enveloping his very being. Juegeng, sensing another's presence, gently lifted her gaze. Her lips parted in a slight smile, her large eyes wide with disbelief, causing her to inadvertently loosen her grip on the water bucket. The scalding water splashed onto her fair arms, leaving angry red marks. Su Exine snapped back to reality, witnessing the fleeting expression of pain on Xia Jieking's face, and felt a surge of regret as he stammered, "Are you all right?" Xia Jieking pressed her lips together. Though the pain was genuine, she did not wish for him to feel guilty. She shook her head slightly, reassuring him, "I'm fine." After a brief hesitation, she inquired, "What are you doing here?" "Oh, I was feeling a bit down, so I thought I would take a walk," Su Exine quickly explained, not wanting Xia Jieking to misunderstand his intentions. Nodding in understanding, Xia Jieking attempted to lift the bucket once more. "Let me help you with that," Su Exine offered. Moving closer, fearing the gaze of onlookers, Xia Jieking replied anxiously, "I can manage it myself." "I can carry it just the same," Su Exine insisted, meeting her dark, sparkling eyes with a warm, bright smile. Xia Jieking's cheeks flushed a soft pink. Her fingers entwined nervously as she fell silent. "Let us go," Su Exine said, taking the bucket of hot water as they walked side by side. The streetlights cast a clear, gentle glow, and the sweet sound of the plane trees created a melodic chime. The bright moonlight quietly bathed the treetops, the concrete path, and the two young souls, transforming the atmosphere into something warm and romantic. Su Exine remarked, "From now on, you mustn't venture out alone at this hour to fetch water, all right?" Xia Jieking pursed her lips and countered, "Then why are you out so late?" Su Exine replied, "You are a girl, after all." Xia Jieking's fair visage radiated a charming smile as she nodded gently. "All right, but you must tell me, why are you feeling down?" Su Exine pondered momentarily before replying, "I don't quite know. It's just that tomorrow marks the end of military training, and we'll have to part ways. That's what saddens me." Xia Jieking halted her steps, her smile widening as she playfully made a silly face at Su Exine. He stood there, momentarily bewildered, gazing at the girl before him. Bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, she appeared immaculate and pure, her presence as warm and gentle as jade. In that fleeting moment, an exquisite warmth surged within him, akin to a sweet and clear nectar, evoking a profound sense of happiness. He felt an overwhelming urge to envelop her in his arms, holding her tightly, vowing never to let go for the rest of his life. Xia Jieking's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. She was unsure of what had come over her, having made a silly face in front of this boy. It seemed that aside from her father, she had never behaved so playfully in front of another boy before. Noticing his dazed stare, she tilted her head slightly and, with a teasing pout, said, "You're not allowed to look." Su Exine snapped back to reality, chuckling softly. "All right, let us continue." The two resumed their walk side by side, enveloped in a comfortable silence. The warm summer breeze gently tousled the boy's unruly bangs and caressed the girl's soft hair, ushering in the beauty of a midsummer evening. As they neared the dormitory, Xia Jieking felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of being seen by acquaintances. Stopping 50 meters away, she declared, "Let me carry it." Su Exine nodded, handing her the water bucket. "Take it slowly. Be careful not to burn your hands." "MHM," she replied with a slight nod. Suddenly, Su Exine inquired, "By the way, where's your dormitory?" Xia Jieking assumed it was a casual question and pointed to the leftmost room on the second floor. "It's over there." "Oh, got it," Su Exine said, glancing in that direction. "You should get to bed early," Xia Jieking urged, genuinely concerned about being seen. Su Exine smiled. "All right, you go ahead." "Well then, goodbye," Xia Jieking waved as she made her way toward the girls' dormitory. Watching her retreating figure fade into the distance, Su Exine's lips curled into a radiant smile. He turned and dashed off in another direction. Yet, it was not towards the boys' dormitory, but rather toward the school gate. Chapter 19. The comical youth at this hour. The school gate had already closed. Without hesitation, Su Exine sprinted to the side wall and climbed over. He then began his search for a pharmacy or clinic along the streets. However, at this late hour, nearly all the pharmacies were shuttered. Undeterred, he ventured down one street after another, running a considerable distance, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, until he finally stumbled upon an open pharmacy on Xia Street. Upon entering, Su Exine inquired with the staff about effective treatments for burns. The female clerk, noticing he was a student, recommended a rather inexpensive option, albeit with mediocre efficacy and a tendency to leave noticeable scars. Naturally, Su Exine declined. The clerk proceeded to suggest a dozen or so burn ointments, but none satisfied him. Each either caused pain upon application, healed too slowly, or resulted in unsightly scars. The female shop assistant found herself at a loss. She retrieved 3 boxes of burn ointment, all adorned with English labels, and said, "Well, perhaps you should use this. It's an American-imported burn ointment. Apply all 3 boxes together for optimal effect, quick results, painless application, and absolutely no scarring. However, it does come at a premium price, $160 for each box, totaling $480 for all 3, with no discounts." "I'll take this." Juegeng rummaged through his pockets, searching desperately. Even with all his loose change, he could only muster 148 yuan and 50 cents. The shop assistant, observing the sweat beading on his forehead, chuckled. "This amount is insufficient even for a single box. You might consider a less expensive option." Juegeng scratched his head, feeling utterly helpless yet unwilling to concede. The shop assistant watched him pacing the store, puzzled by his insistence on the best product. Was the person who suffered the burn truly that precious? Just then, the young man abruptly halted, gazing down at the floor with a hesitant expression. After a moment's contemplation, he seemed to gather his resolve, clenched his teeth, and bent down. To the shop assistant's astonishment, he removed his shoes and placed them on the counter, saying, "These shoes are the most valuable possession I own, from Anta, worth 300 yuan, purchased less than a month ago. Would you consider allowing me to pawn them here? I can take 10 yuan for transportation, and I'll return tomorrow to reclaim my shoes." The shop assistant stared in disbelief at the young man before her, perplexed by the significance of that box of burn ointment to him, to the extent that he would pawn his most prized footwear and go barefoot just to acquire it. After what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her composure and replied, "These shoes are of no use to me, and our store does not permit pawning." "Oh, I apologize." Juegeng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, experiencing a sense of defeat and powerlessness for the first time since his rebirth. The shop assistant inquired, "Is the person who was burned very important to you?" Her words evoked thoughts of Juegeng in Juegeng's mind, and a faint smile graced his lips. "Yes, very important, important enough that I would dedicate my life to protect her." Once again, the shop assistant was taken aback, sensing a profound dedication in him, an unwavering commitment to his feelings. "I'm sorry for the trouble," Juegeng said, resignedly reaching for his shoes. She stopped him, extending the 3 boxes of burn ointment towards him with a smile. "You should take this instead." Juegeng was momentarily stunned, but then elation surged within him as he accepted the burn ointment. "Thank you. I will definitely return with the money tomorrow." With that, he took 10 yuan and the 3 boxes of ointment, sprinting barefoot out of the pharmacy. At that moment, a voice called out from behind, "The girl you like must be very happy." Juegeng halted, turned around, and smiled at the shop assistant. "I will ensure her happiness." After leaving the pharmacy, Juegeng hailed a taxi, heading straight to the first high school. Upon arriving at the entrance, he scaled the wall and dashed toward the girls' dormitory. He looked up at the leftmost room on the 2nd floor, where the lights still glowed. At this hour, she had likely just finished her shower and had not yet gone to sleep. Beside her stood a French sycamore, its branches extending perilously close to the window of the dormitory. After scrutinizing the surroundings and confirming that no one was passing by, Juegeng tucked 3 boxes of medicine into his pocket and rolled up his sleeves, beginning his ascent. He climbed up to 2/3 of the tree's trunk, reaching a level even with the dormitory window. Slowly, he made his way along the branch towards its tip, the limbs swaying and creaking ominously, on the verge of snapping at any moment. Yet, Juegeng pressed on, halting only when his hand could nearly graze the window. He withdrew the 3 boxes of medicine. Tentatively, he extended his hand towards the window, but hesitated momentarily, pondering what would happen if it were not Juegeng who opened the window. How would he conceal himself? However, in the next instant, he cast aside his doubts, reached out, and gently rapped on the glass. Fresh from the shower, Juegeng emerged from the bathroom clad in a light blue nightgown, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, emanating a faint, fragrant steam. Standing before the porcelain sink, she examined a sizable red patch on her wrist, adorned with blisters of various sizes. Furrowing her delicate brows, she submerged her wrist in the cool water for relief. Though it proved ineffective, concerned, she feared the possibility of scarring. Unfortunately, her roommates had no burn ointment, and with the campus clinic closed for the night, she would have to bear it until tomorrow, hoping that applying the ointment then would spare her from any lasting marks. Just then, Juegeng heard a faint sound, which she initially dismissed as a figment of her imagination. However, the sound repeated, the window rattling softly. She raised her head and quickly opened the window, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld the boy outside, the one crouching atop the treetop, perspiration glistening on his brow. Startled, she stifled a gasp, swiftly glancing back at her sleeping roommates to ensure they remained undisturbed before turning back to him, her voice barely above a whisper, yet laced with urgency. "Who told you to climb up there? What if you fall?" "Don't worry," Su Xin replied with a smile, extending the 3 boxes of burn ointment towards her. "This is burn cream. Use all 3 boxes together and remember to read the instructions." Juegeng was momentarily taken aback. He had climbed such a tall tree merely to deliver a trivial burn ointment? She could hardly fathom how he had managed to leave the campus, traversing countless paths and visiting numerous places to procure these 3 boxes of medicine at such a late hour when everything was closed. Throughout her life, many boys had sought to flatter her, yet none had ever shown her such genuine kindness. Her eyes misted slightly as she urged, "You should hurry down." With a grin, Su Xin replied, "All right, you should get some rest. Don't forget to apply the ointment." Juegeng bit her lip and nodded emphatically. Su Xin waved at her and then gradually retreated along the tree branches. Crack! At that moment, the precarious branches could no longer bear his weight and snapped apart. With a dull thud, Su Xin fell from nearly 3 meters above. In that instant, Juegeng yearned to rush down and help him. Immediately, she witnessed a scene that would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. The boy, covered in dirt and dust from the fall, seemed eager to assuage her worries as he hurriedly scrambled to his feet, disregarding his torn clothes and the gash on his forehead. With a carefree demeanor, he stood barefoot, beckoning her with a wide grin, foolishly laughing. Juegeng couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, tears betrayed her, cascading down her exquisite cheeks, rendering the moonlight in the sky pale in comparison. Chapter 20. The conclusion of military training. Go to sleep, Su Xin urged, suppressing the pain as he beckoned to Juegeng on the upper floor. Seeing her gaze fixed on him, her cheeks still marked by tears, he felt a pang of sympathy, realizing he could not close the window with peace of mind unless he left her. He quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor and walked along the stone path through the woods, stopping only when she was out of sight. Bending down to roll up his pant legs, he noticed his knees swollen like a bun. He exhaled, considering himself fortunate. When he fell, he had managed to grasp a branch to cushion his landing, with his feet hitting the ground first, grazing his knee. Had his head struck the ground first, he would undoubtedly have needed to go to the hospital for a concussion check. Limping back to the dormitory, Su Xin rummaged through drawers for some medicinal oil, waking Rong Hao in the process. Rong Hao, bleary-eyed, looked at Su Xin and murmured, "What are you doing in the middle of the night?" Su Xin turned and asked, "I'm looking for the medicinal oil. Didn't you buy a bottle last time? Where is it?" Rong Hao retrieved the oil from beneath his pillow and tossed it to Su Xin. Then, sitting up in bed, he scrutinized Su Xin's disheveled appearance, instantly becoming alert, and remarked, "In the dead of night, you didn't go to the girls' dorm to commit some mischief, did you?" Su Xin shot him a glance, thinking to himself that he was shockingly accurate, and solemnly nodded in agreement. "TCH, I was only joking. Do you really have the guts for that? I think you simply fell into a pit while distracted in the restroom." Su Xin smiled in silence, offering no explanation. His earlier comment was merely a diversion to distract Rong Hao. Had he known about the events of the night, with his big mouth, the entire class would surely be aware of it by morning. Yet, Rong Hao had this peculiar tendency. He believed more in what he was told the less he agreed. The more one refuted him, the more spirited he became. "Come, let me apply the ointment for you." Seeing Su Xin struggle to apply it himself, Rong Hao jumped out of bed and took the oil from Su Xin's hand. "Be gentle. Are you trying to cause me harm?" Rong Hao rolled his eyes. "You should be the one speaking softly. If someone hears, they might think I'm assaulting you." Su Xin nearly lost his composure and slapped Rong Hao. He was becoming increasingly lewd. After applying the medication, Su Xin lay in bed. Despite the occasional pang of pain in his knee, he felt no regret. He believed that one must sometimes endure loss to gain happiness. The wounds he bore were a small price to pay for bringing joy to Juegeng. Having been reborn, Su Xin was deeply reflective. He pondered why his previous life had been fraught with struggle and disappointment. The reason was simple: his own weakness and insecurity. His failure to cherish the opportunities presented to him until they were lost, followed by a cascade of regret, pain, and despair. Yet in this lifetime, he vowed never to succumb to such feelings again. The following day, after completing a grand military parade and bidding farewell to the instructor, The 7 days of military training concluded on a triumphant note. Next came 20 days of summer vacation. Before the break, Class 401 held one last meeting. The students packed their belongings, eagerly discussing their holiday plans and culinary delights. The girls made arrangements to shop for beautiful clothes and bags, while the boys were more straightforward, planning to meet for the legendary Shabak adventure that evening. Ronghao grinned at Su Xian, suggesting, "How about we hit the internet CAF tonight for some Warcraft?" Before Su Xian could respond, the class monitor, Liao Jia, interjected, "Humph, all you think about is gaming, and now you want to lead Su Xian astray." This remark did not sit well with Ronghao, who retorted, "You really have a keen interest in everyone's affairs, don't you? I'm just inviting Su Xian to play. Xia Juegeng hasn't said anything, so why should you meddle? Enough, enough. Stick to your own discussions and don't drag others into it," Su Xian urged, concerned that Xia Juegeng might feel embarrassed upon overhearing. In front of him, Xia Juegeng's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. She too had spent a restless night, her thoughts consumed by the image of Su Xian waving to her. The worry gnawing at her about his fall from such a height weighed heavily on her mind. Xia Juegeng longed to inquire about Su Xian's well-being, but with so many classmates around, she hesitated, fearing misunderstandings. Moreover, Ronghao's comments were becoming increasingly inappropriate. She bit her lip, grappling with her uncertainty, yet she ultimately decided to set aside her concerns. With newfound courage, she turned to Su Xian and said, "Are you all right?" Su Xian understood that her inquiry was likely about the previous night's incident. Before she could elaborate, he smiled reassuringly, putting her at ease. He was aware that Ronghao was privy to the details of his knee injury, and if Xia Juegeng inadvertently revealed too much, Ronghao's sharp wit might uncover the truth, leading to gossip that could disrupt their lives. The episode of his clandestine visit to the female dormitory would surely stir up a tempest in class. While he could handle it, he wished to spare Xia Juegeng any distress. Ronghao cast a glance at the retreating figure of Xia Juegeng. They had been classmates for 3 years in middle school, and he had witnessed her blush for a boy on more than one occasion. Typically, she would send any boy attempting to flirt with her packing to the far reaches of the Antarctic. So seeing her blushing while conversing with Su Xian was indeed a rare sight. Ronghao's gaze lingered on the ceiling as he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Just moments earlier, Liao Jia had been left seething after Ronghao's sharp retort, and as the class monitor, she felt compelled to reclaim her dignity. "What business do you have meddling in Juegeng's affairs?" she declared. "I am merely a concerned bystander, while you are like a dog chasing after mice, unnecessarily prying into matters that do not concern you." Ronghao was momentarily at a loss for words, curling his lip in resignation. "A gentleman ought not to quarrel with a lady. Are you truly a gentleman?" Liao Jia scoffed, throwing him a derisive glance. "Do you think you are the only male on this planet?" Their banter seemed endless, and Su Xian, caught between the two, felt a mounting headache. One was his friend, while the other was Juegeng's close companion. Supporting either side would prove challenging. Fortunately, at that moment, their savior, the revered Wu Deshang, entered the classroom. The two verbal combatants, Ronghao and Liao Jia, dared not continue their duel in his presence, and thus a truce was called. Wu Deshang strolled to the podium, and the buzz of conversation fell silent as the students eagerly awaited his announcement regarding a break. Upon reaching the front, Wu Deshang cleared his throat and proclaimed, "During this week of military training, your performances have been exceptionally commendable. Not only did you clinch first place in the military song competition, but you also triumphed in the grand parade, achieving dual championship status and breaking a long-standing record since the inception of military training at our school. Your accomplishments have left me astonished, but above all, I feel immense pride. I must sincerely commend your hard work." "Not at all, not at all," the students chimed in, their youthful spirits still deeply invested in collective honor. The excitement of securing dual championships and setting a historical record was palpable among the 16 and 17-year-olds. Wu Deshang nodded and continued, "Your excellence and unity fill me with pride. It is an honor to serve as your class teacher. However, I have a question to pose. If there were another competition, would you be able to secure another championship for our class?" "Absolutely," came the resounding reply. "Good. That is precisely what I wish to hear." Wu Deshang's round face broke into a grin, revealing a hint of cunning. "At the end of September, the school would hold a preliminary examination, and I trust that during the upcoming break, you will dedicate yourselves to diligent study. This examination will determine your class rankings, which will serve as your identification at our school. I need not elaborate on its significance. But more importantly, you have now pledged to secure the top rank for Class 401. A gentleman establishes his place in the world through integrity, and I eagerly await the day you fulfill your promise. Realization dawned upon the students. They had fallen into a cleverly laid trap. Alas, their teacher was indeed cunning, having dug a pit for them to tumble into. Months had passed since the entrance exams, and they had long since returned the knowledge learned in middle school to the textbooks. To achieve commendable results, all frivolities, shopping, or engaging in games were now but distant dreams. The path ahead lay in earnest review and study. As the first examination of high school approached, it significantly impacted the ranking of students by their class numbers. Falling behind would leave an indelible mark throughout the 3 years of high school. Many students had already resolved to exert extra effort, purchasing additional study materials, determined to make a remarkable impression in this upcoming test. Juegeng was quite pleased with this effect, and, after providing some reminders about safety at home, waved his hand to announce the holiday. As the class meeting concluded, students rolled up their bedding and scattered like birds and beasts, leaving the once vibrant Juegeng city no. One high school in a swift silence. Su Xian and Rong Hao arrived at the school gate, ready to part ways, when Su Xian requested 300 yuan from him. What for? Surely you're not thinking of treating Juegeng to a lavish meal? Rong Hao shot a perplexed glance at Su Xian, but still took out 300 yuan to hand over. Why not bring me along? The more the merrier. I think you're better off arguing with Liao Jie, Su Xian replied, accepting the money with a chuckle, not bothering to explain that he intended to redeem his shoes. Ugh, don't mention that, Rong Hao grumbled, having found a worthy opponent in Liao Jie, who had berated him all morning. He was still somewhat irked. With her tomboyish appearance, she was destined to celebrate Singles Day for 100 years. I've noticed you have a rather pedestrian taste, always scrutinizing others' attire. Rong Hao rolled his eyes. While you may think yourself noble and aloof, remember that this is my hard-earned money. Be frugal and don't just think about impressing the girl. The conversation drifted further off course. I'm done with this pointless banter. I'm leaving. Su Xian waved his hand dismissively, abandoning Rong Hao to retrieve his shoes from the pharmacy. Upon returning home, his parents were still at work, unable to cook for himself. He found leftover rice, added tomatoes and eggs, and concocted a dish known as tomato and egg fried rice. After his meal, Su Xian nestled into his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Let us start the holiday with some sleep. Chapter 21. Su Bingyan's dilemma when Su Xian awoke. It was already past 6 in the evening. He dressed and descended to the living room, discovering his father, Su Bingyan, engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man. The man, in his 40s, tall and slender, donned a white shirt and black trousers. Su Xian recognized him as Zhou Xiaoran, the director of the Education Bureau. Zhou Xiaoran and Su Bingyan had been classmates for many years and shared a close relationship, frequently visiting each other's homes for meals and drinks. Su Xian owed his successful admission to Juegeng City No. 1 High School to Zhou's assistance in modifying his application. Noticing Su Xian, Zhou paused his conversation with Su Bingyan and smiled at Su Xian. How are you finding life at Juegeng? Are you adjusting well to your studies? Su Xian responded with a smile. I'm quite accustomed to it, and I must thank you, Uncle Zhou, for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it to Juegeng. Zhou chuckled. It's been a few months, and you've become quite charming with your words. But there's no need to thank me. I merely assisted with your application. The credit goes to your own efforts for achieving good results. Continue to maintain this momentum at Juegeng and strive for even greater heights. When you enter a good university, don't forget to invite me to your celebration. Rest assured, Uncle Zhou, there will be a seat of honor reserved for you at the graduation banquet. Su Xian smiled, refilling the teacups of his father and Zhou Xiaoran with hot water. Haha, that's music to my ears. However, the seat of honor must be reserved for old Su. Your father has worried greatly for you. Beside them, Su Bingyan, who had maintained a stern expression, now revealed a hint of relief, evidently pleased with his son's performance. Yet, upon reflecting on his own concerns, a weight of discomfort returned. He turned to Su Xian and said, Su Xian, please assist your mother in the kitchen. All right. Su Xian replied. Su Bingyan then shifted his gaze to Zhou Xiaoran, suggesting, let us discuss this in the study. Zhou Xiaoran's expression abruptly turned serious as he nodded and rose to follow him into the study. Observing their departure, Su Xian felt perplexed. What was amiss? His father had been wearing a grim countenance. Could something have happened at home? In the kitchen, He found his mother, Xie Xiaofan, preparing a meal. Though her demeanor was equally troubled, Su Xian felt a deep sense of confusion and asked, "Mom, is there something going on at home? Your father has been suspended." Xie Xiaofan replied curtly. Taken aback, Su Xian pondered why his father had been suspended, realizing this must explain the somber mood of both his parents. "Why?" he ventured, only to be met with, "Children shouldn't pry into adult matters." Feeling powerless, he lamented the lack of transparency afforded to his youth. Understanding that his mother would not divulge more, he offered her a few words of comfort. The situation had already unfolded. It was time to find a solution rather than add to his father's burdens. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xian approached the study door, which was firmly shut. The soundproofing was inadequate, allowing him to overhear their conversation. The depth of the 36 Bay mining area is significant. Many are scrambling to cover their tracks. Yet, here you are, old Su, with the provincial committee dispatching an investigation team to examine the pollution issues at 36 Bay. Did the Environmental Protection Bureau not advise you to cooperate? They are not asking for deceit, merely to present a more favorable facade. Even leading them to cleaner areas as a form of tourism could suffice. But your stubbornness only invites disdain. Old Joe, when did you become so bureaucratic? The pollution at 36 Bay is no trivial matter. It cannot be concealed with superficial measures. Over the years, I have exerted tremendous effort to address the pollution. Yet I have faced relentless obstacles, particularly from large enterprises that leverage their connections within the municipal government to undermine my efforts. My actions are intended to demonstrate to the provincial authorities the severity of the pollution at 36 Bay, compelling them to apply pressure on the city. Outside the door, Su Xian stood in stunned silence. Though the details were unclear, he had gleaned the reason behind his father's suspension. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoran's voice resonated again. "Old Su, I must say, your temper truly needs tempering. This is not merely a question of bureaucracy. Many matters necessitate strategic thinking and methodical approaches. One cannot act blindly. Especially at the age of 40. Relying solely on fervor is insufficient. The pollution issues in the Sanliawan mining area cannot be rectified by a single director of an Environmental Protection Bureau. Even those from the mining office dare not intervene. Do you intend to wade into such murky waters? The complexities involved are something you, as the supervisor of the Sanliawan mining area, should understand better than I. I am aware of the intricate relationships at play here. However, we must not allow power to overshadow the livelihood of the populace. If no one else dares to act, then I shall. In truth, having the courage to do so means I have long been prepared for the consequences. If it can draw the attention of the provincial authorities, then it would be worthwhile. Lao Su, setting aside other matters, I truly admire your straightforwardness. Yet, such a disposition is ill-suited for governance. What you must do now is to obediently follow the directives of your superiors and refrain from creating further chaos. Your children are still young. Bear with it for now and reflect when necessary. However, I foresee that your position as director is unlikely to be retained. Perhaps this is for the best. The political landscape in Lijian City is acutely aware that Sanliawan is a ticking time bomb, and it could very well explode one day. Transitioning to a different position might, indeed, turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Yet, persuading the provincial magnates to genuinely regard this matter is a daunting task, one that seems almost insurmountable. Su Xian stood outside the study, intently listening to the conversation between Su Bingyan and Zhou Xiaoran, as long-buried memories began to resurface. He recalled the entire sequence of events leading to his father's dismissal. Lijian City is renowned across the nation as a hub for non-ferrous metals. Its unique geological structure has birthed an abundance of mineral resources. The Sanliawan area in the Shihe district boasts the richest deposits. In the early 1980s, when the Sanliawan mining area was first developed, it gave rise to countless overnight fortunes for miners. Now, the Sanliawan mining area has become the economic lifeblood of Lijian City, contributing 30% of the city's annual tax revenue, an alarming figure indeed. However, beneath this vast economic benefit lies a geometric increase in environmental pollution. The emissions of waste gases, dust, and refuse during mining operations have resulted in atmospheric contamination and acid rain, devastating arable land, causing soil erosion, land desertification, and frequent geological disasters. This has rendered local residents unable to sustain their livelihoods, forcing the young to seek work elsewhere, while the elderly are left to mine for survival. Su Xian vividly recalls an incident from his past during Arbor Day when the school organized students to plant trees in the Sanliawan mining area. The memory remains etched in his mind. For hundreds of miles, there was not a single tree or even a blade of grass, only parched, desiccated earth and stones. Resembling a scene from a bleak film, desolation and decay in every direction. The only splashes of color came from the massive machinery, excavators, and trucks, which stirred up clouds of dust. His father, Su Bingyan, assumed the role of director of the Shihe District Environmental Protection Bureau under such circumstances. Fueled by noble ambitions to address the pollution issues in Sanliawan. Ideals are beautiful, yet reality can be harsh. As the years passed, the environmental conditions in the Sanliawan mining area deteriorated further. This was not due to his father's negligence as the director of the Shihe District Environmental Protection Bureau. On the contrary, he worked tirelessly day in and day out for pollution control. Yet, many issues were beyond the reach of a single environmental director to change. In the early 20th century, one must recognize that the province was driven to elevate its performance metrics, often at the expense of the environment, through rampant economic development. Local officials, adopting a mindset that their tenure would be temporary, were reluctant to engage in endeavors that might not yield immediate results. Li Jin was no exception. In the face of economic advancement, environmental concerns were relegated to the background. It is evident that my father, during the enforcement and regulatory process, frequently faced immense pressure from local party and government authorities advocating for economic growth, as well as administrative interference, especially when dealing with large enterprises boasting substantial backgrounds or complex connections. Without support from city leaders, how could he effectively carry out his duties? Environmental remediation cannot merely be achieved through rhetoric. I recall that during the period leading up to my first year of high school in my previous life, just a few days prior, a research team from the Environmental Protection Department of Nanzhou Province was dispatched. The city government urged my father to undertake superficial projects, ideally involving entertaining provincial officials with banquets and leisure trips, only to return home without any meaningful progress. While my father, Su Bingyan, did not openly refuse. He covertly took the research team to inspect the 36 Bay area afflicted by pollution. This was truly a desperate measure on his part, as the issue of pollution in the 36 Bay mining area had reached a critical juncture. Yet, he felt powerless and constrained. Why? Because he was confronted by insurmountable obstacles, including the local government and powerful mining magnates with extensive influence throughout the city. As a mere minor official, how could he instigate change or overturn their interests? Out of desperation, coinciding with the arrival of the provincial research team, he resolutely took action, hoping that the provincial committee and the Environmental Protection Bureau would prioritize this matter and exert pressure on the city government. Only with the city's genuine commitment could all issues be resolved. Although my father's actions were somewhat extreme, they did capture the attention of the provincial authorities. Within a few days, the province issued a document titled Approval of the Comprehensive Pollution Control Plan for the 36 Bay mining area in Lijin City from the Office of the People's Government of Nanzhou Province, mandating the city to intensify efforts to address pollution. Reflecting on my father's demotion during my university years, I had specifically sought out this document for careful study. Thus it remains vivid in my memory. However, it is often said that family disgrace should not be aired publicly. My father's actions were not only a blow to his own reputation, but also to the city leaders. At this juncture, while the provincial government's concern for the 36 Bay pollution issue was one matter, my father's conduct constituted another. Regardless, he could not possibly remain as the head of the Environmental Protection Bureau in Shihe District. In my previous life, he was indeed reassigned as the director of the Environmental Protection Bureau in Linyang County. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. He continued to work diligently until 2010 when he uncovered the carcinogenic pollution in Zhangjia village, once again passionately advocating for the people, which ultimately led to his dismissal, loss of position, and imprisonment. I understand that all these events are part of a chain reaction, tightly interlinked. History has not altered due to my rebirth. It continues to unfold according to its original script. Yet this time, I must alter its course. Chapter 22. A sequence of events having grasped the unfolding circumstances. Su Xian ceased eavesdropping on the conversation between Su Bingyan and Zhou Xiaoran. He returned to the kitchen to assist his mother, Xie Xiaofan, in preparing dinner, while pondering potential resolutions to the situation. However, even Zhou Xiaoran, the director of the Education Bureau, found himself at a loss, leaving Su Xin to comfort his father. What could a 16-year-old like him possibly do? Overwhelmed and confused, Su Xin completed the meal and called his father, Su Bingyin, and Zhou Zhao ran to the table. During dinner, Zhou Zhao ran offered a few words of solace to Xie Xiaofan, whose countenance had been rather gloomy. His primary purpose for visiting the Su family was to stabilize Su Bingyin, fearful that his obstinacy might incite further troubles at such a critical juncture, potentially escalating the situation and bringing shame not only to himself, but to the entire political landscape of Lijian City. Should matters deteriorate, it would be difficult for his fiery-tempered old classmate to maintain his position within the local government. However, Zhou Zhaoran's concerns were perhaps unfounded. Su Bingyan, having chosen to act, was equally prepared to bear the consequences. He understood well that the entirety of Li Jin's political arena regarded him as a fool. Yet he harbored no regrets. He recalled his early days in Lijian City during an investigation into water quality pollution along the Qinchao River, when he stayed with an elderly farmer, unaware of Su Bingyan's status as a civil servant. The farmer casually remarked on the state of governance. These officials claimed to speak for the impoverished while secretly catering to the wealthy, resolutely neglecting the needs of the needy. Though the statement was harsh and lacked nuance, Su Bingyan found himself speechless, overwhelmed by a sense of shame. In that moment, he vowed never to become such a person. After nearly 12 years in office, navigating a treacherous political landscape, he could not claim to have accomplished anything monumental for the people. Yet, he refused to succumb to the tide of mediocrity, constantly measuring his actions and words against his own conscience. He had anticipated his suspension long before it occurred, so there was little to fret over. Nevertheless, it warmed his heart that an old friend like Zhou Zhaoran would visit him during such a sensitive time. He expressed his gratitude silently and raised his glass to drink with Zhou Zhaoran. After several rounds of drinks and dinner, once Zhou Zhaoran had departed, the atmosphere in the house grew heavy. Xie Xiaofan seemed to be chiding Su Bingyan in their room. Su Xian contemplated knocking on the door, yet hesitated, uncertain of what he could possibly say. Could mere words from him truly alter the course of events? Such a notion seemed utterly impractical. Ultimately, he refrained from knocking on the door and returned to his own room. Lying in bed, sleep eluded him as he contemplated how to secure his father's position and avoid repeating the mistakes of his past life. Su Xian was quite familiar with the political landscape of Juegeng from his previous existence, having been influenced by his father, Su Bingyan, who was entrenched in the bureaucratic sphere. He had absorbed some knowledge through observation and had diligently studied the intricacies of Juegeng's political framework and the pollution issues surrounding the 36 bays. Given the current circumstances, it was undeniable that his father's position was under threat. Su Xian believed that the ostensible reason for his father's predicament, having embarrassed the city leaders, was merely a facade. The true catalyst was his father's audacity in exposing matters that were meant to remain concealed. Environmental pollution in the mining sector often intertwines with vice, corruption, and unspeakable deeds. Addressing pollution transcends merely cutting off financial benefits. It also involves unearthing buried truths. The 36 Bays mining region served as the economic lifeblood of Juegeng, generating substantial wealth while simultaneously breeding innumerable transgressions. Yet, these transgressions vanished beneath the veneer of prosperity, leaving only the environmental degradation wrought by rampant development exposed. His father, as the head of the Environmental Protection Agency, stood perilously close to a metaphorical volcano, where the surface appeared pristine and white, yet harbored filth and darkness beneath. His efforts to combat pollution risked unearthing unspeakable horrors, potentially igniting a catastrophic eruption. The issues plaguing the 36 bays were beyond the grasp of others. And now his father had drawn the scrutiny of the provincial authorities upon them, making it evident how many would harbor animosity towards him, eagerly awaiting his dismissal. The challenge of preserving his father's position as head of the West River District Environmental Protection Agency was monumental. Moreover, despite being aware of the eventual outcome, he was trapped in a 16-year-old's body, constrained and powerless to effect change. Troubled and unable to find a solution, Su Xian grew increasingly agitated, striking the wall with his hand to force himself to regain composure. Taking a deep breath, he paced around his room in search of clarity. The silence enveloped him, punctuated only by the sound of his own footsteps. In an attempt to uplift his spirits, he turned on the radio, seeking solace in music. As he adjusted the dial, He fortuitously landed on the Juegeng City Voice channel, where a female announcer greeted the audience. Good evening, listeners of Juegeng City. This is the mayor's direct line program. If you have any questions regarding the workings of the Juegeng municipal government, tonight, Mayor Gu Kaiji will personally address your inquiries. Startled, Su Xian paused. Gu Kaiji, the mayor of Juegeng. Suddenly, he recalled the mayor's identity. In his memory, Gu Kaiji was now in his 40s, a member of the younger generation, having served as mayor for 2 years with a relatively low profile in Juegeng. The reasons for this were rooted in the political struggles of the time. For years, the political arena of Juegeng had been firmly under the control of the city party secretary, Yu Jianhua. He was also a member of the younger faction, in his 40s. Yet he held a significant advantage over Gu Kaiji. His father, Yu Weilin, had once been the long-standing city party secretary before ascending to the position of director of the Provincial People's Congress in Nanzhou, though now stepping back from the front lines. His foundational work and connections established for Yu Jianhua in Lijin far surpassed those of Gu Kaiji, the newly appointed mayor. Nearly all of his loyalists in Lijin occupy significant positions, having become Yu Jianhua's right-hand men. Undoubtedly, Yu Jianhua's ability to dominate the political landscape of Lijin is not solely reliant on the groundwork laid by his father. His own formidable capabilities render him a formidable figure. Under his stewardship, Lijin has experienced rapid economic growth, emerging as a rising star in the political arena of Nanzhou province. Su Xian recalls that in his previous life, while attending university, Yu Jianhua had already ascended to the position of vice-governor of Nanzhou province, eventually becoming a prominent local leader, undeniably impressive. In stark contrast, Gu Kaiji, also in his 40s, remains considerably more low-key and overshadowed by Yu Jianhua's prominence. This dynamic is quite normal. Where there are people, there is competition. Even two vendors selling cabbages inevitably engage in rivalry, let alone two powerful officials. Thus, Su Xian's impression of the newly appointed mayor of Lijin is rather superficial. He only remembered this significant figure upon hearing a recent announcement. After contemplating the relationship between these two political titans in Lijin, Su Xian concluded that safeguarding his father hinges critically on the attitudes of these two leading figures, as their stance towards his father largely determines his fate. Gazing out at the night sky, Su Xian rubbed his temples and suddenly recalled an incident from his previous life. After his father, Su Bingyan, had been reassigned as the head of the Environmental Protection Bureau, he once shared drinks and casual conversation at home with Zhou Xiaoran. Zhou mentioned that the adjustments to the officials of the Shihe District Environmental Protection Bureau had been discussed in a meeting of the Municipal Standing Committee, where Mayor Gu Kaiji had advocated for his father, opposing the removal of his directorship. This implies that Gu Kaiji intended to protect his father. The motive behind this could very well be his desire to intervene in the economically vital Sanliawan mining area, which has always been under Yu Jianhua's absolute control, beyond even the mayor's reach. If Gu Kaiji wishes to genuinely engage with the Sanliawan mining area, the challenge is immense. Although Su Bingyan, as the director of the Environmental Protection Bureau of Hushi District, holds a modest position, he oversees the critical issue of environmental pollution in the Sanliawan mining area. More importantly, his tenacious character and willingness to speak the truth make him an ideal candidate. As for Gu Kaiji ultimately relinquishing his efforts, Su Xian speculates that it may have been due to his limited influence and reluctance to expose his own strength. Additionally, he might have considered that Su Bingyan's obstinate nature would make him difficult to manage. Investing significant resources for a relatively minor official position without securing Su Bingyan's unwavering support would undoubtedly be unwise. In light of this, Su Xian believes that Gu Kaiji represents his only hope for preserving his father, whereas Yu Jianhua is entirely out of the question. It is akin to playing a game of land-based poker. Yu Jianhua holds a formidable hand, clearly dismissing a mere 5. To him, a 5 is utterly inconsequential, a mere encumbrance. However, Gu Kaiji's perspective differs. That 5 could complete a sequence, connecting to a powerful straight that could dominate the game. The crux of the matter now lies in enabling Gu Kaiji to recognize the significance of his father, Su Bingyan, and the pivotal role of the 36 Bays issue as the key to his breakthrough. His father is, after all, the guardian holding that key. Only by instilling this understanding in him can we ensure his unwavering resolve to protect his father at all costs. How, then, can we illuminate the essence of this matter for Gu Kaiji? One might argue that a person capable of assuming the mayoral office possesses an extraordinary level of intellectual acumen. Perhaps Gu Kaiji has already discerned the intricacies of the situation but is hesitant to commit, unwilling to confront the clandestine struggles openly. The political arena is not about casualties. Rather, it leads to the demise of many. Su Exine gazed out the window into the pitch-black sky, lost in contemplation. The room was enveloped in silence, with time ticking away, leaving only the occasional sound of Gu Kaiji's composed voice emanating from the radio. As he eloquently addressed the concerns of the citizens of Lijian City with warmth and serenity. As he listened to Gu Kaiji's articulate responses to the myriad of questions posed by the citizens, Su Exine's chaotic thoughts gradually coalesced into a coherent line of reasoning. He slapped his palm against the window with a sudden revelation. Without delay, he dashed into the living room, seized the landline phone, and contemplated that calling from the living room might disturb his parents. There was also a phone jack in his own room. He swiftly unplugged the phone line, cradled the phone, returned to his room, connected it to the jack, and dialed the hotline for the city voice channel. After a prolonged wait, the line remained engaged, prompting Su Exine's growing impatience as he incessantly pressed the redial button. As each second passed, he felt akin to a solitary figure standing in darkness, yearning for dawn. After more than 20 minutes, just as he began to lose hope, the hotline finally connected. A surge of joy filled his heart as he promptly answered, "Hello." A gentle voice of a female announcer greeted him. "Good day. You have reached the mayor's direct line program. How may I assist you?" Su Exine replied. "My surname is Su, and I am a lifelong resident of Lijian City. I wish to pose several questions to Mayor Gu regarding the city's economic development model." "Oh, I sincerely apologize, but due to the high engagement from our listeners, the 10 slots for citizens to ask the mayor questions have already been filled for this evening. Please tune in for the next installment of the mayor's direct line if you have inquiries." Su Exine was taken aback and quickly responded, "My questions are of utmost importance. Could you possibly accommodate one more slot? I am very sorry, but the program has established a limit of 10 slots, which cannot be altered." Realizing further negotiation was futile, Su Exine abruptly hung up the phone in frustration. Falling despondently onto his bed, Su Exine rested his head upon his hands, closing his eyes, feeling an overwhelming weariness. Yet, within his heart surged a tide of frustration. He struck the wooden bed forcefully with his hand, lamenting the lost opportunity that had slipped away. His face etched with a deep sense of unwillingness. Truly, he felt aggrieved. Suddenly, the telephone rang, its jarring tone piercing the silence of the night. Startled, Su Exine hastily reached for the receiver. "Hello? May I speak with Mr. Su?" "Yes. Very well." Just now a citizen who was to pose a question to Mayor Gu remained silent, resulting in an additional slot opening up. "If you still wish to ask Mayor Gu a question, this opportunity is now yours. Do you require it?" Joy surged within Su Exine, and he quickly responded, "Yes. Yes. Please hold for a moment." "All right." Su Exine gripped the phone tightly, striving to calm his racing heart. After a moment, the voice of the female announcer returned. "Mr. Su, Mayor Gu is now with me. You may pose your question." Having meticulously prepared his inquiry, Su Exine took a deep breath and said, "Good day, Mayor. My name is Su Exine, a student from Lijian No. 1 High School. I have 4 questions to ask you. My first question is, what industry primarily drives the economic development of Lijian?" After a brief pause, a deep and affable voice responded, "Lijian is predominantly a commercial city, supplemented by tourism and light industry. Over the years, the Lijian municipal government has diligently explored and researched economic development strategies, drawing lessons from the prosperous coastal regions of China while tailoring them to Lijian's specific circumstances. I am confident that through this innovative economic development model, Lijian's economy will soar to new heights." A smile crept onto Su Exine's lips as he proceeded with his next inquiry. "My second question is, what is the overarching policy for addressing the pollution in the 36 Bay mining area?" The response was succinct. The guiding principle is encapsulated in 4 words: gradual progress. The environmental pollution in 36 Bay is quite severe, and the municipal government is taking it seriously. However, pollution remediation is a slow and arduous process. To thoroughly eradicate this persistent issue and restore the pristine beauty of 36 Bay, we must advance step by step, with steady and deliberate efforts. Of course, during the specific remediation process, some environmental workers may have erred in their haste, and I hope the citizens of Lijian can understand. Su Exine internally sighed. Recognizing the mayor's adeptness in delivering a flawless and balanced response, he posed his third question, given the formidable task of addressing the pollution in 36 Bay. What kind of individual do you believe is needed to lead this effort? As you rightly pointed out, tackling the pollution in 36 Bay is an extraordinarily challenging endeavor, and every official has their shortcomings. However, I firmly believe that every environmental official working in 36 Bay will devote themselves wholeheartedly, striving to maximize their capabilities for the brighter future of Juegeng, dedicating themselves entirely until the very end. As soon as Mayor Gu concluded his statement, Su Xian, without hesitation, posed his final question. May I ask, Mayor, do you remember my name? There was a brief silence on the line before Mayor Gu's voice replied, Ah, your name is Su Xian, I presume derived from Su Dongpa's Su, and the Xn signifies trust, a commendable name. I shall remember it. Thank you. I have no further questions. Su Xian ceased his rambling and hung up the phone. After the call, the tension in his nerves showed no sign of easing. This was merely the first step of his plan, ensuring that the other party remembered him, thus paving the way for subsequent actions. He sat at his desk, unfolded a sheet of white paper, and contemplated before pinning down his thoughts on the 4 questions he had posed to Gu Kaiji earlier. He then strived to recall the comprehensive plan for the pollution remediation of the 36 Bay mining area in Juegeng City, as detailed in the response from the Office of the People's Government of Nanzhou Province, which he had read in his previous life. Though many years had passed, he had meticulously examined it due to its relevance to his father, and he now vaguely remembered the fundamental ideas presented in that document. He wrote and pondered late into the night, ultimately completing his work. Stretching his limbs, Su Xian placed the paper into an envelope, stood up, and gazed out at the ink-black sky, his palm clenched tightly, and his dark eyes sparkled with intensity. Tomorrow had to be a success. Failure was not an option. Chapter 23. The Wail of the Grim Reaper. The next day, Su Xian rose early, before his parents had awoken. He purchased a serving of fried dough sticks and soy milk from a street vendor. After finishing his meal, he headed to an internet CAF. Once on the computer, he directly searched for photographs of Gu Kaiji, the mayor of Juegeng City. Although he had seen Gu Kaiji on television in his past life, it had merely been a fleeting glance while changing channels, and the details were rather vague. After locating a photograph of Gu Kaiji, Su Xian also retrieved information about his secretary. The basic data on the computer indicated that the secretary was named Huang Cheng, 30 years of age, tall and slender, with a rather refined demeanor. Having memorized the appearances of both Gu Kaiji and his secretary, Su Xian logged off, exited the CF, and took a bus to the municipal government building. Upon arriving at the Juegeng city government, Su Xian disembarked and glanced at his watch. It was just before 7:30. Still early, and not yet the time for officials to begin their work. Feeling relieved, he walked towards the municipal building. 2 armed guards stood at the entrance, making entry somewhat challenging. However, he had no intention of going inside. Instead, he positioned himself under the shade of a tree beside the side of the government building. Standing alone there in the early morning was somewhat dull, so he turned to observe Wanko Square, directly across from the main entrance of the municipal office. At this hour, it was a prime time for morning exercises, and a large group of elderly individuals had gathered in the square, either strolling or practicing Tai Chi, enjoying their leisurely moments with great contentment. Watching these spirited seniors, Su Xian found it quite amusing, reflecting on how fulfilling life could be in such golden years. In truth, a lifetime of toil ultimately aims for the attainment of such carefree days. Just then, an elderly gentleman passed by Su Xian, instantly capturing his attention. Dressed in a white tracksuit, with a towel draped over his shoulder and silver hair adorning his head, the man appeared to be around 70. Yet he looked no older than 60, his face radiant and his spirit remarkably vigorous. Su Xian harbored a certain fondness for the elderly gentleman, as the man maintained such remarkable vitality, suggesting an open heart and an unburdened spirit, having encountered a multitude of experiences and possessing a broad perspective on life. Noticing Su Xian's gaze, the old man cheerfully waved and offered a warm smile. Su Xian reciprocated with a nod, then watched as the gentleman traversed Wanko Avenue, initially jogging a few laps before leisurely engaging in Tai Chi in the square. As time passed and the clock struck 8, a stream of vehicles began to arrive at the municipal government. Su Xian meticulously scrutinized each passing car's license plate, yet none bore the one he hoped to see. He found himself idly observing the elderly individuals exercising in the square, his thoughts preoccupied with whether he would encounter Gu Kaiji that day. Last night, he had intentionally emphasized his name to Gu Kaiji, aiming for him to remember it, thus increasing his chances of being recognized when he reported his name upon Gu's arrival at work. However, a nagging worry lingered in Su Xian's mind that Gu might not pass this way today, rendering his plans futile. After waiting for another half-hour, still no sign of the mayor's dedicated vehicle appeared, while the morning exercisers gradually departed. The same elderly gentleman who had greeted Su Xian earlier completed his workout and, towel in hand, wiped his sweat while crossing Wanko Avenue. Spotting Su Xian still standing there, he jovially waved again. Su Xian raised his hand in an attempt to greet him, but at that moment, a Honda Accord suddenly screeched around the intersection of Wanko Avenue. A deafening crash echoed through the tranquil road, akin to the lament of death itself. In Su Xian's widened gaze, the Honda Accord struck the unsuspecting elderly man without warning. In the next instant, the old gentleman was hurled backward like a kite severed from its string, landing heavily on the cement pavement. Su Xian's outstretched hand froze in midair as he stood paralyzed in shock. In those fleeting seconds, his mind went blank. Helplessly witnessing the old man lying in a pool of blood, uncertain of his fate, while no one stepped forward to render assistance. Then, the driver of the offending vehicle emerged from the Honda Accord, a young man in his 20s, reeking of alcohol, though now consumed by fear. He gazed at the elderly man sprawled in a puddle of blood, trembling uncontrollably, his face drained of color, utterly disoriented. In a panic, he turned and hurried back towards the Honda Accord, intent on fleeing. In that pivotal moment, a surge of courage welled up within Su Xian. He dashed forward, reaching out to intercept the fleeing driver, bellowing, "Don't run." The driver, terrified, scrambled into the Honda Accord, revved the engine, and sped away. Cursing under his breath at the cowardice, Su Xian sprinted after the fleeing vehicle with relentless determination. He had run over 30 meters, but ultimately succumbed to despair. Realizing that a human could never outrun a vehicle, left only to bitterly watch as the offending car sped away. He quickly turned back to the scene of the accident involving the elderly gentleman, parting the crowd of onlookers who were merely gossiping. He beheld the old man lying prone on the ground, his body contorted, and thick clots of blood marring his form, uncertain of his fate. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Those with mobile phones, please call for an ambulance at once. If anyone has a car, help us get this old man to the hospital. Or let's flag down a passing vehicle." Su Xian shouted at the gathering crowd, who then began to pull out their phones to make calls. Though no one admitted to having a car, perhaps fearful of the repercussions, he felt a wave of frustration. It was often said that humanity had grown increasingly callous in modern times, yet such indifference seemed timeless. This was an inherent flaw in human nature, seemingly impossible to amend. While dogs could learn not to engage in unsavory behavior, humans remained stubbornly unchanged. Crouching down, Su Xian carefully examined the old man's injuries. Ignoring the external fractures for the moment, he noted the way the man's torso sagged against the ground, clearly injured in the lower back. He hoped fervently that there was no internal bleeding, as that would spell serious trouble. Despite the nauseating scent of blood that filled the air, he gently turned the old man onto his back, using his left hand to slightly elevate the man's head about 10 centimeters off the ground, allowing his lower back to rest against the cement, creating a supportive point while attempting to maintain his original position. He placed his other hand on the old man's chest and felt the faint rhythm of his heartbeat. In that moment, he saw the man's eyelids flutter open with great effort, blood-stained lips moving slightly to form indistinct murmurs. Su Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Sir, you will be all right. Please don't move or speak. Just focus on taking slow, deep breaths. The First People's Hospital is nearby, and an ambulance will be here shortly." The old man's clouded, gray eyes fixed on Su Xian, his mouth parted slightly as if he wished to speak, but ultimately only a series of inaudible whimpers escaped him. "Don't turn a blind eye to someone in need. If you have a vehicle, please come over and help this old man." Su Xian called out again. But no one moved, they merely retreated further. He was utterly exasperated by the apathetic crowd, feeling helpless as he awaited the arrival of the ambulance. The incident had thoroughly disrupted his plans, and he could not help but wonder if Gu Kaiji had already passed by. If he had, that would indeed be disastrous. Now, he found himself mired in troubles of his own, compounded by this unforeseen predicament. He himself was bewildered by the courage he had mustered to intervene in such a critical situation. Just as Su Xian was engulfed in his turmoil, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a black Audi A6 approaching from the intersection of Wanko Avenue, turning towards the city government building. The Audi bore a blue license plate, 600002. Undoubtedly the Mayor Gu Kaiji's official vehicle. A surge of urgency coursed through Su Xian. He wanted to flag down the car, and in that moment, his grip on the old man's shoulders slackened, causing the man to slump back onto the ground with a faint groan. He quickly supported the old man again, relieved to find that he was still alive. As he gazed up at the increasingly distant Audi A6, a tumult of emotions surged within him. If he were to intercept the vehicle now, he was utterly confident he could persuade Gu Kaiji to disembark. Yet, such an action would necessitate abandoning the elderly gentleman entirely. How could he possibly do that? Su Xian's heart was a maelstrom of conflicting feelings, tormented by the dilemma. On one hand lay the matter concerning his biological father. Should he forfeit this rare opportunity, the consequences would be dire. On the other hand was this stranger, an elderly man he had encountered less than an hour ago, with whom he had not exchanged a single word. Even Su Xian himself could not fathom his own folly in becoming embroiled in such a troubling situation. At that moment, he watched helplessly as the Audi A6 grew ever more distant, ensnared in a fierce internal struggle. What should he do? What course of action should he take? Ultimately, the value of human life prevailed. Su Xian found himself compelled to abandon the meticulously crafted plan he had envisioned, forsaking the idea of halting Gu Kaiji's vehicle to deliver a message, and instead resolved to escort the elderly gentleman to the hospital. There was no alternative. Life is not akin to computer programming, forever adhering to one's intended design. The journey is fraught with countless trials, temptations, tribulations, natural disasters, and man-made calamities, leading to painful choices where the path forward is hell, and retreat offers no respite either. Yet, in this moment, Su Xian had no choice but to make this decision. It was possible that even after delivering the elderly man to the hospital, his life could not be saved. Perhaps this action would lead to his father's fate mirroring that of a previous life, being dismissed and relocated from 36 Bay. Nonetheless, he believed that while others chose to remain mere spectators, he extended a hand of assistance, and if Su Bingyan were present, he would undoubtedly give a thumbs up and say, "Son, well done." But just as he solidified his determination, the black Audi that had reached the city government suddenly executed a sharp turn and began to approach him. Su Xian was taken aback as the Audi A6 pulled over to the side of Wanko Avenue. The rear door swung open, and a young man in his 30s, wearing dark glasses, emerged. Su Xian immediately recognized him as Huang Cheng, the mayor's secretary. A spark of hope ignited within him, signaling a turning point in the situation. Huang Cheng approached, and the onlookers seemed to sense that he was a government official, parting to create a clear path. He stood before Su Xian, his gaze swiftly landing on the elderly gentleman in Su Xian's arms. The expression on his face shifted, and he promptly instructed Su Xian, "Quickly, let's get him into the car and to the hospital." Understood, Su Xian nodded, and together with Huang Cheng and the driver, they carefully lifted the unconscious elderly man into the vehicle, laying him gently across the back seat. Huang Cheng took the front passenger seat, while Su Xian crouched in the rear, cradling the man's head, ensuring that his injured waist rested on the seat. Huang Cheng turned to the driver, saying, "Lao Mo, take us to First People's Hospital as swiftly as possible." Lao Mo, a middle-aged man in his 40s, cast a glance at Huang Cheng, his expression tinged with confusion, unsure of why the secretary was acting in such a manner. However, having driven prominent figures in Juegeng City for no less than a decade, he understood the unspoken rules. There were questions that a mere driver should not ask. With a slight nod, the Audi A6 engine roared to life as it sped through red lights, completely disregarding traffic regulations, racing towards the First People's Hospital with a sense of urgency. Huang Cheng, seated in the passenger seat, made a brief phone call to the hospital's leadership, conveying the essential message that an elderly man had been involved in an accident and was en route, urging them to prepare for emergency aid. In the back seat, Su Xian, observing Huang Cheng's demeanor and decisive actions, quickly deduced that the elderly gentleman's identity was likely of considerable significance, perhaps even that of a prominent figure. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the hospital, where a multitude of medical personnel awaited, ready to swiftly transport the unconscious elderly man onto a stretcher and into the emergency room for immediate care. As Juegeng exited the vehicle, he addressed a doctor with gold-rimmed glasses, saying, "Director Zhao, I wish to emphasize one point. Spare no effort to save this man's life." Although Director Zhao was unaware of the elderly man's identity, the urgency with which the mayor's secretary treated the matter indicated that he was certainly no ordinary individual. Nodding solemnly, he replied, "I will arrange his admission procedures at once." Once Director Zhao departed, Juegeng turned to Su Xian and inquired, "Are you a relative of this elderly gentleman?" Su Xian shook his head, clarifying, "No, I do not know him. I merely witnessed his accident and rushed to assist." "Ah, a good Samaritan," Juegeng remarked, genuinely impressed by the young man's character. "Do you recall the details of the accident?" Su Xian nodded, recounting that the driver at fault was a young man, approximately 21 or 22 years old, slender in build, clad in ripped jeans and a red Nike shirt, with coffee-colored hair and reeking of alcohol, indicating he was likely driving under the influence. The vehicle, a brand-new Honda Accord, bore the license plate number 2604928. "Excellent. With that information, we can certainly apprehend the reckless driver," Juegeng mused, a hint of admiration in his gaze as he regarded Su Xian. The boy's ability to recall the driver's appearance, attire, and license plate number amidst such chaos spoke volumes of his composure under pressure. Intrigued, Juegeng asked, "By the way, what is your name?" "I am Su Xian," he replied. Juegeng paused momentarily, his expression revealing a flicker of surprise. "Are you the same Su Xian who posed a question to Mayor Gu last night?" A slight smile graced Su Xian's lips. "Yes, indeed. You must be Secretary Huang, the mayor's assistant? How do you know me?" Juegeng chuckled, feeling a strong curiosity toward the blood-stained youth before him. In truth, he had been present when Su Xian had addressed Mayor Gu the previous evening. After answering the questions, Mayor Gu, with a hint of jest, remarked in the studio, "The students of number 1 high school are truly remarkable at such a tender age. They are already concerned about national affairs and the economic development of Lijian, and they pose their inquiries with such poise, resembling little adults. Indeed, quite impressive." At that moment, Juegeng committed Su Xian's name to memory, intrigued by him. It was not merely the allure of Su Xian's questions that captivated him, but rather the audacity of a 15 or 16-year-old boy engaging in dialogue with the mayor, directly addressing issues of pollution in the 36th mining district and the economic progression of Lijian. This in itself was an extraordinary feat to Juegeng. Su Xian's intellect clearly surpassed that of ordinary boys. Having witnessed Su Xian's act of bravery firsthand today, he felt even more resolute in this belief. This youth is truly exceptional. Su Xian scratched his head and chuckled. "I have looked up your information and photographs on the computer." "Why?" Juegeng was curious about Su Xian's motives for researching him. Su Xian explained, "I have a letter I wish to present to Mayor Gu, containing my reflections on the 4 questions I posed to him last night. Initially, I intended to deliver it to you in front of the municipal building, hence my research on you. However, the unfortunate incident involving the elderly man disrupted my plans. Nevertheless, by serendipity, I encountered you. Might I trouble you to deliver this letter to Mayor Gu?" Juegeng took the envelope and cautioned, "I must inform you in advance. Mayor Gu is exceedingly busy and may not read it. I also may not deliver it to him." "Oh," Su Xian was taken aback, feeling disheartened by such a response after his arduous efforts. He quickly inquired, "What would it take for you to deliver it to Mayor Gu?" Juegeng glanced at the envelope in his hand and replied, "I will read it. Only if what you have written holds value will I pass it on to Mayor Gu." Su Xian's anxiety subsided as he smiled and reassured, "Rest assured. As long as you read it, you will not be disappointed. You certainly are a confident young man. Let us hope it turns out as you claim." Juegeng remarked with a faint smile, patting Su Xian on the shoulder. He then redirected the conversation back to the elderly man who had been struck by a vehicle. "Do you know the identity of that elderly gentleman?" "No," Su Xian shook his head, then asked, "Regarding the driver at fault, I have provided all the information I know. When the police arrive, may I refrain from giving a statement? I am still quite young and wish to avoid interactions with the authorities." Juegeng nodded. "That is permissible. Thank you. Since I have entrusted the letter to you, and the elderly gentleman has been taken to the hospital, I have nothing further to occupy my time here. So I shall take my leave." Juegeng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Xian to announce his intention to depart at that moment. With a smile, he asked, The elderly gentleman is currently in the emergency room undergoing treatment. You are his savior. Do you not wish to wait until he is out of danger? Su Xian shook his head. My mother, Xie Xiaofang, works here, and I do not want her to see me in such a bloodied state. She might worry unnecessarily, thinking something has happened to me. I cannot call myself the elderly gentleman's savior. I merely did what any decent person would do. I hope he regains consciousness soon. My presence now would be of no assistance and might only hinder the efforts. How could it be of no use? You, clever little one, must have speculated about the significance of this elderly gentleman. In truth, I can assure you that he is not a person of great stature. Yet his identity is indeed peculiar. Do you not wish to await the arrival of his family, so that you might be remembered for your great kindness? Huang Cheng intentionally posed this question to test whether Su Xian would waver in his resolve upon realizing the elderly man's unique status. If that were the case, then this remarkable youth, no matter how exceptional, would inevitably succumb to the mundane pursuits of power and ambition in the future. Although he contemplated the matter, he knew that the elderly man's family would not be offering him 5 million. A slight smile graced Su Xian's lips as he chose not to elaborate further and turned to depart. As he watched Su Xian's retreating figure, Huang Cheng felt a fleeting sense of bewilderment. Such a youth was indeed a rare find. Glancing at the envelope in his hand, curiosity piqued within him regarding its contents. Yet he ultimately refrained from opening it, chuckling softly as he shook his head and turned toward the hospital. Chapter 25. My name is Su Xian. Standing outside the emergency room, Huang Cheng awaited the arrival of the elderly gentleman's relatives. They were the 2 nieces of Guo Lao, one of whom Huang Cheng recognized as Guo Yuru, the general manager of Huatong Communications. She was around 30, clad in a black suit, exuding an air of sophistication that few would dare to approach. However, Guo Yuru did not extend a warm demeanor to Huang Cheng, rushing in with urgency to inquire about her uncle's condition and demanding to know why the reckless driver had not yet been apprehended. What was the police chief doing? Hadn't enough time passed for them to take action? Her words were assertive and lacked decorum. Who would dare speak thus in front of Huang Cheng if they were an ordinary person? Yet, Huang Cheng remained unfazed, smiling patiently as he explained the situation. Compelled to do so not only because Guo Yuru was a prominent entrepreneur in Lijin City, but also because the elderly gentleman lying inside was the father of the provincial governor, Guo Zijian. If this matter were not handled properly, countless officials in Lijin City would find themselves in dire straits. Earlier that day, as Huang Cheng drove along Wankou Avenue, he noticed a crowd gathered at the road's entrance and, upon investigation, recognized Guo Lao's identity. A native of Lijin City, Guo Lao had lived there all his life, and Huang Cheng had seen him on several occasions. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly used the mayoral vehicle to transport Guo Lao to the hospital, subsequently making calls to the higher-ups, fearing that the police station was now in utter chaos. After patiently explaining the situation to Guo Lao's 2 relatives, he relayed the doctor's words, assuring them that Guo Lao's timely arrival at the hospital should avert any life-threatening consequences. Having finally reassured them, Huang Cheng proceeded to address other miscellaneous matters. Realizing that remaining there served little purpose and that he needed to report to Gu Kaiji, he left the hospital. Once in the car, Huang Cheng opened Su Xian's letter and began to read. The more he delved into its contents, the more astonished his expression became. He had never anticipated that Su Xian would take such a bold stance. It seemed that he sought to complicate matters further, as if the situation were not already sufficiently grave. After finishing the letter, Huang Cheng set it down, reclining against the soft cushions of the back seat, exhaling deeply. What exactly did Su Xian intend to accomplish? To audaciously comment on the issues of 36 bays was indeed a remarkable undertaking. After some contemplation, Huang Cheng retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the number of Deputy Chief Fong Haijun at the police station. The phone rang for a moment before connecting. He spoke. Director Fong, I need your assistance with a matter. Could you please check the household registration of a person named Su Xian? He hails from Lijin City, is approximately 16 or 17 years old, and studies at the first high school. You may narrow down the search using this information. Moments later, a voice came through the line. Secretary Huang, there are 3 individuals named Su Xian in Lijin City. However, only one fits the age and attends the first high school. He resides in the Baishui community on North City Avenue, and his mother is the head nurse at the First People's Hospital. His father is a figure in the local government, recently suspended from his position as the director of the Environmental Protection Bureau. He is notably known as Su Deju. Su Bingyan. Huang Cheng paused, and the confusion in his mind dissipated, illuminating Su Xian's intention behind the letter he had received. With a smile, he replied, "Thank you, Director Fong. Let us catch up sometime." After hanging up, Huang Cheng reread Su Xian's letter, contemplating whether to submit it. Would it be a fruitless endeavor? Ultimately, what significance did this letter hold for Gu Kaiji? How would he respond upon reading it? Would he dismiss it or regard it with newfound respect? Every detail demanded careful consideration. Huang Cheng needed to ensure that Gu Kaiji had no reservations. If Gu Kaiji were to harbor concerns, it would transform into a pressing issue for Huang Cheng, particularly as he approached the culmination of his tenure as the mayor's secretary. Thus, Huang Cheng had to meticulously evaluate all the implications, contemplating not only the thoughts that the mayor might overlook, but also those he might be reluctant to entertain. The most prudent approach was to adopt Gu Kaiji's perspective. If he were to read this letter, how would he feel? What actions would he take? After a period of reflection, Huang Cheng had formulated a preliminary plan. Upon returning to the municipal government, it was already 11 o'clock. Huang Cheng swiftly reviewed the day's documents in his office, organizing the most significant ones in order of importance. He then prepared the afternoon work schedule for Mayor Gu, considering what pressing matters needed to be subtly highlighted. Finally, he gathered the documents and departed his office. Standing outside the mayor's office, Huang Cheng knocked on the door. "Come in," came a voice from within. Huang Cheng shuffled through the documents in his hands, confirming that each was correctly arranged by priority. He adjusted his attire, ensuring every button was fastened. This had become a habit since his appointment as the mayor's secretary, as Gu Kaiji had once remarked. An official who cannot even manage their attire cannot hope to manage Lijian City well. Pushing the door open, he entered the clean and brightly lit office, where a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a broad face and prominent ears, sat at his desk reviewing documents. Huang Cheng greeted, "Good morning, Mayor," and placed the documents before Gu Kaiji, stating, "These are today's important letters." Gu Kaiji acknowledged with a nod and inquired, "Xiao Huang, how is old Gu faring?" "He has passed the critical stage and remains in a coma, but there should be no life-threatening risks," Huang Cheng replied. He had previously informed Gu Kaiji of this situation via phone while at the hospital, hence the mayor's inquiry. Have the driver responsible for the incident been apprehended? As of yet, the specifics regarding the driver responsible for the incident have been thoroughly investigated. Chief of Police Lu Guangdong has assured that the perpetrator will be apprehended within a day. Gu Kaiji nodded. Yet he found himself hesitating over whether he should pay a visit to Elder Gua. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it, given the sensitivity of the situation. Such a visit might be perceived as opportunistic. He resolved to wait until Elder Gua regained consciousness before making an appearance. With this matter set aside, Gu Kaiji's gaze returned to the stack of documents beside him. His hand paused, and he picked up the envelope resting atop the pile. Casting a quick glance at Huang Cheng, he remarked, "Xiao Huang, you seem to have ulterior motives today." Huang Cheng discerned the subtext in the mayor's words, as he typically placed official documents atop the stack, with letters beneath them. Today, however, the letter was on top for the first time, piquing Gu Kaiji's curiosity. Leaning slightly forward, he explained, "This letter was delivered last night by a high school student, Su Xian, who posed questions during the mayor's direct channel. Moreover, he was also involved in saving Elder Gua today. He handed me this letter in the hospital, requesting that I pass it along to you." Oh. Gu Kaiji's interest was piqued as he reached to open the envelope, extracting 2 sheets of paper within. The title on the first sheet of plain paper read, 12 Suggestions for the Comprehensive Management of Pollution in the Mining Area of 36 Bay, Lijian City. After perusing its contents, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Gu Kaiji's mouth. It must be said that Su Xian's ideas were quite innovative. These 12 suggestions for managing the pollution in 36 Bay completely overturned previous conservative methods, advocating for a bold and sweeping approach to pollution control. However, the strategies presented were somewhat radical. Should this plan be implemented, it would undoubtedly devastate the mining industry in 36 Bay, adversely affecting the overall economy of Lijian City. Thus, these 12 suggestions could be deemed mere theoretical musings, challenging to actualize in practice. He unfolded the second sheet of paper and began to read, "Dear Mayor, I am the high school student who posed questions through the mayor's direct channel last night. Regarding the 4 questions, I have my own insights that I wish to share with you. 1. The economic development strategy of Lijian indeed prioritizes commerce, with tourism and light industry as secondary. However, Over the years, the tax revenue from mineral development has constituted nearly 30% of the city's fiscal income, with 36 Bay being the lifeblood of Juegeng's financial resources. This represents an extremely distorted economic phenomenon. If Juegeng aspires to become a genuine commercial and tourist city, I believe it must hasten its transition, amplify efforts to optimize industrial structures, curtail the pace of mineral resource exploitation, and further eliminate the outdated and indiscriminate mining practices in 36 Bay. More critically, the pollution in 36 Bay has surpassed the environment's capacity to bear. The rectification of this environmental pollution is urgent. 2. Regarding the management of pollution in 36 Bay, the solution is rather simple. The crux lies in managing people and the powers that be. 3. What kind of official is needed for 36 Bay? I believe it requires a person who dares to speak the truth, to act decisively, and to undertake what others would shy away from. 4. My name is Juegeng. On Gu Kaiji's face appeared a faint smile. The first 3 responses were incisive, directly addressing the dilemmas faced by Juegeng City in its economic development over the years, as well as the root of the environmental pollution issue in the 36 Bays. Remediation of pollution is not inherently difficult. The challenge lies in governing people and curtailing the abuse of power. This was indeed a commendable observation. Gu Kaiji silently praised the insight of a high school student, which was quite rare. However, he perceived that the overarching message of the letter was singular. Juegeng's economic development necessitates transformation. It cannot rely on rampant mining for stimulation, as the extraction of minerals devastates the environment, with the pollution in the 36 Bays being particularly severe. Beneath the surface of environmental degradation lies a struggle for power and control among individuals. To address pollution, one must first govern the people. But who possesses the authority to do so? The name at the end of the letter hinted at the answer for Gu Kaiji. Since their conversation the previous night, Juegeng had repeatedly emphasized his name, which evidently bore deeper significance. It was as though he had posed a riddle for Gu Kaiji to decipher. Thus, the name must contain the character Su, and in conjunction with the pollution issues of the 36 Bays, it must refer to an official tasked with environmental governance. The answer was all but apparent. Su Bingyin, the director of the Environmental Protection Bureau of Xia District. This was the only plausible candidate, and the first person to spring to Gu Kaiji's mind. He held a certain admiration for Su Bingyin, despite a somewhat irritable demeanor. He was a pragmatic and capable official. It was commendable that Su Bingyin dared to expose the pollution issues of the 36 Bays. Gu Kaiji was aware of the developments surrounding the matter, yet he remained indifferent, for the 36 Bays were of no concern to him, at least for the time being. For every leader of Juegeng City, the 36 Bays were of paramount importance. Gu Kaiji was no exception when he first arrived in Juegeng City. He aspired to gain control over the 36 Bays, only to realize after some time that such ambitions were mere fantasies. In the 36 Bays, he found himself utterly unable to exert any influence, as the officials engaged in duplicitous behavior, feigning compliance while undermining his authority. They would listen to his words and accompany him during inspections, yet the tasks assigned were invariably diluted or met with mere token gestures, with reports being directed towards Juegeng rather than him. Faced with such circumstances, what recourse did the mayor have? None whatsoever. At that moment, Huang Cheng, the secretary beside him, noticed Gu Kaiji's silence after reading the letter and wisely interjected. Mayor Gu, I have just investigated Juegeng's household registration. He is the son of Su Bingyin. Gu Kaiji was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze towards Huang Cheng, his eyes expressing inquiry. Huang Cheng promptly continued, in my opinion, Su Bingyin possesses a fierce spirit. He dares to defy Secretary Yu, and he must be prepared for the possibility of being dismissed, rather than waiting until the last moment for his son to write a letter on his behalf. Gu Kaiji nodded, internally dismissing this possibility. He was well acquainted with Su Bingyin, naive and upright. It was indeed improbable that he would engage in such actions. Moreover, if he were truly responsible, he would not be foolish enough to append his son's name at the end of the letter. Thus, it was evident that this was entirely orchestrated by the young rascal. Juegeng. The motive was simple. His father was ensnared in a predicament that could cost him his official position at any moment. He was imploring himself to weigh the pros and cons and intervene to safeguard his father. Should Gu Kaiji offer protection? He pondered, feeling a sense of urgency. Protection was imperative. Even without Juegeng's letter, He would oppose the removal of Su Bingyan's position in the standing committee meeting. Yet, the crux lay in determining the extent of his support. Was it really prudent to resolutely protect Su Bingyan solely based on this letter? Its significance was not so profound, nor was it entirely necessary. Although Su Xian's suggestions were quite reasonable, they were articulated from his father's standpoint, lacking consideration of the intricate circumstances and not reflecting Gu Kaiji's perspective on the issue. At that moment, the fax machine beside him began to beep. Gu Kaiji lifted his head and said to Huang Cheng, "It might be a document from the provincial office. Please attend to it." Huang Cheng nodded and approached the fax machine, entering the document reception password. After a brief moment, 3 pages containing 4 illustrations arrived. He glanced over them, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. Gu Kaiji shot a quick glance at Huang Cheng and inquired, "What is it?" Huang Cheng hastily replied, "This is a response from the People's Office of the Nanzhao Provincial Party Committee regarding the environmental management of the 36 Bay mining area, just received via fax. Mayor, take a look." Gu Kaiji took the document and perused it. His astonishment mirrored Huang Cheng's. He swiftly grabbed Su Xian's submission titled 12 Recommendations for Comprehensive Pollution Management in the 36 Bay mining area and compared the two. The central themes were nearly identical. In essence, it mandated that the municipal government must undertake substantial reforms in 36 Bay. All mining enterprises were to halt operations for inspections, and those with inadequate equipment must rectify deficiencies within a stipulated time frame. Mines with severe pollution were to be closed, and chaotic extraction practices were strictly prohibited. The city of Lijian must resolutely abandon the path of economic development at the expense of environmental integrity. What astonished Gu Kaiji the most was that Su Xian's views on the pollution management of 36 Bay were in complete accord with the provincial committee's stance, an impressive feat indeed. Gu Kaiji realized the significance of Su Xian's recommendations. At this juncture, intensifying efforts to rectify the pollution in the 36 Bay mining area was imperative, and the document issued by the province was bound to incite considerable upheaval. In this context, Su Bingyan, seated in the position of Chief Responsible Officer for Pollution Control in 36 Bay, became increasingly vital. Setting aside the letter, Gu Kaiji tapped his fingers on the desk, and after a moment, suddenly asked, "What topics are on the agenda for this afternoon's Municipal Standing Committee meeting?" The adjustment of positions for the primary officials in charge of pollution control in 36 Bay was slated for the end of the agenda. Huang Cheng's response, though seemingly unrelated, was astutely insightful, direct, and to the point. The mayor was indeed inquiring about this matter, and typically, the topic reserved for last discussion in the standing committee was of utmost importance. Gu Kaiji cast a glance at Huang Cheng. The lad seemed to be an embodiment of his innermost thoughts, leaving no secrets concealed. A sense of helplessness washed over him. For no one in a position of authority relishes the presence of an overly astute individual, and he was no exception. Yet, Huang Cheng had been his secretary since his transfer to Lijian City, diligently responsible and possessing a keen intellect. His unique perspectives often provided alternative insights at pivotal moments. Such a person evoked both deep affection and profound frustration in Gu Kaiji. Retracting his gaze, Gu Kaiji inquired, "What is your perspective on the adjustments regarding the principal officials responsible for pollution control in Sanliawan?" Huang Cheng adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and replied, "I wholeheartedly support Su Xian's suggestion. Sanliawan requires a person brave enough to speak the truth. When did you learn to speak in such bureaucratic terms with me? Let us address the matter at hand," Gu Kaiji retorted with evident dissatisfaction. Huang Cheng felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. If the issue of adjusting the primary responsible personnel for pollution control in Sanliawan were to be brought before the standing committee, the situation would escalate significantly. The recent findings from the provincial inspection team necessitated accountability. At this juncture, Huang Cheng chose to remain circumspect, knowing that he had much more to convey, but felt constrained. While it was undeniable that the environmental pollution in Sanliawan was severe, this predicament had persisted for many years. Numerous slogans had been proclaimed regarding pollution control, yet genuine action remained elusive. The intricacies involved transcended mere pollution concerns. Those capable of effecting change were unwilling to act, while those who wished to act lacked the capacity. Consequently, the issue lingered unresolved, becoming a relic of bygone years. In Huang Cheng's estimation, Gu Kaiji faced 2 pressing concerns. First, as the lifeblood of Lijian City, Sanliawan was entirely beyond his control as the head of the municipal government. With the provincial government now mandating a restructuring of Samliawan, it would inevitably become the foremost issue confronting the city government. Therefore, Gu Kaiji must infiltrate the situation to gain the strength necessary to contend with Yujianhua in the future. Huang Cheng's efforts to assist Su Xian were not merely a result of being swayed by compelling arguments. In the realm of power struggles, grandiose justifications often served as mere facades. The essence lay in the concealed messages. Su Xian's letter conveyed a pivotal piece of information. He had chosen Gu Kaiji's faction over his father's. Su Xian was a remarkable youth, and Huang Cheng believed that such a bold signal indicated that Su Bingyan would decisively align with Gu Kaiji rather than remain a neutral party. Hence, Huang Cheng presented Su Xian's letter to Gu Kaiji, deliberately feigning ignorance to guide him toward the resolution of preserving Su Bingyan. Secondly, the standing committee had devolved into a mere echo chamber for the city party secretary, Yujianhua. Whenever issues were raised before the committee, Gu Kaiji invariably faced defeat, as his proposals struggled for acceptance, rendering his authority impotent and stifling his ambitions. Thus, if Gu Kaiji was resolute in preserving Su Bingyan, he must ensure that this matter never reached the standing committee for deliberation. At this moment, Gu Kaiji had plunged into deep contemplation, weighing the intricacies of the situation. His fingers tapped rhythmically upon the desk, and after a brief pause, he suddenly ceased, as if resolved. He turned his gaze toward Huang Cheng and remarked, "A few days ago, didn't T Secretary use aid probe you regarding the acquisition of Huyang Distillery by Xinhai Group? You disclosed the information to him, and I have acquiesced." Huang Cheng abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his visage. He was perplexed by Gu Kaiji's rationale. The acquisition of Huyang Distillery had been orchestrated by Yujianhua of the Municipal Committee, yet the contract required the signatures of the Municipal Committee, the Municipal Government, and the People's Congress. Presently, both the People's Congress and the Municipal Committee had endorsed it, but the Municipal Government remained reticent to sign or express any stance. The underlying reason was that Gu Kaiji, the head of the Municipal Government, harbored suspicions that the acquisition might encroach upon state assets. He was unwilling to relinquish this venerable state-owned enterprise to a group of ravenous private enterprises, akin to wolves in sheep's clothing. However, Gu Kaiji's sudden approval of the acquisition plan left Huang Cheng bewildered, to the point of astonishment. Noticing Huang Cheng's expression of confusion, Gu Kaiji expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, moreover, while the actions of Su Bingyan, the primary official responsible for the environmental remediation of 36 bays, were somewhat extreme, his intentions were commendable. We must recognize that every official may err. What matters is their understanding of the mistake, as this is essential for genuine progress. Therefore, I oppose any harsh punitive measures. There is no need to adjust Su Bingyan's position or to escalate the matter to the Standing Committee for discussion. Please inform Secretary Yu's aide that this topic is to be rescinded, allowing the relevant officials to reflect and accept criticism. Huang Cheng swiftly grasped the implications. The mayor's strategy was astute, utilizing the acquisition of Huyang Distillery as a compelling bait to capture Yujianhua's attention, while simultaneously proposing the withdrawal of the discussion regarding the adjustment of Su Bingyan's position in the Standing Committee. Regardless of whether Yujianhua could discern the connection between the two matters, he would be unlikely to refuse. For the allure of the Huyang Distillery acquisition was simply too great. In this instance, the mayor had employed a tactic of sacrificing a pawn to protect the king. No, more accurately, it was a sacrifice to safeguard the troops. Su Bingyan could merely be considered a soldier. Yet, this soldier was formidable and quite disruptive. When an environmental inspection team from the province came merely to conduct a formality, he managed to unearth the depths of the pollution issues in 36 bays, delivering a resounding reprimand to the officials of the municipal committee. How could such a soldier not be formidable? However, he was also rather disobedient, resembling more a soldier than an official, as he did not follow commands, but rather struck wherever he pleased. Nonetheless, in Huang Cheng's mind, Mayor Gu Kaiji's maneuver displayed a masterful finesse. While the Huyang Distillery was significant, it could not serve as a pivotal piece in the grand scheme. In contrast, Su Bingyan, though holding a minor position, was indeed crucial, especially with the recent directive from the provincial committee to rectify the issues in 36 bays. Should he grasp this intricate relationship, he could fully integrate himself into Gu Kaiji's camp. In the critical expanse of the 36 bay mining area, a seemingly insignificant nail has been driven in, one that, at a pivotal moment, could tear through layers of defenses. However, on the flip side, if Su Bingyan fails to grasp this intricate relationship, then Gu Kaiji will indeed suffer a double loss, not only losing the opportunity to overturn the situation in the 36 Bay mining area, but also relinquishing the Huyang distillery, thus finding himself in an even more precarious position in his contest against Juegeng. The mayor's move is both astute and perilous. Huang Qing inexplicably thinks of Su Xian, a youth whose insight surpasses that of his father, possessing a sharper acuity in discerning the prevailing circumstances. Chapter 26. Innocent Affection After Parting Ways with Huang Qing. Su Xian first sought a restroom to cleanse the bloodstains from his body. He certainly did not wish to return home and have his father assume he had been embroiled in a brawl, which would undoubtedly lead to a scolding. After much effort, he finally succeeded in removing the stains and departed the hospital, boarding the bus home. Upon arriving, it was already past 11 o'clock, and his mother, Xie Xiaofan, was still at work, leaving his father, Su Bingyan, alone at home. Having been suspended from his job, he found himself with nothing to do and was now enjoying the rare tranquility, seated on the sofa while watching Lijin news. Noticing Su Xian enter, Su Bingyan peered over his glasses and asked, "Where have you been this early? Returning at this hour without breakfast?" Su Xian knew he must keep the day's events from his father, so he fabricated a tale, claiming he had gone for a run in the park. Su Bingyan, not suspecting a thing, accepted the excuse. They chatted for a while, and Su Xian sensed his father's discomfort. A workaholic now rendered idle was surely feeling a sense of emptiness. After a brief conversation, Su Xian retreated to his room to read, temporarily setting aside his father's suspension. In truth, he had done all he could. Now it was merely a matter of observing Gu Kaiji's reaction to the letter he had sent. If Gu truly wished to preserve his father's position, that letter would serve as a declaration of intent, affirming that Su Xian's efforts were not in vain. As long as his father retained his position, regardless of his father's willingness, he would be marked by Gu Kaiji, unable to remain aloof from the struggle, free to act as he pleased. Regarding the incident with the elderly man, it was purely an accident. In his previous life, Su Xian might have watched the old man be struck by a car without lifting a finger. Such is human nature, a subconscious instinct to avoid risk. One can hardly place blame. Yet, having been reborn, his character has subtly transformed, allowing him to undertake actions he once would have shied away from. Just as Wu Desheng interpreted the school motto of Yizhong, to strive for knowledge and to act for fairness in the world. The latter phrase is indeed grand. And Su Xian has never envisioned himself possessing such capability or ambition. He merely hopes to avoid becoming a callous bystander in times of need. In fact, on the journey to the hospital with the elderly man, Su Xian was already acutely aware that this old man was no ordinary individual. To claim he had not contemplated potential benefits from this incident would be disingenuous. Su Xian could hardly remain in place after Huang Qingming had informed him of the elderly man's extraordinary identity. If he were to linger, what would that make him? A person who initially acted out of righteousness might be perceived as a self-serving individual. He feared that even Huang Qingming would hold him in contempt. Thus, Su Xian feigned nonchalance and departed. Nevertheless, he bore no regrets, for his motive in rescuing the old man was solely to avoid self-reproach. Reflecting on these matters, Su Xian began to read. In the afternoon, Zhou Xiaoran called to inform him that he had reserved a private room at the Junyue Hotel, as it had been quite some time since their families had dined together. With a day spent idly at home, Su Bingyan felt restless and was eager for conversation. So he readily accepted the invitation. At 6 o'clock, the Su family rode their electric scooter to the Junyue Hotel. Despite being a director, Su Bingyan typically refrained from using a company car, opting instead for his bicycle or electric scooter during his leisure hours. In his previous life, Su Xian had harbored a deep disdain for this electric scooter, primarily due to the embarrassment it caused him. Encountering acquaintances, he felt inherently inferior under their bemused gazes. Consequently, he would rather walk than be seen on such a humiliating vehicle. However, having been reborn, Su Xian had shed such foolishness. His resolve had thickened to a remarkable degree. Now, he would not hesitate to ride a hand-pulled tractor around the school if need be. Upon arriving at the Junyue Hotel, a mid-range establishment that had opened not long ago, its facilities were modest yet elegant, famed for its signature dish, the Qinxiao tea oil poached fish. Zhou Xiaoran enjoyed dining here with Su Bingyan, and Su Xian had frequented this place in his past life. After parking the scooter among a row of luxury vehicles, The family approached the entrance of the Junyue Hotel, where Su Xian spotted Zhou Xiaoran and his wife waiting. Recalling from memory, he recognized Zhou Xiaoran's wife, Zhang Xiaofeng, a stylish woman in her mid-30s who exuded charm and warmth towards their family. Albeit with a hint of snobbery, a natural demeanor for the wife of a prominent education bureau director who undoubtedly viewed people through a different lens. As the Su family approached, the couple greeted them with cheerful smiles. "Hello, Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhang," Su Xian called out. Zhang Xiaofeng responded with a smile, while Zhou Xiaoran affectionately ruffled Su Xian's hair. The two families exchanged pleasantries as they made their way to the reserved private room. Upon entering, a young woman caught Su Xian's eye, momentarily leaving him in a state of surprise. The girl, around 15 or 16 years of age, was dressed in a pink dress. Her lustrous black hair adorned with a pink butterfly hairpin. Her elegantly arched eyebrows framed a petite mouth, making her strikingly beautiful. This girl was known to Su Xian. Having grown up together, she was Zhou Qiaoran's daughter, Zhou Xiaotian. Zhou Xiaotian was born merely 2 months after Su Xian. And due to the close relationship between their families, they had known each other since infancy, playing together since childhood. They attended the same kindergarten and primary school, even sharing the same desk. During those days, their bond was exceptionally strong, with Zhou Xiaotian following him like a shadow, her sweet voice often proclaiming that her brother Xian would take her out to play. Such was the innocence of childhood, characterized by a pure and unwavering friendship. However, as they entered middle school, Su Xian went to the 7th middle school, while Zhou Xiaotian enrolled in the Li Jin foreign language school, leading to their gradual estrangement. The disparity between them began to widen. Zhou Xiaotian blossomed into an increasingly outstanding and beautiful young woman, whereas Su Xian's fortunes dwindled, and his appearance became rather ordinary. This gap was evident across all facets of life, academically, in looks, and even in family background, leaving Su Xian feeling unworthy of her. In the past, during family gatherings, it was common to see Zhou Xiaotian and Su Xian together, prompting playful remarks from their families about how well they got along, suggesting a deeper bond as they grew up. Zhou Xiaotian would clap her little hands, her innocent voice chiming, "Yes, yes, I want to marry my brother Xian." Her radiant naivety would elicit hearty laughter from the adults, who, on occasion, entertained such thoughts. Yet, as the rift between Su Xian and Zhou Xiaotian widened, Su Bingyan and his wife came to realize their son was not worthy of their daughter, leading them to refrain from discussing such sensitive topics. Zhou Qiaoran, however, still occasionally joked about it. One of Su Xian's most vivid memories occurred during his first year of high school when he accompanied his parents to a dinner at Zhou Qiaoran's home. After a few drinks, Zhou Qiaoran jokingly broached the topic, resulting in an awkward silence among the guests. At that time, both Zhou Xiaotian and Su Xian were navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence and were particularly sensitive to such discussions. Zhou Xiaotian, flushed with embarrassment, retreated to her room, leaving Su Xian feeling equally mortified. Yet, the most humiliating moment came later, after dinner, when he went to the restroom. He overheard Zhang Xiaofeng's voice drifting from Zhou Xiaotian's bedroom. "Your father is truly something." After a few drinks, he rambles on. "What does that boy Su Xian have that is worthy of Xiaotian?" At that moment, Su Xian maintained a composed facade, but once home, he succumbed to despair, weeping under the covers throughout the night. The impact of those words was profoundly damaging, akin to the torment of discovering grit in one's meal or experiencing a painful injury. The pain was excruciating, leaving him feeling utterly powerless and engulfed by self-doubt. From that day forward, Su Xian never set foot in Zhou Qiaoran's home again. Even during occasional family gatherings, he preferred to isolate himself in an internet CAF, indulging in games until dawn, spiraling into a state of despondency rather than exposing his own misfortunes to highlight Zhou Xiaotian's brilliance. Thus, their relationship continued to fade, with mere chance encounters becoming rare. And after entering university, they completely lost touch. The two individuals resembled a line extending in opposite directions. They commenced their journey hand in hand, yet as they ran, they gradually drifted apart. It was only when they paused that they realized the childhood bond of childhood companions had dissipated into nothingness. Reborn in the present, Su Xian had never once recalled Zhou Xiaotian, not even upon encountering Zhou Xiaoran that day. Had it not been for the gathering of their families today, he might have never remembered the little girl who once colored his childhood. He recalled her sweet, childish voice, her two adorable little canine teeth, and the cherished moments spent hand in hand throughout the years. Upon introspection, Su Xian recognized that in his previous life, he genuinely held affection for Zhou Xiaotian. If his feelings for Xia Juegeng were akin to a pure first love, never once yearning for possession, and his bond with Wenwan merely a brother-sister relationship, lingering in the realm of affection that surpassed familial ties, then his feelings for Zhou Xiaotian were born out of prolonged companionship, a sentiment that felt entirely natural. He had always believed they would eventually be together, perhaps even marry and have children. However, as time passed, he gradually understood the impossibility of their union. An impossibility rooted in societal values, compounded by his inability to keep pace with Zhou Xiaotian's strides, while she had never once paused for him, not for a moment, not for an hour, not even for a second. It could only be said that the childhood innocence of their mutual affection had transformed. One struggled upon the ground, while the other soared freely in the skies. Now, as Su Xian encountered his once closest companion, he felt no lingering emotions. He neither harbored resentment nor affection towards Zhou Xiaotian. If this was self-deception, then, to be candid, the only sentiment left in his heart was a faint trace of nostalgia, a yearning for the pure and untainted emotions of their early days, devoid of worldly concerns. Thus, Su Xian calmly observed Zhou Xiaotian sitting on the chair, idly switching channels with the remote. When she heard the noise and turned around, she stood up awkwardly, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush, and politely greeted Su Xian's parents. Her gaze finally rested on Su Xian, her fair face adorned with a smile, sweet and courteous, yet imbued with an air of distant aloofness, as if she were addressing a complete stranger. She said, "Su Xian, I heard you got into a prestigious high school. Congratulations." A faint smile graced Su Xian's lips as he replied, "Xiaotian, where did you hear about my admission to the high school?" Noticing Su Xian's natural demeanor, devoid of any sign of timidity, Zhou Xiaotian momentarily appeared taken aback. In her memory, her brother, whom she had known since childhood, was timid and introverted, having not truly acknowledged her since he became more sensible. Furthermore, Su Xian's sudden familiarity felt somewhat unfamiliar to her, since they had attended different schools in middle school. Their relationship had gradually waned, and he had never again addressed her by name, let alone called her Xiaotian. Perhaps he was trying to impress her this time, Zhou Xiaotian thought, and thus she paid little heed, replying, "My father told me." She then added, "Oh dear, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten all about it." As she spoke, Zhou Xiaoran retrieved a red envelope from the pocket of his trousers and handed it to Su Xian, saying, "Here. Su Xian, congratulations on your admission to the first high school. I haven't had the chance to extend my felicitations yet. This is just a small token from your uncle. A little pocket money for buying paper and pens. I hope you will study diligently at the first high and aim for Tsinghua or Peking University in the future, so that I, as your uncle, can also bask in your glory." "Thank you, Uncle Zhou. I will certainly strive to make you proud," Su Xian replied with a smile, accepting the envelope. However, he noticed that Zhang Xiaofeng's expression was somewhat displeased. He paid little mind to it. Zhang Xiaofeng was known for her sweet words, but was quite stingy. Despite being the wife of the Education Bureau director, she often counted every penny when playing mahjong with his mother. Moreover, she never brought money for the games, willing to play all night if she won, but when losing, she would concoct various excuses to defer payment, ultimately leaving without settling her debts. In truth, when Su Xian was younger, Zhang Xiaofeng had been quite kind to his family, for various reasons. At that time, Su Bingyin was more successful in his official career than Zhou Xiaoran, and Zhang Xiaofeng had insufficient milk. So Su Xiaotian was raised on the milk of Xie Xiaofen. Ultimately, her kindness was heavily influenced by self-interest rather than the long-standing friendship between Su Bingyin and Zhou Xiaoran. However, as her husband Zhou Xiaoran's position rose, while Su Bingyin remained stagnant, her outward affection for Su Xian's family began to wane, revealing a more self-serving disposition, always seeking small advantages. For instance, she seemed agreeable during family gatherings, yet was reluctant to contribute financially. Over the years, Zhang Xiaofeng had looked down upon Su Xian. In fact, the relationship between Su Xian and Su Xiaotian had become increasingly distant, likely due to Zhang Xiaofeng's influence, even going so far as to forbid Su Xiaotian from spending time with him. Su Xian found little reason to care about such a superficial woman, merely feeling sympathy for Zhou Xiaoran, whom he held in high regard. Unlike his wife, Zhou Xiaoran possessed a gentle disposition, a good temper, and a strong sense of loyalty and integrity. Now seated in a significant position within the Education Bureau, he was considered a prominent official in Lijin City. Meanwhile, Su Bingyan, who had come to Lijin at the same time as Zhou Xiaoran, still held a minor role as a director. Yet, Zhou Xiaoran had never allowed this disparity to diminish his relationship with the Su family. The enduring closeness between the Su and Zhou families over the years could largely be attributed to Zhou Xiaoran's thoughtful efforts, enduring many of his wife's disdainful glances. At the moment Su Xian held Zhang Xiaofeng in contempt for her character, Xie Xiaofen entered and noticed Zhou Xiaoran presenting Su Xian with the red envelope. She quickly remarked, "Old Zhou, you really shouldn't. Su Xian is just a child, and getting into the first high isn't such a grand achievement. Why go to such lengths? One cannot dismiss the significance of being admitted to the first high. It is the best school in Lijin. As your uncle, how could I not express my joy?" Zhou Xiaoran chuckled. Upon hearing his words, Xie Xiaofen ceased her reservations, a hint of pride gracing her smile. In recent days, due to her husband's suspension, her mood had been rather gloomy, her face overshadowed by clouds. Now, hearing Zhou Xiaoran praise her son, a smile finally illuminated her features. Seeing everyone standing, Zhou Xiaoran waved his hand and said, "Let us not dwell on that any longer. Please, take your seats. Let us order." The two families settled at the table and placed their orders. Xie Xiaofen and Zhang Xiaofeng engaged in casual conversation, while Su Bingyan and Zhou Xiaoran discussed the political climate in Lijin City and pressing issues concerning the public welfare. Zhou Xiaotian sat quietly in her seat, appearing obedient and demure. Occasionally, when Xie Xiaofen posed a question to her, she would respond softly, her sweet demeanor evoking a sense of affection from Xie Xiaofen. Deep down, she harbored a fondness for this well-mannered girl. If she could find such a daughter-in-law, her life would be complete. Yet, when she thought of Su Xian, she felt that her son was, in every respect, unworthy of Zhou Xiaotian, leaving her heart slightly unsettled. To console herself, she reminded herself that her son had been accepted into the prestigious #1 high school, which was a commendable achievement, and perhaps he would eventually gain admission to a prestigious university and make a name for himself. Thus, she eagerly continued to inquire about Zhou Xiaotian's academic performance, such as her scores in the high school entrance examination and her situation at school, topics devoid of substance. Meanwhile, Su Xian felt somewhat bored, unsure of what to do. Observing his mother's enthusiasm towards Zhou Xiaotian, he was well aware of her underlying intentions. She wished to foster a bond between him and Zhou Xiaotian. However, such matters were beyond her control, and even if she tried, it would be futile. Two people who were meant to be apart could not be tethered together, even with the strongest of ties. Watching his mother expend effort in vain, Su Xian could only sigh, lamenting the plight of parents who often engage in unreliable pursuits for their children. After a while, feeling the need to relieve himself, Su Xian announced his intention, but no one acknowledged him. Realizing he was the most superfluous person at the table, he discreetly exited the private room and made his way to the restroom. Upon arriving at the restroom, he found a urinal and began his business, humming Sais Gangnam style leisurely. "Young man, what song are you singing?" came a voice. Without turning, Su Xian replied nonchalantly, "Don't ask. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know." "You've certainly grown more audacious," the voice continued. Sensing the familiarity in the tone, Su Xian turned around, surprised to see Huang Cheng standing in the restroom. After a moment, he smiled, "Secretary Huang, what a coincidence to meet you again." Huang Cheng, his fair face adorned with an inscrutable smile, showed no discomfort and stood beside Su Xian at the urinal, responding, "You still haven't told me what song you were humming. The tune sounds rather fresh." That question from Huang Cheng stumped Su Xian. He certainly couldn't reveal that the song was from a future South Korean artist. Scratching his head, he laughed. "The song is called the Great Stick Song, a creation of my own. Who would have thought you possessed musical talent? Are you aspiring to become the next Michael Jackson?" Huang Qingpian jested with Su Xian, who smiled awkwardly and replied, "Well, I was just humming aimlessly. Please don't mock me any further." Huang Cheng chuckled, realizing that Su Xian was aware of his own lack of vocal talent. "I thought you were genuinely aiming to become a singer, given how passionately you sing even in the restroom," he teased. After some time, Huang shifted the conversation back to a serious note, asking, "Are you here with your parents for dinner tonight?" Su Xian nodded, explaining, "Zhou Xiaoran invited my father for a meal, and I tagged along for a free meal. Zhou Xiaoran, the director of the Education Bureau in Lijin City? Huang inquired after a moment of thought. Indeed, he and my father are old classmates, Su Xian confirmed, falling silent thereafter. After finishing his business, he suddenly turned to Huang and asked, "By the way, what about my letter?" Huang glanced at Su Xian, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and simply replied, "Well written." With this assurance, Su Xian felt at ease and refrained from inquiring whether the letter had been delivered to Mayor Gu Kaiji, understanding that such questions would only reveal his naivety. "Now I can rest easy. I'll head back to the private room," he said with a smile. Huang nodded and, noticing Su Xian washing his hands, asked, "Which private room are you dining in?" "Chun Chao Han Xiang, the leftmost medium-sized room." Su Xian casually answered before waving goodbye to Huang and leaving the restroom. Watching Su Xian's retreating figure, Huang chuckled and shook his head, washing his hands before heading in another direction. Chapter 28. A long-forgotten love letter. Upon entering the private room, Su Xian found the table laden with an array of dishes. Everyone was waiting for him, and upon his arrival, Xie Xiaofan scolded, "Where have you been? Everyone has been waiting for you, and the food has gone cold." Su Xian was taken aback, thinking to himself that he had merely mentioned needing to visit the restroom. How could they blame him for not listening? It felt more unjust than Do Yi's plight. Reluctantly, he explained that he had taken a trip to the restroom and apologized for making them wait. "No worries," they replied, and Su Xian took his seat to eat. Zhou Xiaoran gestured for Su Xian to sit down and, reaching for the wine bottle, intended to pour for Su Bingyan. However, with his daughter Zhou Xiaotian seated between him and Su Bingyan, pouring proved cumbersome. "Xiaotian, why don't you sit next to your brother Su Xian, so I can drink with your uncle?" Zhou Xiaoran suggested. Zhou Xiaotian hesitated, glancing at Su Xian, who was savoring a piece of soy sauce duck wing without lifting his gaze. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable and a twinge of competitiveness, she remained seated, observing his daughter's reluctance. Zhou Xiaoran chuckled. "Oh, you're not willing? Weren't you always glued to Su Xian when you were younger? Why do you act like you don't know him now that you're older? This won't do, my dear." Zhou Xiaotian pouted slightly, irritated by her father's persistent jesting, especially in such a setting. Nevertheless, she reconsidered and stood up to move towards Su Xian. "Old Zhou, you haven't even had a drink yet, and you're already rambling," Zhang Xiaofeng scolded, casting an annoyed glance at Zhou Xiaoran, clearly displeased with her husband's thoughtlessness. In truth, there has been a significant divergence between her and her husband regarding the matter of Su Xian and their daughter, Xiaotian. She cannot fathom the reasoning behind her husband's thoughts, as he applies the ostentatious rhetoric of the political sphere to their daughter, asserting that love should develop freely, regardless of the future of the two children. As adults, they should merely observe and refrain from undue interference. Zhang Xiaofeng, however, holds a contrary view. This world is starkly pragmatic, emphasizing the importance of social standing and compatibility. Previously, Su Bingyan's position in the political arena afforded Su Xian a suitable match for Xiaotian. But that is no longer the case. It is not merely a matter of a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Rather, it resembles the vast chasm between cow dung and blooming flowers. Consequently, over the years, she has devoted considerable effort to subtly managing the relationship between Xiaotian and Su Xian, striving to minimize their time spent alone together. Although they are merely children, not yet of an age to indulge in romantic entanglements, it is prudent to prevent any potential emotional developments. After all, one need only observe the prevalence of early romances among middle and high school students to recognize the possibility of such occurrences within her own household. Fortunately, her daughter is obedient and has heeded her warnings, leading to a significant reduction in her concerns. Initially, Zhang Xiaofeng had no intention of bringing Zhou Xiaotian this evening. However, upon reflecting on Su Xian's recent admission to the prestigious First High School, and recalling the excitement exuded by Xie Xiaofan when discussing this achievement during a recent mahjong game, as if her son had been accepted not merely to a high school, but to Tsinghua or Peking University, she reconsidered. After all, what was so remarkable about First High School? Her daughter, Xiaotian, attends an elite foreign language school, which is by no means inferior to First High. Thus, she deliberately brought her daughter along this evening to temper Su Xian's burgeoning pride. Adjusting her position, Zhang Xiaofeng gestured to the chair between her and Zhou Chaozhan, saying, "Xiaotian, come sit here." Zhou Xiaotian had already approached a seat beside Su Xian, but upon hearing her mother's sudden command, she hesitated. Noticing that Su Xin remained engrossed in his meal, she felt an inexplicable discomfort. Although she could not identify any specific expectations, she surmised that even if Su Xin were to invite her to sit beside him, she would likely decline. With a vague sense of unarticulated disappointment, she bypassed Su Xin's place and settled between Zhang Xiaofeng and Zhou Chaozhan. As Zhou Xiaodian took her seat, it was evident to all present that the atmosphere had become somewhat strained. Zhang Xiaofeng's implications were unmistakable, and Zhou Chaozhan found himself helpless. His wife's nature was such that it could not be easily altered. Meanwhile, Su Bingyin feigned ignorance, indifferent to how other people's daughters chose to behave. Yet, he could not help but shake his head at having married such a woman from his old school days. Xie Xiaofen's expression turned somewhat sour, internally criticizing Zhang Xiaofeng. But given their 2 decades of acquaintance, she understood her friend's temperament and decided to endure the moment. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, prompting Zhou Chaozhan to pour a glass of liquor for Su Bingyin. "Come, old Su, let us share a drink." Su Bingyin raised his glass, saying, "Old Zhou, I appreciate your efforts these days in investigating matters related to my suspension. Thank you for your trouble. Cheers." Upon hearing Su Bingyin suddenly mention his suspension, Zhang Xiaofeng expressed her curiosity and interjected, "Old Su, you've been suspended? When did this happen?" At that moment, Zhou Zhaoran felt a pang of anxiety. It was unfortunate. He had refrained from informing his wife about Su's suspension, fearing she might utter something inappropriate. This situation was indeed troublesome. Before Su Bingyin could respond, Xie Xiaofen had already begun to complain. It's the same old issue with 36 base. This time, a research team from the province came, and he foolishly showcased those matters to them. Such a significant incident, and Director Wu Xiaobing of the Environmental Protection Bureau couldn't tolerate it. So he was promptly suspended on the pretext of needing to recuperate. In my opinion, it's not his health that requires attention, but rather his judgment. What kind of official would undertake such a thankless task? Oh, it's nothing to worry about, Xiaofen. Right now, old Su is merely suspended. The outcome has yet to be determined. He has witnessed and endured countless storms in his political career. I believe he will navigate this one as well. Zhang Xiaofeng chuckled. Her words ostensibly meant to comfort Xie Xiaofen, yet her tone betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. Reflecting on the past, Su Bingyin had achieved the position of Deputy Director of the Environmental Protection Bureau at the tender age of 25. An impressive feat that spoke to his youthful ambition and vigor. At that time, she had harbored envy, as her own husband served in the same realm but as a mere clerk, often chastising him for his lack of ambition. However, over the years, due to Su Bingyin's temperament and his numerous conflicts in the political arena, he had stagnated and even regressed, while her husband had risen through the ranks. Now holding a prominent position in the educational department of Lijian City, she too enjoyed a position of prestige, being addressed with respect as the wife of the director. Now, with Su Bingyin embroiled in the 36 base controversy, it seemed unlikely he would recover. Zhang Xiaofeng felt no sympathy. Instead, she bore a trace of satisfaction, her demeanor towards Xie Xiaofen reflecting a newfound superiority. Sitting nearby, Su Xin remained silent, focusing on his meal, consuming whatever was served without a word. Soon, he had filled his stomach and, setting down his utensils, noticed Zhang Xiaofeng engaging in conversation with his mother, Xie Xiaofen. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that very little of what she said was genuinely comforting. Feeling a wave of nausea, he stood up and retreated to the sofa on the other side of the private room, picking up the remote control to watch television. Zhou Xiaodian nibbled delicately at her food and, after a while, set down her chopsticks, smiling softly. "Uncle Su, Auntie, please enjoy your meal. I've finished eating and will go watch some television. Little Tian, you've hardly eaten. It's not good for your health. Silly girl, eat a bit more." Xie Xiaofen said with concern. "Thank you, Auntie, but I'm truly full," Zhou Xiaodian replied obediently. Since Zhou Xiaodian had expressed her contentment, Xie Xiaofen did not press further. Smiling as she said, "All right then, little Tian, go watch television with Su Xian." "Okay, Auntie, take your time eating." Zhou Xiaodian nodded with a smile and made her way to the television area in the private room. Noticing Zhou Xiaodian approaching, Su Xian made room for her. But she did not sit. Instead, she stood by the window, gazing out into the night. After a while, she gently tucked a strand of her soft hair behind her ear and suddenly whispered to Su Xian, "Do you have a classmate named Xia Juegeng?" Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, uncertain how Zhou Xiaodian had come to know of Xia Juegeng's name, and nodded, We are in the same class. Zhou Xiaodian inquired further. Were you in the same class in high school as well? Yes, how do you know her? Su Xian asked, curious. Oh, I cannot divulge that. But I wish you both happiness, Zhou Xiaodian replied with a faint smile, then turned her gaze towards the brilliantly lit street outside, lost in thought. After a while, she returned to the dining table without casting another glance at Su Xian. Observing Zhou Xiaotian's retreating figure, Su Xian let out a wry smile. A vague awareness stirring within him, though he chose to disregard it. After all, he and Zhou Xiaodian were never meant to be. Caring about her thoughts felt like frivolous indulgence. Setting aside the television remote, Su Xian followed Zhou Xiaodian to the dining table. After a few rounds of drinks, Su Bingyan and Zhou Xiaoran had indulged sufficiently. Noticing Zhou Xiaodian and Su Xian approaching, Zhou Xiaoran, with a face flushed from drink, remarked, Xiaotian, now that the holiday has begun, you should spend some time studying and preparing with your brother Su Xian. High school is far different from middle school. You both need to learn from one another and progress together. Oh, Zhou Xiaodian replied softly, her expression calm and unruffled, neither agreeing nor refusing. Observing that Zhou Xiaodian had not outright rejected the suggestion, Zhang Xiaofeng, who had been chatting casually with Xie Xiaofan, quickly turned her head, her heart racing with concern. She silently cursed the girl for not creating an opportunity for Su Xian. After all, not only was Su Bingyan presently in a precarious situation, with the potential of losing his position, but even if he remained in office, given their family background, Su Xian was simply unworthy of her. Su Xian chuckled, saying, perhaps it's best to leave it be. Xiao Tian excels academically, and if I lead her astray, causing her grades to slip, that would indeed be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng felt a wave of relief wash over her, her tension dissipating instantly. Xie Xiaofan's eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment, inwardly scolding Su Xian for his sudden lapse into foolishness at such a crucial moment. It was truly outrageous. He would have to be reprimanded when they returned home. Zhou Xiaodian bore a subtle smile, feeling an indescribable sense of ease, yet suddenly, a faint pang of disappointment surfaced within her. It was unclear where this feeling stemmed from. In truth, there existed an unfathomable complexity between her and Su Xian, an amorphous sentiment, an ever-widening chasm, and a relationship tangled beyond comprehension. Occasionally reflecting on it, she wondered if the estrangement that had developed between her and Su Xian over the years was solely orchestrated by her mother. But that could not be the case. If she truly cherished him, even a beggar would be worth following to the ends of the earth, with no one able to stand in her way. The true reason lies 2 years back, during the winter break of her first year in junior high. Su Xian, neglecting his homework, shamelessly begged her to assist him in completing it before school resumed. She consented and took his assignments home. That night, as she prepared to stay up late to help him, she inadvertently discovered a piece of stationery within the homework book, a love letter. Initially, she believed this heartfelt note was penned by her beloved brother for her, and a mix of annoyance, shyness, and joy surged within her, creating a complex tapestry of emotions, sweet and sour, indescribably filled with happiness, her heart racing wildly. Blushing, she read through the letter until she reached the final line, which struck her like a bolt from the blue, shattering her dreams of beautiful love. The last 5 words simply stated, for Xia Juegeng. In that instant, she was left utterly stunned. The letter slipped from her fingers, and an indescribable pain welled up within her, leaving her breathless and aching. Girls mature early, and she, having grown up alongside Su Xian, shared a bond that was anything but ordinary. Their childhood friendship was the epitome of innocence and companionship. She had always believed her brother held feelings solely for her, envisioning a future together, possibly even marriage and children. However, at that moment, she grasped the harsh reality. She had been deluding herself all along. Reluctantly, she picked up the detestable letter, her eyes glistening with tears as she reread it, before ultimately tearing it to shreds in a fit of grief. She then wiped her tears and painstakingly glued the fragmented pieces back together, akin to her youthful heart that Su Xian had torn apart, only to be reassembled clumsily. Yet, while the letter could be mended, her fractured heart remained irreparable. From that day forward, she vowed never to acknowledge Su Xian again, resolutely distancing herself from that scoundrel. The shredded love letter remained preserved in her drawer, a testament to her definitive break from him. However, now, 2.5 years later, Zhou Xiaodian has gained perspective. With maturity, she recognizes her past naivety. In hindsight, The decision to part ways with Su Xian was indeed sagacious. This had little to do with the letter. It was simply a realization that they were never meant to be together. Time has proven that she and Su Xian belong to entirely different worlds. Over the years, she has witnessed Su Xian's decline, his academic performance plummeting, which brought her a twisted sense of satisfaction, propelling her to strive harder and impose strict standards upon herself. In every aspect, academic achievements, fashion, and social grace, she aspired for excellence and perfection. As for the girl named Juegeng, she has never sought to inquire about her, remains unfamiliar with her, and holds no desire to know what kind of girl she is. Zhou Xiaodian possesses her own merits. She carries her own pride and firmly believes she is no less than any girl who might fancy Su Xian. Consequently, she attends every gathering at Su Xian's home, driven by one singular purpose: to showcase her most exquisite self and convey to Su Xian that missing out on her would be a lifelong regret. Chapter 29. A gentle resurgence. Now, Zhou Xiaodian believes she has succeeded in making Su Xian regret his choices. In truth, it is not just the ordinary Su Xian of today. Even among the students of the foreign language high school, numerous exceptional young men have experienced the pangs of regret upon realizing their missed opportunities. Xiao Tian felt a flicker of satisfaction in her heart as she observed Su Xian idly toying with his chopsticks, mistakenly believing that he was disheartened by her indifference. Consequently, she endeavored to present herself as increasingly obedient and charming, meticulously addressing every question posed by Xie Xiaofeng, thereby embodying the essence of a perfect young lady. Zhang Xiaofeng, keenly aware of Xie Xiaofeng's eagerness to curry favor with her daughter, was resolute in her intention to extinguish any hopes of a romantic connection between Su Xian and her child. Thus, she interjected remarks about her daughter's less-than-stellar performance in the recent high-stakes examination, which placed her at a mere 253rd in the entire city of Lijian. She lamented the company her daughter kept, associating with the offspring of affluent socialites, spending her days in lavish establishments and neglecting her studies, thereby falling behind. As Zhang Xiaofeng expressed her grievances, her tone conveyed a blend of frustration and helplessness, as if her daughter's entanglement with wealthy suitors posed an insurmountable burden. In truth, her words served as a chilling admonition to Su Xian, warning him against aspiring beyond his station. Xie Xiaofeng, caught in a web of awkwardness, could scarcely utter a word, her discomfort palpable. Meanwhile, Su Xian rested his forehead in his hand, wishing fervently to be rendered deaf to the surrounding discourse. Just as he began to feel exasperated by Zhang Xiaofeng's incessant chatter, the door to the room creaked open, and three individuals entered: Zhou Xiaoran and Su Bingyan, who had been engaged in light-hearted conversation, looked up in surprise, immediately rising to their feet. Zhou Xiaoran hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Mayor Gu, Director Wu, what brings you here on such a gusty day?" Gu Kaiji, dressed in a button-down shirt and slacks, exuded an approachable demeanor. His gaze swept over the occupants of the room, momentarily pausing on Su Xian before shifting back to Zhou Xiaoran with a warm smile. "I heard from Xiao Huang that you and Director Su were dining here, so I thought I would drop by." Su Xian, now also looking toward the entrance, recognized Gu Kaiji and the balding man in his 40s beside him, Wu Xiaobing, the head of the Environmental Protection Bureau, who happened to be his father's superior. The final individual was Huang Cheng, whom he encountered thrice a day. Noticing Huang Cheng's friendly nod, Su Xian surmised that Gu Kaiji had likely orchestrated this visit intentionally. Zhou Xiaoran, with a smile, invited, "Since you're here, Mayor Gu, you must indulge us with a drink." "Haha, then I shall gladly oblige," Gu Kaiji replied, not declining the invitation as he entered the room. Once everyone was seated, Wu Xiaobing, accompanying Gu Kaiji, remained unaware of the true purpose behind his superior's visit. However, as a middle management officer, he understood his primary duty was to enliven the atmosphere, ensuring that his superiors did not feel the chill of silence. Wu Xiaobing's eyes briefly scanned the two young men and women. The boy possessed an unremarkable appearance, utterly ordinary in every sense. Beside them sat a girl of exquisite beauty. Akin to a delicate peach blossom, her posture graceful and poised, embodying the essence of a charming young lady. He felt a sense of ease and jestingly remarked, "Old Zhou, is this your daughter? It has been years since we last met, and she has grown increasingly beautiful. I fear that in a few more years, suitors will be vying for her attention with fervor." Haha. Upon hearing Wu Xiaobing's compliment, Zhang Xiaofeng's heart swelled with joy. Eager for her daughter to shine before the mayor, she interjected before Zhou Chaoran could respond. Director Wu, you flatter her. She is still just a child. How could she possibly be in a relationship? Though nowadays, children mature quite early and romantic pursuits abound. Just look at my little Qian. She has already received an entire box full of love letters. However, I am resolutely opposed to early romance, and I burnt every single one of those letters. Zhou Xiaoqian cast a sidelong glance at Su Xian, her cheeks slightly flushed as she playfully chided him. Her bashful demeanor stirring warmth in the hearts of those who beheld her. Observing her daughter's obedient nature, Zhang Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming sense of pride. She glanced at Su Xian, contemplating how best to diminish his self-worth, hoping to impart a lesson in disparity. Intentionally, she raised her voice with a hint of affectation. This silly girl is still shy. Come on, greet the uncles. Hello, Uncle Wu. Hello, Uncle Gu. Zhou Xiaoqian's voice was sweet and soft, bringing a sense of delight to Wu Xiaobing. Indeed, little Qian is quite polite, Gu Kaiji remarked with a smile. As Gu Kaiji praised her daughter, Zhang Xiaofeng's sense of pride soared. Her daughter's status had instantly elevated in light of the mayor's commendation, making Su Xian seem even less worthy. All in all, the evening was a success, validating her years of diligent guidance with her daughter and allowing her to reclaim some honor. However, for Gu Kaiji, it was not the well-behaved girl that captured his interest, but rather the boy beside her, who remained silent and focused on his meal. In fact, a considerable part of his visit tonight was motivated by curiosity about him. Turning his gaze, Gu Kaiji fixed his eyes on Su Xian and inquired, Are you Su Xian? Yes, hello, Mayor Gu, Su Xian replied, setting down his chopsticks and meeting Gu Kaiji's gaze with a smile. Indeed, you are quite the young man, Gu Kaiji said, a hint of a smile gracing his lips before he turned his attention to Su Bingyan, remarking, Old Su, your son is truly impressive. This commendation was significant, and Gu Kaiji's repeated praise astonished everyone in attendance. They were left wondering what had prompted such accolades from the mayor. Su Xian appeared to be an ordinary youth. How could he elicit such high praise upon their first meeting? The crowd was perplexed, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofeng's previously flattering smile faded, giving way to a sullen demeanor as she pondered whether the mayor was unable to see clearly. What merits did the Su family boy possess that could rival her own daughter? Zhou Xiaoqian's cheerful expression also faltered, and she turned to look at Su Xian. While Su Bingyan was equally bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind Gu Kaiji's words, and inquired, Mayor Gu, do you know my son? There is no need for Gu Kaiji to elucidate this matter. Huang Cheng, possessing keen insight and impeccable timing, interjected, stating, the day before yesterday, Su Xian engaged in a dialogue with Mayor Gu on the mayor's direct line segment of the Lijian City Voice radio channel, discussing the transformation of Lijian's economic model and potential solutions to the pollution issues plaguing Sanlu Bay. Subsequently, he penned a letter to Mayor Gu, articulating his perspectives on the challenges faced by Lijian's economic transition over the years. This young man possesses sharp vision and profound insights, eloquently expressing his thoughts. Mayor Gu holds him in high regard. Huang Cheng's words sent ripples through the gathering, prompting everyone to turn their attention towards Su Xian. Remarkably young, he dared to confront the mayor regarding Lijian's economic dilemmas, an impressive feat indeed. In contrast, Zhang Xiaofeng experienced a tumultuous mix of emotions, bitterness, saltiness, and spiciness, yet devoid of any sweetness. Her expression darkened, appearing notably displeased, as she grappled with the reality that this boy, whom she had always deemed unremarkable and wholly unworthy of her daughter, had unexpectedly undergone a stunning transformation, becoming the center of attention and even overshadowing her daughter's brilliance. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaodian, with her delicate hands gripping the chopsticks, paused, her beautiful eyes flickering with uncertainty as she regarded Su Xian, her lips parting slightly to reveal a glimpse of her pearly teeth, clearly astonished. Amidst the swirl of thoughts in the room, an unexpected ring broke the silence, reverberating oddly within the tranquil atmosphere. Huang Cheng promptly picked up his phone and moved to the window to answer the call. After a moment, he returned to Gu Kaiji's side and whispered something in his ear. Gu Kaiji cast a brief glance at Huang Cheng, took the phone, and listened intently, responding occasionally. After a while, he nodded and remarked, Ah, perfect timing. That young man is right here. It was a call from Governor Gu Zijian. Noticing the puzzled expressions of those present, Gu Kaiji smiled, and offered a light explanation. His tone was casual and unassuming, yet it heightened the alertness of everyone in attendance. Turning his gaze towards Su Exine, the amusement in his eyes deepened as he said, "Su Exine, the elder you saved is Governor Gu's father. He wishes to personally express his gratitude to you." The room erupted in astonishment once more, the sequence of revelations overwhelming the audience. Although the precise circumstances remained unclear, the weight of Governor Gu Zijian's name rendered everyone fixated on Su Exine, their heads tilted upwards in stunned silence. Observing their astonished expressions, Gu Kaiji, fully aware of their sentiments, pressed the speakerphone button to ensure everyone could hear the conversation, then handed the phone to Su Exine. As Su Exine accepted the phone, a steady voice resonated from the receiver. "Hello, are you Su Exine?" Quickly, Su Exine replied, "Yes, greetings, Governor. Hee, you young man are quite remarkable. If it weren't for your courageous act this time, my father might have departed from this world. As the son of an elder, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you for saving my father's life. As the governor of Nanjiao Province, I am even more grateful. Although you have saved but one life, you have set a shining example for all the people of Nanjiao Province. What we truly need in Nanjiao is the spirit of altruism and selfless dedication that you embody. Governor Gua, you flatter me excessively." Su Exine smiled modestly, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the praise, yet he felt compelled to remain humble, stating, "I merely did what I believed was right, and I trust that every citizen of Nanjiao would do the same. As for the spirit of helping others and being dedicated, I possess just 1 out of 24 million, for that spirit resides in every individual of Nanjiao." Well said. I believe it is imperative to organize a campaign promoting altruism in Nanjiao Province, to inspire our people with your deeds, and to cultivate this spirit throughout the province. At that moment, as they listened to Governor Gua extolling Su Exine, everyone felt as though this extraordinary event unfolding around Su Exine was surreal and utterly astonishing. They had yet to fully process Su Exine's conversation with the mayor, and now another act of altruism had emerged, this time involving the governor. How could they possibly accept it all at once? How could they believe it? Yet, witnessing the unfolding events, they had no choice but to accept the reality. Until the call concluded, everyone maintained their posture, stretching their necks slightly, tilting their ears, and staring intently at Su Exine without blinking. After a moment, it was Su Bingyan, the father, who first spoke up to inquire about the incident, prompting Huang Cheng to recount in detail how Su Exine had saved him. However, being already fond of Su Exine, he felt it necessary to allow him to bask in the limelight before the crowd, embellishing the tale and portraying Su Exine as a youthful hero, causing Su Exine to feel somewhat bashful, thinking to himself that the description was more fitting for a superhero. After listening to Huang Cheng's account, everyone suddenly understood, murmuring in admiration. Wu Xiaobing, Zhou Zhaoran, and others began to praise Su Exine, recognizing that this young man had not only won the mayor's favor, but had also saved the governor's father. In every regard, his future appeared exceedingly bright. With limitless potential ahead, Xie Xiaofeng gazed at Su Exine, her eyes brimming with tears. She could hardly believe her son possessed such capabilities. Yet she was more than willing to embrace the notion. Zhang Xiaofeng, however, had come to terms with the reality, unable to dispute the undeniable facts before her. The Su Exine standing before her was indeed exceptional. Reflecting on her previous attitude towards him, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret, wishing she could chastise herself for being so foolish as to overlook a promising son-in-law, treating him with coldness and harsh words. Yet after a fleeting moment of discomfort and remorse, Zhang Xiaofeng's thoughts began to stir once more, regardless of the circumstances. She resolved to rekindle the connection between her daughter and Su Exine, mending their past rift. The dining table once again buzzed with lively conversation as everyone discussed Su Exine's heroic act of saving lives. Even Su Bingyan, who typically sat in silence at official gatherings, found himself the center of attention, basking in the praise for his son's accomplishments. Though Su Bingyan often detested the insincerity prevalent in political circles, he relished the accolades directed towards Su Exine, occasionally glancing at his son with a gaze that softened from its usual sternness. Swelling with pride, his son had not disappointed him. The previously aggressive Zhang Xiaofeng underwent a striking transformation, suddenly warm and amiable towards Xie Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, let me share something with you. Since Xiaodian and Su Exine are on break, why not let them study together? These two have been inseparable since childhood. Their bond is quite remarkable. They should spend more time together and support each other. Xie Xiaofan, with red-rimmed eyes, responded cheerfully to Zhang Xiaofeng, neither fully agreeing nor disagreeing. At that moment, even Zhou Xiaoyan's gaze towards Su Xian shifted, becoming somewhat distant. Observing Su Xian's calm demeanor amidst the praise, memories of their past together flooded her mind. For reasons unknown, her resentment seemed to dissipate, replaced by a newfound tenderness in her eyes. It turned out that the childhood companion she once knew had never faded. He had merely been soaring gently through the skies of life. As the revelry continued, the conversation remained centered on Su Xian, lauding his academic achievements and his understanding of national affairs at such a tender age. The compliments elevated him to a celestial status, as if he were destined to ascend to the heavens before the Mid-Autumn Festival had even arrived. Faced with this overwhelming adulation, Su Xian felt somewhat overwhelmed. Feigning humility with a beaming smile, offering explanations. After several rounds of drinks, the gathering showed no signs of conclusion when Gu Kaiji decided to take his leave. Before departing, he patted Su Xian on the shoulder and remarked, "In the future, if you have any opinions about government work, don't write letters. Just speak with Xiao Huang, someone you know." Zhang Xiaofeng, seated nearby, looked on with envy, her admiration for Su Xian intensifying. With a smile and a nod, Su Xian rose alongside his father, Su Bingyan, and Zhou Zhaoran to see Gu Kaiji and his companions, Wu Xiaobing and Huang Cheng, off. As he watched Gu Kaiji's figure gradually fade from view, Su Xian pondered the true purpose of Gu Kaiji's visit. Was he genuinely there for Su Xian, or merely to bolster his reputation with such an elaborate display? It seemed implausible. Gu Kaiji, a mayor of considerable stature, surely had loftier ambitions, and his true aim was Su Bingyan. Currently, his father was in a precarious position, suspended and awaiting a verdict. Su Xian had just delivered a letter to him that morning, and Gu Kaiji must have discerned the letter's implications. With Su Bingyan's immediate superior, Wu Xiaobing, present, the purpose of Gu Kaiji's visit became crystal clear: to extend a gesture of support to Su Bingyan, a signal of protection and an invitation for alliance. Perhaps his father would not grasp this nuance right away, but it mattered little. Once the decision regarding his father's fate was revealed, the meaning would naturally unfold. As for the outcome, Su Xian speculates with a high degree of certainty that Su Bingyan will likely be reinstated. This is not a mere fanciful thought. In the 36 Bay mining area, Gu Kaiji requires someone like him, and his father is the most suitable candidate. Therefore, everything Gu Kaiji has done this evening should not be taken at face value. One must not genuinely believe that Gu Kaiji holds him in high esteem. Perhaps there exists a slight fondness, but as a mere 16-year-old child, he hardly merits such admiration from the esteemed mayor. He merely serves as a bridge connecting Gu Kaiji and his father, Su Bingyan. In truth, Su Xian is quite perceptive. But what truly perplexes him is the presence of Wu Xiaobing, the director of the Environmental Protection Bureau, who is closely aligned with Yu Jianhua. How could he accompany Gu Kaiji to this gathering? Su Xian conjectures that Wu Xiaobing may be unaware of Gu Kaiji's true intentions, believing he was simply summoned for companionship. Hence he had no reason to decline. However, he could easily feign camaraderie with Gu Kaiji, who wields little power in the realm of official gatherings. If one does not ponder deeply, all seems genuine, yet upon reflection, it becomes apparent that insincerity reigns. This is Su Xian's sentiment regarding the dinner party. Once Gu Kaiji and his companions departed, only Su Xian and Zhou Xiaoyan's families remained. Having eaten and conversed sufficiently, there was no need for the gathering to continue, and they dispersed. As they left, Zhang Xiaofeng linked arms with Xie Xiaofan, chatting amiably, her face adorned with a radiant smile. To Su Xian, however, her demeanor appeared utterly disingenuous, inducing a sense of nausea within him. Zhou Xiaoyan trailed behind, walking beside Su Xian, her head bowed in silence. He had no intention of speaking to her, uncertain of what to say. Upon exiting the Junyue Hotel, as the moment of parting approached, Zhou Xiaoyan finally lifted her head. Her delicate face bore a subtle blush, her fair fingers intertwined nervously. Noticing her father, Zhou Chaozhan, had started the car and her mother, Zhang Xiaofeng, stood a distance away with a smiling gaze, she tightened her slender fingers, summoning her resolve to say, Xian, I have 2 library cards for the Lijian Library. Shall we go read and review together this weekend? Su Xian gazed at the girl before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. unsure how to express himself. Let alone refuse this girl with whom he once shared an intricate relationship. Humans are peculiar beings, often filtering out unpleasant memories while retaining every fragment of joyful moments from the past. He, too, found himself involuntarily reminiscing about the myriad instances spent with Zhou Xiaodian. Ultimately, unable to summon the resolve to decline, he smiled softly and nodded, replying, "All right." Zhou Xiaodian beamed sweetly, her smile blooming like a flower in an instant. She nodded earnestly, waved at Su Xian, and said, Xian, remember our promise, goodbye." Su Xian smiled and responded with an affirmative sound, then watched as Zhou Xiaoyan's family departed. Letting out a deep sigh, he found himself in a quandary regarding his feelings for Zhou Xiaoyan. Could it be that he truly possessed such a cold heart, severing ties with her so decisively? What a self-deception that would be. The notion of a clean break is, in reality, a tangled web that cannot be easily unraveled. What was he thinking, this foolish boy? Xie Xiaofan followed Su Xian's gaze towards the car that was slowly vanishing into the night. A knowing smile gracing her features as she reached out to tousle Su Xian's soft, thick hair, saying, "They're gone, yet you still seem reluctant." Su Xian turned his head and smiled, replying, "Mom, I was just pondering how much money is actually in the red envelope Uncle Zhou gave me." Xie Xiaofan was taken aback by Su Xian's casual remark, letting out a chuckle as she responded, "No matter how much it is, it must be surrendered. Must you be so cruel? At least leave me some pocket money. Consider it a fund for finding my future wife." Xie Xiaofan playfully smacked Su Xian, scolding him affectionately. "You rascal, I can give you money, but no dating allowed." "Hey, I was just joking." They bantered back and forth, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of happiness. When Su Bingyan arrived with the car, the family climbed onto the electric motorcycle, with Su Xian sitting in the middle and his mother, Xie Xiaofan, seated behind. Su Bingyan revved the engine, and the motorcycle set off. Under the starlit night and amidst the luminous glow of the streetlights, they glided along, exchanging laughter and warmth, creating an atmosphere of sweetness and intimacy. Xie Xiaofan remarked, "Su Xian, I believe Xiaodian is a good girl, and she treats you well. You should spend more time with her and take care of her. Of course, this is in the context of an older brother looking after a younger sister. You are both still young, so do not think otherwise. In short, you need to maintain your connection with Xiaodian and not ignore her as you have in recent years." Su Xian chuckled wryly. "Is Zhou Xiaodian really that great? I think she's just average. Regardless of her qualities, what matters is that I am satisfied and I like her. Thus, you should be more considerate and treat Xiaodian better." "Mom, I'm only 16 this year. Can we discuss this matter in 10 years? "Absolutely not." Xie Xiaofan firmly rejected Su Xian's suggestion, imparting wisdom. "Son, I have been through this. I tell you, some good girls are worth cherishing. Once missed, it becomes a lifelong regret. Mom, if you became a philosopher, even Socrates would be ashamed to live." Chapter 31. Racing silently upon returning home, Su Bingyan specifically called Su Xian over, requesting him to recount in detail the circumstances surrounding Guizijian's father's car accident. Huang Cheng had already spoken on the matter, and Su Bingyan's inquiry indicated his unease. Su Xian felt no need for concealment and recounted the events of saving Governor Guizijian's father to his parents. Naturally, in contrast to Huang Cheng's embellishments, his account was far more accurate and straightforward. With only his parents present, he saw no need to exaggerate for effect. Despite this, Su Bingyan and Xie Xiaofan let out a long sigh of relief once more. Clearly, they found it difficult to accept their son's sudden display of bravery and decisiveness. As parents, they were acutely aware of their son's character. Su Xian had always been timid, fearful of strangers, and his unexpected courage was a profound shock to them. However, in the crowded atmosphere of the Juegeng Hotel, they could not openly express their doubts about their son. Now that they were home, they could finally voice their concerns. Yet, from another perspective, they had witnessed the remarkable transformation in Su Xian over the past few months. In their hearts, he was no longer the timid child he once was. Their son had blossomed into a cheerful and generous young man, capable of reasoned action, bearing responsibility, and demonstrating decisiveness. With this in mind, Su Xian's righteous actions seemed less abrupt. Reflecting on her son's performance that evening, Xie Xiaofan felt a wave of emotions. From the beginning to the end of the dinner, her feelings had been tumultuous and indescribable. Did she not perceive Zhang Xiaofeng's sharp tongue? It was not that she was oblivious. Rather, She chose to endure in silence, avoiding a confrontation like a shrew. If she had mirrored Zhang Xiaofeng's disposition, their families would have been estranged, and the decades-long camaraderie between her husband and Zhou Xiaoran would surely have been shattered. Furthermore, she had always held a fondness for Zhou Xiaotian and did not wish to jeopardize their family's relationship, nor sever her son's potential bond with Xiaotian. Thus, Xie Xiaofen restrained herself, refusing to stoop to Zhang Xiaofeng's level. However, her heart was heavy, especially as Zhang Xiaofeng incessantly boasted about her daughter's qualities and the multitude of suitors pursuing her, subtly deriding her son's inadequacies. The sensation was akin to swallowing a bitter pill, utterly nauseating. It was not until Gu Kaiji appeared and recounted Su Xian's heroic deeds that the long-suppressed frustration within Xie Xiaofen was finally released, earning her son newfound respect. At that moment, she was unsure of her own feelings, only that she was overwhelmingly joyful. Then, confronted with Zhang Xiaofeng's overt attempts at flattery and ingratiation, she felt a surge of satisfaction and unspoken pride. "Didn't you, Zhang Xiaofeng, believe my son unworthy of your daughter? Why now the eagerness to curry favor?" Such words would never escape Xie Xiaofeng's lips, nor would she ever exhibit the same petty malice as Zhang Xiaofeng. Her past kindness towards Zhang Xiaofeng's family would remain unchanged, perhaps even deepen, but not due to Zhang Xiaofeng, but rather because of Zhou Xiaoran and Zhou Xiaotian. Now, gazing at her son Su Xian, Xie Xiaofen was enveloped in tenderness and consolation, even feeling tears welling in her eyes. Her son had grown up, become more understanding, and was now able to share the burdens of their family. "Mom, what's wrong?" Su Xian noticed that his mother's eyes were slightly red and curiously inquired about it. Xie Xiaofen gently ruffled Su Xian's hair and replied with a smile, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just very happy." Surprisingly, Su Bingyan, who was usually stern, wore a broad smile throughout the evening, and exceptionally reached out to affectionately pat Su Xian's shoulder, saying, "While saving someone is commendable, one must be cautious in today's society, rife with malice and complexity. When faced with similar situations in the future, be wary and avoid becoming a victim of deceit." "Understood, Dad," Su Xian replied with a smile. To be honest, he had not anticipated the events surrounding the rescue of Gu Zijian's father, nor the unexpected regard it had garnered from Zhang Xiaofeng and her family. However, at that moment, he was more concerned about his father Su Bingyan's position. Gu Kaiji's presence at dinner that night suggested some action was forthcoming. He just wondered how swift and decisive it would be, and whether it would secure his father's job. Su Xian believed that since Gu Kaiji was resolute, as the mayor, he would likely ensure his father's safety. Thus, he felt little to worry about, and bid his parents good night before retreating to his room to sleep. In the following days, Su Xian remained at home, engrossed in his studies. His sister, Wenwan, had generously provided him with her high school textbooks, alleviating any concerns about lacking resources. He began with mathematics, methodically previewing the geometry section of the first-year syllabus, complementing his studies with extensive practice to reinforce key concepts. Mathematics had always been his forte in his previous life, and now it felt effortless. Each problem solved illuminated a new understanding. On his academic journey, he encountered no significant obstacles, and he continued to progress silently and steadily. Thus, life unfolded with a sense of fulfillment. By August 16th, the outcome of Su Bingyan's situation was finally revealed. As Su Xian had anticipated, his father was reinstated to his original position as the head of the Environmental Protection Bureau in Xia District, albeit with a reprimand and the obligation to submit a self-critique. This critique was merely a formality, designed to appease higher authorities. In reality, it was of little consequence in the political arena. Xie Xiaofen was overjoyed by the news, exclaiming that the higher-ups had finally acted judiciously, providing his father with a fair resolution. Su Xian shared in her delight, feeling immense happiness for his father. No longer would his father have to navigate the treacherous waters alone, battling against odds. With Gu Kaiji's formidable support, he could finally realize his ambitions and achieve significant accomplishments. Chapter 32. A new appointment. Zhou Chao ran, upon hearing of Su Bingyan's reinstatement, felt elated for his old classmate and made a special trip with his wife and daughter, bringing along 2 bottles of Wulianye to celebrate at Su Xian's home. This time, Zhang Xiaofeng seemed transformed. Upon arriving at Su Xian's house, she greeted him warmly and then rolled up her sleeves to assist in the kitchen, chopping scallions and crushing garlic. Her enthusiastic demeanor would have led any outsider to believe she was the matriarch of the Su family. In Su Xin's eyes, the stark contrast in Zhang Xiaofeng's attitude was all the more pronounced. In the past, whenever Zhang Xiaofeng visited his home, she would lounge on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds while watching television, exhibiting an indolent demeanor akin to that of a sloth, never even considering the prospect of stepping into the kitchen to engage in any domestic chores. The culinary maestro of the household was his father, Su Bingyan, whose culinary skills were remarkable. However, he seldom ventured into the kitchen except during festive occasions to cater to friends and relatives. This time, buoyed by a sense of joy, he had purchased 2 5-pound catfish, skillfully severing 2 large fish heads, which he meticulously cleansed and split in half, adding garlic, ginger, and the piquant wild mountain peppers, drenching them in the authentic tea oil sent by relatives from his hometown, and placing them in a pot to steam. The rich aroma instantly permeated the entire house. Meanwhile, his mother, Xia Xiaofan, was in the kitchen washing rice and preparing meals, intermittently engaging in light conversation with Zhang Xiaofeng, thoroughly immersed in her bustling activities. With meals being prepared and chores being taken care of, Su Xian found himself with nothing to do, retreating into his room to immerse himself in his studies. However, the alluring scent wafting from his father's spicy fish head was simply too enticing, distracting him from his reading. He tossed aside his pen and exited his room. Zhou Xiaotian was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Today, she donned a green short-sleeved chiffon dress, complemented by a pair of glossy black ankle boots. Her hair was elegantly secured with a pink butterfly clip, exuding a fresh yet demure charm. As she noticed Su Xian approaching, she slightly turned her head away. But upon catching his glance, she quickly averted her gaze and casually inquired, Xian, the Nanzhao TV station is currently airing Meteor Garden. It's quite captivating. Do you enjoy watching it? In 2002, Meteor Garden had taken the entirety of mainland China by storm. However, due to its portrayal of bullying, the state administration of radio, film, and television deemed such idle dramas could instill unrealistic fantasies in the youth, leading to an outright ban. At that time, Su Xian was still a quintessential teenager. Utterly infatuated with this youth-centric romantic drama, he even went as far as to purchase pirated DVDs to watch it multiple times. Yet now, he possessed no desire to indulge in such popcorn romance dramas, smiling as he replied, I've seen a bit. It's all right. Zhou Xiaotian misinterpreted Su Xian's words. Believing his response indicated a fondness for Meteor Garden, her fair complexion brightened with a smile as she exclaimed, Oh, I adore Hua Ze Lei from the show. And I particularly like a line he once said. When I was young, a friend told me that at dawn, angels gather to worship God. If you light fireworks at that moment, you can attract them, and your wishes will be especially easy to fulfill. After a brief pause, Zhou Xiaotian turned to Su Xian. Her sparkling, inquisitive eyes fixated on him as she asked, Do you like that quote? Are there any lines from Meteor Garden that resonate with you? That quote is nice. Su Xian replied, somewhat at a loss for words. How could he possibly recall those pretentious yet utterly nonsensical musings? After pondering for a moment, he said, There are, but I can't quite remember them. However, since you cherish that quote, do you perhaps have a wish you'd like to see fulfilled under the fireworks? Zhou Xiaotian's cheeks flushed slightly, as if Su Xian had peered into her innermost thoughts. She averted her gaze back to the television, whispering softly, I do. But I can't tell you. Oh, I see. Su Xian observed her bashful demeanor, scratching his head awkwardly, regretting having posed such a question. In haste, he exclaimed, Xiaotian, you watch television while I fetch you some snacks. Su Xian promptly departed, bringing forth an array of puffed snacks purchased by his mother for Zhou Xiaotian. With a smile, he announced his intention to assist in the kitchen. By 12:30, a sumptuous lunch was finally prepared, and both families gathered at the table. In contrast to their previous gathering at the Juegeng Hotel, the atmosphere this time was far more amicable. The conversation revolved around Su Bingyan's reinstatement, with the Zhou family offering their congratulations and acknowledging his diligent efforts in addressing the pollution issue at 36 Bay, despite the challenges he faced, including his suspension. Su Bingyan responded with a smile, confessing that he had not anticipated this outcome. Prior to the decision, he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of being dismissed. Upon reflection, he was perplexed by the reasons behind the unexpected result. Could it be that the higher-ups truly overlooked his actions? After all, He had disclosed the pollution problem at 36 Bay to provincial leaders without prior approval, a move that surely would not sit well with the city officials, who would not so easily reinstate him. Su Bingyan believed that his reinstatement must have been orchestrated by unseen hands, perhaps a high-ranking official advocating for him. However, he had always maintained a tenuous relationship with the higher-ups, who would be so benevolent as to lend him a hand. In contemplating this, he suddenly recalled the unusual appearance of Gu Kaiji at the Juegeng Hotel that evening. His presence during Su Bingyan's sensitive suspension period, accompanied by his direct superior, Wu Xiaobing, could not merely be attributed to a special regard for his son, Su Exang. It seemed implausible. What, then, was the true purpose of his attendance? Reflecting on every word spoken by Gu Kaiji, he remembered a crucial remark regarding a letter Su Exang had sent him. Although Su Bingyan was aware that Su Exang had raised issues with Gu Kaiji at the radio station and had sent him a letter, he was entirely oblivious to its contents. Previously, he had assumed that the letter pertained to economic development in Lijian City and had thus dismissed it. However, upon further contemplation, he increasingly felt that this matter was connected to the letter sent by Su Exang. Thus, at the dining table, he inquired before everyone about the letter's contents. Now that the dust had settled, there was little for Su Exang to conceal, and he recounted the general contents of the letter, drawing admiration from Zhou Chaoran, who praised. Su Exang, my boy, your father's situation has greatly benefited from your efforts. Su Bingyan experienced a moment of clarity, finally understanding that the true reason for his reinstatement lay in Su Exang's letter, which had evidently swayed Gu Kaiji to take action on his behalf. Gu Kaiji's deliberate appearance at the Juegeng Hotel that night was likely a signal, an olive branch extended to him. Yet, the question remained, should he accept this olive branch? It was a decision fraught with difficulty, and he could not embrace it lightly. Once he accepts, he will inevitably become a vanguard in the Shisanliu Bay mining area, charging fearlessly into battle. However, this charge must be for the common people, for the citizens of Lijian City, for the million residents. What he truly fears is becoming ensnared in the endless struggles of officialdom. Gu Kaiji's actions to protect himself are akin to a sword dance by Xiang Zhuang. With the intention directed at Pei Gong, the sword represents himself, and Pei Gong is naturally Yu Jianhua. Su Bingyan, known for his obstinacy, has carved a niche for himself in Li Jin's political arena, earning the moniker of Su Dak, yet this does not signify genuine foolishness or stubbornness. Over the years, he has avoided entanglements with higher-ups, cleverly sidestepping political conflicts to serve as a moderate, intent on diligently accomplishing his tasks. Yet this time, he finds himself at a loss. Regardless of his own thoughts, Gu Kaiji's intervention to safeguard him will likely lead the entire political sphere of Lijin to regard him as Gu's man, entirely beyond his control. He can only lament the adage that in the world, one is not free in the realm of politics. One is completely at the mercy of circumstances. Nevertheless, the restoration of his official position is ultimately a positive development. As for the political strife, he will take it one step at a time. However, he is genuinely pleased that his son, Su Exang, offered counsel to the mayor on his behalf. Watching Su Exang with a gaze full of pride and comfort. How many 16 or 17-year-olds possess such courage and capability? Rarely does one witness such a moment. Su Bingyan filled a small wine cup and handed it to Su Exang, saying, "Son, today is a joyous occasion. Let us toast together." Su Exang hesitated, momentarily taken aback. When did his father become so open-minded as to allow him to drink and even share a toast? In the past, such treatment would have been unimaginable. Beside them, Xie Xiaofan did not interrupt, her face beaming as she observed the father and son. Zhou Xiaodian, sitting next to Su Exang, noticed his momentary daze and gently nudged his arm, reminding him, Exang, don't forget." Quickly setting down his utensils, Su Exang accepted the wine cup and stood up, smiling as he said, "Dad, may all roads lead to Shisanliu Bay." "Foolish boy, what do you mean by all roads leading to Shisanliu Bay?" "It means your upcoming appointment will enable you to address pollution in Shisanliu Bay. You will surely clear away all impurities and restore Lijin to a pristine and beautiful Shisanliu Bay. Cheers." Chapter 33. Nothing is eternal. The meal concluded amidst laughter. Su Exang and his father, Su Bingyan, accompanied Zhou Xiaodian's family downstairs. As they exited, Zhang Xiaofeng repeatedly urged Su Exang to visit their home often, mentioning that both she and her husband had to work, leaving Xiaodian home alone and bored. The two would make good company and could study together. Su Xian readily agreed, displaying utmost politeness. Yet, this did not signify the dissolution of his reservations towards Zhang Xiaofeng. It was merely the basic etiquette of social interaction. Observing the courteous youth before him, Zhou Xiaoran felt a deep sense of reflection. He had witnessed the events that unfolded around this boy in recent days and had etched them in his memory. Not only was there the noble act of rescuing Governor Guizijian's father, but the sheer audacity he displayed in conversing with the mayor left countless contemporaries in his wake. Furthermore, with but a letter, he had managed to reverse fate, reinstating his father to a position from which he was almost removed, restoring his status and prestige. Such courage and wisdom. How many in the entirety of Lizan City could boast of such qualities? Contemplating his wife's past attitude towards Su Xian, Zhou Xiaoran could not help but curse her foolishness inwardly. It is better to offend an old man than to belittle a young one. How unfortunate that he had chosen such a simple-minded partner. Fortunately, the relationship between their families remained stable, despite the shadows cast by his wife's previous actions on Su Xian. It was never too late to mend the fence. He patted Su Xian on the shoulder and said with a smile, "If you encounter any difficulties at Yizhong in the future, do not hesitate to inform your uncle, for I shall certainly assist you." In the realm of education in Lizan City, Zhou Xiaoran's words held immense weight. With such a grand promise from Zhou Xiaoran, Su Xian found no reason to decline. Smiling as he nodded, "Thank you, Uncle Zhou." After bidding farewell to Zhou Xiaoran and his family, Su Xian's parents refrained from inquiring further about the series of events that had transpired. The home returned to a state of tranquility. Su Xian occasionally engaged in playful banter with his mother and shared casual conversations with his father. The scenes were mundane, yet brimming with warmth. On the weekend, Su Xian was invited to accompany Zhou Xiaodian to the city library. They spent some time reading, then indulged in a meal at KFC before strolling through the shops. It was a sun-drenched afternoon, filled with a languid sense of time. At times, Su Xian would exchange a few words with her, prompting Zhou Xiaodian to tilt her head, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling as she responded earnestly. However, for the majority of their time together, they walked in silence, navigating the bustling crowd and traversing the corridors of time. Despite the apparent improvement in their relationship, the restoration of their childhood intimacy, that innocent camaraderie, was an impossibility. There existed, to some degree, a certain unease, a subtle tension that neither dared to voice first, fearing defeat. It was akin to a crumpled piece of paper. No matter how much one tried to smooth it out, it could never return to its original flawless state. Thus, they merely adapted to one another, seeking the beauty they had once lost, attempting to reconcile the memories of the past with the individual before them. For in the face of relentless time, nothing remains eternal except for memories. In the days that followed, Su Xian led a tranquil life, undisturbed and serene. Occasionally, he played basketball at Yizhong but had not encountered and ran again. At times, after tiring from the game, he would sit alone on a stone bench, wiping the sweat from his brow, only to be struck by an unfamiliar sense of longing and emptiness. Ronghao had called Su Xian several times, intending to invite him to the internet CAF for a game of Warcraft. Although his passion for computer games had waned, Su Xian did not decline the opportunity to join him in a few rounds. In truth, he merely wished to preserve this friendship, the carefree and whimsical camaraderie of his youth. Occasionally, when fatigued from reading or simply feeling bored, Su Xian would visit Wenwan's home for a bit of fun. Wenwan diligently ventures to the bus station each day to sell sweet potatoes, striving to accumulate funds for her university tuition. Her relentless schedule leaves her both busy and fatigued, which is a significant reason why Su Xian seldom seeks her company. For many, it is unimaginable that a girl of 17 or 18 would rise early and toil incessantly to manage household duties, relying on the sale of sweet potatoes to sustain her entire family. Yet, for Wenwan, this has become a way of life. It embodies her hopes for both living and pursuing higher education. The pressures of life have not crushed her spirit. Rather, she leads a simple yet fulfilling existence, free from ceaseless harassment and the anxiety of daily survival. Each time Su Xian approaches, even from a distance, he can spot the girl selling sweet potatoes, and he is overcome with a peculiar sentiment, an admiration for her resilience in the face of adversity and a tender compassion for his quiet yet remarkably strong sister. He often rushes over to join her in selling sweet potatoes, calling out loudly at the bus station entrance. As the days roll on, they string together like pearls. fading gradually with the echoes of their calls. By August 25th, Wenwan is set to commence her studies, prompting Su Bingyin to organize a celebratory feast, inviting her grandfather to join. Surrounded by family at the table, the atmosphere is warm and joyous. Su Bingyin presents Wenwan with 1,000 yuan, smiling as he says, "Waner, your tuition at Nanjiao Normal University is waived, so consider this your living expenses. Remember, the cost of living in the provincial city is higher than in Lijian. Do not be overly frugal. If you find yourself short on funds, do not hesitate to call home. Do not deprive yourself." Wenwan, however, steadfastly refuses to accept the money, and her grandfather also waves his hand, saying, "Bingyin, this is unnecessary. Over the years, it is your support that has enabled Waner to pursue her studies. You are not only the first university student from Yongquan village, but also its greatest pride and a second father to Waner. I am but an old cripple, unable to offer much, so I can only express my gratitude in my heart. Now that Waner has grown, she must learn to be self-reliant. She cannot continue to depend on your generosity." With a smile on his darkened face, Su Bingyin recalls his impoverished upbringing, raised solely by his mother, nurtured by the villagers of Yongquan. His own university tuition was funded by the modest contributions of those same villagers. He believes that even the smallest act of kindness deserves a grand return, especially when it comes to the immense gift of nurturing. Consequently, he feels a profound connection to his roots, pledging to support impoverished students from his hometown until they complete their education. Presently, he assists 3 other university students from his village, including Wenwan, despite the considerable financial strain it imposes upon him. He is willing to endure personal discomfort to aid his community. Understanding Wenwan's insistence on independence, he gently places the money in her hands, asserting, "Uncle Wen speaks of self-reliance, yet Waner is still young. Her focus should be on her studies. She must not divert her attention to other matters, so please accept this." Wenwan attempts to push the money back, but a sharp glance from Su Bingyin halts her. Eventually, she concedes and accepts the funds, yet tears well up in her eyes, cascading into her bowl. The following day, Su Xian accompanies Wenwan to the train station. It is the commencement of the academic year, a peak season for passenger transport, and the train station is teeming with people. Su Xian, carrying his luggage, squeezed through the crowd alongside Wenwan, arriving at the entrance of the train station. He turned to Wenwan and said, "Sister, you may go in. It's only 9 o'clock, and the train doesn't arrive for another hour. We might as well sit over there." Wenwan pointed towards a large pavilion on the side of the train station where a row of empty seats awaited them. "All right," Su Xian replied with a smile, lifting his luggage once more as they made their way to the pavilion, casually selecting 2 seats to sit down. After placing his bags down, he felt the oppressive heat of the day and, having carried his belongings over such a distance, found himself parched. "Sister, I'll go buy a bottle of drink." "You must be tired carrying such heavy luggage," he said. Noticing Su Xian panting and drenched in sweat, Wenwan felt a twinge of concern. "Oh, then that is fine," she agreed with a smile. After she left, Su Xian remained seated, watching the ebb and flow of the throngs at the train station with a sense of ennui. The late August heat was unbearable, and he wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling increasingly dehydrated. After a while, Wenwan returned, holding a bottle of Coca-Cola, and cheerfully handed it to Su Xian. "Here you go, brother." Su Xian was momentarily taken aback upon noticing that she had bought only 1 bottle. "Sister, why just 1 bottle of Coke?" he asked. Wenwan wiped the beads of sweat from her smooth forehead and smiled. "I'm not thirsty." "Oh, I see," Su Xian replied, his gaze falling upon the Coca-Cola in his hand. The drink was chilled, with beads of cold moisture glistening on the surface, providing a tantalizing sensation when held. Yet, he found himself lacking the appetite to drink it, feeling a pang of discomfort. The reason Wenwan had purchased only 1 bottle was not due to her lack of thirst, but rather her reluctance to spend an extra 3 yuan and 50 cents. For many, that amount might merely equate to the price of a drink, half a pack of cigarettes, or a brief internet session, but for Wenwan, it represented her entire daily food budget. How could he possibly enjoy such a drink under these circumstances? Observing that Su Xian had accepted the drink, but was not consuming it, Wenwan inquired, "Xian, why aren't you drinking? Don't you like Coke?" Su Xian shook his head and chuckled. "No, it's just that I had some water at the reception while you were buying the drinks. I'm not thirsty at the moment. I'll drink it later." "Oh, that is fine then," Wenwan said, not thinking much of it. She sat beside him. noticing the beads of sweat on his cheeks. She took out a napkin and gently wiped his forehead. Afterward, she playfully ruffled his soft hair and asked with a smile, "Hey Xian, you're quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend at school?" Feigning a sigh, Su Xian replied, "With my looks. The girls from Juegeng would even spare me a glance. I dare say you are the only one who thinks I'm handsome." Wenwan smiled gently. "Silly. Don't belittle yourself." After chatting for a while, it was nearly 9:30, and the train was about to depart. Su Xian gathered his luggage and, alongside Wenwan, proceeded to the entrance of the train station. As she entered the station, Wenwan turned to Su Xian and said, Xian, please hand me your luggage. You should head home early and remember to study diligently. Otherwise, your sister might ignore you." "All right, I understand." Su Xian nodded and handed his luggage to Wenwan. After she accepted it, he casually placed a bottle of Coca-Cola into her hands, then took a few steps back, smiling and waving, exclaiming, "Sister, have a safe journey. I'll visit you in the provincial city when I have the time." Wenwan paused for a moment, glancing down at the bottle of Coca-Cola in her hands. In that instant, she suddenly comprehended the reason Su Xian abstained from drinks. It was not that he had consumed water or didn't wish to drink. Rather, he intended to save it for her, his older sister. At that moment, a wave of warmth surged through Wenwan's heart, enveloping her entire being, leaving her profoundly moved. Raising her gaze, Wenwan looked at Su Xian in the distance, at the tall boy waving to her amidst the bustling crowd. Her eyes glistened with tears, and she bit her lip, revealing a radiant smile as she vigorously waved back. Xian, your sister is waiting for you." Volume 1. The Prologue in Backlight, Chapter 34. Do not wait for the blossoms to bloom. Time flowed quietly, and Su Xian remained ordinary, still ensnared in monotony. His daily sustenance consisted predominantly of rice, and his most frequent activity was reading. He rarely ventured outside, leading those unaware of the truth to assume he was a sheltered young maiden. In a previous life, the thought of studying for even 10 minutes would have driven him to frustration. Yet, this is the beauty of growth. It cultivates patience and the ability to earnestly engage in a task. Su Xian approached his studies with sincerity and diligence, recognizing it as the foundational stone leading to a brilliantly different path from his past life. He needed this cornerstone. Su Xian's fervor for learning surprised even Su Bingyan and Xie Xiaofan, yet they felt more relief than astonishment. Sometimes, seeing their son sequestered in his room for hours on end with books raised concerns of potential depression. In such instances, Xie Xiaofan would shoo him out of the house, generously handing him 10 yuan while placing her hands on her hips, declaring, "As long as the sun is up, I don't want to see you." Su Xian would accept the money, giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Having a mother like you is truly a blessing I've earned over 8 lifetimes." Thus, in a daze, over 20 days of vacation passed. There were moments of fervor, yet more often, it was a time of tranquility and stability. On September 1st, 2002, the first day of school at Lijian City No. 1 Middle School arrived, marking the end of summer vacation and the commencement of an exhilarating high school journey. After breakfast, Su Xian prepared to go to school, but he opted against riding his bicycle. The distance of over 10 kilometers from his home to the school made it strenuous and bothersome. Arriving at the bus stop at the entrance of his community, he waited for the bus. After a while, the number 14 bus heading to the school arrived. Su Xian boarded and found a seat by the window. The bus number 14 gradually departed, and Su Xian's gaze fell upon the world outside. One by one, the camphor trees receded into the distance, as golden sunlight bathed the dark green leaves, casting a myriad of shimmering spots upon the ground. The sun shines brightly, and time passes peacefully. Alas, there is no companion by my side. With a sigh, Su Xian chuckled softly, retracting his gaze to survey the passengers within the bus. They were either expressionless office workers or innocent students laden with backpacks, each bearing distinct appearances that starkly contrasted with one another. The pressures of life had dulled the sharp edges of youth. Such is the essence of maturity, I suppose. Am I mature? Quite so, I think. If I were simmered a little longer in a pot, I could serve as a delightful snack. Su Xian mused cheerfully. Yet, in all honesty, he longed for the innocent days of youth, those carefree, whimsical times. As the bus halted at the stop by the Yuhu community on Jiefeng West Road, Su Xian's attention once again shifted to the window. Suddenly, a familiar girl entered his field of vision without warning. She bore a blue backpack, clad in pencil pants paired with a light blue hoodie, her ponytail swaying gently, and pink earbuds nestled in her ears. A delicate pink wire trailed from her fair neck, crossing over her slightly rounded chest and vanishing into her backpack. She stood quietly by the roadside, exuding an air of coolness and clarity, isolated and independent from the world. Juegeng. Juegeng momentarily froze, a faint wave of nostalgia washing over him, a feeling both subtle and inexplicable. Yet, at that moment, it undeniably occupied the entirety of his heart. It felt akin to encountering a long-lost friend unexpectedly on a sunlit day at the corner of a street, stirring a gentle surprise and a touch of joy within him. Now, observing Juegeng standing beneath the bus stop, Juegeng anticipated her boarding the bus, pondering how he might greet her and what words would bring her happiness. However, as the bus came to a complete stop, a throng of passengers surged forward, crowding into the vehicle, and Juegeng was unable to board. At that moment, the number 72 bus arrived behind them, also heading to the high school. Juegeng could only watch helplessly as Juegeng turned and walked towards the approaching bus. Observing her disappear through the doors of the departing vehicle, he felt a twinge of regret, unwilling to let fate conspire against their meeting. As the doors of the number 14 bus closed and it began to move, anxiety bubbled within him, prompting him to shout to the driver, "Wait a moment, I need to get off. Why didn't you say so earlier? Just dawdling around." The driver retorted impatiently, slamming on the brakes and opening the back door. Normally, Juegeng would have taken it upon himself to address the driver's lack of professionalism, but his mind was preoccupied with other matters. He muttered under his breath, "You're a nuisance," before the driver erupted in anger. Juegeng leaped from the car and waved at the approaching number 72 bus. The bus driver gestured back, clearly indicating that the vehicle was already filled to capacity and that he should await the next one. Standing at the roadside, Juegeng gazed at the dust kicked up by the departing bus, rendered speechless and choked with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. What a predicament! An endeavor akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket, utterly fruitless. Yet, there was little to be done. It was peak commuting time, bustling with office workers. And today marked the start of the school year for countless students across the city. A long line of passengers awaited their turn, and it was entirely normal to miss the bus, so Juegeng did not dwell on it too much. Moreover, reflecting on his past life, he realized that he might not have even had the courage to disembark, instead choosing to lurk in the shadows, secretly observing Juegeng, wallowing in self-pity and cursing the unfairness of fate. For him, the fairness of destiny was a grand yet trivial discourse, at least in the face of opportunity. All were equal, much like the toilet stalls, where the first to arrive claimed the seat. Shakespeare once eloquently stated, "Gather ye rosebuds while ye may, old time is still a-flying. And this same flower that smiles today, tomorrow will be dying." How poignant! Having lived through many years across past and present, Juegeng felt deeply the weight of unfulfilled regrets and the bitterness he had swallowed. Yet, the essence of undertaking any endeavor lies not in the outcome, but in the courage to seize opportunities when they arise, to reach out and grasp the blooming flowers when they appear. Should one pluck them only to be pricked by thorns, or claim the stall only to find oneself suddenly unable to proceed, it is merely a matter of doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate, without remorse. With a gentle sigh, Juegeng dispersed the lingering sense of regret within him and resumed his wait at the bus stop. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. He turned to see the number 72 bus, having traveled a short distance, come to an abrupt halt. The rear doors swung open, and amidst the bright summer sunlight, a girl stepped down. She turned to face Juegeng, standing at the bustling street corner beneath the shade of towering camphor trees, her lips curving into a gentle smile that was simply enchanting. In that fleeting moment, an unparalleled warmth surged through Juegeng's veins, his hand clenching tightly as he dashed towards Juegeng. Chapter 35. You smile softly as she beheld Juegeng sprinting toward her. Juegeng felt a twinge of nervousness. She had descended from the bus upon spotting him. In truth, she had seen him while waiting for her bus, perched on the number 14. But the crowd had prevented her from boarding, prompting her to take the subsequent number 72 instead. Yet, she never anticipated that Juegeng would actually disembark. She recognized that he had done so because of her, finding him somewhat foolish yet inexplicably touched. Watching him unable to board the number 72, his expression tinged with disappointment. She felt a strange kinship. Juegeng felt a wave of sadness wash over her, and almost inexplicably, she alighted from the vehicle. At that moment, As she watched Su Exun hastily approach, a faint smile graced her cool, delicate features as she said, "Take your time. It's nothing." Standing 5 paces away, Su Exun halted. And upon seeing Xia Juegeng's bright, clear eyes fixed upon him, he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately scratching his head and saying, "Long time no see." Xia Juegeng softly replied, "Indeed, it has been a while." After a brief silence, Su Exun awkwardly attempted to make conversation. "Why did you get off?" Xia Juegeng pressed her lips together, thinking she could not confess that she had disembarked upon seeing him. Thus, she told a little white lie. "There were too many people on the bus. It felt a bit cramped, so I got off." A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Su Exun's mouth. He was well aware of her true reason for stepping off, but chose not to expose her secret, responding, "Oh, I see." Noticing the calm smile on Su Exun's face, Xia Juegeng felt a slight flush of embarrassment, realizing he had guessed her reason for getting off. She bashfully suggested, "Class is about to start. Shall we go to the bus stop and wait for the bus?" "All right." Su Exun nodded in agreement. The two made their way back to the bus stop. And after a short wait, a number 14 bus finally arrived. Fortunately, the rush hour had passed, and the bus was relatively empty, mostly filled with middle school students carrying backpacks. The youthful students, taken aback by the girl's stunning beauty, momentarily gaped, only to lower their heads in a flurry when her cool gaze swept over them. It wasn't until another boy boarded the bus that they dared to raise their heads, astonished to see the pair of boys and girls together. Amidst the curious stares of the passengers, both Su Exun and Xia Juegeng remained composed and in sync. Finding 2 adjacent seats in the back, Su Exun sat on the outside, while Xia Juegeng took the inner seat. Su Exun gazed at Xia Juegeng, who was looking out the window with her clear eyes, a rare gentle smile gracing her lips. The autumn morning sun cast a languid glow. As the towering camphor trees retreated, one after another, in the quietly passing moments, Su Exun, captivated by her poetic beauty, found himself involuntarily recalling a line from a poem by Tagore. "You smile softly, saying nothing, yet I feel I have waited long for this." Upon arriving at the Juegeng bus stop, they disembarked one after the other, merging with the crowd as they walked through the snack street and into the school gates. Xia Juegeng's pace gradually quickened, her expression reverting to her usual demeanor, quiet, serene, and aloof, making it exceedingly difficult to approach her. Su Exun understood her sentiments and sought to alleviate her awkwardness by intentionally trailing half a step behind, matching her pace as they headed towards the classroom building. Yet, even so, they attracted countless glances, with all eyes inevitably drawn to Xia Juegeng, as the girl gazed upon a strikingly beautiful classmate. A twinge of jealousy inevitably stirred within her. This girl was not one of the renowned school beauties. She had evidently entered through the rigorous entrance examination, exuding an air of exclusivity and disdain. The male students, however, harbored an entirely different mindset. As they strolled along the shaded pathways of the campus, outwardly feigning indifference, they secretly stole glances, their hearts racing and steps faltering. Some were so entranced that they collided with the iron railings of the path, only to realize their folly when a painful bump emerged on their foreheads. Under such scrutiny, Xia Juegeng's demeanor grew even more frosty. Whenever her gaze briefly met that of a male classmate, she could effortlessly send him metaphorically tumbling to the South Pole, enveloped in an icy chill. Observing this scene, Su Exun maintained a gentle smile, trailing behind her at a distance. Upon passing through the shaded avenue and navigating the rows of academic buildings, they arrived at the classroom door. Xia Juegeng halted, turning to Su Exun with a request. "Su Exun, could you wait a moment before entering?" "Of course." Su Exun replied with an agreeable nod. Noticing Su Exun's prompt acceptance, Xia Juegeng felt a pang of guilt, realizing it was not entirely fair to make her friend linger at the door due to her own insecurities and concerns about potential misunderstandings among classmates. "Actually, why don't you go in first?" she suggested, reconsidering her earlier request. "It would be better for you to enter first." Su Exun understood her hesitation. Xia Juegeng's cold exterior belied a sensitive heart. She likely believed that their entrance together might lead to unwarranted speculation, which could eventually reach their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu Desheng. Though Xia Juegeng appeared aloof, her thoughts were acutely perceptive. The earlier suggestion to have Su Exun wait was probably born from a fear of causing him distress. In truth, he would hardly be bothered by such trifles. His only desire was for her happiness. Seeing the certainty in Su Exun's smile, Juegeng ultimately relented. Giving a slight nod with a calm expression, yet a sweet warmth surged within her. She chose not to dwell on it further, turning to push open the classroom door. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a face that was striking yet slightly mischievous. Ronghao. Upon seeing the two at the entrance, Ronghao stood frozen for 3 seconds like a dazed goose before his quick-witted mind kicked in, prompting him to exclaim, "Oh, I'm just heading to the restroom. Please, continue your secret conversation." With that, he couldn't suppress a chuckle, and, before Su Xian could give him a playful kick, he hastily made his exit. Once Ronghao departed, Xia Juegeng cast a sidelong glance at Su Xian, her cheeks subtly flushed. She stepped forward, entering the classroom first. Su Xian let out a wry smile. Realizing that Ronghao's meddling had thwarted Xia Juegeng's subtle intentions. Shaking his head, he opted not to follow her inside, leaning against the corridor wall while surveying the picturesque campus of their school. After a while, Ronghao returned, grinning as he patted Su Xian on the shoulder. "You're quite swift, aren't you? Now you're accompanying Xia Juegeng to and from school. At this rate, won't you be paying a visit to your future mother-in-law in half a year?" Su Xian turned around and replied, "It's not as sordid as you imagine. I merely encountered her on the way, and we decided to come to school together." "Seriously, are you playing the chance encounter card? Who do you think you're fooling?" Ronghao was not the least bit convinced by Su Xian's words, dismissing them as mere excuses. "All the good fortune in the world seems to be yours. Why don't I have the luck to stumble upon a charming girl like her?" "You do," Su Xian chuckled. "Isn T Liao Jia, our class's class monitor." "A charming girl? Her? You call that a charming girl?" Ronghao shot Su Xian a sidelong glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "She's more like a rapeseed flower." "Rapeseed flower, you big-headed fool." Su Xian nearly burst into laughter, giving Ronghao a light smack on the shoulder. "Just a heads up, don't let those words slip out. If Liao Jie hears you, she might just tear you to shreds. And keep our little arrangement of walking to school with Xia Juegeng under wraps." Ronghao wore a mischievous grin. "The real issue is you wanting me to keep quiet about you and Xia Juegeng. Come on, after all these years. Don't you know me? My lips are sealed tighter than a vault. Nothing can pry them open. In 2 words, reliable. I'd sooner believe in ghosts than trust your foul mouth." "Is it really necessary to say that? Such a blow to our feelings." Ronghao feigned hurt, raising his hand before Su Xian's eyes. "Since our friendship has deteriorated to this point, I have nothing more to say. Just 2 words. Pay up." As Ronghao finished speaking, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. "Let us not talk about money, shall we? It's so hurtful." Su Xian laughed as he patted Ronghao's shoulder and made his way to the classroom. Ronghao huffed, dissatisfied. "Do we even have any feelings left? I thought once you had a girl, you'd forget all about your bro." Su Xian turned back and said, with that whiny expression and tone of yours, "Anyone would think we were in a romantic relationship." "Hey, what do you mean by that? How does one engage in such a relationship? Care to enlighten me?" Ronghao was baffled by Su Xian's sudden remark. "It's simply about finding a hen to have fun with." Seeing Ronghao's inquisitive expression, Su Xian felt a headache coming on. "Seriously, you're utterly heartless, even wanting to mess with a hen." "Su Xian, today I'm drawing a line. You tread your murky path, and I'll walk my sunny bridge." "Shut it." Su Xian could no longer tolerate Ronghao's incessant chatter, quickly cutting him off. He tossed his backpack onto the desk, sat down, and began flipping through his books. The first class of the new term was a study period. The homeroom teacher, Juegeng, made a brief appearance in the classroom, standing at the podium to deliver some opening remarks, encouraging everyone to work hard and study diligently, typical motivational words to inspire the students. Juegeng's mouth opened, and he couldn't stop his incessant rambling. Although his words were somewhat impressive, everyone had grown weary of his grandiloquent nonsense and lacked the enthusiasm they once had for his speeches. Ronghao, feeling bored, leaned on his desk fiddling with a water-based pen and casually remarked to Su Xian, "I wonder if Wu Dalong had a surplus of energy last night." "How do you know that? Did you spend the night with him?" Su Xian retorted, amused by Ronghao's nonsense. "What a filthy guy." Ronghao shot Su Xian a disdainful glance, dismissing him. "Ah, thank you, young Master Rong, for your mercy." Su Xian chuckled inwardly, feeling a sense of triumph for managing to put him in his place. Once Wu Desheng departed, the once quiet classroom erupted in chaos, resembling a lively slaughterhouse. After a week of military training in early August, the students had grown more familiar with one another, shedding the initial awkwardness. Conversely, Having not seen each other for more than half a month, their conversations felt even more intimate. After Wu Desheng's exit, Su Xian surveyed his classmates and noticed 3 new faces among the boys sitting in the last row. One of them stood out, tall and slender, dressed in designer clothes and exuding a fashionable air, albeit with a rather pretentious demeanor. He rested his head on one hand, crossed his legs, and swayed them slightly, his brown hair nearly obscuring his face, giving him a masked appearance. However, to Su Xian, who had been reborn from a future life, he appeared rather unimpressive, akin to a rural non-mainstream youth or perhaps a fashionable dandy. In essence, his entire outfit resembled a blend of a Vietnamese monkey, with an extravagant hairstyle that could be summed up in 3 words: wash, cut, and style. Yet, this individual had not participated in military training, indicating that he was likely someone of considerable standing. Those who could afford to skip military drills either hailed from influential families or possessed some wealth. Such individuals were often the pampered offspring of privilege, not likely to regard military training with any seriousness. At this moment, several girls in the class were covertly stealing glances at him, yet when he met their gaze with a somewhat frivolous look, they would blush and quickly avert their eyes. Overall, this new classmate possessed a certain charm. With a smile, Su Xian dismissed further thoughts, glancing over at Rong Hao, who lay sprawled on his desk, sound asleep. He mused to himself about how this fool had the audacity to sleep during the very first class of the semester, treating the classroom like his bedroom. Shaking his head with a smile, Su Xian decided not to disturb him and opened his brand new physics textbook to read. After a while, absorbed in his book, Su Xian felt someone poke him on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he saw Wu Xiaoheng, who handed him a small note and gestured toward the back, saying, "Here is a note from Ma Yi. Please pass it to Xia Juegeng in front of you." Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance towards the back of the classroom. "Who is Ma Yi?" Wu Xiaoheng clarified, "The new student, the one sitting at the very end of our row." Intrigued, Su Xian's gaze shifted back to the individual at the rear, pondering whether he should pass a note to Xia Juegeng on Ma Yi's behalf. What audacity! Noticing Su Xian's attention, Ma Yi pointed to Xia Juegeng in front of him, signaling clearly for Su Xian to deliver the note to her. With narrowed eyes, Su Xian realized that on the very first day of school, he was destined to stir up some trouble. A smirk graced his lips as he nodded, clutching the note and turning back to sit upright, shielding Ma Yi's view from behind. He then unfolded the note to examine its contents. The haphazardly scrawled words exuded an air of distaste, amplifying the amusement on his face. Grabbing a pen, he altered a few phrases, transforming the love note into something even more repugnant. After his revisions, he reread it, still feeling it lacked the desired level of crudeness, so he made further changes. Finally, he tucked the pen away and lifted his gaze to the quietly reading Xia Juegeng. Initially, he had no intention of disturbing her, but for the sake of Ma Yi's future happiness, he felt compelled to inconvenience her. Gently, he poked her shoulder. Xia Juegeng turned, her clear eyes locking onto Su Xian with a hint of confusion. "We're in class. Is there something you need?" she inquired softly. Su Xian extended the note towards her. Xia Juegeng's beautifully arched brows furrowed in surprise. She had not anticipated such childish behavior from him. She despised those boys who covertly passed notes to girls. They were classmates. After all, conversations should be direct, rather than shrouded in secrecy, which only led to misunderstandings. In the past, she had torn apart nearly every note given to her by boys in front of the entire class. Yet, now facing Su Xian, she found herself unable to act as harshly, her expression revealing a hint of dissatisfaction as she gently admonished, "Don't do this. Just focus on your studies." "It's not for you," Su Xian remarked, pointing to Liao Jie, who sat next to Xia Juegeng. "It's a note from Ma Yi for Liao Jie at the back." Xia Juegeng paused, comprehending the situation and feeling a sense of relief that the note was not intended for her. However, a trace of doubt lingered in her mind. She was not fond of receiving notes, so would Liao Jie appreciate it? Ultimately, it was Liao Jie's choice. Nodding, she acquiesced. "Oh well, all right then." After accepting the note, Xia Juegeng turned back, gesturing towards Su Xian's open textbook, lightly advising, "Make sure to study well." "Of course," Su Xian replied with a smile, watching as Xia Juegeng returned to Liao Jie, handing her the note and whispering something in her ear. Instantly, Liao Jie's face flushed crimson, glancing at the oblivious Ma Yi in the back. As her color shifted from red to purple after reading the note, Her face turned as red as an angry monkey's behind, fury radiating throughout the classroom. "Ma-yi, you absolute scoundrel!" Liao Jie exclaimed, springing to her feet and crumpling the note into a ball, throwing it with force. A crumpled piece of paper traced a graceful arc through the air, akin to a precisely aimed mortar shell, striking with zero margin for error. It hit Ma-yi, who was momentarily frozen in astonishment. In the explosive outburst of Liao Jie, the previously raucous classroom fell silent, all eyes tracking the airborne paper until it landed squarely atop Ma-yi's head. Ma-yi, casually reclining in a chair tilted at a 45-degree angle, was languidly awaiting a response from Juegeng when the sudden reprimand from Liao Jie jolted him, causing his eardrums to vibrate. Instinctively, he attempted to dodge the incoming projectile, but in doing so, lost his balance and tumbled from his chair in a most undignified manner. The sight of Ma-yi's predicament elicited laughter from his classmates. Still disoriented by the unexpected turn of events, Ma-yi hastily scrambled to his feet. Brushing off the dust from his clothes and adjusting his tousled hair, he pointed an accusatory finger at Liao Jie, indignantly exclaiming, "What is your problem, you ferocious tigress? Have I wronged you in any way?" Liao Jie, now seething with indignation, had all her pent-up grievances ignited by Ma-yi's words. Trembling with anger, she pointed at the crumpled paper on the floor and retorted, "You insufferable fool! You dare to act yet refuse to take responsibility?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ma-yi quickly retrieved the note, unfolding it with trepidation. His expression shifted dramatically as he read its contents, prompting a sharp intake of breath. The invitation he had pinned to invite Juegeng for a casual meal at KFC had grotesquely transformed into an unabashed love letter, filled with nauseating declarations of affection, likening love to a mouse's infatuation with rice, and poetic musings on their eternal bond. Disgust washed over him, and he felt a shiver run down his spine as he shredded the note into tiny fragments. He cursed under his breath, furious at the individual who had altered the note, particularly for handing it over to Liao Jie. It was a deliberate act of malice directed at him. He vowed to uncover the culprit and make them pay dearly. In his fury, he scarcely noticed Liao Jie's reddened face as he glared at her. Instead, he scrutinized the row of classmates between him and Juegeng, recognizing two familiar faces behind her, who were unlikely to engage in such antics. The only plausible suspect was the one seated ahead, Juegeng. Moreover, Juegeng had conveniently obstructed his line of sight earlier, and being positioned right behind Juegeng, he was the only one capable of orchestrating such a prank. The more Ma-yi pondered this possibility, the more his rage ignited. He pointed accusingly at Juegeng, bellowing, "Juegeng, are you so weary of life that you would provoke me?" The sudden shift in Ma-yi's ire toward the quietly reading Juegeng left his classmates bewildered. Even Wu Xiaohang, who had previously delivered the note to Ma-yi, wore a perplexed expression, unable to fathom how the note had come to rest in Liao Jie's hands. Nor could he comprehend why Juegeng had drawn Ma-yi's wrath. At that moment, the classroom was steeped in an eerie silence, all eyes fixated on Juegeng. Liao Jie, the center of this unfolding drama, stifled her own grievances, momentarily at a loss for words, as the unexpected turn of events left her reeling. Even the typically indifferent Juegeng turned her head in curiosity, casting a strange glance at Juegeng, perplexed by his connection to the situation, while an inexplicable sense of worry surged within her. Meanwhile, Juegeng remained leisurely and composed, methodically solving a physics problem, then meticulously capping his pen. He turned to face the furious Ma-yi, his gaze steady, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You are mistaken. It is not my mother who is impatient with life, but rather I who am weary of it." "But what of it? Do you intend to assist me?" Ma-yi was incensed by Juegeng's words, his face flushed with anger, his insides aflame. Yet, he could not openly express his grievances, for it would be absurd to reveal to the entire class that Juegeng had maliciously altered the note he had written for Juegeng. Such a confession would surely provoke collective outrage against him. Reluctantly, he swallowed his indignation, reminding himself that they were classmates, and opportunities to show Juegeng what true prowess entailed would arise. With this thought in mind, Ma-yi begrudgingly nodded and pointed at Juegeng, declaring, "Fine, you're impressive, but let us see how this unfolds. Then let us proceed at a leisurely pace," Juegeng retorted arrogantly, gesturing dismissively before turning away, not sparing Ma-yi another glance as he swaggered off. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense and subdued, silence enveloping the space as no one dared to intervene. All eyes were fixed on the two adversaries, contemplating the spectacle that had emerged on the very first day of school. However, the reasons behind Ma Yi's furious outburst and Su Xian's unrelenting retort remained a mystery to the onlookers, igniting their curiosity. Speculations ran rampant. Could it be that the class leader, Liao Jie, harbored feelings for Su Xian, prompting Ma Yi to pursue her with notes, only for her to retaliate by throwing one at him, leading to this confrontation? Oh, how intricate this melodramatic plot seemed. While the classmates entertained their conjectures, Liao Jie herself was utterly bewildered by the developments. Initially, she had intended to express her grievances, even considering reporting the matter to their homeroom teacher, Wu Desheng. Yet now, witnessing Su Xian confront Ma Yi, seemingly defending her, the situation had escalated. As a female and the class leader, she felt it inappropriate to exacerbate the conflict, prioritizing the unity of the class. Upon returning to her seat, Liao Jie addressed Su Xian, saying, "Thank you for today, Su Xian, but please refrain from fighting Ma Yi. If any issues arise, we should leave it to the teacher to handle." No need for thanks, Su Xian replied, feeling a twinge of awkwardness and guilt. His earlier act of having Xia Juegeng pass a note to Liao Jie was merely a light-hearted prank intended to embarrass Ma Yi, and he had not anticipated Liao Jie's intense reaction. Wishing to apologize, yet finding it difficult to voice, Liao Jie resolved to address the matter discreetly, ensuring it would not trouble her further. With a nod, she turned away, while Xia Juegeng whispered comforting words in her ear. Su Xian, with a wry smile, shook her head, choosing to let things unfold naturally. Whatever Ma Yi intended could come forth. Nearby, Ronghao had already been roused, silently observing the unfolding drama with amusement. As the first act concluded, he stretched and, with a hint of disappointment, remarked to Su Xian, "I had hoped for an action-packed commencement to our first class. But it seems the anticipation was merely a fade." Su Xian, initially in a foul mood, found herself smiling at Ronghao's comment. She placed her pen down and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Rest assured, your theatrical presence is indispensable. This is merely the prelude. The true spectacle will demand your grand entrance as the leading man. I eagerly await the display of your formidable talents, where adversaries shall fall before you." "Really? You think of me when it comes to brawls?" Ronghao scoffed. With a chuckle, Su Xian replied, "What can I say? We are quite the pair. I have no taste for that. If you desire such antics, pursue them yourself," he retorted. Chapter 38. If one day following the revelation of the conflict between Su Xian and Ma Yi, the classroom fell into a notable quietude, devoid of hushed whispers. During this time, the homeroom teacher, Wu Desheng, discreetly stood outside the window, observing the diligent students engrossed in their studies. His heart swelled with pride. After decades of teaching, he had never encountered such an industrious and silent class on the very first day. It felt like a treasure unearthed. With satisfaction, Wu Desheng strolled back to his office. A bell rang, signaling the end of class. The classroom erupted into lively chatter, resembling a bustling marketplace. Had Wu Desheng delayed his departure by a few moments, he might have questioned if he had properly cleansed his eyes that morning. Inside the classroom, Ma Yi lounged in his seat, bantering with a few male classmates, seemingly having dismissed the earlier altercation with Su Xian from his mind. What thoughts lingered within him remained a mystery. Since Ma Yi did not seek further trouble, Su Xian had no reason to stir conflict. Leaning against the corridor railing with Rong Hao and Fang Xiong, she recounted the earlier confrontation with Ma Yi. Puzzled, Fang Xiong inquired, "Su Xian, what prompted your clash with Ma Yi?" With a smile, Su Xian replied, "Oh, he was simply looking for trouble." Though Su Xian offered no further details, Fang Xiong, familiar with the prominent students from his previous school, had not encountered this new student. "I don't know this Ma Yi. Perhaps he, like you, transferred from another school," he speculated. Rong Hao dismissed the notion, puffed, with his lackluster demeanor. "He hardly seems fit for a prestigious school like ours. More likely, his father paid a hefty sum for his admission." "I suspect you are correct," Su Xian agreed. Fang Xiong chuckled lightly before continuing. "However, this fellow is dressed flamboyantly, sporting quite expensive and fashionable attire. It seems he hails from a family of some means. Since we are all classmates, let us not escalate matters unnecessarily. If Ma Yi decides to let it go, then so be it. But should he choose to confront us head-on, Su Xian, Just give me a signal, and I shall lead the charge. Su Xian smiled and nodded. Let us assess the situation when the time comes. Ah, this is the demeanor of a true son of the People's Police. Rong Hao immediately regarded the usually timid and meek Fang Xiong with newfound respect, giving him a thumbs up. Fang Xiong brushed Rong Hao's hand aside, pouting as he said, You don't understand. This is a blend of courage and strategy. When trouble arises, one must charge forward. It is essential to think ahead before anything happens. He sighed. Honestly, I sound like Zhuge Liang, but in truth, I'm merely a humble cobbler. The three of them laughed and joked, ultimately not taking the issue to heart. In the remaining free time, they leaned against the corridor basking in the autumn sunlight, while admiring the lovely girls who passed between the restroom and the classroom. Their classroom was conveniently located next to the restroom, making it a prime spot for observing the students who frequented the facilities. However, it must be noted that in the span of 2 weeks, Fang Xiong, the rotund and chubby fellow, had gained an additional 5 to 6 pounds, and his already ample head seemed to swell in proportion. He bore a rather lecherous expression that seemed to rival Rong Hao's. In contrast, Fang Xiong concealed his lecherous tendencies, feigning innocence whenever a pretty girl walked by, his plump face and robust figure giving off an air of sincerity and reliability. Yet, once the girl had passed, he would mutter to himself, What a round backside. At this rate, in 3 years, I'll be looking at 2 hefty watermelons. Rong Hao, on the other hand, relied on his handsome appearance, boldly directing his charming gaze toward any girl he fancied. This would cause the girls to blush, their hearts racing, nearly causing them to lose control of their bladders before even reaching the restroom. Yet, when a few brave girls, dizzy from his allure, gathered the courage to ask for his phone number, he would immediately deflate their hopes, apologizing, I'm sorry, my phone is out of service. At this point, the girls would often feel a mix of shame and humiliation, cursing, You scoundrel, before turning on their heels and rushing back to class. Rong Hao would innocently remind them, Hey, the girl who called me a scoundrel, it seems you forgot to relieve yourself. Fang Xiong's face would shift through shades of green and blue, lamenting the harsh reality that comparison is a bitter pill to swallow. He thought to himself that he was not without charm, despite his slightly swollen face, thicker skin, broader frame, and smaller endowments. He considered himself a decent, albeit smaller, gentleman. Why, then, did no beautiful girls ever approach him? Instead, he had to endure the humiliation of being overshadowed by Rong Hao, the insufferable charmer. Su Xian, with a hand pressed against his forehead, felt a deep sense of shame at being associated with such a person. He quickly distanced himself by a couple of meters, attempting to convey an air of unfamiliarity. When Rong Hao turned around and noticed his 2 companions huddled against the wall as if they were about to kiss it, he inquired with curiosity, What are you doing? Fang Xiong replied, Oh, nothing. Your foolish aura is simply too overwhelming. We fear being tainted by it. Rong Hao shot Fang Xiong a disdainful glance, fully aware of their thoughts, and chuckled as he continued, I merely find the meat that is too easily attainable beneath my disdain. Su Xian interjected, Then what kind of meat do you desire? Pork, dog meat, or chicken? Or perhaps something more risky? Don't go there. Rong Hao retorted with a smirk, then leaned against the railing, his typically fair and handsome face displaying an unusual hint of wistfulness accompanied by a faint smile. If one day I encounter a girl who doesn't need to be extraordinarily beautiful or wealthy, but rather, when I gaze upon her, she meets my eyes boldly without the insipid flattery of other girls, holding my gaze for a second, a minute, an hour, until I falter first, then I shall pledge my life to her. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. I am uncertain whether such a girl exists or what she might be like. However, I now have a clearer understanding of the kind of person you are. What kind of person? A scoundrel. Chapter 39. The rare youthful indulgence after finishing their morning classes. Su Xian and his companions ventured to a small restaurant outside the school for lunch. Rong Hao and Fang Xiong devoured their meals as if they were pigs, hastily finishing and discarding their bowls before rushing off to an internet CAF to practice Warcraft, leaving behind a casual remark, Remember to pay the bill. With a wry smile, Su Xian watched the 2 fools depart, paid for the meal, and returned to the classroom alone. The room was nearly empty, with only a few diligent students immersed in their studies, while the rest were napping in their dorms. Su Xian sat quietly in the classroom, engrossed in his book, enjoying the tranquility, though soon he found himself growing drowsy. After a yawn, he tossed his textbook aside and rested his head on the desk, Big fool. Just as he was drifting into a slumber, he heard someone speak. Instinctively lifting his head, he found himself gazing at a girl. She was seated in Juegeng's usual spot, her delicate features reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Her short hair was stylishly neat, and wispy bangs framed her forehead, revealing a pair of large, bright, and clear eyes. At that moment, the autumn sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her, enveloping her in a gentle embrace of light. And Rand noticed Juegeng staring at her and asked, "What are you looking at?" A smile crept onto Juegeng's lips as he replied, "It has been a long time since I last saw you. I couldn't help but want to look a bit longer. Is that so?" And Rand's exquisite face broke into a faint smile, yet she playfully chided, "Then you're not allowed to look anymore." Realizing he had misjudged the situation once more, Juegeng shook his head with a wry smile. He noticed that some studious students had been distracted by Rand's arrival, whispering and exchanging glances, their attention diverted. Juegeng, wishing not to disturb them, led Rand out of the classroom. They stood side by side in the corridor, gazing down at the scenery beneath the teaching building of their school. Juegeng remarked, "It seems you are in quite a cheerful mood today." And Rand's gaze fell upon the football field beside the teaching building, a faint smile gracing her lips. "How do you know?" she asked. "Quite simply," Juegeng replied with a smile. "When you are happy, your laughter is rather unattractive, and when you are unhappy, it becomes exceedingly unappealing." "You are aggravating me," and Rand retorted, turning her head to give Juegeng a gentle kick. "Ouch, must you be so barbaric?" Juegeng grimaced in pain, rubbing his sore heel. After a moment, noticing Rand still wore a glum expression, he averted his gaze back to the scene below and added, "What I truly intended to convey is that regardless of your mood, your smile is always lovely." And Rand maintained a calm demeanor, yet a sweet warmth flowed within her. "Why are you trying to flatter me?" Juegeng let out a slight sigh, saying, "The line of admirers for you stretches from the Great Wall at dazzling to the Juegeng Pass in Gansu. What else can I do but wait in line and see if there's a chance in the next life?" "None whatsoever." After chatting for a while, it was 2 in the afternoon, and as more students arrived, curious glances were cast their way. And Rand turned to Juegeng and said, "I'll come find you after school this afternoon, before departing," with a smile lingering on his lips. Juegeng watched her leave before returning to class to continue his lessons. As the sun set, the day's classes finally came to a close. When the school bell rang, the students scattered like birds. The classroom became desolate, leaving only Juegeng, Ronghao, Fangxiong, and Chunlin's son behind. The other students had gone home, while a handful of boarders remained for meals or showers, leaving behind a classroom littered with snack wrappers. Juegeng and Fangxiong stayed behind because they were assigned to clean the classroom on the very first day of school. Ronghao, however, lingered not out of kindness to assist Juegeng, but rather to await Fangxiong so they could head to the internet CAF to play games. As for Chunlin's son, he intended to carve out extra time to study. Every class must have a few individuals who dedicate themselves to their studies with relentless fervor, and Chunlin's son was certainly among the best of them. Juegeng held a deep admiration for such individuals. It was not merely about the academic rigor, but rather the persistence and determination that deserved respect. Moreover, it was said that Chunlin's son was a top student from Hualien County's 3rd middle school, heavily recruited by their school, which even waived all his fees. Currently, there were no elite classes in the first year, but with his capabilities, it was certain he would have secured a spot in one. Juegeng felt compelled to learn from Chunlin's son, though not at this moment. For now, he needed to learn from the cleaning ladies how to sweep the floor. Grabbing a broom, Juegeng began his voluntary labor for the school. Meanwhile, Fangxiong sat on a desk with a sullen expression, neglecting the cleaning duty while swinging his hefty legs. Ronghao, perched at another desk, urged him, "Hey Fang, can you move a bit faster? I'm waiting to play some games." Fangxiong scoffed, "On the very first day of school, I'm tasked with cleaning? Has the hygiene monitor lost their mind? What gives?" In conclusion, I feel a sense of imbalance, and I refuse to participate. Ronghao expressed his displeasure, stating that cleaning duties were to be shared among everyone, including Ashen. "What grounds do you have for feeling aggrieved?" Fangxiong retorted, claiming that it was easy to say. "But who wants to clean on the first day of school? Why don't you help me out? More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close the reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading." Ronghao shot a disdainful glance at Fangxiong, exclaiming, "Are you still half asleep? You two are just like annoying flies, always buzzing around." Su Xian, unable to tolerate the incessant chatter from Rong Hao and Feng Xiong, waved his hand and said, "Just go play games. I'll handle this alone." "Ah, Ashen is the best," Feng Xiong chuckled, tossing aside the broom. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than a sudden kicking sound echoed through the room. Bang! The classroom door was forcefully kicked open. Su Xian instinctively looked up to see Ma Yi storming in, followed by 4 towering students. Fuming, Ma Yi pointed at Su Xian and shouted, "That's the bastard. Beat him to a pulp." Rong Hao, quick on the uptake, reacted immediately, grabbing a wooden stool and hurling it at Ma Yi without a second thought. The stool soared past Ma Yi's forehead, crashing into the blackboard at the back of the classroom, shattering the glass into countless fragments that clattered to the floor. Startled by the sudden attack, Ma Yi halted in his tracks, turning to glare at Rong Hao. The provocation only fueled his rage further. He was determined to end Rong Hao today. With a fierce swing of his hand, the 3 upperclassmen lunged at Rong Hao, while Ma Yi led another accomplice towards Su Xian, who was still sweeping the floor and had yet to react. "Damn it, you're asking for trouble." This completely infuriated Rong Hao. As a privileged son accustomed to being the bully during his time at the 7th high school, he had never been the one to be challenged. Despite his slender appearance, he was a formidable fighter, swift and ruthless. Facing 3 students who towered over him, Rong Hao exhibited no fear. He leapt off the desk, unarmed, and charged forward, seizing one of the attackers by the head and violently smashing it against the wall, delivering brutal kicks to his abdomen. "Wait for me." Feng Xiong, initially apprehensive, watched Rong Hao take on 3 opponents. The intense conflict ignited a surge of adrenaline within him. "Damn it. If I have to face my father later, so be it. I will take down that scoundrel Ma Yi today." Feng Xiong rushed into the fray, joining the chaotic battle. In the front row, Chun Lin's son was greatly frightened by the scene unfolding before him. His legs trembled as he hurriedly vacated his seat to seek refuge. Fearful as it may be, a sliver of rationality lingered within him. As the chaos escalated, he realized that this unruly group, each a privileged scion of society, thrived on stirring trouble. They feared not the escalation of the situation but rather the absence of it. In their heated fervor, they acted without discretion. If this continued, mere expulsion would be the least of their worries. Loss of life was not an impossibility. Contemplating this, Chen Linshan disregarded all else and fled, dashing out the classroom's front door with great haste. Meanwhile, in another corner of the classroom, Su Xian observed as Rong Hao and Feng Xiong engaged in a brawl, while Ma Yi and his accomplices advanced towards him. Even amidst this critical moment, Su Xian's mind remained keen and composed. However, he was utterly unprepared for Ma Yi's audacity in summoning outsiders to provoke a confrontation. After all, family grievances are best kept private. One ought to resolve matters behind closed doors. At this juncture, the situation had spiraled far beyond his expectations, perhaps reflecting his significant underestimation of Ma Yi's prowess. In truth, Su Xian had never been an advocate of brute force, nor did he relish violence. Yet, all too often, when faced with physical might, every cunning plan and strategic maneuver becomes mere wisps of air. Life offers rare opportunities for reckless abandon, moments where one can disregard the consequences. In this instance, what harm could there be in indulging? Grasping a chair, Su Xian hurled it fiercely at Ma Yi. As the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight enveloped the sky, students gradually departed for home, leaving the once vibrant campus in a swift descent into silence and solitude. Yet, within the confines of classroom 401, a fierce scuffle unfolded. Confronted by the dual assault from Ma Yi and his companion, Su Xian recognized that he could not prevail alone. This was no theatrical performance nor a fictional narrative. He lacked the imposing presence of a hero and remained, despite his reincarnation, an ordinary individual. Thus, Su Xian wisely opted for defense, wielding the chair to thwart the advances of Ma Yi and his ally. Who among them would dare to approach and risk injury? Ma Yi and his accomplice found themselves momentarily stymied by Su Xian's unexpected tactics. Each time they attempted to close in, they were repelled by the swinging chair. After all, this was merely a student altercation. Armed conflict was out of the question, and unarmed, they could not breach Su Xian's defenses. Ma Yi, in a fit of rage, bellowed insults at Su Xian. "You coward, if you have any guts, come at me without that." As Ma Yi withdrew, Su Xian took a few steps back, setting aside the chair, and leaped onto a desk. Why waste words? If you're dissatisfied, come and bite me. Ma-yi seethed with frustration, his temper reaching a boiling point. In his previous school, he had always been the one to bully others. Never had he endured such humiliation. On the very first day of school, he found himself humiliated by Su Exine, leaving him with a belly full of unvented fury. To trace the origins of this conflict, one must mention Juegeng. Upon her arrival in class, Ma-yi was instantly captivated by her beauty and grace, rendered speechless by her presence. His mind raced with newfound ambition, vowing to pursue Juegeng with fervor. Although he had numerous girlfriends, they were mere fleeting distractions, unworthy of comparison to someone as refreshingly exquisite as Juegeng. Upon catching sight of Juegeng for the very first time, Ma-yi was unequivocally convinced that this girl was destined to be his for life. In truth, aside from himself, who else in the class could possibly be worthy of Juegeng? None. Absolutely no one. Hence, brimming with confidence, Ma-yi hastily penned a note inviting Juegeng to dine at KFC. However, his plans were thwarted by Su Exine, who even went so far as to pass the note to the formidable Liao Jia, resulting in a scathing reprimand and leaving the entire class under the impression that he harbored affections for Liao Jia instead. How on earth could he pursue Juegeng now? What would she think of him? Ma-yi's fury was wholly directed at Su Exine, and he contemplated finding someone to teach him a lesson. Later, as Ma-yi pondered the hidden talents within their prestigious school, he inquired about Su Exine's background, only to discover that his family was rather ordinary. His father merely a department head. To Ma-yi, that held little significance. What truly irked him was the revelation that Su Exine had been seen in close proximity to Juegeng during military training. No wonder he had sabotaged Ma-yi's plans. The animosity towards Su Exine intensified within him. As soon as school let out that afternoon, without a moment's hesitation, Ma-yi summoned 4 of his close friends from the second year to teach Su Exine a proper lesson, though events unfolded in ways he had not anticipated. With the unexpected arrival of Rong Hao and Feng Xiong as reinforcements, he remained undeterred, confident in their numbers and fighting prowess. He pointed at Su Exine and shouted, "Get down here, you bastard." "Get down for what?" Su Exine replied, a smile playing on his lips as he feigned submission. "Why don't we talk this over and resolve it peacefully?" "Talk? Are you out of your mind?" Just as Ma-yi's words left his mouth, a shadow darted past, and Su Exine leaped onto a desk, executing a kick aimed squarely at Ma-yi's chest. With a resounding thud, Ma-yi was taken by surprise and sent sprawling to the ground, dazed and struggling in pain. "How dare you ambush me, you fool?" Upon hearing a voice behind him, Su Exine abandoned Ma-yi and turned to face a lean, dark-skinned boy rushing in with a punch. This time, he was determined not to evade but to confront the attack head-on, launching a powerful punch at the boy's chest. However, the boy was taller and stronger, his movements quicker. The lean boy's punch landed first on Su Exine's chest. Stifling a grunt of pain, Su Exine's usually calm countenance twisted into a mask of rage. He swiftly seized the boy's arm, opened his mouth, and bit down hard. The boy howled in agony, his cries echoing in the chaos. Su Exine released his grip, spitting a mixture of blood and saliva onto the boy. Meanwhile, in another corner of the classroom, a fierce brawl was also raging on. Feng Xiong is robust in stature, yet lacks strength, his body a mere accumulation of flab, devoid of vigor. In a mere moment, he felled a boy with a face full of acne to the ground. In stark contrast, Rong Hao exuded a fierce intensity. Truth be told, during his time at the 7th middle school, he was a force to be reckoned with, particularly in the early years, where brawls were commonplace. Anyone who crossed him would find themselves on the receiving end of a brutal thrashing, his strikes measured and precise. Even the notoriously arrogant Chung would be humbled in his presence. However, as he entered the 3rd year of junior high, Rong Hao underwent a transformation, opting for a path of nonviolence and amiability, all while maintaining impressive academic performance. Yet, should anyone provoke him beyond measure, they would find themselves in dire straits. Thus, even in a 1-on-2 scenario, Rong Hao remained undeterred, deftly evading a flurry of punches and seizing an opportunity to strike the blonde-haired assailant with a powerful blow. The sound of bone colliding reverberated, and when he withdrew his fist, it was stained with blood and saliva, dripping onto the ground. The blonde boy fell to the floor, clutching his mouth, tears and snot streaming down his face as he writhed in agony. At that moment, a gust of wind swept across his cheek, Without a moment's hesitation, Ronghao sidestepped the punch of another burly attacker. As the latter stumbled forward, Ronghao propelled himself off the ground, delivering a swift kick to the man's backside, sending him sprawling. Turning around, he saw Fang Xiong being mercilessly pummeled by the acne-ridden boy. Ronghao shouted, "Square, did you grow up eating dung?" Despite the insult, he did not falter. He charged forward, seizing the boy's hair and violently slamming his head against the wall. With a resounding thud, the boy succumbed, likely suffering from a mild concussion, collapsing in a heap. Ronghao did not even glance at his fallen adversary, arrogantly dusting off his hands before surveying the battlefield across the classroom. Su Xian was nearing the end of his bout with a lanky boy, while Ma Yi lay on the ground, clutching his chest in pain, evidently struck hard by Su Xian's kick. His eyes, however, burned with hatred and humiliation, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. Ronghao cast a dismissive glance at Ma Yi before turning to Su Xian, a smirk gracing his lips. Xian, it seems your skills in wooing have improved considerably, not to mention your prowess in combat. Su Xian, turning back, replied with a grin, in comparison to you, the esteemed Rong, my abilities are but a fraction. I still have much to learn. Meanwhile, Ma Yi, sprawled on the ground, glared at the jovial Su Xian, his face contorted in rage and bitterness. He could hardly fathom such a humiliating outcome. 5 of them had proven utterly ineffectual against Su Xian and Ronghao. To be so humiliated in front of the son of a small-time director left him questioning how he could ever hold his head high at the first middle school again, or pursue his feelings for Xia Juegeng. Ma Yi's heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two. His enemies reveled in camaraderie, while he lay prostrate in despair. Never in his life had he endured such indignity. A surge of fervor coursed through Ma Yi's mind, overwhelming all rational thought. He swiftly retrieved an object from his pocket, leaping up with fervor, charging towards Su Xian's back. In that fleeting moment, Ronghao caught a glimmering flash in Ma Yi's grasp as he rose from the ground, his pupils constricting in alarm, a chill running down his spine. It was a fruit knife. A sudden wave of dread washed over him, icy and profound. Anger swiftly followed, distorting his features as he grappled with the horrifying potential of the situation. Yet, with distance too great to intervene, he could only gasp, "Xian, behind you." Chapter 41. The Rose with Guns and Cannons. The instant Ronghao's warning escaped his lips, Su Xian sensed the impending danger. Swiftly pivoting around to see a grotesquely fierce visage reflected in his eyes, he instinctively ducked, only to witness a gleaming fruit knife plunging towards his side. In that harrowing instant, Su Xian's mind blanked. He instinctively sidestepped, the razor-sharp tip of the blade grazing his skin as it pierced through. With a sharp sound, his shirt ripped apart. The icy breath of the blade against his skin sent a shiver through him, leading him to believe he was on the brink of death, only to realize he still had sensation. He glanced down to find the knife had merely sliced his shirt, sparing his flesh. Sighing in relief, he raised his gaze to Ma Yi, who was still poised to strike, an inexplicable fury igniting within him. With a powerful push, he stomped on Ma Yi's back, sending him crashing to the ground. "Damn it, are you trying to kill someone?" Ronghao exclaimed, witnessing the knife narrowly miss Su Xian. As relief washed over him, an uncontrollable rage surged forth. He rushed towards Ma Yi, seizing him by the throat and dragging him, crashing through a row of desks, pinning him against the wall. With fists like a tempest, he rained blows upon him, leaving Ma Yi wailing, his once handsome face utterly marred, likely unrecognizable even to his own mother. Meanwhile, the bruised and battered Fang Xiong had just managed to rise, turning his ire towards the acne-ridden boy who had previously assaulted him. Seeing him struggle to regain his footing, Fang Xiong's pent-up fury found its outlet. "You dared to touch me. I will make you pay." He charged forward, delivering a kick that sent the acne-ridden boy sprawling, then mounted him. Slap, slap, slap. Several resounding slaps erupted, causing the boy's acne to burst, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Enough of this madness, everyone stop. At that moment, a sharp, duck-like voice pierced the air. Chen Linsen, breathless, pushed through the throng of students gathered outside the classroom, accompanied by a short, stout middle-aged man. It was none other than the head of the Academic Affairs Office, Peng Wenqing. Su Xian froze, instinctively kicking the fruit knife into a corner. This was an object that absolutely could not be seen by Peng Wenqing. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. However, it should not be misconstrued that Su Xian's actions were in defense of Ma Yi. A typical student brawl might result in mere disciplinary action, but involving a weapon transformed the situation entirely, with severe repercussions, including expulsion being a certainty. If Mai were to be expelled, then Xuexian would surely need to purchase a truckload of firecrackers and hire 2 bands to host a farewell ceremony. However, if he were to find himself expelled as well due to this incident, there would be no ground for justification. Yet, upon entering, Peng Wensheng seemed oblivious to the chaos. His keen eyes swept across the disordered classroom, where several students lay strewn about on the floor, battered and bruised. Their appearance is a testament to the brutal scuffle that had just occurred. His countenance darkened, the once rosy complexion now overshadowed by a deepening scowl. Peng Wensheng narrowed his eyes at the 3 standing students, noticing that the one who had not participated bore the calmest demeanor, suggesting a leadership role, and he looked vaguely familiar, reminiscent of a notorious troublemaker he might have encountered before. With a dismissive grunt, he observed that Rong Hao had yet to release his grip on Ma Yi's neck, and he commanded sternly, "Release him at once." "Oh, very well." Rong Hao replied with a smile, and in front of Peng Wensheng, he delivered a sharp slap to Ma Yi's face, causing him to plummet to the ground, landing with a thud that left him dazed. Peng Wensheng was nearly incensed to the point of fury, bewildered by the audacity of such a brazen troublemaker. However, it was not the appropriate time to unleash his wrath. Pointing at Xuexian and Rong Hao, he barked, "This is insubordination. You are both to report to the Academic Affairs Office." On September 1st, the first day of school, Lijian City No. 1 high school was as bustling and festive as it had been in previous years. For every graduating student of Lijian City, gaining admission to this prestigious institution was undoubtedly the highest honor, a testament to 3 years of hard work and dedication. Thus, each new freshman stepped into this century-old school filled with aspirations, eagerly welcoming the first day of the new semester. Their laughter and joy heralding the beginning of their high school journey. Yet, one individual stood apart and ran. She had never regarded her acceptance into No. 1 high school as a remarkable achievement, nor had she truly experienced the gratification that comes from diligent study. For her, even scoring 0 on exams, indulging in smoking and drinking, skipping classes, or breaking every rule the school imposed would not jeopardize her enrollment. This was due to her uncle, Anish Yuan, the very principal of this esteemed institution. Indeed, Anran lived her life as such, smoking, drinking, skipping classes, and failing exams. She had long grown weary of the school, preferring to spend her days and nights immersed in nightlife and music rather than opening a textbook. She yearned for expulsion or to be persuaded to leave. But her uncle's position ensured that her desires would remain unfulfilled, and Ran often heard others remark that this was a form of irredeemable rebellion, to which she would simply smile and think, if so, then let me be all the more rebellious. Nevertheless, she harbors her own dreams and aspirations. A profound passion for music, particularly rock and punk, drives her to practice the guitar, compose songs, and rehearse with her band, often at the expense of her meals and sleep. She is devoted to a beloved band, the globally renowned Guns N' Roses, captivated by their raw, blues-infused rock style and the rebellious, yet resilient spirit of punk that seems to defy societal norms. The band's name encapsulates her sentiment. Even if one is born a flower, one must strive to be a rose armed with guns. To pursue this path, she endures the piercing gazes of others, much like a solitary snail burdened by heavy shackles, inching forward step by step. Yes, Enrin understands that everyone adores the obedient girl, the demure and sweet maiden, yet she can never conform to such expectations, finding it repugnant to feign compliance for the sake of others. In truth, it matters little to Enrin whether anyone comprehends her. She has traversed life with unwavering strength, solitary in her existence. However, circumstances seem to have shifted as an unexpected presence intruded upon her life during a sun-drenched summer, leaving an indelible mark in her heart. From that moment onward, Enrin could never erase the memory of this boy, who did not seek to flatter her based on her appearance nor retreat due to her rebellious spirit. As a friend, he brought her joy in her moments of sorrow and laughter in her times of happiness. Occasionally, thoughts of him resurface, his radiant smile, his playful antics that brought her joy, filling her heart with a warmth she had never known before. At this very moment, Enrin is reminded of Xuexian. As she showers, cold water cascades from the nozzle, while outside the door, her aunt's voice calls her to hurry. Instinctively, she considers lingering in the shower, Yet the promise of meeting Su Xian urges her to turn off the water, grab a towel to dry off, and dress before heading to her bedroom. After spending a moment there, at 6:30 in the evening, Anren prepares to venture out in search of Su Xian. As she steps outside, her uncle, Anichuan, glances up from his meal and asks, "Anren, why aren't you having dinner?" Anren's hand pauses on the door handle as she shifts her gaze to the dining table, where her aunt, seemingly under the weather, coughs softly. "I've already eaten," she replies coolly, pushing the door open to leave. Arriving at the entrance of Class 401, Anren barely has time to seek out Su Xian before she is met with disarray inside the classroom. Desks askew, the atmosphere chaotic, with some students tidying up while others huddle together in hushed discussions. Anren pays little heed to the commotion, scanning the room for Su Xian but finding no trace of him, which raises her concern. Meanwhile, Chen Linsen is surrounded by a throng of students inquiring about the events that transpired, and he, wise enough, refrains from divulging the truth, knowing it would spread like wildfire throughout the school. In summary, he impatiently sought various excuses to dismiss them, waving his hand for them to leave. However, when he looked up, Chen Linsen caught sight of Anren outside the classroom. Previously, Anren had visited the classroom during military training to see Su Xian, and he surmised that her current visit was also to meet Su Xian. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd and rushed outside, inquiring, You are here to find Su Xian, aren't you?" Anren glanced at him and nodded. "We had made plans. Where is he?" A smile emerged on Chen Linsen's otherwise dark face. He was unsure how to respond, and worried that mentioning the fight might tarnish Su Xian's splendid image in Anren's eyes. Nevertheless, he reconsidered and felt there was no need for concealment, stating, "Su Xian got into a fight and is now being reprimanded by Director Peng in the Academic Affairs Office." "Oh, I see. Thank you," Anren replied, her expression calm and unruffled, akin to a gentle breeze. She appeared remarkably mature for a mere 16-year-old girl. Turning away, she walked expressionlessly out of the classroom and down the academic building, proceeding directly along the tree-lined path towards the office building. Chapter 42. Hidden Talents in the Academic Affairs Office of Yizhong High School in Lijin City. Su Xian, Rong Hao, and Fang Xiong stood side by side against the wall, while beneath another wall, a line of students stood, all with bruised faces. The most unfortunate among them was Ma Yi, whose face was swollen and discolored. One could easily imagine how bewildered his parents would be upon seeing him, pondering whether this was truly their son. At that moment, the head of the Academic Affairs Office, Peng Wensheng, was pacing back and forth in his office, his round face darkened, clearly infuriated by the incident. However, as the homeroom teacher, Wu Desheng, was absent from school, he had no choice but to handle the matter personally. Coming to a halt, Peng Wensheng surveyed the scene and demanded, "Who struck first?" Both sides pointed accusingly at one another. Peng Wensheng's eyes narrowed as he barked. "Which side initiated the fight? Speak honestly." The swollen-faced Ma Yi murmured, "Director Peng, look at my injuries. Does the severity of your injuries justify your actions? How absurd. If you were to stab yourself, would you blame the knife?" Su Xian interjected, then glanced at Ma Yi across from him. Ma Yi, having been frightened by the beating, recalled the moment of recklessness when he had brandished a knife against Su Xian. Feeling a surge of trepidation, upon meeting Su Xian's gaze, he immediately averted his eyes, too intimidated to continue his defense. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Peng Wensheng was seething with anger at Su Xian's audacity. Setting aside the reasons behind the conflict, their attitude after the fight was outright defiant. Today, he was determined to discipline this troublemaker. Turning back, he sat in his office chair and pushed the telephone across the desk. "I refuse to believe that I cannot manage you today. Come here, all of you, and call your families." Rong Hao and Fang Xiong groaned in despair. They were unafraid of fighting but dreaded the thought of informing their parents. Fang Xiong quickly pleaded, "Director Peng, there's no need to involve our families in this matter. We'll write a reflection and promise not to repeat these mistakes. Now you're afraid? Where was your fear during the fight?" Peng Wensheng snorted, feeling a twinge of pride as he noticed that this group of rebellious students had finally yielded and admitted their mistakes. With narrowed eyes, he scanned the room, ultimately resting his gaze on Su Xian, who seemed to disregard his authority entirely, as if he were the principal and Su Xian the errant student. How outrageous. Prodding Su Xian with his finger, Peng Wensheng commanded, "You start by making a phone call home." For Su Xian, making the call was of little consequence. Yet, one thing perplexed him. How could Peng Wensheng, who had visited his home before, now seemed utterly oblivious to that fact. Approaching the phone, Su Xin looked up and asked, "Are you certain you want me to call?" What kind of question was that? Did he truly think Su Xin feared making the call? Peng Wenqing nearly exploded with frustration. Pointing at the telephone, "Just do it." Nodding, Su Xin pressed the numbers on the phone. However, just as he completed dialing, the office door swung open, and a girl walked in. Everyone turned in surprise, and Su Xin instinctively turned his head, his fingers halting mid-dial. Amidst the collective gaze of astonishment, Ran remained composed. Her eyes fixed on Su Xin, ignoring even Peng Wenqing seated at his desk. She approached confidently, grasped Su Xin's hand firmly, and gazed up at him. Her bright eyes unwavering. "Let us go," she said softly. Su Xin was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the clarity in Ran's eyes, warmth flooding his heart. He nodded, a smile gracing his lips. The group standing against the wall stood frozen, while Ma Yi was particularly unable to comprehend this sudden turn of events. He finally understood what it meant to be formidable. Su Xin, seemingly ordinary, was actually quite extraordinary. In truth, Juegeng had transferred from another school, and Ma Yi had not known her before. However, he had heard countless mentions of Ran since he first set foot on campus. To be frank, there was hardly anyone in Lijian First High who did not recognize Ran, the renowned school beauty, the niece of Principal An Yuan, the lead singer of the Jie band, and the object of affection for Ling Haoran, the wealthiest heir in Lijian, who had pursued her for 3 long years. With such a dazzling array of accolades, Ran had undeniably carved out an unparalleled position for herself at Lijian First High. Yet now, Ma Yi could scarcely believe that the girl who had eluded Ling Haoran's advances for 3 years was now smiling warmly at Su Xin, even pulling his hand in front of the academic director and declaring their departure. How could this be possible? On the first day of school, Ma Yi had assumed that with his family background and looks, he would thrive at Lijian First High. However, a series of setbacks had left him disheartened. By now, this feeling of discouragement had reached its peak, forcing him to accept a harsh truth. Lijian First High was a place of hidden talents, and Su Xin was undeniably one of them. Witnessing this farce, Peng Wenqing felt a rush of indignation, his face flushed crimson. Ran, who was notoriously undisciplined, had now crossed all boundaries by brazenly storming into the academic affairs office, seizing a male student's hand, and declaring her intention to whisk him away. What was this, if not a blatant disregard for his authority as the head of the office? As Ran dragged Su Xin towards the exit, ignoring him completely, Peng Wenqing jabbed his finger in frustration, his voice trembling with anger as he exclaimed, "You there? Stop right now. Do you think this is a marketplace where you can come and go as you please?" Ran halted, turned her gaze towards him with an air of nonchalance gracing her exquisitely crafted features, and replied coolly, "Then expel me." That single utterance left Peng Wenqing speechless, rooted in place, dumbfounded. "Hey, don't leave me behind," Rong Hao called out helplessly as he watched Su Xin and Ran exit the office. He pondered the absurdity of the situation, feeling as though he were trapped in a melodramatic tale of a fair maiden rescuing a hapless bear. Yet here he was, left to suffer the consequences as an accomplice while the principal perpetrator had escaped. Just as Su Xin had stepped out, he poked his head back in and gestured towards Rong Hao, then reached for the telephone, ultimately disappearing outside. Rong Hao, momentarily taken aback, gazed in confusion at the ringing phone on his desk, where a series of hello echoed from the receiver. The sound jolted Peng Wenqing back to reality, and with a scowl, he sank into his chair, his heart seething with unexpressed fury. Ran was akin to a prickly porcupine, a challenge he could not tame. In truth, even the principal found her insurmountable. What could he possibly do? Yet Su Xin was another matter entirely. Could he truly evade consequences forever? Grasping the phone, Peng Wenqing launched into a tirade. "This is the Academic Affairs Office of No. 1 High School. Are you Su Xin's guardian? Your child was involved in a fight on the very first day of school. How are you educating your child? What kind of parent are you? You need to come here immediately." "Oh, Su Xin got into a fight. You must be Director Peng Wenqing from the Academic Affairs Office, right? How imposing you sound." The voice on the other end struck a chord of familiarity in Peng Wenqing, causing his heart to sink. He quickly squinted at the caller ID, and his stomach dropped. Director Zhou Chaozhan from the Education Bureau. In that instant, he recalled the incident 3 months prior when he had altered Su Xin's high school entrance examination preferences at Zhou's behest. How could he have forgotten such a significant matter? And to have raised his voice so audibly to Zhou just moments ago. What would the director think of him now? Clenching the phone tightly, a pained expression overtook his face as he scrambled to salvage the situation. Director Zhou, my apologies. I was a bit hasty and didn't realize it was your call. Regarding the incident with Su Xian, allow me to explain, it's not as serious as it seems. Save your breath. Su Xian's involvement in a fight requires you to follow the regulations of number 1 high school. Disciplinary action must be taken. If expulsion is warranted, then expel him. The moment those words left the director's lips, the call abruptly ended with a sharp click. Peng Wenqing's expression fell. And as he listened to the incessant beeping of the line, despair washed over him. This was not a directive to expel Su Xian. It was a thinly veiled threat toward him. Chapter 43. So be it exiting the Academic Affairs Office. Su Xian and Ran strolled side by side along the tree-lined path. It was as if they shared an unspoken understanding. For neither mentioned the altercation or the events that transpired in the office. They simply walked in silence. At this moment, the twilight deepened on the horizon, casting a golden glow upon them, creating an ethereal atmosphere. They passed through the shaded path, the teaching building, the soccer field, and finally reached the school gate. Along the way, countless gazes turned towards the pair, the boy and girl walking in tandem. If anyone recognized the girl as Ran, their faces would display expressions of disbelief, some even frozen in astonishment. A few students, indulging in ice cream cones, remained blissfully unaware until the ice cream melted, jolting them back to reality. They would then abandon the remnants of their treats and hasten to their classrooms at a breakneck speed of 180 kilometers per hour. This was indeed the talk of the town, a gossip that would surely send ripples through the entire school's social circle. And they felt compelled to spread the news of their first-hand encounter. However, Ran seemed unfazed by the attention, her expression calm and indifferent. Upon reaching the bus stop, as they prepared to part ways, Ran remarked, "Today, I intended to take you to a special place." "Where?" Su Xian asked with a smile. Ran turned her head, a rare mischievous grin gracing her features. "I shall not disclose that." Su Xian chuckled. "Then will you still take me?" Ran shook her head. "It's too late now. Let us wait until this weekend." "Are you merely teasing me?" Ran tilted her head back, locking her gaze with Su Xian's. "What can I say? I simply enjoy it." "Not quite," Su Xian replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Since you enjoy it, let it be as it is." Big fool. The autumn breeze danced playfully, swirling the fallen leaves. Su Xian gazed at her delicate features, noting how her beautiful bangs framed her clear eyes. A sudden impulse surged within him, and he could not resist reaching out to touch her smooth, warm forehead, gently sweeping a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Ran remained still, allowing his cool fingers to caress her hair, a warmth unexpectedly blossoming in her heart. Just then, the bus arrived, prompting Su Xian to withdraw his hand. "I must take my leave." For reasons unknown, a pang of reluctance welled within Ran. But she nodded nonetheless. Su Xian glanced at their still intertwined hands, playfully scratching her palm. "Silly girl, could you loosen your grip a bit?" A faint blush crept across Ran's exquisite face as she playfully pinched Su Xian's palm. Upon returning home, his parents were, as usual, unperturbed, neither angry nor engaged in lengthy lectures about his behavior. Clearly, Zhou Chao Ran had not disclosed the details of the fight to them. Su Xian sighed in relief, hastily changing out of his tattered shirt, showering, and dining with his parents while watching television for a while. Afterward, he excused himself and retreated to his room to read. As Su Xian switched on the desk lamp, he retrieved his textbooks and notebooks from his backpack, a hefty stack comprising 9 subjects. A wave of discomfort washed over him. The very first day of school had already brought forth such a mountain of assignments, a relentless pace that seemed almost unbearable. Yet, there was no alternative. For it is said that learning is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one regresses. Thus, in pursuit of advancement, he resolved to engage in a night of diligent study. The following day, as Su Xian attended classes, the atmosphere at school remained as tranquil as ever. Clearly, the previous day's altercation had not stirred even the slightest ripple at the prestigious First High School. Perhaps such skirmishes were commonplace there. Compared to the large brawls involving hundreds of delinquents blocking the school gates, his own incident was little more than childish play, a mere drop in the ocean among the thousands of ordinary students. However, as Su Xian approached the classroom door, a palpable shift occurred. The voices of his classmates engaged in morning reading suddenly halted, and all eyes turned towards him. The expressions on their faces confirmed for Su Xian that the fight had indeed transpired. It was no mere figment of his imagination. Yet he remained unconcerned. Others' opinions mattered little to him, especially since he had committed no heinous acts. Upon entering the classroom, several classmates in the back waved at Su Xian, evidently impressed by his exploits the day prior. He smiled in response, his gaze sweeping over to Ma Yi's desk, which was empty. He presumed that Ma Yi was likely taking a sick leave, tending to his delicate features at home. As Su Xian settled down at his desk, he placed his backpack down, but before he could sit, Rong Hao had already leaned in, a disdainful expression adorning his handsome face. "You certainly prioritized beauty over friendship yesterday," he remarked. Unfazed, Su Xian chuckled and inquired, "What transpired after I left yesterday?" Intrigued by Su Xian's question, Rong Hao replied, "You know, that call you made, was it truly from your home? It felt rather dubious." After our director Peng received the call, he looked as if he had seen a ghost and promptly released us all. With a soft laugh, Su Xian clarified, "It was actually a call from Zhou Chaoran." "Wow, that is impressive. No wonder Director Peng was caught off guard. But you have no ties to Zhou Chaoran. Why would he assist you?" Rong Hao queried, his expression one of astonishment as he pondered over this revelation. Suddenly enlightened, he patted Su Xian on the shoulder, grinning. "I remember Zhou Chaoran has a daughter named Zhou Xiaotian, and you were quite close in the past, right? So that is how it is, I see." "I see." With a hint of disdain for Rong Hao's baseless speculations, Su Xian regretted sharing the truth with him. Rolling his eyes, he took his seat, opened his backpack, and retrieved his books, though he had no intention of studying just yet. Instead, he lifted his gaze towards Xia Juegeng, who sat quietly in front of him. Absorbed in her reading, he contemplated greeting her but hesitated. Since entering the classroom, Su Xian had been observing Xia Juegeng's reaction, noting that she had remained engrossed in her book, not once lifting her head. Given how widely the news of the fight had spread throughout the class, it was clear that Xia Juegeng was aware of it. Yet, he wondered how she perceived the situation. Did she think he was aimlessly courting trouble, lacking ambition? Su Xian was unaware and somewhat apprehensive. However, when it came to providing an explanation, it seemed unnecessary and rather self-defeating. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Wu Desheng, entered the classroom with a stormy expression. With his arrival, the previously boisterous classroom fell into an immediate hush. The students held their breath, gazing at Wu Desheng's grim visage, realizing that a tempest was about to sweep through the class. Chapter 44. It is never too late to amend one's ways. Ascending to the podium, Wu Desheng hurled a book onto the surface, the resounding thud causing the hearts of the students below to tremble. With a disdainful grunt, he scanned the classroom through his spectacles, first fixing his gaze on Rong Hao and Feng Xiong, pausing momentarily before it landed on Su Xian, his expression sharpening as he declared, "I trust everyone is well aware of the brawl that occurred yesterday. One individual in our class, on the very first day of school, instigated chaos and engaged in a brawl. How impressive, how glorious. Should I award you a certificate of commendation at the school to celebrate your achievements?" The classroom was enveloped in an oppressive silence, punctuated only by Wu Desheng's thunderous voice. Although everyone knew whom he was reprimanding, the intensity of his words reverberated through them, making it feel as though they were the ones being chastised, causing none to dare raise their eyes to the furious countenance of Wu Desheng. Su Xian had long anticipated Wu Desheng's reaction. The occurrence of a fight on the first day of school would understandably infuriate him as the homeroom teacher, and it was entirely reasonable for him to express his anger. However, how he intended to address Su Xian's situation would depend on the phone call from the previous day. Noticing that all the students had lowered their heads, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, Wu Desheng's tense expression began to soften. "The deed has been done," he said. "I do not wish to lay blame on anyone indiscriminately, nor do I intend to call out anyone by name in front of the class. As the homeroom teacher, I bear some responsibility as well. I believe you are all merely 16 or 17 years old, and it is essential to offer you a chance for redemption after your first mistake. There is a saying in Anna Karenina, it is never too late to amend one's ways. You are still young, it is not too late, and you have ample opportunities to rectify your shortcomings." As the students processed the sudden shift in their teacher's tone, they quickly grasped the implications. This was merely a tempest in a teapot. It seemed that Wu Desheng did not intend to take punitive action against Su Xian. Particularly, the group of carefree students at the back of the classroom, who had expected Wu Desheng to take decisive action against Su Exine, were taken aback by his unexpected about-face. Instead of a severe reprimand, the matter was brushed off with a few light words, and admiration for Su Exine began to swell among them. How ironic it was that while they faced reprimands and consequences for their own altercations, Su Exine emerged unscathed. In truth, while Wu Desheng's words suggested a reluctance to penalize Su Exine, it did not imply that he was indifferent to the incident. It must be understood that allowing a fight to erupt on the very first day of school was a significant issue, one that would inevitably stir his ire as a homeroom teacher. Last night, after hearing about the fight, he had returned to the school without having a bite to eat. Consumed by thoughts of how to handle Su Exine's case, should he call the parents? Issue a warning? Recommend expulsion? Wu Da-chung pondered extensively, yet failed to arrive at a conclusion. Upon returning to school, however, he found that no further contemplation was necessary, as the director of the Academic Affairs Office, Director Pong, candidly informed him that the best approach to handle the situation was to disregard it entirely, as if it had never occurred. Wu Da-chung was left bewildered by this statement. Upon further inquiry, Peng Wencheng revealed that the recent altercation had drawn attention from higher authorities, specifically from the prominent figure in the education system of Lijian City, Zhou Xiaoran. Due to Su Exine's involvement, Zhou Xiaoran had ordered the matter to be suppressed. Who would dare to defy such an edict? With a sudden realization, Wu Da-chung felt a mix of sentimentality and resignation. After over a decade of teaching at Yizhong, his experiences could be distilled into a single truth. Being a teacher is challenging, but being a teacher at Yizhong is even more arduous. Nonetheless, as the homeroom teacher, he felt compelled to address the first-day brawl, if only to put on a semblance of authority. Whether or not it could persuade Su Exine to amend his ways was uncertain, but it was essential to convey to the rest of the class that fighting is an utterly reprehensible behavior, and such toxic influences must not be allowed to fester within the classroom. Rapping on the podium to capture their attention, Wu Da-chung declared, "In summary, this matter ends here. I do not wish to witness any further incidents that could undermine the unity of our class. Should such occurrences arise, it will be either you who leaves Yizhong, or it will be me." At this juncture, his gaze returned to Su Exine, viewing this as his final admonition. Yet, Su Exine appeared utterly unfazed, engrossed in his reading. Wu Da-chung felt a surge of frustration, grappling with the realization that he was at a loss when it came to dealing with this student. After years of teaching, this was a novel sentiment for him. Shaking his head, Wu Da-chung deemed it necessary to devise a strategy for addressing this student. But there were more pressing matters to announce. He set aside his thoughts on Su Exine and directed his attention to the students below. "I have two important announcements to make. Firstly, the dates for the school's first diagnostic examination have been established for September 29th and 30th. The content will encompass the curriculum you have covered this past month. I have reiterated the importance of this diagnostic examination multiple times. Thus, I shall not elaborate further. Simply put, it is acceptable for me to feel disappointment, and for your parents to feel disappointment, but do not allow yourselves to be disappointed." The students were already aware of the significance of the diagnostic examination, and with the announcement of the dates, they were not caught off guard. However, with the homeroom teacher's explicit urging to strive for the top rank in the grade, a sense of urgency began to permeate the classroom. Some students even resolved to dedicate the upcoming month solely to their studies, determined to make a remarkable impression in the diagnostic examination. The second matter at hand is that in just over a month, our esteemed school, Lijian City No. 1 High School, will commemorate a glorious century of its existence, celebrating its centennial anniversary. In honor of this momentous occasion, the school is preparing to host a grand artistic gala. Our class has been assigned 2 performances, with the organization and personnel entrusted to our cultural committee member, Deng Ji. A centennial celebration? Will there be a festive event? And how many days off will that entail? The moment Wu Desheng mentioned the centenary celebration, the students instantly perked up, dispelling the earlier gloomy atmosphere in the classroom, which buzzed with discussions about the anniversary gala and the potential for time off. Noticing the heightened enthusiasm, Wu Desheng continued, "Additionally, I wish to address another matter. As you may know, the school has expanded its enrollment by 2,000 this year, resulting in a critical shortage of classrooms. Consequently, the school has constructed the new Wurongwen campus, which has strained our financial resources. Thus, the school leadership has decided to initiate a fundraising campaign, and our class is no exception. Each student is expected to contribute. Please submit your donations to the Life Committee by next Monday. As soon as Juegeng concluded, the room erupted in a cacophony of complaints. Whispers of discontent filled the air, with remarks like, "Isn't the #1 high school being rather miserly?" Asking for donations for a centennial celebration? Juegeng tapped the podium to quell the uproar, stating, "I do not wish to impose a strict donation amount. But given that it is the school's 100th birthday, as members of this institution, we should contribute to its glory, regardless of the amount. Even if it is merely 1 or 5 yuan, it reflects your goodwill." 1 yuan is barely enough for half an hour of internet. Ronghao muttered under his breath, dismissing the notion of donating as mere nonsense. Why fabricate such pitiful excuses? A prestigious school like ours crying poverty? And as for the expansion leading to a lack of classrooms, let us not forget that the new students admitted are pouring in with substantial financial contributions. However, Ronghao had initially anticipated that Juegeng would make a big deal out of the recent altercations, possibly dragging him and Juegeng into the office for a stern reprimand. To his surprise, Juegeng let them off lightly. Given this turn of events, Ronghao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was in high spirits and indifferent to the trivial amount of the donation. He turned to Juegeng and inquired, "Hey, Xian, how much are you considering donating?" Xian glanced at Juegeng, noting that he seemed unopposed to the students' quiet discussions. She then turned to Ronghao and held up 3 fingers. "Take a guess." Ronghao stroked his chin. 3 yuan? Come on, that's rather stingy, don't you think? It sounds almost beggar-like. I'll be generous and donate 4. Xian shook her head. "Who said 3? I meant 300. Ronghao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, you're a wealthy one." Xian chuckled. "Well, I do owe you 300. Don't I? I figured since you have money to spare, and you wouldn't mind, I'd just donate on your behalf this time." Ronghao nearly choked on his indignation. "You're truly shameless." Chapter 45. The farm beneath Moishan. The homeroom teacher, Juegeng, did not make a fuss over the fighting incident, allowing Xian to focus on his studies without distraction. Thereafter, nothing of note occurred. After school, Xian returned home directly. Upon entering, he discovered guests in the living room. A middle-aged couple engaged in conversation with his parents over tea. This couple were relatives from his hometown, the village of Yongquan in Danshui town. Su Jianjun, his father's cousin, who was 3rd among 5 brothers. He had been working in Lijian for many years and maintained a close relationship with Xian's parents. However, since his rebirth, Xian had yet to meet them. Uncle and aunt. Xian greeted warmly, swiftly removing his shoes and approaching to refill their teacups with hot water. "Ah, Xian, you're back from school." Aunt Wang Yuegui exclaimed cheerfully. "I heard from your mother that you were studying at Lijian #1 high school. That is truly remarkable. Thank you for your kind words, Aunt," Xian replied with a humble smile. Listening to Wang Yuegui praise her son, Xie Xiaofan felt a surge of happiness, yet she modestly interjected. "Xian merely passed the high school entrance exam. Please don't exaggerate, sister-in-law. Such words cannot be said, Xiaofan. Children ought to be encouraged in their studies to foster ambition. Besides, seeing Xian all grown up reminds me of the past glories of Biang," Uncle Su Jianjun added, setting down his teacup. "I recall the day when your 4th uncle, Biang, received his admission notice from the agricultural university. It caused quite a stir throughout Danshui town. Whenever other villages spoke of Yongquan, they would mention that the Su family's 4th son was the first university student from our village, attending a prestigious institution no less. Ah, Xian, you must set your father as your benchmark, striving to surpass him. Though Yongquan may be a humble place, it is not devoid of talent. You must bring honor to the Su family." "Absolutely, I will strive to uphold that spirit," Xian replied with a smile, taking a seat on the sofa. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed for the first time that his uncle Su Jianjun had aged considerably since their last encounter in his previous life. His hair was now streaked with gray, and his face appeared gaunt and sunken. A wave of sentiment washed over him. In truth, Xian held a deep admiration for this uncle, an eloquent speaker with a broad mind, a truly capable individual. When his father, Su Biang, was accepted into university, Uncle Su Jianjun enlisted in the military. Upon returning home after his service, he disregarded the family's objections and invested all their savings, even taking out loans, to purchase a large passenger bus, thereby becoming the first public transport driver in their hometown during that era. From that point onward, Uncle Jianjun embarked on a path to prosperity, Within a few years, his family had constructed a 3-story villa, becoming one of the few affluent households in that age. Indeed, one could say that Uncle Jianjun and Su Biang were the two most successful individuals from the secluded village of Yongquan. However, in contrast to his father's fortune, Uncle Su Jianjun's fate was fraught with misfortune. His son, Su Yu, was born with disabilities, paralyzed from the waist down, and subjected to a life of suffering. Tragically, at the age of 19, during Su Xian's 6th year of elementary school, Su Yu took his own life by swallowing a razor blade. This matter has significantly impacted Uncle San. He sold the house and car from his hometown and relocated to Lijian City. Subsequently, Aunt Sin opened a guest house, while he took on the role of a contractor, specializing in the construction of villa projects. In the beginning, everything went smoothly, and he earned a substantial sum of money. Just when he thought fortune had finally turned in his favor, fate had other plans to mock him. 2 years ago, he undertook the gardening project for a villa complex named Ziyun Mountain Villa. However, upon completion, the owner absconded with the funds, leaving him responsible for over $1 million in outstanding debts. The junior contractors incessantly pressured him for payment, but even if he liquidated all his assets, he could not fill this vast chasm. Eventually, it escalated to court, and the entanglement persists, leaving him overwhelmed and unresolved. It is easy to imagine how excruciatingly difficult life has been for him under such immense mental strain. Yet, Uncle San has always maintained an optimistic demeanor, swallowing his troubles with a smile. If not for knowing the truth, one would never discern his burdens from the cheerful expression on his face. Su Xian sighed inwardly, noticing that his cup of tea had run dry, and promptly refilled it. As Su Jianjun accepted the steaming cup of tea and took a sip, he turned to Su Bingyan and said, "Fourth brother, I have something important to discuss with you today." The usually taciturn Su Bingyan looked up, extinguishing his cigarette, and replied, "Third brother, please go ahead." Su Jianjun set down his teacup and continued, "As you know, my current situation is dire, entangled in lawsuits and incessantly pressured for debts. I can no longer stay in the city and am planning to sell the guest house and return to our hometown." "Oh," Su Bingyan expressed a hint of surprise. But after a moment of contemplation, he found this decision both unexpected and yet reasonable. He sighed and nodded, "That seems fine. However, what do you plan to do upon returning home?" With the topic broached, Su Jianjun spoke candidly, "I intend to establish a farm in Yongquan village. I have already scouted the location. It is situated at the back of Moi Mountain, where the environment and geography are favorable and the soil is fertile, surrounded by mountains and a lake. As for the primary focus of the farm, I envision cultivating camellia trees and raising pigs. With the rise in affluence, fewer people are engaging in these pursuits, and the price of camellia oil is soaring, promising significant potential for development." Hearing this, Su Xian was momentarily taken aback. Uncle San, approaching 50 and without children, has faced numerous setbacks in life, yet still dares to embark on a fresh start. One cannot help but admire his courage and resolve. Su Bingyan nodded in agreement, recognizing that the idea of a farm is indeed promising. With China's economy accelerating, the trend toward large-scale, intensive agricultural operations is inevitable. In a few years, once the farm is established, it is bound to yield profits. C.S. Xiaofan interjected, "I too believe that establishing a farm holds great potential. Third brother, if you decide to pursue this, the entire family will support you." As Su Jianjun observed his younger brother's wife displaying considerable interest, he continued, "In any case, venturing into farming is undoubtedly a profitable endeavor. However, managing such a substantial operation alone is beyond my capabilities. Brother, as the saying goes, the fertile waters should not flow to outsiders. I believe that if the two of us joined forces, we could succeed. I understand that your position in the bureaucracy may complicate matters, but you need not involve yourself in the nitty-gritty details. We can put Xiaofan's name on the contract. Essentially, it would be a partnership between Xiaofan and me, which is entirely compliant with regulations." At this revelation, everyone grasped the situation. Su Xian was taken aback that his uncle intended to partner with his father in establishing a farm. He vaguely recalled a similar incident from his previous life. Yet the subsequent details eluded him. Su Bingyan refrained from expressing his opinion immediately. Such a significant matter warranted thorough consideration. Meanwhile, C.S. Xiaofan, filled with enthusiasm, inquired, "Third brother, how much investment will this partnership require?" Su Jianhua elucidated, "The initial investment for each person is 80,000. We will first acquire moisture and commence pig farming. Once the pig farm is operational, we can apply for substantial national subsidies, which will facilitate further expansion into other agricultural ventures. Upon hearing that the initial investment was a hefty sum of 80,000, Xie Xiaofan's enthusiasm waned. That amount was no trifling matter. It would deplete their family's savings, which she had meticulously reserved for her son Su Xian's future marriage and housing. Third brother, 80,000 is quite substantial, and I anticipate further investments will be required. We are unfamiliar with the procedures for establishing a farm, so I cannot provide a definitive answer at this moment. I will discuss it with Xiaofan and get back to you. Yu Jianhua seemed to possess prior knowledge of the situation and smiled. No worries. My purpose in coming today was merely to inform you. Moreover, mine has yet to be sold, and the plans for the farm will take 2 to 3 months to finalize. You and Xiaofan can deliberate over it thoroughly. Su Bingyan nodded, agreeing. Very well. I will provide you with a definite response after some time. Chapter 46. The Stones of Motion. After dinner, Su Jianjun and his wife prepared to return home. As they exited, Su Jianjun specifically mentioned to Su Bingyan, fourth son, the village committee of Yongquan village contacted me a few days ago. They plan to put Motion up for lease around November 20th. We should go down then to assess the situation. Su Bingyan nodded in acknowledgement, understood. After bidding farewell to his uncle and aunt, Su Xian and his family settled onto the sofa to watch television. Xie Xiaofan remarked, Old Su, do you think third brother's plan for this farm is viable? Absolutely, it's viable. As long as third brother is determined to proceed and overcomes the initial financial challenges, there will undoubtedly be substantial profits to reap, Su Bingyan replied, his gaze fixed on the television. However, despite his words, he harbored no desire to invest in the farm. Although he had studied agriculture at the university, he found himself disinterested in farming endeavors. Being entrenched in the bureaucratic world, he instinctively shied away from such commercial activities. Furthermore, with Gu Kaiji visiting the 36 Bay mining district for inspections just days prior, he was overwhelmed with responsibilities, leaving him no inclination to pursue any side ventures. Xie Xiaofan discerned a hint of insincerity in her husband's words and probed further, asking, Why do I feel that you possess no interest at all? What are your true thoughts? Noticing his wife's apparent enthusiasm for the farming venture, Su Bingyan felt compelled to temper her excitement, stating, What thoughts? I wholeheartedly support the idea of farming. If third brother needs a loan, of course, I would lend him money. But forming a partnership for the farm is out of the question. We both have stable jobs. Isn't it better to work diligently? Do you really aspire to become wealthy? However, Xie Xiaofan's perspective diverged significantly. She found the farming venture quite intriguing. Naturally, her interest hinged on minimal financial investment, as she remarked, Old Su. That's not how the conversation should unfold. Earning money is certainly desirable, and with Su Xian getting married, having children, buying a house, and acquiring a car, which of these does not require funds? Don't presume that today as girls are like I was back then, easily swayed by a few words. Without a house, a car, or savings, you might as well resign your son to a life of bachelorhood. Seated nearby, Su Xian rolled his eyes, thinking, Oh dear mother, must you worry about my affairs? Hey there, young man, feeling bold enough to disregard my guidance. When you marry, you will realize just how pragmatic today's girls can be. Xie Xiaofan was not jesting with Su Xian. She earnestly continued, Now, let us not discuss other girls, but take Xiao Tian as an example. If, hypothetically speaking, you reach the point of discussing marriage, do you think Zhang Xiaofeng would readily send her daughter to you? Without a house or a car, you might not even get the chance to meet her. All right, mother, I shall keep your wise words close to my heart, Su Xian responded, feeling somewhat defeated by his mother's exuberance, and eager to change the subject to avoid further comparisons to Zhou Xiaotian. Yet, he vaguely recalled that in a past life, his uncle had mentioned the idea of a partnership in the farm, though his father, Su Bingyan, had surely disagreed, as he had accompanied his father to the bidding for the Mo Yi Mountain in Yongquan village. Thus, the memory struck him. He recalled that a contractor from Shanshui town offered 50,000 to secure the contract for Mo Yi Mountain, and both his father and uncle deemed that price exorbitant, resulting in the eventual collapse of the farming plan. After imparting her wisdom to Su Xian, Xie Xiaofan, still contemplating the partnership for the farm, continued speaking to her husband. Old Su, since farming can indeed be profitable, why don't we invest a little to test the waters? Not 8,000, but 1 or 2,000 would suffice. At worst, our dividends might be smaller, but once the farm is established, We could assess the situation and invest more. Su Bingyan scoffed. Do you think establishing a farm is as simple as it sounds? Allow me to elucidate. The preliminary preparations alone require substantial funds. First, we need to purchase the mountain. Moe Mountain is vast, and a 30-year lease would cost at least 30 to 40,000. Then there are transportation issues. Moe Mountain is riddled with rocky terrain, causing significant traffic problems. If we are to establish a farm, we must at the very least construct a road up the mountain, which would require an additional 20 to 30,000. Following that comes the hiring of excavators, building houses, constructing pigsties, purchasing piglets, and so forth. Each task consumes money like water. I suspect that 8,000 would vanish in less than half a month, let alone 2,000. Su Bingyan paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, this is merely the initial expenditure. Subsequently, there are costs for pig feed, tea tree saplings, fertilizers, technician salaries, and so forth, significant financial holes that need to be filled. The returns, at the very least, may not materialize until 2 years later. I suggest you abandon this notion and focus on excelling in your position as head nurse. Securing a permanent role is far more advantageous. If you are so adamantly against it, then perhaps it is best to let it go, Xie Xiaofan replied, convinced by her husband's reasoned arguments. The substantial investment and long-term commitment required for the farm, with no immediate returns in sight, led her to dismiss the idea of co-investing in the agricultural venture. Meanwhile, Su Xian, seated nearby, had fallen into deep contemplation. His father's remarks about the rocky and inaccessible terrain of the Moe mountain ridge triggered a recollection. In 2003, the China Railway Construction Corporation began the construction of the Beiguan high-speed railway, which fortuitously traversed the area of Danshui town. It is well known that railway construction necessitates a vast quantity of stone materials. Following the principle of sourcing materials locally, the construction company sought suitable stone from the surrounding mountains. The Moe mountain ridge, abundant in quality stone with shallow deposits, was deemed ideal for excavation by the experts of the construction corporation. Although the mountain roads were treacherous and impassable for large trucks, this posed no obstacle for a large state-owned enterprise like the China Railway Construction Corporation. They simply cleared a path using excavators to facilitate access and secured all the stone produced from Moe Mountain. Consequently, the contractor who undertook the quarrying of Moe Mountain became immensely wealthy, truly a windfall that struck him unexpectedly. Su Xian recalled how his mother, Xie Xiaofan, later expressed her deep regret over the missed opportunity, attributing it to his father's short-sightedness. His uncle, Su Jianjun, was equally remorseful. During one drinking session at Su Xian's home, he calculated the astonishing profits from the quarrying at Moe Mountain. The mountain could produce an average of 400 tons of stone daily, at a price of 30 yuan per ton, even accounting for only 200 days of operation per year. The annual output would reach 2.4 million yuan. After deducting costs for land, explosives, machinery, and other expenses, the contractor would still net at least 1 million yuan per year. The contractor had secured the rights to Moe Mountain for 30 years, investing a mere 50,000 yuan. Wasn't this a lucrative enterprise? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Xian felt a surge of excitement. The treasure of Moe Mountain was its stones. Now, he found himself less concerned about his uncle's farming aspirations. Regardless, he had made up his mind. He must secure the rights to Moe Mountain. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that his father was entirely against the idea. He felt a sense of urgency, but was at a loss for how to persuade his parents. Could mere words truly sway his father's resolve to undertake the quarrying of Moe Mountain? This is utterly nonsensical. To contract the Moe Mountain would require at least 40 to 50,000. How could such a substantial sum be swayed by the words of a mere 17-year-old? Sitting on the sofa, Su Xian racked his brain for a strategy, while his parents were engrossed in the television. At that moment, a news anchor was announcing the time. Captivated by the sweet voice of the female anchor, Su Xian suddenly had an epiphany. He glanced at the calendar on the wall, noting that it was still September 2002, providing ample time. Furthermore, wasn't he the village committee back home scheduled to hold a bidding meeting for the Moe Mountain contract on November 20th? With this thought, a plan began to form in Su Xian's mind. If persuasion failed, he would take action. Dad, could you and Uncle San take me to Yongquan village next month? It's been ages since I visited my hometown, and I wish to see it again. Su Bingyan looked up, somewhat surprised by Su Xian's enthusiasm, remarking, You've never shown such eagerness to visit home before. Even during the holidays, you seemed unwilling. What do you wish to see back there next month? Su Xian smiled. Of course, the stones of Mo Yi Mountain. Chapter 47. A sweet and sour taste of youth. The bidding meeting for the Mo Yi Mountain contract would not occur until mid-November, and Su Xian felt no urgency. He already had a plan in mind, waiting for the day of the meeting to create a commotion in Yongquan village, much like the character's son Wukong. In his mind, securing the contract for Mo Yi Mountain was an inevitable outcome. As Friday arrived, during a break between classes, Su Xian headed to the restroom. Upon reaching the corridor's corner, he spotted Xia Juegeng washing apples alone at the sink outside the restroom. Xia Juegeng noticed the noise and turned her head. A flicker of surprise in her eyes upon recognizing Su Xian, but she said nothing and redirected her gaze. Su Xian intended to greet her, yet his throat suddenly felt constricted, leaving him speechless. Over the past few days, Xia Juegeng had grown indifferent towards him, likely displeased due to the recent fight. However, he felt explaining was unnecessary, shaking his head in resignation and deciding not to dwell on it as he proceeded to the men's restroom. When he emerged, he found Xia Juegeng still washing the apples. He paused for a moment before walking over to stand beside her at the sink, turning on the faucet to let the cool water flow. They stood side by side, neither of them initiating conversation, resembling two strangers, the most familiar strangers. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Xian caught a glimpse of Xia Juegeng, who was distractedly rinsing a red apple under the faucet. Realizing she hadn't left because she was waiting for him, he finally broke the silence, though his words were devoid of substance. How have you been lately? Xia Juegeng replied softly, and then asked, and you? Su Xian smiled, I'm doing well. Xia Juegeng offered no further response, and the atmosphere fell into another silence. After a moment, she suddenly turned to him, her bright, clear eyes fixed on Su Xian as she asked, why did you fight with Ma Yi? Confronted by the piercing gaze of Xia Juegeng, Su Xian felt a pent-up frustration swelling within him, yet he found himself unable to articulate a single word, as if it were stuck in his throat. Ultimately, with a bitter smile, he remarked, it's nothing, just that Ma Yi has provoked me. Xia Juegeng pressed her lips together, averting her gaze, her heart awash with indistinct emotions. Initially, upon hearing about the altercation between Su Xian and Ma Yi, she experienced a pang of disappointment. However, the previous day, she inadvertently overheard Wu Xiaoheng discussing the fight with other classmates, mentioning that the note written by Ma Yi had indeed been passed to her, but was subsequently handed over to Liao Jie by Su Xian. As she had personally delivered that note to Liao Jie, she was acutely aware of the entire sequence of events. In that moment, she grasped the true reason behind the conflict between Su Xian and Ma Yi. It was due to her. Su Xian had angered Ma Yi by refusing to give him the note, which ultimately led to the brawl. At that moment, Xia Juegeng felt a twinge of annoyance at his foolishness, yet irrespective of this, her heart was devoid of disappointment. Instead, it was now tinged with a sense of gratitude. It was evident that Su Xian, even now, was unwilling to acknowledge the truth, preferring to allow her to misjudge him rather than reveal the reality. This stubbornness irked her. She was vexed by his obstinacy and his naivete, yet she refrained from exposing him, wishing to spare him any embarrassment. Here you go. Su Xian raised his head, momentarily taken aback as Xia Juegeng unexpectedly offered him a freshly washed red apple. What about you? I still have some in my backpack, he hastily replied. Xia Juegeng dabbed her face with the back of her fair hand, wiping away the splashes of water, and said softly, oh, that is fine. Su Xian accepted the red apple, warmth flooding through him. I'll head back to the classroom first. You should return early to study as well. A hint of a smile graced Xia Juegeng's cool visage as she waved her hand and turned to leave. Watching her recede into the distance, Su Xian exhaled softly, then grinned as he brought the apple to his lips and took a bite. The delightful blend of sweet and tart mirrored the essence of youth. As the final self-study period of the afternoon commenced, the homeroom teacher, Wu Deshang, made an appearance, addressing the students with reminders to prioritize safety as school let out, before permitting them to study independently and then departing. With the holiday approaching, no one wished to carry a mountain of assignments home, and the students were fervently racing to complete their work. Ugh, assigning this much homework during the first week of school is utterly oppressive. Ronghao lamented. With a smile, Su Xian inquired, have you finished your geography assignment? What do you mean? You're not thinking of copying my work in the first week, are you? Ronghao shot Su Xian a wary glance. quit the chatter and hand it over. Observing Rong Hao's mischievous expression, Su Xian knew he had already completed his geography assignment. Despite Rong Hao's carefree demeanor and his impressive fighting skills, he possessed an astute intellect that belied his casual exterior. In the past, during my middle school days at Juegeng, Rong Hao stood out as the academic prodigy of our class, an unwavering fixture among the top 10 students, frequently gracing the upper echelons of our grade. With a modicum of effort, securing a position among the top 3 in the school was hardly a mere fantasy. In my previous life, I often found myself envious of this individual, unable to comprehend the brilliance that resided in his mind. Despite our time spent together, I seldom observed him exerting himself academically. Instead, he was either embroiled in fights or immersed in World of Warcraft, often spending sleepless nights in internet cafes indulging in a state of despondency. Yet, when examinations arrived, he exhibited an astonishing prowess, dazzling us all with his remarkable results. For me, mingling with someone of his caliber was undeniably pressuring. I was neither as handsome, nor as privileged, nor as adept in combat. My conversational skills paled in comparison, and my academic performance was far from commendable. Consequently, I found myself relegated to the role of his devoted follower. However, there were certain advantages to having such a person as a close friend, such as the opportunity to copy homework. I deemed it essential to uphold this noble tradition, seizing Rong Hao's notebook without hesitation and promptly beginning to transcribe his work. I had no desire to lug a heavy load of assignments home for a late-night study session. What if the geography teacher found out? No worries, if queried. I would simply claim that I copied his work. As I diligently copied, I kept my head down. Seriously, must you be so shameless? Rong Hao nearly fainted from the irritation I caused him. Could you keep your voice down? I gently nudged his calf with my foot, gesturing with my pen towards Juegeng, who was engrossed in her studies. I didn't want her to overhear my transgressions, although it was trivial. Juegeng was a studious girl and would certainly disapprove of such poor habits. Rong Hao let out a soft huff. You have the audacity to copy and yet fear that your crush might find out? Could you just shut your mouth? All right. Rong Hao nodded, then leaned in closer to whisper, then why not copy from your crush? I playfully pressed a blank sheet of paper against his excessively smug face, declaring, You may rest now. Having completed my assignments, I stretched leisurely and noticed Rong Hao bent over his desk, tackling his math homework. Feeling somewhat bored, I realized that I could not copy math or English assignments, as they were core subjects that warranted serious attention. I resolved to save those for the weekend. Supporting my chin with my hand, I sat idly in my seat until I suddenly recalled my agreement with Ran, prompting me to slip away. Without hesitation, I packed my homework into my backpack and tapped Rong Hao on the shoulder. Without lifting his head, he impatiently inquired, What now? Don't disturb me. I'm studying diligently. Observing his pretentiousness, I softly remarked, Oh, I wouldn't want to interrupt your noble pursuits. I shall take my leave into idleness. With that, I grabbed my backpack and stealthily made my way towards the back door. The male classmates seated behind me turned their heads at the commotion, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed my audacious exit from the classroom during the first week of school. Such boldness was impressive, and they couldn't help but admire me, acknowledging that I was indeed on a different plane than they were. Upon exiting the classroom, the school day had not yet concluded, and the corridor was deserted, enveloped in silence. I descended the stairs directly, making my way towards the second building wherein Ran awaited. In the first year of high school, the class sizes were considerable, with a total of 30 classes. To facilitate management, the school organized these classes into 2 groups in sequential order. Su Xian's class 401 belonged to the first group, while Ran's class 426 was in the second group, located in the second teaching building. As Su Xian made his way to the second teaching building, he spotted a boy who instantly captivated his attention. The boy appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, with a slender, fair face and pure, bright eyes, exuding an aura of gentleness. He was dressed in black trousers paired with a white shirt, simple yet sophisticated. Noticing Su Xian's gaze, the boy smiled amicably and asked, Are you skipping class too? A kindred spirit. Su Xian nodded with a smile, then averted his eyes, choosing not to engage in idle chatter, and ascended the stairs first. Upon reaching the entrance of class 426, Su Xian glanced inside and noticed Ran seated by the window. Her rosy lips were slightly pursed, with one delicate hand resting on her fair chin while the other held a water-based pen, doodling in her notebook with an earnest expression, looking utterly adorable. though it was unclear what she was writing. Not wishing to disturb her, Su Xian turned to wait in the corridor for the bell to signal the end of class. Waiting for someone, Su Xian turned to find it was the boy he had encountered downstairs. Nodding, he replied, "Yes, I am." The boy smiled warmly and walked over to stand beside him in the corridor, asking, "Which class are you in?" Su Xian returned his gaze and casually responded, "Class 401. "Oh, so you're from 401, the boy said, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. He inquired with a smile, "Is there someone named Su Xian in your class?" Su Xian paused for a moment, then allowed a smile to grace his lips. "Yes, I'm quite familiar with him." The boy casually asked, "What do you think of him as a person?" Su Xian gazed out at the scenery below, feeling a bit bored, and began to ramble. "Just imagine what Takashi Kaneshiro looks like. He probably resembles that. Is he really that handsome?" Handsome is not the main point. The crux is that he is overwhelmingly handsome. Sometimes, I can't help but feel a pang of jealousy towards him. Su Xian's tone was light, infused with a hint of sincerity. "Oh, I see. I should get to know him if the opportunity arises," the boy chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by the conversation. Just then, the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Su Xian and the boy ceased their exchange and turned to face the entrance of class 426, awaiting the individuals they were expecting. Gradually, students began to exit the classroom, and a tall girl who had just stepped out noticed the boy in white. A flicker of delight crossed her face as she rushed over, saying, "Ling Haoran, what brings you here?" Ling Haoran appeared to recognize the tall girl and smiled in response, "I'm waiting for someone." At that moment, Ran emerged, clutching a canvas backpack. She first glanced at Ling Haoran and greeted him coolly. Then her eyes fell on Su Xian behind Ling Haoran, and a charming smile broke on her petite lips as she tossed her backpack towards him, exclaiming, "Su Xian, help me carry my backpack. It's so heavy." Ling Haoran abruptly turned his head to gaze at Su Xian behind him, a hint of vigilance in his eyes, which soon transformed into calmness. He then smiled and remarked, "So you are Su Xian?" With his backpack in hand, Su Xian had been thinking to himself, "So you are Ling Haoran? Meeting you in person certainly surpasses mere reputation. You indeed possess the potential to be a refined rogue." He chuckled and replied, "What a pleasure it is to meet you. When you mentioned you resembled Takashi Kaneshiro, I was skeptical, but now I believe it, truly handsome." Although Ling Haoran's words were complimentary, they were laced with mockery. Su Xian chose to feign ignorance, responding carefree, "While I recognize that you speak the truth, one must still be mindful of the public's perception, so let us keep such thoughts to ourselves." "Rest assured," Ling Haoran said, locking eyes with Su Xian, his gaze unwavering. "I doubt I shall ever utter such words again in my lifetime." "Indeed, you are quite obedient." Su Xian's smile gradually faded. "You two are rather nauseating. Just speak plainly," and Ran interjected, unable to endure the tension, and then turned to Ling Haoran, asking, "What brings you here today?" Ling Haoran shifted his gaze to Ran, a smile gracing his lips as he responded with grace. "A new seafood restaurant called Heizhongzhao has recently opened on Lijian North City Avenue. I had the pleasure of dining there once, and the flavors were exquisite. Since today is a holiday, I would be delighted to treat you to seafood there. What do you think?" "Oh, is it that delicious? I shall consider it." And Ran nodded before turning to Su Xian, inquiring, "What about you?" Su Xian was taken aback, thinking, "Didn't you say you would take me somewhere? Why has it turned into me treating you to a meal? How unfair." Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, reminding himself that he must not back down before Ling Haoran. He had to stand firm. After some contemplation, Su Xian realized he had only 10 yuan left, making it impossible to play the affluent role, especially in front of someone like Ling Haoran, who was undoubtedly wealthy. He needed to devise an alternative strategy. Su Xian suggested, "I can take you for some 7 Leaves brand bubble tea. It's just $3.50 a cup, and the flavor is mediocre. I'm not sure if you would enjoy it. Honestly, I don't care for it much myself." "I don't like it either." And Ran was dissatisfied with Su Xian's response and shot him a glare. Nearby, a tall girl scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the seemingly innocent Su Xian, thinking, "Where did this impoverished fellow come from? Clearly, he has never seen the world." The girl, perceptive and astute, recognized that these two were clearly vying for Ran's attention. Yet, Ling Haoran, the Prince Charming of their prestigious school, was wealthy, influential, and handsome, openly inviting her for seafood. While this Su Xian dared to think he could win her over with a $3.50 cup of tea, he ought to consider the caliber of his target. After all, this was Ran, the illustrious school belle of their institution. Despite her usual jealousy towards the adored Anren at Juegeng at this moment. Witnessing the miserly behavior of Su Xian, she could not help but roll her eyes in disdain. However, Ling Haoran showed no intention of mocking Su Xian. His attention was entirely focused on Anren as he smiled and said, "Since you dislike bubble tea, shall we leave? My family's chauffeur is waiting outside the school. Apologies, but I am allergic to seafood," Anren suddenly interjected. Ling Haoran was taken aback and quickly responded, "Oh, if you are allergic to seafood, then we shall not go for that. What would you like to eat? I will take you. There is no need for such trouble. Although bubble tea is not particularly enjoyable, it does not trigger my allergies," Anren stated bluntly, turning her gaze towards Su Xian with a displeased expression in her clear eyes. "You big fool, we are leaving." As her words fell, Anren waved her hand at Ling Haoran, not waiting for a reply, and decisively grasped Su Xian's arm as they headed towards the staircase. In contrast to Anren, Su Xian was considerably more polite, pausing to bid farewell to Ling Haoran, her destined rival at Juegeng. With a smile, "Excuse me, I'll take my leave now." "Take care," Ling Haoran replied graciously, a gentle smile gracing his delicate features as he watched Anren and Su Xian descend the stairs. Nearby, a girl appeared momentarily dazed, unable to fathom Anren's direct refusal of Ling Haoran. She thought to herself how shameless Anren was to forsake a prince charming for a pauper to drink such wretched tea. Yet, this created an opportunity for her. Feeling delighted, she intentionally let out a playful hum in Ling Haoran's ear. "Ling Haoran, since Anren is allergic to seafood, would you take me instead?" Ling Haoran's lips curled into a smile as he turned to face the girl, his gaze softening, until a blush crept onto her cheeks. Suddenly, he let out a raspy growl, "Scram." Chapter 49. Love is not a race between tortoise and hare. The two emerged from the second teaching building, walking along the tree-lined path toward the school gate. Along the way, Anren inquired, "Su Xian, do you know why I declined to go eat seafood with Ling Haoran?" Su Xian pondered before replying, "I have two answers, one true and one false. Which would you prefer to hear?" "I wish to hear both. What should I do?" "That poses quite a dilemma." Su Xian scratched his head and chuckled. "How about I reveal neither?" "You scoundrel, you are provoking me." Anren pinched Su Xian's arm, tilting her head as she commanded, "First, tell me the false reason." Facing the feisty Anren, Su Xian smiled wryly. "You are allergic to seafood." Realizing that Su Xian had discerned her deceit, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Anren's usually composed face as she bit her rosy lip. "Then what is the true reason?" Su Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. "In truth, it matters not what one eats, but rather with whom one shares the meal." Anren pouted, "You are so vain." As they chatted and exchanged playful banter, they soon arrived at the school gate. At that moment, classes had just finished, and the area was bustling with students, particularly boys who, upon spotting Anren, parted to create a path for her. Su Xian's reputation at the first high school is rather inconspicuous, in stark contrast to Anren, whose name resonates among students who possess even a modicum of social connections. On any given morning, as the sun rises, or during a dusk adorned with falling leaves, one might chance upon her, perhaps only catching a fleeting glimpse of her ethereal beauty, a visage that would linger in their memory for a lifetime. Since that moment, the image of this girl has deeply rooted itself in the minds of the youthful and burgeoning hearts, haunting them through sleepless nights filled with restless tossing and turning. Occasionally, upon awakening, they might even discover the remnants of their uncontainable emotions. However, very few dare to harbor romantic intentions towards Anren, the reasons being twofold. Firstly, a sense of inadequacy prevails, for she, like a proud swan, is unattainable, her allure far surpassing that of ordinary students. Secondly, those privy to the truth are well aware that the school's most illustrious prince, Ling Haoran, holds affections for Anren, rendering any pursuit of her all the more daunting. Thus, when the sight of an unremarkable boy walking alongside Anren emerges, astonishment gives way to disbelief, swiftly followed by an insatiable pang of jealousy. In light of such circumstances, Anren has grown accustomed to the scrutiny. For her, it is as inevitable as the daily rituals of eating and sleeping. As for Su Xian, possessing the audacity of someone who has lived 30 years in spirit, he remains impervious to the gazes of onlookers. With a silent understanding, the pair exits the school gate, traversing the concrete road and heading directly towards the nearby 7 Leaves milk tea shop. "Xiao Tian, the Su Xian you mentioned is unfamiliar to me. Where should I even begin to search for him? Besides, school is out now, and he has likely already returned home. Complained Li, standing outside a boutique across from the school gate. Beside her, Zhou Xiaotian furrowed her brow slightly, her expression a blend of innocence and allure. Her hair elegantly pinned with a butterfly clip. The hem of her pink dress swayed gently in the twilight, rendering her charmingly irresistible, causing passing boys to unconsciously slow their pace to steal glances at her. Zhou Xiaotian had come to the first high school today on a whim, having agreed with her childhood friend Li to visit. Yet, upon her arrival, the first thought that crossed her mind was of Su Xian. And although she wished to seek him out, she was unaware of his class. After inquiring with Li, she learned that the latter had never heard of Su Xian, and thus did not recognize him. Li suggested waiting at the school gate after classes to see if they might encounter him. However, scanning the multitude of students, finding Su Xian seemed akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an impractical endeavor. Zhou Xiaotian nodded, conceding, "All right then." Li then asked, "Xiaotian, who exactly is this Su Xian? I've never heard you mention him before. My father and his father were college classmates, so I've known him since childhood." "Oh, childhood sweethearts then," Li said, observing Zhou Xiaotian's expression with heightened interest. "You don't have feelings for him, do you?" Zhou Xiaotian's delicate face flushed crimson. "What nonsense are you talking about? Keep this up, and I won't speak to you anymore. Just teasing you. However, your brother Xian would undoubtedly be deeply touched to know that you specifically came to number 1 high school to see him." Although Li spoke lightly, she could discern the subtle shifts in Zhou Xiaotian's expression, realizing with clarity that this naive girl might indeed have developed feelings for someone named Su Xian. Contemplating this, Li's curiosity about the nature of Su Xian intensified. Was he handsome and dashing, or perhaps refined and cultured? Did he excel academically, or come from wealth and influence? Li was uncertain, yet she surmised that someone as proud as Zhou Xiaotian would not be enamored with just anyone. He must possess commendable qualities. If not the impeccable credentials of a wealthy scion like Ling Haoran, at least he should be a strikingly handsome offspring of a respectable family. At that moment, a stir erupted among the crowd at the entrance of number 1 high school. Zhou Xiaotian glanced up and noticed that the throng parted like the tide, revealing a pathway through which a young man with a faint smile on his lips emerged, none other than Su Xian. Zhou Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback. Her petite lips parted in surprise, and her heart swelled with joy. Just as she was about to call out to him, she noticed a stunning girl standing beside him. This revelation was like a bucket of cold water dousing her exhilaration, and her elation quickly dissipated, leaving her unable to utter a word. Li, noticing Zhou Xiaotian's rapt attention towards an ordinary-looking boy, inquired with curiosity, "Xiaotian, do you know that boy?" A twinge of bitterness coursed through Zhou Xiaotian's heart. It was more than mere acquaintance. It was an indelible memory. Unsure of how to articulate her feelings, she finally nodded. "That is Su Xian." Li's eyes widened in realization. "Oh, so that is Su Xian. You came to our school today just to see him? Why not say hello? Are you shy? Let me help you." Before Zhou Xiaotian could protest, it was too late. Li had already waved at Su Xian in the distance, calling, "Su Xian, over here." Upon hearing the voice, both Su Xian and Enran turned to look, and their gazes instantly intertwined with those of the 4 individuals. Recognizing Zhou Xiaotian, Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, pondering her purpose for visiting number 1 high school. Without further thought, he and Enran approached, smiling as he greeted, "Xiaotian, what brings you here?" "Xian, I came to visit classmates." Zhou Xiaotian managed a strained smile. Her peripheral vision fixated on the girl beside Su Xian. Her sleek short hair and exquisite features rendered her exceptionally beautiful, resembling a flawless porcelain doll. Even though Zhou Xiaotian prided herself on her own beauty, she could not deny the girl's allure. Could this girl be Juegeng? It was no wonder Su Xian harbored such affection for her, having nurtured a crush on her since the first year of middle school, unwavering in his devotion. This thought ignited a flicker of jealousy within Zhou Xiaotian, intensifying her sorrow, yet she resolutely refused to appear inferior to the girl in Su Xian's presence. Determined to maintain her dignity. Even though Su Xian is fond of her summer bellflower now, what does it matter? 3 years ago, his world contained only her. It can only be said that love is not a race between a tortoise and a hare. There is no distinction between speed or process, for ultimately, the one who possesses love is the true victor. Zhou Xiaotian mustered her spirits, straightened her well-developed figure, her rosy cheeks adorned with a smile, appearing increasingly enchanting. She extended her delicate, fair hand towards Li Li, standing beside her, and introduced, Xin, this is my middle school classmate, Li Li, who is currently studying at the same high school. Hello, Li Li, Su Xin greeted, smiling at the girl beside Zhou Xiaotian. She was quite pleasant to behold, though a few freckles on her cheeks marred her overall appearance. Hello to you too. Li Li scrutinized Su Xin, finding his looks rather ordinary. His radiant smile, however, was comforting, though it did not exude handsomeness, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Yet at that moment, she recognized the renowned and ran beside him, the belle of their school. How could she not know her? Although she could not discern what made Su Xin special, the fact that he had gained the favor of the illustrious school beauty elevated her opinion of him slightly. No wonder her middle school classmate Zhou Xiaotian was so infatuated with him. However, the fact that Su Xin and Ran appeared to be quite close was somewhat disadvantageous for Zhou Xiaotian. As a classmate, Li Li naturally felt inclined to support Zhou Xiaotian. Moreover, to Li Li's eyes, Zhou Xiaotian perhaps fell slightly short in appearance compared to Ran. Zhou Xiaotian possessed a delicate charm, lacking the powerful aura that Ran radiated, an aura that captivated attention effortlessly. Yet, Zhou Xiaotian was sweet-natured, academically accomplished, and the daughter of the Education Bureau chief. Her character, grades, and family background were impeccable, surpassing Ran in numerous ways. At this juncture, Li Li deemed it necessary to assist her dear friend, intending to temper Ran's sharpness. She deliberately raised her voice and said to Su Xin, Su Xin, did you know? Today, Xiaotian specifically came from the foreign language school to see you. A girl traversing such a distance, without knowing which class you are in. Waiting in the sun at the school gate for an entire afternoon. How exhausting. You should treat Xiaotian well in the future. Li Li, don't say such things. Zhou Xiaotian's tender face flushed crimson, yet her gaze furtively sought Su Xin's reaction. Su Xin felt a bit awkward and could only chuckle, saying, Xiaotian, if you don't know which class I'm in, you could ask my mom for my number. Don't be so foolish next time. Zhou Xiaotian pressed her rosy lips together and nodded, yes. When I have time, I'll visit your school. A flicker of joy surged within her, and she stole a glance at the expressionless girl beside Su Xin before nodding emphatically. Okay. Following this, Su Xin found himself at a loss for words. He sensed the subtle tension among the three girls. Thankfully, Ran seemed indifferent to such matters. Had she reacted like a shrew, he might have been compelled to retreat in despair. Although many boys cast envious glances his way, the experience was anything but pleasant. Su Xin, seeking to break the silence, casually remarked, oh, I'm heading to Chie Chao to grab a cup of milk tea. Would you like one? Before Zhou Xiaotian could respond, Li Li eagerly interjected. Is that even a question? Of course I want one. The sun is blazing, and I'm parched. Su Xin let out a bitter laugh. He had merely mentioned it in passing, not expecting Li Li to be so forward. He felt the weight of his 10 yuan in his pocket, a sense of impending tragedy looming over him. Yet, he could not back down at this moment, for that would be too humiliating. Resolutely, he said, all right, let's head inside. Chapter 50. Who is the true tycoon? The Chie Chao milk tea shop is located directly across from the entrance of the first high school. The small establishment, less than 30 square meters, is adorned with lush greenery, embodying the vibrant spirit that resonates with the tastes of contemporary students. At this moment, it was the end of the school day, and the shop was bustling with business, with students lined up for their milk tea. As Su Xin entered the shop with the three girls, he immediately attracted the attention of numerous boys waiting in line. Standing among three girls, two of whom were stunningly beautiful, it was impossible for their envious gazes to go unnoticed. Some boys, recognizing Ran as a student from their school, exclaimed, wow, isn't that the campus belle from the first high school? This guy is quite fortunate. Do you know him? No. Let us ask around school to find out what class he is in. Ignoring the chatter around him, Su Xin paid no heed to the opinions of others. Everyone is entitled to their freedom of speech, akin to a dog having the right to indulge in its own nature. He strode directly to the display window, observing the posted menu. The cheapest original flavor was priced at 2 yuan and 50 cents, while most options ranged from 5 to 7 yuan, with some even exceeding 10 yuan per cup. He was taken aback, never anticipating that milk tea would be so exorbitantly priced in the early 2000s. Feeling a sense of despair at the thought of a penny being able to thwart even the mightiest of heroes, However, there was no other course of action for Juegeng. He could only hope that the three ladies would enjoy the original flavor. Turning back, he first inquired of the quiet and ran, "What flavor of milk tea would you like?" And ran, with her hands in her pockets, had been observing Li Li's performance in silence, her expression unperturbed. She was well aware that Li Li's incessant chatter beside Juegeng was a deliberate attempt to undermine her. Having witnessed far too much of such petty rivalry, she deemed this trivial jealousy unworthy of her attention. Had it not been for Juegeng's presence, she would have left long ago. Now, seeing Juegeng finally acknowledge her with a question, and Ran felt a slight lift in her spirits, though her demeanor remained indifferent as she simply replied, "Anything is fine." Juegeng breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Ran understood people's hearts. "Then it shall be the original flavor." Turning to Zhou Xiaotian, he smiled and asked, "Xiaotian, what about you?" Xian gu, just get me a cup of the original flavor," Zhou Xiaotian replied with a sweet smile. Dressed in her pink outfit, she radiated charm in the warm glow of the evening sun. The boys within a 5-meter radius of Juegeng were momentarily entranced. A delightful sensation washing over them as they saw the enchanting girl smile solely at Juegeng, deepening their jealousy even further. At this moment, Juegeng was preoccupied with his thoughts, calculating whether he had enough money. Both Ran and Xiaotian were opting for the original flavor, and he reasoned that as long as Li Li desired a milk tea that cost no more than 5 yuan, 10 yuan would suffice. Feeling a sudden wave of relief, he took a deep breath and turned to ask Li Li what she would like to drink. However, Li Li, with an eager disposition, interjected, "Juegeng, let me tell you, Xiaotian is quite the hypocrite. She actually prefers strawberry flavor. I want the rainbow chocolate flavor, but remember not to add pearls. And put in extra jelly since Xiaotian loves it." Upon hearing this, Juegeng nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. The strawberry flavor was 5 yuan, while the rainbow chocolate was a staggering 15 yuan per cup. Even if he were to mortgage all his possessions, he could scarcely afford a single cup. Noticing Juegeng's intense reaction, Li Li placed her hands on her hips and remarked, "What's the matter? Are you really that stingy? Can't even buy a slightly expensive milk tea?" Li Li's voice was loud enough for nearby boys to overhear, and they turned their attention to Juegeng, thinking that he was just a broke guy trying to show off in front of the girls. They snickered amongst themselves, their gazes filled with disdain, eager to see how he would respond. That's impossible. I just didn't hear you clearly," Juegeng awkwardly chuckled, though he genuinely felt at a loss, unsure of what to do. However, he had reached a point of no return and decided to muster his courage, thinking, "I have a thick skin, so why should I be afraid?" He finally said, I'm sorry, but I didn't bring enough money today. I only have 10 yuan. So I probably can't afford the more expensive milk tea." Laughter erupted around him. Those classmates who had previously envied him for being surrounded by 3 girls now relished his embarrassment at being broke, their sense of superiority swelling as they sipped their milk tea noisily. The scornful looks directed at Juegeng were laden with mockery, as they thought to themselves that such a person, trying to put on airs despite lacking funds, was quite the spectacle. Li Li frowned, her fondness for Juegeng evaporating in an instant, replaced by disdain. She couldn't fathom why Xiaotian, the daughter of an education bureau chief, would be infatuated with a boy who couldn't even afford a cup of milk tea. She resolved to have a serious talk with her friend to ensure she changed her affections. "It's all right, brother Xian, since you don't have money. You don't need to buy anything," Xiaotian quickly intervened, concerned for Juegeng, who stood amidst the unfriendly gazes of the crowd. Yet, she was unaware that her words only solidified the ridicule surrounding Juegeng, further amplifying the disdainful laughter at his expense. "If you have no money, then there's no need to put on a brave face and treat us." Li Li, known for her forthrightness, could no longer restrain herself upon hearing Zhou Xiaotian's words. Although her voice was barely a whisper, it captured the attention of the crowd, provoking another round of unabashed ridicule. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, prompting Juegeng to swiftly retract the 10 yuan he had just taken out. He felt a twinge of discontent. It was indeed a lamentable reality that such young students could harbor such snobbish attitudes toward others. Yet, the harshness of reality left Juegeng with no recourse but a resigned smile. "Oh, very well. If you won't buy the milk tea, let us depart," he declared. As he turned to leave, the weight of countless disdainful gazes upon him, his demeanor remained calm and unaffected, yet to others, he appeared dismal and disheartened. Just then, at the very moment Su Xian took his first step, and Ran, who had been an indifferent observer, suddenly spoke up. Su Xian, did you not leave your money with me this morning? How could you forget so quickly, you fool? With that, and Ran produced a white wallet from her pocket, extracting a stack of 100 yuan bills and thrusting the entire sum into Su Xian's hands. The abruptness of this turn of events was so striking that even the peers who had been mockingly eyeing Su Xian were momentarily taken aback. The vivid crimson of the bills, amounting to no less than 1,000 yuan, was blinding, and the smirks on their faces instantly froze. Lily was taken aback by Ran's gesture. In this day and age, a high school student who could casually produce 1,000 yuan was certainly not just wealthy. They were affluent beyond measure. It became evident that Su Xian was far more than he appeared, playing the role of an underdog while Ran managed his finances, highlighting the depth of their relationship. Lily felt a pang of regret for her earlier harshness towards Su Xian and simultaneously worried for Zhou Xiaotian, fearing that, given the bond between Ran and Su Xian, it would not be an easy task for her to intrude upon their closeness. Zhou Xiaotian's lips parted slightly in surprise. Not solely because of the 1,000 yuan. She was well aware of Su Xian's family background and did not expect such an intense reaction. Rather, as a girl with a perceptive mind, she understood that Ran's action would undoubtedly touch Su Xian, solidifying their relationship with a layer of unshakable cement. Contemplating this, Zhou Xiaotian felt a mix of regret, anxiety, and confusion. Su Xian stood in a daze for a moment, finally coming to his senses as he gazed at the stack of money in his hands. Truth be told, he felt as if he had instantaneously transformed from an ordinary individual into a figure of considerable wealth. A phrase echoed in his mind. What does it mean to be wealthy? It is when everyone perceives you as inconsequential. Yet a stunningly beautiful and affluent individual boldly declares through her actions that the money is yours, the car is yours, and she is yours. Though Ran was not a typical heiress, possessing only unparalleled beauty and an ordinary background, everything she had done at that moment moved Su Xian profoundly. Ran, despite her boisterous and often unreasonable demeanor, her mischievousness, and her lack of social grace, embodied authenticity. Her unpretentiousness, tenacity, and strength were qualities that many girls lacked. Su Xian gazed at the expressionless Ran, suppressing the surge of emotion within him, and turned to purchase milk tea. This time, Su Xian exhibited an astonishing boldness. As he boldly navigated through the astonished crowd, bypassing everyone to approach the small window of the milk tea shop, clutching a stack of 100 yuan bills, he uttered a statement that left all in attendance aghast. Just 4 cups of the original flavor milk tea for $2.50. Following this, Su Xian once again produced the crumpled 10 yuan note that had drawn countless mockeries and jeers, slapping it down on the counter to settle the bill. Chapter 51. The boy squatting in the middle of the road under the wide-eyed gaze of the onlookers, Su Xian accepted the 4 cups of pure, aromatic original flavor milk tea and turned back, handing 1 cup to the foremost Li. Su Xian, you're so wealthy. Why are you being so stingy? Lily grumbled as she took the tea, though her tone softened considerably. Initially reluctant to engage with Li, whom he found rather superficial, Su Xian chose not to dwell on such trivialities for the sake of Zhou Xiaotian. He smiled, retorting, I call this frugality. Lily dismissed his comment with a disdainful pout. Unfazed by her reaction, Su Xian distributed the remaining milk teas to Zhou Xiaotian and Ran. The two girls displayed contrasting expressions. Zhou Xiaotian cradled her cup with both hands, gently sipping through the straw with a charming innocence, while Ran, more nonchalant, took a couple of sips, deemed it unsatisfactory, and handed it back to Su Xian to dispose of. Upon exiting the Clover Milk Tea shop, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber. The trio remained silent, with only Lily incessantly chattering in Su Xian's ear about how Xiaotian had traveled a great distance to see him, and as the day drew to a close, he ought to ensure her safe return home. Zhou Xiaotian's fair complexion was tinged with a rosy hue as she cast her lively gaze downward, choosing to remain silent and walk beside Su Xian in her black leather boots. Su Xian found himself in a quandary, unsure of how to respond, for he had already made plans with Ran to visit a location unknown to him. However, Zhou Xiaotian's unexpected presence had disrupted those plans. If he were to abandon her now, his mother would undoubtedly be furious. Furthermore, with Li's incessant prattle, refusing was made all the more difficult. Caught in this dilemma, Su Xin ultimately sought to gauge Rand's intentions. However, unable to express this overtly due to the circumstances, he scratched his head and subtly met Rand's gaze. Silently inquiring, Rand, what should I do? Perceiving Su Xin's conflicted demeanor, Rand understood his unspoken plea but was not inclined to accommodate his wishes. With a calm demeanor, she replied, forget it, you should take her home. I don't require company. Since the arrival of Zhou Xiaotian and Li Li, Rand had only uttered 2 sentences, each resonating deeply with those present. This was her third statement, delivered directly in front of Zhou Xiaotian and Li Li. After which she simply stuffed her hands into her pockets and turned to leave. Su Xin did not anticipate such a vehement reaction from Rand. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to provide any explanation, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He could only watch helplessly as the obstinate Rand made her way to the bus station and boarded a 521 bus, departing alone. As the bus vanished from sight, Su Xin shook his head in resignation. Glancing down, he noticed a canvas backpack still in his grasp, recalling that Rand's bag remained with him. However, she had already left, and he could neither return it nor offer it to her. With a wry smile, he chose to dismiss the thought and turned to Zhou Xiaotian, saying, Xiaotian, let me give you a ride. Zhou Xiaotian's heart leapt with joy as she nodded. Sure, that sounds good. Having successfully driven and ran away, Li Li felt as though she had accomplished a remarkable feat, comparable to the long march of the Red Army. Yet, she knew she could not linger here as a third wheel. It was imperative to create a sweet moment for her dear friend. See you another day, Zhou Xiaotian said with a smile, and waved goodbye to Li Li. Once Li Li had departed, Zhou Xiaotian looked up at Su Xin, her expressive eyes shimmering like water, and sweetly asked, Brother Xin, would you like to have dinner at my house tonight? I'll ask my mom to make the braised pork with winter bamboo shoots. Your favorite dish from years ago. Surprised, Su Xin had not realized that Zhou Xiaotian remembered his long-lost favorite. He chuckled softly and replied, let us talk about it later. For now, let us head over and wait for the bus. They reached the roadside, and after a while, Su Xin hailed a taxi, urging Zhou Xiaotian to get in first. He then handed the driver 100 yuan while providing the address to Zhou Xiaotian's home. Turning back, he noticed the puzzled expression on her face. Despite feeling a twinge of reluctance, he said, Xiaotian, you should head home first. I'll visit you at school another day and treat you to your favorite tofu skin rice rolls, all right? Zhou Xiaotian was taken aback. Girls are naturally sensitive and perceptive about emotions, and she sensed something amiss. A tightness gripped her chest, yet she forced a smile, asking, what about you, Brother Xin? Su Xin replied with a smile, I have some matters to attend to at school and cannot come to your house. Such a flimsy excuse would hardly deceive the astute Zhou Xiaotian. She realized what he intended to do, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. However, she clenched her fingers tightly, lowering her head to maintain her facade, saying, Brother Xin, you go ahead with your business. I can manage to get home alone. Well, then, goodbye, Su Xin said, oblivious to Zhou Xiaotian's distress. He nodded and withdrew, closing the taxi door. With a resounding thud, the door shut, and the tears that had pooled in Zhou Xiaotian's eyes cascaded down her cheeks, though she stifled her sobs, desperately trying to keep silent. Su Xin turned back to the roadside, watching as the taxi slowly pulled away, gradually disappearing at the intersection. Letting out a sigh, he quickly hailed another taxi, leaped into the vehicle, and closed the door. Addressing the driver, he urged, please, hurry. There's a number 521 bus ahead, with the license plate 2638172. You should be familiar with its route. Catch up to it, and I will pay you triple the fare. Understood, the taxi driver replied, promptly igniting the engine and speeding away like the wind. Throughout the journey, Su Xin incessantly urged the driver to accelerate, his eyes fixed on the road ahead in search of the elusive bus. Yet, despite their relentless pursuit, the number 521 bus remained elusive, stirring increasing anxiety within Su Xin. He continued to press the driver, who voiced his concerns. Hey, young man, this is driving, not racing. What if we crash? At a loss for words, Su Xin bit his tongue in frustration. As they reached North City Avenue, they encountered a red light, halting their progress. Growing increasingly agitated, Su Xin noted the rush hour traffic, which had already caused several delays. How could they possibly catch up to the number 521 bus at this rate? Raking his fingers through his hair in despair, The driver suddenly pointed in astonishment. Hey, isn't that the number 521 bus? Su Xian jolted upright, following the driver's finger to see the bus idling beneath the sign across the intersection. His gaze sharpened as he confirmed its license plate. Chu 638172. The very bus and ran was on. That's it, he exclaimed, tossing down the fare and leaping from the taxi. He dashed across the street, heedless of the red lights, racing towards the stationary bus. The intersection, already bustling with traffic, was thrown into chaos as Su Xian recklessly barreled through, startling drivers who swerved to avoid the reckless youth. The street quickly became congested, yet miraculously, no accidents occurred. Nevertheless, many drivers leaned out of their windows, shouting in outrage. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Ignoring their shouts, Su Xian pressed on. Finally, after nearly 20 meters, he saw the number 521 bus still at the stop, a wave of relief washing over him. He reached into his pocket for change, ready to board. Yet, just as he approached within 10 meters of the bus, it suddenly lurched forward. Stunned for a moment, panic surged through him as he shouted, "Wait!" In the next instant, his body propelled forward like an arrow released from a bow, chasing after the slowly departing bus. As he ran, he called out for the bus to stop. But the driver seemed oblivious to his pleas, the vehicle gaining speed. Increasingly desperate, Su Xian felt his lungs burning, sweat pouring down like rain, blurring his vision with its salty sting. He had no time to wipe his brow, propelled by sheer determination as he pursued the bus with fervor. Yet, a creature with 2 legs can never catch up to a machine with 4, as the distance between him and the bus continued to widen. Su Xian could only relinquish his pursuit with great reluctance, halting the legs that felt as though they might break. Standing alone in the middle of the road, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion wash over him, and he squatted down, cradling his face in his hands, gasping for breath. The sky above had turned a dim yellow, and the sporadic rustling of fallen leaves drifted down from the treetops lining the road. Amidst the bustling throngs of people and vehicles, the solitary youth squatting in the center of the street seemed entirely forgotten by the world. Chapter 52. The most beautiful encounter. At that moment, as if struck by inspiration, Su Xian abruptly lifted his head, casting a glance at the canvas backpack in his hands before hurriedly unzipping it. After rummaging through its contents for a while, he finally unearthed a business card. With but a fleeting glance, he tucked the card into his pocket, seized his bag, and hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to a bar named Josephine. The driver nodded and sped away. In less than 10 minutes, the taxi screeched to a halt in front of Josephine on Lingnan Road. Su Xian tossed some money at the driver and made his way directly to the entrance of the bar. However, the security guard, noticing the teenage boy, immediately blocked his path, stating, "Sir, please present your identification." Despite the sweltering heat of September and beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, Su Xian, though anxious, maintained his composure, pleading, "I have a friend inside. Would it be possible for me to go in and find her?" The guard, maintaining a courteous demeanor, explained, "I'm sorry, young man, but entry is prohibited for those under 18. Seeing his attempts at persuasion failing, Su Xian pointed behind the guard, exclaiming, "Wow, what a beautiful lady. Where?" In the split second that the guard turned around, Su Xian dashed toward the entrance. However, the guard quickly realized he had been deceived and, with remarkable reflexes, seized Su Xian, blocking his path and preventing him from entering. As the guard grasped Su Xian's shirt, the boy, already frazzled, lost his temper and shoved the guard forcefully. Taken by surprise, the guard stumbled back and fell, but as he did so, he inadvertently tore a piece of fabric from Su Xian's shirt. With no time to lament the damage to his clothing, Su Xian charged again toward the bar's entrance. Yet the guard, undeterred, sprang back up and pushed Su Xian away, resolutely denying him entry. Pointing at him, the guard warned, "Kid, I advise you not to test my patience. Given the state of your shirt, I could overlook it, but a refusal to enter remains a refusal." Su Xian, utterly exasperated, thought to himself how foolish it was for a bar to turn away patrons and for the owner to employ such a guard, who would surely lead him to financial ruin. Casting a glance at the stern-faced young security guard, Su Xian felt entirely defeated. In a moment of frustration, he stripped off the torn shirt and tossed it onto the ground, squatting shirtless at the entrance of the bar, raking his fingers through his hair in resignation. Su Xian. As more content loads, please be patient. This site is only accessible via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, It indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Kindly disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind. Juegeng paused for a moment, and then abruptly turned around. The sky had darkened significantly, and the streetlights glimmered softly. In the gentle orange glow, a girl stood at the opposite end of the bar entrance, her features exquisite, her eyes large and bright. She sported a trendy hairstyle, wearing a simple white cotton tank top paired with denim shorts, unblemished and pristine. Breathless, Juegeng slowly rose to his feet. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the girl before him, the stubborn girl who seemed ready to oppose the world. After searching for her endlessly, he turned around. And there she was, amidst the flickering lights. And Rand's large eyes gazed intently at the boy across from her. She had never anticipated that Juegeng would come, nor did she know how he had found this place. However, she could surmise that he had arrived at Josephine before her, certainly not to see Zhou Xiaotian. He must have gone to great lengths to uncover the address, and then rushed over, undoubtedly remembering her, thinking of her. In her life, no one had ever cared so profoundly about her feelings. Since childhood, she had lived without parents, without close friends, attending school and playing alone. Was it lonely? Indeed. But over time, she had grown accustomed to it, considering it a divine punishment. Yet in this moment, she suddenly understood that God had allowed her to spend 17 solitary years merely to orchestrate an unexpected encounter with the most wonderful boy at the most beautiful time in her life. At this instant, gazing at the boy before her, drenched in sweat and bare-chested, and Rand felt tears welling in her eyes, but she held them back, tilting her head defiantly and pouting as she stiffly asked, "What are you doing here? Don't you want your little sister Xiaotian anymore?" Juegeng wiped the sweat from his cheek, his lips curling into a radiant smile as he vigorously waved the canvas backpack in his hand, proclaiming loudly, "I came to bring you your backpack. This is rather important." The moment Juegeng finished speaking, and Rand could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential downpour, flooding her heart with a warm tide that overwhelmed everything. This foolish boy had traversed such a distance, even gotten into a fight, all just to deliver her backpack. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she rushed towards that big, sweaty fool, throwing herself into his embrace. Chapter 53. Knocking on heaven's door, and Rand clung tightly to Juegeng, burying her head deep in his chest. His shoulder was neither broad nor sturdy, and perhaps somewhat immature, yet the strong and steady rhythm of his heartbeat brought her solace and warmth. The sky had turned into a pitch-black canvas, with a sudden breeze stirring the autumn leaves, while the streetlights cast a gentle orange glow, illuminating a couple quietly embracing at the entrance of a bar, as if the entire world had fallen into a serene silence. Juegeng felt in Rand's graceful figure pressed closely against him, a faint fragrance enveloping his senses, reminiscent of orchids, intoxicating and enchanting, igniting a warmth within his heart. Yet, upon noticing the slight tremor of Rand's shoulders, any lingering thoughts of impropriety dissipated entirely. He reached out and patted her shoulder, feigning a smile as he said, "What is wrong, my dear? Is it really necessary to be moved to tears over merely returning a backpack? I am moved, and I do enjoy crying. Is that not permissible?" And Rand tilted her head back from Juegeng's embrace, her rosy lips pouting slightly, her large, glistening eyes fixed on him with a watery shine that evoked a sense of tenderness. Juegeng gently wiped away the traces of tears from her fair cheeks, chuckling, "You're so beautiful. If you keep crying, it won't suit you. Whether it suits me or not is irrelevant. I never asked you to like me." Juegeng found himself momentarily speechless by Rand's retort, a bittersweet smile forming within him. To be honest, he felt a certain conflict, torn by the complexities of his feelings. If he were to admit he liked Rand, it was true. He appreciated her authenticity, her spontaneity, and her stubbornness. Being with her allowed him to indulge in carefree banter. Yet, was this affection genuine? Juegeng remained uncertain. In this moment, he recalled a saying by Milan Kundera, "Love is the loss of power, and to like someone is to fear them, regardless of what one does or thinks. It involves countless considerations and anxieties, fearing mistakes, all merely to elicit a gentle smile from the one they cherish. This," he mused, "is true affection, true love." At this juncture, Juegeng was merely a high school student, not yet at the stage of romantic entanglements. He simply wished to treat everyone around him sincerely, to bring joy to them, to make Juegeng happy, and to bring happiness to Ran. However, many matters lay beyond his control, unfolding naturally. And with actions come consequences. Just like this moment. Noticing Juegeng's hesitance, Ran assumed she had upset him again and asked, "How did you get here?" Juegeng retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "I found this in your backpack." Ran accepted the card from the Josephine bar, pouting slightly. "Well, I suppose that shows you're not entirely foolish this time." Juegeng chuckled. "Your praise is quite overwhelming." He continued, "All right. Let us not be so unserious. Since we're here, let me take you inside." Ran took his hand and walked directly towards the entrance of the Josephine bar. The young security guard who had previously barred Juegeng from entry was still at the door, but he seemed to recognize Ran and greeted her with a smile, showing no intent to obstruct Juegeng this time. However, Juegeng was not inclined to enter without a jest. He paused and teased the guard. "So, do I still need to show my ID?" The young guard, maintaining a good-natured composure, merely scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Just this once, I'll make an exception." As Juegeng appeared to tease the security guard, Ran pinched him gently, leaned in, and whispered in his ear, "All right. Our dear Rong is quite the honest fellow. Do not torment him any further." Juegeng rolled his eyes, pondering when this girl had become so understanding. With a wry smile, he nodded and followed Ran into the bar. Upon entering, Juegeng surveyed the spacious bar hall, which was adorned in a style reminiscent of He, featuring an elegant layout with all-natural wooden decor and bright lights. A slow, rhythmic song played, creating an ambience that was far from chaotic. Instead, it was quite comfortable and pleasant. At this time, it was only around 7 o'clock, and the bar was relatively empty. The dance floor was deserted, with only a few young patrons seated at the bar, engaging in playful banter. Noticing newcomers, a young man in his 20s turned around and grinned. "Ran, why are you here so early? Did school let out?" "Yes," Ran nodded, then pulled the bare-armed Juegeng closer, saying, "This is Mu Yi, the captain and guitarist of our band. We are wild." Turning back to Mu Yi, she introduced, "This is Juegeng, my good friend." Mu Yi stood and approached, extending his hand towards Juegeng with a somewhat cheeky smile. "Hello, you too," Juegeng replied, shaking his hand while maintaining direct eye contact. To be honest, Mu Yi was strikingly handsome, with high cheekbones, a sharp chin, fair skin, and dressed in a stylish ensemble of cropped pants and a black and white striped shirt, complemented by Adidas sneakers and a backward Nike cap. His attire, though not ostentatious, exuded taste, and one could easily imagine him earning a fortune in a different line of work rather than struggling in the music industry. Mu Yi regarded the young man before him with a keen curiosity, and Ran had never brought anyone to this place before, which indicated that this boy held a significant position in her heart. He was well aware of Ran's character. Despite performing regularly in the bar, few men dared to approach her. Thus, this seemingly ordinary-looking boy must possess some genuine talent, particularly in the art of courting. After the two had exchanged greetings, Ran glanced at Juegeng with a hint of a smile, and then leaned towards Mu Yi to whisper a few words. Once she finished, Mu Yi gave Ran a sidelong glance before his gaze settled on Juegeng. Nodding, he beckoned to the band members who were still at the bar, saying, "Hey folks, join Ran for a song." With that, Mu Yi picked up his guitar and led the 3 band members toward the stage. "Now sit tight," Ran instructed, pulling Juegeng into a swivel seat at the bar before turning to ascend the stage. Grasping the microphone, she declared, "I'm going to sing my favorite song, Knockin' on Heaven's Door, dedicated to this big fool, Juegeng." Juegeng smiled faintly, for he too held a fondness for the song Knockin' on Heaven's Door. He recalled that it was a profound anti-war anthem crafted by the American rock poet Bob Dylan 3 decades prior, depicting the emotions of a soldier on the brink of death. When Guns N' Roses reinterpreted this classic with heavy metal and punk rock, it resonated deeply with audiences, securing its place as one of the most iconic rock songs in history. At that moment, Ran's interpretation was strikingly minimalist, accompanied solely by Mu Yi's guitar. Her voice was bright and soaring, yet devoid of restlessness, gently saturating the heart with warmth. In truth, Juegeng was no connoisseur of music. He merely sensed that Ran was imbuing this great anti-war song with a new meaning through its simplest melody, quietly expressing her inner sorrow, disdain for conflict, and pursuit of freedom. Even in the face of death, she resolutely knocked on heaven's door. "Mother, please remove the badge for me. I can no longer wear it. Its brilliance has faded, almost indistinguishable. I feel as though I am knocking on heaven's door. Knocking, knocking, knocking on heaven's door. Chapter 54. Cutting through thorns and moving forward amidst the heartfelt melody, time seemed to transform into a wild stallion, galloping away like the wind chasing the moon, leaving no trace, no warmth behind. Lijian City, situated in the heart of China, is a small border town adjacent to Guangzhou, characterized by a subtropical monsoon climate with distinct seasons, changeable in spring and predominantly sunny in summer and autumn. As September drew to a close, the streets became blanketed with the fluttering leaves of the phoenix trees, and the weather turned cooler. The lives of Lijian's residents have always been peaceful and serene. The region's heavy industry is underdeveloped, lacking competitive economic growth, and the people's lifestyles are leisurely and unambitious, imbued with a sense of detachment from worldly affairs. In other words, one might say they are merely waiting to eat and die. Contrarily, at Lijian No. 1 High School, the atmosphere was quite the opposite. Aside from a few pretentious and carefree students, everyone else was hurried, racing against time to study. In this esteemed century-old institution, wealth and power were abundant. But when it came to proving oneself, academic performance was the ultimate measure. Thus, for the students of No. 1 High School, studying remained the central theme, and grades were their only reliance. After Su Xian and Rand visited the Josephine Bar, he forged a friendship with Mu Yi, and their relationship flourished. Occasionally, he would accompany and ran to the bar to spend time with Mu Yi. However, the majority of his time was dedicated to commuting between school and home. With the imminent arrival of the first monthly exam for freshmen, he knew he had to take it seriously, focusing all his energy on this assessment. Yet, within the school, the homeroom teacher, Wu Desheng, grew increasingly displeased with Su Xian. On one occasion, when Su Xian arrived late, Wu Desheng publicly reprimanded him in front of the class. However, Su Xian paid little heed. The teacher's negative impression of him was so profound that no amount of pretending to be a diligent student would alter it. Reflecting on this, Su Xian decided to take a contrary approach, attending classes as usual, studying as usual, occasionally arriving late, and sleeping during lessons. In essence, if Wu Desheng believed he was incapable, he would simply play along. On September 29th, the first monthly examination for the first-year students finally arrived. Principal and Ichuan placed great emphasis on this examination, primarily to assess the foundational knowledge of this group of newcomers. This year, the school expanded its enrollment, admitting numerous students who had paid the admission fee, resulting in a diverse range of abilities among the new students. Since there had yet to be a division into advanced classes, these students were intermingled, influencing each other. The monthly examination also served as a reference for future class placements. In an unprecedented move to create a tranquil examination environment for the first-year students, Ichuan even granted a 2-day break to the second-year students. The third-year students, however, remained unaffected as they were located in the new Wurongwen campus. On this day, Su Xian awoke at 4 in the morning, startled from a nightmare. His forehead glistening with sweat as he sat at the edge of his bed, gasping for breath while his vacant gaze fixated on the dark, leaden sky outside. He had just dreamt of his former self before his rebirth, disheveled, despondent, sporting an unkempt beard, and smoking cheap cigarettes, utterly resigned to the futility of life, filled with self-loathing. Although it was merely a commonplace dream, it left him drenched in cold sweat, as he was determined never to return to that aimless existence. For God had thrust him through the gate of time, granting him a second chance. At times, Su Xian pondered the meaning of rebirth. The phoenix rising from the ashes epitomizes this concept. Only through enduring the trials of fire and the agonies of hardship can one attain new life. He dared not claim that one day he would achieve such a transformation, nor could he assert that he would ascend to heights where all would revere him. Yet, upon this renewed journey, even amidst the trials that lay ahead and the multitude that might obstruct his path, he was resolute in reclaiming past regrets, cutting through thorns, and forging ahead with relentless determination. Today's examination undoubtedly represented the inaugural opportunity to prove himself on the road of rebirth. Dressed and ready, Su Xian quietly padded to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. It was still not yet 5 o'clock, and his parents remained asleep. Not wishing to disturb them, he tiptoed back to his room with his mathematics and physics textbooks for the day's exam. Once there, he switched on the desk lamp and meticulously reviewed each concept, firmly committing the essential formulas and theorems to memory. At 6 o'clock, after rubbing his eyes, he closed his books and stepped outside. He bought 3 portions of breakfast, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and eggs from a stall downstairs. Returning home, he consumed 1 portion and packed the other 2 into an insulated container, attaching a small note before placing them on the dining table. Finally, he picked up his backpack and departed. Arriving at the bus stop at the entrance of his community, it was just past 7 o'clock. The streets were eerily quiet, with only a few sanitation workers sweeping the roads and the occasional elderly person venturing out to purchase vegetables or engage in morning exercises. After a brief wait, the first bus heading to the first middle school arrived. Juegeng boarded the vehicle, swaying gently as it passed the bus stop at the entrance of Yuhu community. He was aware that Juegeng resided in Yuhu community, yet aside from their encounter on the first day of school, he had not crossed paths with her again during his daily commutes. Nevertheless, Juegeng remained undeterred, as was his custom, meticulously scanning the area beneath the bus stop each time he passed, hoping to catch a glimpse of that blossoming girl. This occasion was no different. As the bus came to a halt, he immediately shifted his gaze. Fortune smiled upon him this time, for there stood Juegeng beneath the sign, her blue backpack slung over her shoulder. After she boarded the bus and paid her fare, she turned to find Juegeng seated at the rear. Her steps faltered momentarily, and a hint of a smile graced her lips. Juegeng, beaming, fixed his gaze upon her eyes and waved cheerfully, greeting her with a simple good morning. Juegeng pressed her lips together, her cool demeanor softening as she replied, "Good morning to you as well." Once seated, Juegeng inquired, "How is your exam preparation coming along?" Juegeng turned her face, pursing her lips as she responded, "It's going okay. How about you?" Juegeng chuckled softly, replying with an "oh." Juegeng nodded in acknowledgement, but fell silent thereafter. In truth, she harbored a twinge of concern for Juegeng during their middle school days. His academic performance had been average, and whispers among classmates suggested that he had enrolled in this prestigious school through the payment of school fees. Furthermore, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu, had already formed a rather unfavorable opinion of him. If he did not perform well in this examination, it was likely that Mr. Wu would not treat him kindly. With this thought weighing on her mind, Juegeng cast a sideways glance at the boy beside her, who wore a gentle smile and shook her head slightly. As the examination approached, she earnestly hoped for his success. Upon arriving at school, they parted ways at the entrance of the first teaching building, as they were assigned to different examination rooms. Noticing the throng of students, Juegeng softly uttered, "Well, I'll be on my way." Juegeng nodded, "Yes, goodbye." She waved discreetly, turned, and took a few steps before halting abruptly. She called out softly to Juegeng, who was about to leave, "Juegeng, wait a moment." Turning back, he met her bright gaze and asked, "What is it?" Feeling flustered under his scrutiny, Juegeng lowered her head slightly, avoiding his eyes, and said, "Oh, it's nothing crucial. I just wanted to remind you to do your best on the exam." A smile broke across Juegeng's face as he nodded enthusiastically, replying, "All right." Chapter 55. Unspoken disappointment. After parting ways with Juegeng, Juegeng ascended to the 3rd floor and entered examination room 318. The room was spacious, containing only 30 desks, with considerable distance between them, making cheating exceedingly difficult. The 2 cameras positioned above glowed red, indicating they were operational. Clearly, the first middle school was enforcing stringent measures for this examination. Juegeng arranged his tools, ruler, compass, and pencil for the answer sheet, at the upper right corner of his desk, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the 9 o'clock examination hour. He glanced up at the clock mounted beside the blackboard, with just over half an hour remaining until the exam. He felt a twinge of boredom and began to observe his fellow students in the classroom. The examination's focal points were randomly assigned, with students selected from 30 classes in the first year. Among the candidates in class 401, aside from Juegeng in examination room 308, there was also Rong Hao, who fortuitously sat directly behind him. Glancing back at the vacant seat, Juegeng pondered why Rong Hao had yet to arrive so close to the start of the exam. It seemed he was treating this crucial test rather lightly. The stakes were high, involving class rankings, student number sequences, and serving as a reference for the division of key classes in the second year, elements that significantly influenced a student's fate. Thus, both the school authorities and the students placed immense importance on this examination. After a short while, more candidates filled the classroom, each flipping through their books in a frantic bid to absorb as much knowledge as possible before the test commenced. By 8:40, the two invigilators arrived. To Su Xian's surprise, one of them was his homeroom teacher, Wu Desheng, which immediately instilled a sense of foreboding within him. It seemed that fate had conspired against him. Wu Desheng was his relentless nemesis, perpetually wearing a grim expression, as if Su Xian owed him a fortune. This examination would likely be rigorously monitored. Wu Desheng soon recognized his own student and cast a fleeting glance in Su Xian's direction. Although he did not express his thoughts overtly, he had already resolved to keep a close watch on this restless student. As the bell for distributing the papers rang, Wu Desheng and the other female invigilator began handing out the exam sheets. Just then, the back door swung open, and in breezed a boy casually carrying an Adidas shoulder bag, none other than Rong Hao. Once Rong Hao settled down and placed his bag aside, Su Xian turned to him and inquired, "Why are you so late?" Rong Hao tossed his stationery onto the desk and yawned. "I was up until 2 last night playing Warcraft. Couldn't get up this morning." Su Xian was at a loss for words. Noticing Rong Hao's disheveled appearance and the remnants of sleep in his eyes, evidently he had rushed here without even brushing his teeth or washing his face. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Are you planning to take home a big fat 0 today?" Upon hearing this, Rong Hao mistakenly thought Su Xian was worried he wouldn't be able to complete the exam and thus would have nothing to copy. He patted Su Xian on the shoulder and grinned. "Don't worry, you know my capabilities. This exam is a piece of cake for me. Just wait for my little notes in an hour." Su Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Nevertheless, Rong Hao's confidence was not unfounded, given his impressive middle school grades. Even with his gaming habits, he was undoubtedly among the top 10 in class. However, considering the strictness of this examination and the presence of Wu Desheng, Su Xian had no intention of resorting to cheating. He replied playfully, "You should be more concerned about yourself." Wu Desheng, now standing beside Su Xian, placed the exam paper on his desk, rapped his knuckles on the surface, and shot him a disapproving glance. Su Xian turned back, pretending as though nothing had occurred. Once Wu Desheng moved away, he opened the paper, and the title Mathematics Examination for September at Juegeng No. 1 High School came into view. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it indicates that the chapter content has failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Su Xian briefly glanced through the exam paper. The questions did not seem particularly difficult, and the anxiety that had once gripped him began to subside. As the bell rang, Wu Desheng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the thick lenses gleaming ominously as he surveyed the room. "You may begin your examination." This long-anticipated and somewhat unfamiliar phrase stirred a wave of inexplicable tension within Su Xian. Taking a deep breath, he began to answer the questions with meticulous care. Time ticked away in silence, the classroom enveloped in quietude save for the soft rustle of pens against paper. Wu Desheng remained at the podium, his feet propped against the lectern as his sharp gaze swept across every corner of the room. However, most of the time, his piercing eyes were fixed upon Su Xian, the restless student. An hour passed, and while the other examinees were still engrossed in their work, Rong Hao, a naturally gifted student, had already completed his paper. He discreetly poked Su Xian, who was deeply focused on the final challenging question, and asked in a hushed tone, "Need a hint?" Su Xian, lost in thought, replied without looking up, "Don't disturb me." Rong Hao smirked, thinking to himself that kindness had been met with ingratitude. Just as Su Xian was about to retort, an unmistakably loud cough erupted in the room. He turned to see Wu Desheng's stern gaze fixed upon him. The teacher rapped his desk twice, his voice low and foreboding. "Do not let this happen again." At this moment, all eyes in the examination hall turned towards him, curious and judgmental, as if to say that this student had likely been caught cheating. Su Xian forced a wry smile, feeling helpless yet indifferent, and returned to his paper. Time in the examination room flew by, and students gradually began submitting their papers. Rong Hao, having long since put down his pen, had been waiting for Su Xian to finish so they could exit together. Observing Su Xian's concentration on the draft paper, he realized that his friend was struggling with a particularly challenging question and would not be handing in his paper anytime soon. Given Su Xian's serious demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of resorting to dishonest means, not wishing to play the role of the anxious overseer. Rong Hao picked up his pen and left the classroom. After his departure, Su Xian meticulously checked his paper 3 times. The classroom was now sparsely populated. with only 4 or 5 students laboriously working through their exams. As the bell rang, Juegeng instructed the remaining students to cease writing. He cast a glance at Su Exine, who was still fervently revising his answers. The teacher thought to himself that if Su Exine had not finished by now, he had likely left questions intentionally blank to copy from Rong Hao, only to be caught in the act. Juegeng shook his head, feeling a sense of resignation rather than disappointment, for he had long since lost hope in this student. Chapter 56. I'm sorry. I must take my leave. Su Exine was oblivious to the tumultuous emotions coursing through Juegeng as he submitted his exam paper to another invigilator. Being the last to exit the examination hall, upon stepping outside the classroom, he encountered a familiar face, Ling Haoran, who had also just emerged from the exam. Ling Haoran spotted him, and a charming smile graced his handsome features as he inquired, Su Exine, were you in room 308 for the exam? Su Exine nodded, responding, yes. How did you fare? Ling Haoran replied with a grin, not too shabby. Although the math problems were quite challenging, I should be able to score around 120. Oh, that's impressive, Su Exine said, giving a thumbs up. My goal is merely 60, which is half of your score. Do not belittle yourself until the results are announced. No one can predict the outcome. Ling Haoran chuckled lightly before generously proposing, you must be hungry. Why not join me for lunch at the Fish King restaurant? Perhaps not. I prefer to nibble on steamed buns, Su Exine remarked with a faint smile, recognizing Ling Haoran's hidden depths. Despite harboring animosity towards him, Ling Haoran feigned camaraderie. Yet Su Exine chose not to dwell on it. After all, no matter how cunning Ling Haoran might be, he remained just a high school student, not someone to intimidate him. With a brief greeting, Su Exine turned to leave. As he watched Su Exine's retreating figure, Ling Haoran's smile gradually faded. He retrieved his 5210 phone, which had only been available in China since May, and dialed a number, stating, Dogsy, tomorrow afternoon. Room 308 of the first teaching building at the first high school. After completing the first day of exams, Su Exine returned home, had dinner, and diligently reviewed the material for the following day's tests before retiring early. Although he appeared nonchalant regarding the exams, internally, he was deeply invested. Setting aside the competitive spirit ignited by his classmates' ridicule, the biases of Juegeng towards him also stirred discontent. Moreover, there was the matter of Juegeng. Juegeng was a quiet girl who rarely involved herself in others' affairs. Yet recently, it seemed she had been urging herself to study hard, indicating her concern for him, albeit perhaps merely as a friend. Su Exine did not wish to be perceived as an unambitious student, a burden in terms of academic performance. Thus, during the 3 months since his rebirth, he had dedicated the majority of his energy to studying, even postponing various essential tasks, such as his well-formed entrepreneurial plans. However, the diligent study over these past days was not in vain. Su Exine found it rewarding. Many concepts he had nearly forgotten began to crystallize through extensive practice, gradually forming a cohesive understanding. While he could not guarantee exceptional results in the upcoming exam, he felt confident about achieving a commendable score. The following morning, the science exam comprised 3 subjects, and Su Exine dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. Although the questions posed no great difficulty for him, he quickly completed the test but meticulously checked his answers repeatedly, striving to ensure that each question was correctly addressed. The time allocated for examinations seems to fly by, as the early autumn sunlight filters through the glass, casting a warm glow within the serene classroom. The candidates are fervently scribbling away, the sound of their pens scratching against the paper creating a subtle symphony. It feels as if time has momentarily frozen, gliding silently past, until the abrupt ringing of the bell jolts them from their reverie, and they reluctantly put down their pens. The cacophony of bells, both for starting and concluding the examinations, advances time in an imperceptible manner, until the sunlight streaming through the windows transforms from the bright clarity of morning to the sweltering heat of afternoon, ultimately settling into the gentle warmth of dusk. Thus, the day's examinations quietly draw to a close. As the afternoon unfolds, the final exam is Chinese literature. The arduous journey of the long march, spanning 85,000 li, has reached the gates of Yan'an, and everyone is brimming with determination for this last crucial push. Like mathematics and English, the Chinese literature exam carries a weight of 150 points, making it paramount among all subjects. Students are eager, poised to showcase their utmost capabilities. striving for exemplary results to conclude their efforts in a splendid fashion. The proctor for the Chinese exam remains Wu Desheng, who stands at the podium with the test papers in hand. A swift glance across the room instantly renders the bustling examination hall silent. Finally, his piercing gaze lands on Su Xian, and in a somber tone, he declares, "The rules of the examination are clear to everyone. I shan't elaborate further. 4 words suffice. Zero tolerance for cheating." This proclamation resonates profoundly, stunning all candidates into submission before the stern figure of authority. Some students, with notes hidden in their pockets, hurriedly crumple and conceal them, their courage for any deceit evaporating in an instant. As the bell tolls, Wu Desheng begins distributing the test papers. At that moment, a tardy candidate enters the room. Instead of returning to his seat, he scans the classroom until his gaze settles on Su Xian. Approaching him, he produces an envelope and inquires, "You are Su Xian, correct? A young man outside asked me to deliver this letter to you." Su Xian nods and utters a brief thank you as he takes the envelope, glancing at its blank exterior, devoid of sender or address, puzzled about who might be sending him correspondence. However, he dismisses the thought, tearing it open to reveal the note within. The message hits him like a venomous snakebite, causing his blood to run cold. Su Xian stands frozen, overwhelmed by the implications of the note, thoughts racing, his mind in a whirl, the terrifying consequences chilling him to the core. A tremor akin to an earthquake emanates from within, surging upward until it escapes through the crown of his head. Yet, as he regains his composure, a surge of anger ignites within him, like a fierce fire threatening to consume him from the inside out. At this very moment, some students who have received their test papers have already begun answering questions. While Su Xian clutches the note, hesitating to discard it, Wu Desheng strides over, slamming the test paper onto the desk, extending his hand with a grave expression, and states, "Hand me the note." Su Xian tightly clutched the piece of paper, casting not a glance at Wu Desheng, and abruptly rose from his seat, sweeping past the desks towards the exit. The entire examination hall was taken aback, their gazes fixed on Su Xian, yet he remained oblivious to all. Consumed by a sense of urgency and a tempest of rage, Wu Desheng, unable to tolerate Su Xian's reckless behavior in the examination room, finally spoke in a strained voice. "What do you intend to do?" Su Xian, too preoccupied to respond, paused at the door and, feeling that his abrupt departure was rather impolite, turned back to say, "I apologize, but I must leave early." Under the increasingly contorted expression and piercing gaze of Wu Desheng, Su Xian resolutely turned and dashed out of the classroom. The campus fell into an eerie silence. Never had a student exited the examination room so early. In a classroom at the stairwell, Juegeng sat by the window, attentively reviewing the newly distributed exam paper. As a shadow briefly flitted past the window, she instinctively looked outside and caught sight of Su Xian striding purposefully down the corridor. A look of disbelief crossed her face, accompanied by a surge of sadness and disappointment. He had given up on the exam before even attempting it, indicating that it was no longer a matter of ability. Juegeng felt a deep sense of loss, vigorously shook her head, and picked up her pen, immersing herself in the task at hand. Chapter 57. I shall not wish you a happy new year tonight, is New Year's Eve. After sharing a few drinks with my father and brother, I find myself in a slightly tipsy state, teetering on the edge of euphoria, with a few thoughts I wish to express. Indeed, one often finds themselves caught between the urge to speak, which may seem overly sentimental, and the frustration of silence. Typically, I refrain from expressing my thoughts, not out of reluctance, but from a desire to spare others from discomfort. However, emboldened by the effects of alcohol, I shall indulge in a moment of sentimentality. Firstly, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to every friend who has supported my writing. To those who have offered financial support, cast daily votes, or added my work to their collections, such as Shipi Xiaoyan, Ilio Diu, Luogua, Fitu, Kana Bayan Lantian, Lance Boitao, Jindai Fanxiang, Shermu Hen Piao Li, and many others, I am truly grateful. Prior to this, I had never expressed such sentiments, not out of a lack of desire, but rather because I felt it unnecessary. Every gesture of friendship is etched in my memory. When I tire of writing, thoughts of you bring a smile to my lips, urging me to persevere and strive for your continued support. Additionally, I must apologize for my recent busyness, which has hindered my writing, resulting in abrupt plot developments and rough prose. I appreciate your understanding, and I will endeavor to revise my work. More content is on the way, please be patient. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you encounter this message, it indicates a failure to load the chapter content. Please disable reading modes, including browser reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Furthermore, I have written a side story exploring another facet of ambiguous life, which I find quite enjoyable. It is now available in the related works section for you to explore. Lastly, as it is New Year's Eve, I shall take a day off. I will resume updates tomorrow, and with the time at hand, I will ensure the next segment is well prepared. Once again, I glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of my computer. It was 50 minutes past 12. In just 10 minutes, we would usher in a new year. However, in this moment, I do not wish to extend wishes for a happy new year, for I desire your happiness to endure a lifetime. Chapter 58. The affection of girls and the jealousy of boys. Juegeng hurriedly made his way to the second teaching building, searching each examination room for Ran's familiar figure. Yet, amidst the multitude of classrooms, finding a single person felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After dashing up and down 2 flights of stairs, drenched in sweat, and still without sight of Ran, Juegeng reluctantly conceded defeat. Standing in the corridor on the 4th floor of the second building, he gazed at the candidates engrossed in their examination papers, feeling somewhat lost. He tightened his grip on the note in his palm and descended the stairs, heading towards the school gate. At this moment, the examination had only just commenced, and the school gate had already been closed. A few security guards stood at the entrance, and upon seeing the approaching boy, they thought to themselves how audacious it was for this student to submit his paper just as the exam bell rang. However, the school had a policy that the gates would not reopen until half an hour had passed since the start of the exam. They immediately gestured for Juegeng to return, insisting he must wait until half an hour had elapsed. Disregarding their admonitions, Juegeng veered towards the side wall and, much to the astonishment of the security guards, effortlessly scaled the wall. Upon landing on the other side, he made his way along the snack street to a small restaurant across from the school gate, named Rui Steamed Dishes. Outside the humble establishment were 4 wooden tables, surrounded by a group of over a dozen young adults in their 20s, casually smoking, chatting, and cracking sunflower seeds, embodying a carefree demeanor, likely a bunch of young ruffians wandering through society. Among these rascals, Juegeng recognized an old acquaintance from a past altercation, Chunlin's senator. Noticing Juegeng enter alone, Chunlin's son and the 2 young men at his table slowly rose to their feet. One of them, a lanky youth sporting a face marred by acne, obviously the leader, pointed a cigarette, but at Juegeng and inquired of Chunlin's son. "Is that Juegeng?" "Yes, that's him," Chunlin's son affirmed, his gaze shifting to Juegeng, his face twisted with resentment. "Juegeng, fate has brought us together once more." At this, the other young men at the surrounding tables ceased their chatter, their attention fixated on Juegeng, seemingly awaiting directives from the imposing figure known as Dog Brother. "Where's Ran?" Juegeng inquired, unperturbed by the gang of thugs who treated fighting as their daily bread. He tossed the note he held into the air, where it fluttered in the autumn breeze before landing on the oil-stained, dusty red tiles, revealing a message. "Juegeng, and Ran has been kidnapped. You have half an hour to arrive at Rui Steamed Dishes at the school gate, or you will bear the consequences." The acne-faced youth glanced at the note on the ground, stroking his thin chin with a smirk. "She seems perfectly fine. Why the rush?" From the moment he spotted that note in the examination room, Juegeng's heart had been in a state of tension. He could not quite understand why he felt such profound concern for Ran's safety, to the point of allowing anger to cloud his judgment, abandoning the exam entirely. Yet now, upon arriving here, he found himself surprisingly composed. Regardless of whether Ran was kidnapped, she is at least safe now. Juegeng pondered, noting that aside from Chunlin's son, he was unfamiliar with the others. Although he had previously had minor grievances with Chunlin's son as a high school student, he likely lacked the audacity to engage in such outrageous acts as kidnapping. Moreover, due to Ling Haoran's influence, Chunlin's son appeared to view Ran with the same trepidation a mouse would show towards a cat. If anything, it seemed more plausible that Ran would abduct him. However, this raised a pressing question. Why did the ruffian known as Dog Go choose to abduct Ran without provocation and send a message demanding his presence within half an hour? What were their true intentions? With unwavering resolve, Juegeng fixed his gaze upon the young man known as Dog Go and boldly inquired, "Where's Ran?" Despite being a gang leader, Dog Go was surprisingly reasonable and spoke with logic. "I'll tell you the truth, I did not kidnap and ran. However, you should understand that an Ran is not someone of your ilk can associate with. There is only one person in the first high school who is allowed to do so. Although I may not be well educated, I grasp some principles and do not wish to escalate this matter. But your behavior will determine the outcome. When the main party arrives, you better publicly apologize to him in front of everyone at the first high school, and then this affair will be settled, allowing you to leave unscathed. Otherwise, I will have to break a leg today. Upon hearing this, Juegeng was not intimidated. Rather, he began to comprehend the context of the situation. Who was the main party? It must be Ling Hao Ran. The last time Ling Hao Ran had suffered a setback at his hands, he undoubtedly felt disgruntled but had refrained from seeking revenge until now. Juegeng pondered this and finally understood that Ling Hao Ran had been biding his time, waiting for today's final exam to publicly confront him at the school gate. Not only to give him a beating, but also to ensure he received a 0 on the exam. It was quite remarkable for a 15 or 16-year-old boy to possess such cunning. This morning, he had been warmly invited to a lavish meal, and by afternoon, he was being hunted down. Juegeng couldn't help but reflect on the irony. The more radiant one's exterior, the darker their inner self. Ling Hao Ran epitomized the archetype of a refined beast, a cultured rogue. However, on another note, what kind of girl would a golden, affluent youth like Ling Hao Ran be unable to pursue? Yet, he chose to chase after the most challenging of beauties, fixating on and ran and doggedly pursuing her for 3 years like a persistent stray dog. Nevertheless, he genuinely liked and ran, and was even reluctant to resort to force. Therefore, he certainly would not resort to having her kidnapped. This suggested that Dog Gu was indeed speaking the truth, and that letter was merely a ruse to lure him out. And Ran was likely unharmed, and perhaps even sitting in a classroom taking an exam, blissfully unaware of the commotion. With this realization, the tension that had gripped Juegeng dissipated entirely. He smiled and turned to the pockmarked youth known as Dog Gu. Feigning ignorance as he asked, "What do you intend to accomplish by luring me out? What do you want?" Another slender youth with blonde hair exhaled a puff of cigarette smoke and remarked, "Kid, are you truly so oblivious? You've offended the wrong people and pursued the wrong girl." Observing the audacity of this brash young thug, Juegeng merely smiled and replied, "I apologize, but I have offended countless individuals. I genuinely cannot recall the petty minions I may have inadvertently crossed." "Hey, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Do you believe I won't take you down?" The blonde youth, incensed by Juegeng's words, reached out to strike him. However, Dog Brother intervened, blocking the impulsive youth's advance and casting his gaze toward the entrance of the school, admonishing, "Huizai, don't act recklessly. Ling Xiao has arrived." Juegeng instinctively turned his head and beheld Ling Haoran. By this time, the examination had been underway for quite a while, and the school gates had opened. Amidst the throng of students filtering out, a notable figure seemed to inspire an automatic parting of the crowd. Ling Haoran emerged slowly, clad in a white shirt paired with cropped trousers, topped with a black hooded jacket, and sporting a pair of unbranded white sneakers. His fair visage was graced with a gentle smile, drawing the attention of nearby students, who regarded him with a mix of admiration and envy. This handsome, charismatic youth, the object of affection for many girls and the envy of many boys. Chapter 59. An era exclusively his own in the face of the collective gaze. Ling Haoran appeared entirely unfazed, his fair complexion perpetually adorned with a subtle smile. With his hands tucked into the pockets of his cropped trousers, he sauntered through the crowd, crossing the street and heading directly to the Rue E Steamed Dishes restaurant, situated opposite the school entrance. With a wave of his hand, Dog Brother signaled, and the 12 or 13 young thugs seated on benches immediately rose to their feet, forming a line and bowing slightly, calling out, "Ling Xiao." Ling Haoran nodded slightly to Dog Brother, whose real name was Lu Degu. He was a security guard for Ling Haoran's father, Ling Wenming, possessing limited skills but having forged friendships with some petty criminals. He often helped Ling Haoran with minor troubles without informing his father, proving useful for running errands and dealing with unpleasant tasks. Ling Haoran then turned his gaze towards Juegeng, who stood less than 2 meters away, and smiled. "Juegeng, this time, you might not even score 60. His words were delivered with a calmness that belied their underlying malice. Those around them could not fully grasp the intent. Yet the humiliation and sarcasm in his tone elicited laughter from the crowd. "That's all right. Returning home with a score of 0 isn't so bad." Though Juegeng inwardly cursed Ling Haoran for his contemptible nature, having lured him out only to disrupt his examination. He was not only facing the prospect of a failing grade, but also the inevitable scolding from Wu Deshang upon returning from the National Day holiday. Ling Haoran's pretense of concern was utterly repugnant to him. Yet, at that moment, Su Xian knew he could not react impulsively. Lowering himself to such trivialities would yield no advantages. The current atmosphere, seemingly tranquil, was in fact fraught with peril. Ling Haoran had orchestrated this display to publicly humiliate him before the entirety of the school's student body. The situation has deteriorated significantly. Su Xian must maintain his composure and devise a strategy, his gaze fixed upon Ling Haoran. There's no need for superfluous words. Just tell me what you want today. There's no rush. We still have time. Ling Haoran suppressed his smile and glanced at his expensive Versace watch. He had waited to take action until today, coinciding with the National Day holiday when a multitude of students would gather outside the school, eager to witness the spectacle. This would maximize the humiliation of Su Xian. In truth, physically assaulting Su Xian would bear little consequence. Perhaps he would bleed a bit, but in a few days, the wounds would heal and the pain forgotten. Such a crude tactic was beneath Ling Haoran. The purpose of force was not to kill but to intimidate. He aimed to deliver a profound psychological blow to Su Xian, rendering him the greatest laughingstock of the school, subjected to ridicule, mockery, and scorn every day for 3 years of high school. Ling Haoran continued, I recall there's a girl in your class nicknamed Flower Sister. She lives up to her name, being quite beautiful. With 3 minutes left before the exam concludes, she will surely emerge. I propose you take a megaphone and profess your love for her in front of the entire school, shouting Flower Sister, I love you 3 times. This will erase our grievances. At these words, Su Xian felt a wave of nausea, not out of contempt for Flower Sister, whose real name was Pan Jihua, a classmate from 401. However, her appearance was indeed unfortunate. Thick lips, a flat nose, and a pockmarked face, making her painfully unattractive. Moreover, her disheveled lifestyle led Su Xian to suspect she might go for months without a bath. Yet she exuded an unwarranted confidence and enjoyed participating in various singing and dancing competitions, thus becoming a well-known oddity at the school. Truth be told, if he were to confess his feelings to Flower Sister, not only would he become the laughingstock of the entire school, but he would also jeopardize any chance of ever engaging with another girl, especially with Ran, who was recognized as the school beauty. Thus, Ling Haoran's ploy was indeed insidious, a twofold strategy that would not only humiliate him before the entire school, but also sever his ties with Ran completely. Su Xian, however, was not so easily swayed. He replied calmly, what if I refuse? Ling Haoran spread his hands and took a step back. Nearby, Brother Dog gestured, and a group of thugs swiftly encircled Su Xian, cracking their knuckles ominously. Su Xian, do you dare to refuse? Can you afford to refuse? Chen Lin's son, harboring a deep-seated grudge against Su Xian, felt emboldened by Ling Haoran's influence and exhibited an arrogant demeanor, rhythmically slapping Su Xian's face with his palm, though the force was minimal. It was reminiscent of a lover's caress, yet the humiliation was unmistakable. The atmosphere grew tense as Su Xian clenched his fists, remaining silent, a faint smile on his lips as he endured Chen Lin's insults. By this time, the exam had concluded, and more students gathered at the school gate. Noticing a group of thuggish individuals surrounding a boy, curiosity piqued. With keen eyes, one student spotted Ling Haoran, instantly widening their gaze in astonishment, exclaiming, wow, is that not Ling Haoran? Who possesses the audacity to provoke him? Haha. Witnessing Ling Haoran's imposing demeanor, and noting that even the teachers at school dared not intervene, it was evident that the fellow would soon be in for a reckoning. Chen Linson, observing the ever-growing throng of students at the school gate, ceased his playful slapping of Su Xian's face, mocking, I'll deal with you later. He then turned his attention back to the entrance, scanning the scene before his gaze landed on a particularly unattractive girl with an off-putting demeanor, bursting into laughter. Ha! Ling Xiao, look over there, it's Hua Jie. Watching the drama unfold, Ling Haoran followed Chen Linson's gaze, scrutinizing Hua Jie. To his surprise, she was rather decent-looking, though her appearance was unexpectedly unfortunate. Upon realizing Ling Haoran was looking her way, Hua Jie nearly swooned with happiness, exclaiming internally, wow, the most handsome boy in our school is assessing me. Her face, marked with freckles, flushed a deep crimson with excitement, and she could hardly contain herself, waving and cheering loudly. Ling Haoran, Ling Haoran, Ling Haoran, suppressing the urge to retch, managed a polite smile and nod before hastily turning to Su Exine, saying, Su Exine, Jia has arrived. It's your moment to confess. Be obedient. I wish to avoid conflict. In truth, I admire you, and after today, we could become good friends. Su Exine dismissed Ling Haoran's words as nonsense, glancing at the jubilant Jia, his heart swelling with a desire to weep. The thought of confessing before such a crowd, risking ridicule from the entire school, was daunting. Moreover, he feared that for the next 3 years, Jia would incessantly haunt him. Chen Linsen, turning around, dragged a rickety wooden table typically used for flour bags from the nearby restaurant. Poking it, he commanded, get up there and confess. With no choice but to oblige. Su Exine faced the predatory stares of a dozen onlookers. When faced with overwhelming strength, one instinctively seeks to evade danger. He accepted a loudspeaker handed to him by a local ruffian, climbed atop the table, and surveyed the crowd. The school gate was teeming with students, easily numbering over 500, effectively blocking the street. Groups of 2 or 3 whispered and pointed at him, some with curiosity, others with pity, and many with derision. In his lifetime, Su Exine had never experienced such scrutiny. Yet, unexpectedly, his first time on stage since his rebirth was absurdly comical, resembling a pitiable monkey. What made Su Exine's discomfort even worse was that amidst the crowd, he spotted Xia Juegeng standing beneath a French parasol tree with Liao Jia, her gaze fixed upon him. A wave of unease washed over Su Exine, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. He could endure humiliation, even before thousands, without concern. However, he could never bear to be disgraced in front of Xia Juegeng. It was not about pride or status. It stemmed from his genuine care for her feelings. With clenched teeth, Su Exine suddenly turned around, directing his gaze towards Ling Haoran, and proclaimed, Ling Haoran, do not delude yourself into thinking that possessing a couple of coins makes you a scion of wealth. Do not presume that having a couple of lackeys grants you the right to flaunt arrogance. Remember this well, designer clothing does not define you. The cash in your pocket does not represent your worth, and the company of a few faded beauties does not elevate your status. You are merely one among the multitude. This is all I wish to convey. If you have the courage, come at me. Through the loudspeaker, Su Exine's voice traveled far and wide, reaching even the hundreds of students gathered at the school gate, who could hear him clearly. However, his words struck with such force and the abruptness of the shift was so shocking that the raucous crowd fell silent for a brief moment, akin to the retreat of a tide. Then, a wave of laughter erupted from the center of the crowd. As the boisterous laughter echoed, Ling Haoran's fair complexion gradually turned a shade of purple, and despite his refined upbringing, confronted with Su Exine's acerbic tongue, he could not help but reveal his true self. Seething with anger as his eyes blazed, clenching his fists, he gestured for Dog Brother and a dozen others to charge forward. At this point, Su Exine had already leaped down from the wooden table, overturning it with a swift kick, scattering the flour bags across the ground, momentarily halting the advance of the thugs. Yet, such a feeble tactic proved ineffective, as Dog Brother and Chen Linsen led 9 others straight at him. Faced with the onslaught of 11 or 12 thugs, Su Exine found himself in dire straits, yet he stood unwavering like a true man, protecting his vital areas while enduring the relentless barrage of punches raining down upon him, patiently biding his time for an opportunity to strike back. Seeing the audacious Chen Linsen, Su Exine suddenly landed a powerful blow to Linsen's most vulnerable point, the bridge of his nose. The impact sent Linsen crashing down, blood and mucus spilling forth. Following this, Su Exine executed a swift kick to another thug's groin, sending him sprawling to the ground, howling in agony. Although in a fleeting moment, Su Exine had skillfully incapacitated 2 opponents, this only incited greater fury among the remaining 10. A young man with bleached hair spat curses, "You arrogant fool. Even at your end, you dare to challenge us." Beat him to a pulp. Su Exine's maneuvering space shrank from 2 meters to 1, ultimately dwindling to mere centimeters. Each blow from the throng of thugs fell heavily upon him, rendering him almost invisible to the penetrating sunlight. He had no choice but to abandon offense, shielding his vulnerable head while enduring the storm of fists crashing down upon him, his body racked with pain, nearly curling into itself. The spectators, previously drawn to the commotion, were now paralyzed with fear at the brutal spectacle unfolding before them. If this continued, the boy on the ground would not merely be incapacitated but might face dire consequences. Standing at a distance, Xia Jieking's complexion turned pale, a chilling fear gripping her as she clutched Liao Jie's arm, causing her great pain. Liao Jie glanced at the ashen-faced Xia Jieking, her voice laced with concern. "Jieking, please don't frighten me. I'm fine." Xia Jieking forced a smile and shook her head. Yet her gaze lingered on Su Exine, who lay on the ground enduring relentless blows, her already pallid cheeks turning even whiter. In truth, Xia Jieking had never been fond of boys fighting. Had it not been for Su Exine, she would have certainly refrained from witnessing such events. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, witnessing Su Exine's humiliation stirred an ache deep within her heart. She yearned to assist him, but the sheer number of spectators, almost the entirety of the first and second-year students, made her hesitate, fearing the repercussions of her involvement. She sought to reassure herself that even as a mere classmate, she ought to stand up for justice, especially since she and Su Exine had become good friends. After a long inner struggle, Xia Jieking resolved to release her grip on Liao Jie and stride towards the boy being mercilessly beaten. However, just as she took her first step, she witnessed Su Exine, curled on the ground and subject to blows, suddenly erupting with an overwhelming aura of resilience. He rose abruptly, seizing a torn bag of flour from the ground, and with a sweeping motion, released a cloud of white powder that enveloped him entirely. Ling Haoran, who had been fixated on Su Exine, felt a jolt of panic as he shouted, "Everyone, close your eyes." By the time the 10 ruffians reacted, the flour had already infiltrated their eyes, causing a sharp discomfort that, though not severely harmful, sent waves of pain through their nervous systems. Tears and mucus streamed down their faces as they instinctively crouched down, clutching their eyes, oblivious to everything else. In the face of this sudden turn of events, a faint smile crept across Xia Jieking's lips, and her steps faltered. At that moment, Su Exine, despite his numerous minor injuries and bloodied lips, appeared ruggedly defiant. His tattered shirt and battered face, adorned with several cuts, combined with his fierce expression, transformed his previously delicate demeanor into one of formidable courage. Standing boldly under the setting sun, radiating a fierce presence that commanded the attention of all. Despite the excruciating pain, Su Exine reached out and seized the nearest ruffian, who was desperately rubbing his eyes, pulling him by the hair. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a powerful punch onto the ruffian's nose, following it with a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. He then grabbed a second ruffian, still preoccupied with his eyes, and delivered another unrestrained blow to his vulnerable nose. Bang, bang, bang. The third, the fourth, as one thug after another fell. The sound of cracking bones intermingled with the cries of the damned. Yet the ragged youth remained utterly unfazed, embodying an icy ruthlessness. His tightly clenched fists were stained with the metallic scent of blood, dripping rhythmically onto the ground, creating a scene of profound shock that left hundreds of onlookers in a daze, staring at the once powerless boy who had now transformed into a fierce adversary. In truth, Su Exine had long realized a fundamental truth. Fighting was never merely a matter of numbers or strength. It hinged on momentum and resolve. If one possessed the audacity to wield a butcher's knife and confront their opponent with fervor, none would dare to challenge them. In essence, to triumph, one must be ruthless. Having dispatched a throng of assailants, rendering them incapable of rising for a considerable time, Su Exine wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Under the bewildered gazes of all, he turned and slowly approached Ling Haoran, coldly locking his gaze onto him. At that moment, Ling Haoran finally witnessed Su Exine's ferocity, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. He had never engaged in a fight, deeming it beneath him. Additionally, he had always relied on the entourage of lackeys to handle matters for him. However, now, faced alone with Su Exine, who struck with a brutality uncharacteristic of a high school student, Ling Haoran resembled a frail lamb awaiting slaughter, devoid of his earlier bravado. His voice trembled as he stammered, "What do you want?" A glint of coldness flashed in Su Exine's eyes as he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The crack echoed through the air, and blood trickled from the corner of Ling Haoran's mouth, leaving 5 swollen fingerprints on his pale cheek. Stunned, Ling Haoran was momentarily speechless. He had never dared to lay a finger on anyone in his life, not even his father. Yet now, in front of the entire school, he had been slapped by Su Exine. The humiliation ignited a furious rage within him, but recalling Su Exine's earlier display of prowess against 10 opponents, he dared not retaliate. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, "You actually dared to hit me?" What's wrong? Not satisfied? Su Xian's tone remained calm. Yet his movements were swift and fluid as he raised his hand for another strike. The sound of another slap echoed as Ling Haoran's other cheek swelled in response. Su Xian advanced further, bending his elbow and delivering a sharp knee to Ling Haoran's abdomen. Ling Haoran felt a searing pain, as if all the strength had been siphoned from his body. He crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath, his face flushed as he curled up, trembling with suppressed rage. He could not voice the fury boiling within him and could only muster a strained, All right, you're impressive." Now aware of Su Xian's strength, it was indeed not too late. Su Xian straightened, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, before turning to depart. At that moment, the sun dipped low in the west, the sky painted in deep crimson hues. The mottled sunlight gently cascaded upon the solitary figure of the boy walking down the street, casting an elongated shadow. That shadow reflected in the dazed eyes of every student present, mirrored in the complex gaze of Juegeng, somewhat staggering, yet undeniably resilient. From this moment forth, the name Su Xian is indelibly etched in the hearts of the students at Juegeng, for he has triumphed over the once invincible Ling Haoran. Times necessitate change, and dynasties must give way to new eras. This young man is destined to embrace an age that is uniquely his, amidst the vibrant exuberance of youth and the blossoming of spring. Chapter 60. The fateful encounter. The altercation with Ling Haoran has reached a temporary conclusion. Yet Su Xian remains unaware of the tumultuous waves that this incident will unleash. He understands that Ling Haoran will not relent, his animosity will only deepen, and his methods of retribution will become more ferocious. However, Su Xian remains unfazed, for life is inherently unpredictable. One can never foresee what tomorrow may bring: illness, hardship, natural disasters, or human calamities. Thus, there is no merit in fretting over events that have yet to transpire. Living in the present is of utmost importance. Upon returning home, although Su Xian washed away the bloodstains from his body, the scars on his face were still quite evident, which did not escape the keen eyes of Nurse Xie Xiaofan. Aware that it would be difficult to conceal the truth from his discerning mother, Su Xian confessed that he had been involved in a fight, albeit downplaying the perilous nature of the encounter, portraying it as a mere child's play. Despite his attempts, Xie Xiaofan subjected him to a lengthy reprimand, threatening to visit his homeroom teacher at Juegeng, which caused Su Xian considerable alarm. He hurriedly employed flattery and persuasion to placate his mother until, through his eloquent charm, he managed to bring a smile back to her face, thus averting the impending confrontation. On October 1st, the first day of National Day, Xie Xiaofan, enjoying the holiday herself, called upon Su Xian to accompany her for a shopping expedition, claiming that there were discounts at the National Day special sales. Grateful for his mother's enthusiasm, Su Xian gladly accepted the invitation. Xinglong Pedestrian Street, located in the new district of Lijian City, is a comprehensive shopping street that amalgamates shopping, leisure, entertainment, and dining. Situated in the city center, it is bordered by National Road 107 on the right and the bustling Chunjiang Road on the left, with the newly constructed International Commercial Building across the street, making it a hub of convenience and vitality. Yet, in Su Xian's eyes, the current state of Xinglong Pedestrian Street appears rudimentary and untidy, with various boutiques poorly designed and lacking in user-friendliness, far from the splendor of future prosperity. As Su Xian and Xie Xiaofan strolled through the pedestrian street, they found nothing appealing. Either the prices were exorbitant or the quality was subpar and unattractive. Initially, Su Xian had intended to purchase a couple of inexpensive items from a large department store, practical and durable. However, Xie Xiaofan contemplated that her son, now grown, should not be clad in mere street vendor merchandise that might invite ridicule from his classmates, and thus decided to venture to the newly opened International Mall for better attire. The International Mall lies across from Xinglong Pedestrian Street, necessitating a crossing of the bustling Chunjiang Road, which lacks an underpass or overhead bridge, rendering it quite inconvenient. Xie Xiaofan lamented, "The construction bureau is so miserly, they haven't even built a bridge. With so many people passing through here, what would happen in the event of an accident?" Su Xian paused for a moment, then chuckled, "Mother, your concern for the public is commendable. If you were to hold a high office, you would undoubtedly be a fair and just official." Xie Xiaofan playfully swatted Su Xian's hand, teasing him for his jest. After crossing the road, they proceeded towards the International Mall, where the entrance was flanked by bustling stalls selling clothes and snacks, creating a scene of delightful chaos. As Su Xian traversed the bustling aisles, a voice called out to him, prompting him to glance over instinctively. There, squatting before a street stall, was a scruffy young man in his late 20s, beckoning for customers. Su Xian smiled politely and declined, averting his gaze. Yet, in the next moment, he halted abruptly and turned back to scrutinize the vendor. Zhao Ximing, the wealthiest man in Lijian. This was the term that surged through Su Xian's mind in that instant. He narrowed his eyes, examining the disheveled figure before him. That familiar face triggered a cascade of memories, recalling a feature segment he had watched on the local television station. Zhao Ximing, a native of Lijian, was the helm of the largest private enterprise in the region, Minchao Group. Renowned for his keen business acumen and adventurous spirit, he had built an empire worth 18 billion from scratch. However, the Zhao Ximing he had seen on television, brimming with confidence in 2013, was a stark contrast to the man now struggling at a street stall, evidently in the nascent stages of his entrepreneurial journey. Hey there, do you want to buy some clothes? I source directly from manufacturers. The quality is guaranteed, and the prices are reasonable, Zhao Ximing remarked. Noticing the young man's unwavering gaze, Su Xian glanced at the array of garments displayed at the stall and replied with a smile, "The clothes look great. Keep up the good work." With that, and under Zhao Ximing's puzzled gaze, Su Xian said no more and turned to follow his mother, Xia Xiaofan, as they made their way towards the international shopping mall. Upon reaching the third floor, dedicated to clothing, they dared not enter the upscale boutiques, instead opting to peruse stores like Step, Samir, and other domestic brands. In Su Xian's eyes, these garments paled in comparison to the street stall offerings. Yet he relished the time spent with his mother, engaging with saleswomen and haggling prices in a delightful manner. Deep down, Su Xian understood that while his parents earned respectable wages, they epitomized frugality, often wearing clothes that cost around 100 yuan. Moreover, they supported 3 impoverished university students from their hometown. Given such devoted parents, he felt it unjust to ask for more. Furthermore, their usual shopping trips occurred at the Xingsalai clothing wholesale market. This outing to the mall was a rare indulgence granted by his mother for his recent commendable behavior. After a lengthy search, Su Xian finally discovered 2 shirts he fancied, a black t-shirt and a plaid button-up from the brand Pure, both on sale for a total of 243 yuan during the National Day discount. Once the purchase was complete, as Su Xian and his mother exited the international mall, they were taken aback by the chaotic scene unfolding before the entrance, filled with a cacophony of sounds. At first, Su Xian was somewhat perplexed, but upon closer inspection, he realized that it was the Special Forces Urban Management Squad of China coming to exert their authority. The urban management officers, clad in stab-resistant vests and helmets, wielding electric batons and wheel locks, were indeed armed to the teeth. They charged into the midst of the vendors, and without any need for tactics. Their mere presence sent the street hawkers fleeing in disarray. Su Xian surmised that if such combat prowess were deployed in the South China Sea, the Japanese would be quaking in their boots. A few of the captured vendors, faces drawn with despair, pleaded for mercy, nearly begging the urban management officers as if they were their long-lost fathers. Among those apprehended was Zhao Ximing, who, perhaps burdened by too many garments, was caught unawares. Pleas for leniency proved futile, and with his eyes reddened, Zhao Ximing found himself embroiled in a scuffle with an officer who had locked his vehicle. The officers, eager to unleash their pent-up energy, swiftly overpowered him, sending him sprawling to the ground before confiscating all his clothes and loading them onto a truck. At this point, Su Xian lost interest in the spectacle and, alongside his mother, Xia Xiaofan, took a detour to await the bus at the station. Suddenly, Su Xian remarked, "Mom, I just spotted a classmate and would like to greet him. You can head home first." Xia Xiaofan responded, "Silly boy, are you planning to play games again?" Su Xian chuckled wryly, "Mom, how do you always figure me out?" Xia Xiaofan replied, "It's no mystery, considering who your mother is. I even know how many moles you have on your backside." Impressed, Su Xian gave her a thumbs up and continued, "But will you allow me to go?" "Go ahead. But don't stay out too late. Remember to come home early." Indulging her son, Xia Xiaofan granted him permission. "I want to wait until you board the bus first." He insisted. "Good son," she said, affectionately ruffling his hair, her heart swelling with sweetness. After waiting a while, the bus arrived. As Xia Xiaofan boarded, Su Xian waved her off, exhaling deeply, hands tucked into his pockets, then retracing his steps home. Chapter 61. The measure of a mule. Zhao Xinmin struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he sat on the ground, gasping for breath. He gazed at the bustling street and reflected on the harrowing experiences of recent days, a profound sense of defeat leaving him feeling desolate. He felt utterly powerless. Having once believed that the immature garment market in Lijian would offer him a golden opportunity, he signed a sales agreement with a wholesaler and ventured to the black market in Guangzhou to procure goods at remarkably low prices, albeit incomplete in color and size. Yet upon receipt, he discovered he had been duped. The merchandise, while superficially new, was riddled with defects, loose threads, and missing buttons. The wholesaler refused to take them back, and having invested even his meager food budget, he was compelled to set up a stall, only to encounter the merciless urban management squad. Now, Zhao Xinmin found himself at a loss, feeling bewildered and helpless. He had squandered the 80,000 yuan borrowed from his parents and girlfriend, who could no longer endure such hardship and had left him for another man. He bore no resentment towards her. He blamed himself for his lack of capability. Yet, the memory of her parting words haunted him. Zhao Xinmin, if you continue like this, you will only end up as a beggar for the rest of your life. Zhao Xinmin was truly tormented, feeling as if he were living in a hellish existence. He retrieved a white cigarette from his pocket, but despite his attempts to ignite it with a lighter, it refused to catch flame. Frustration ignited within him, and he flung the lighter away with a sharp snap. Suddenly, a bright flame appeared before him. He looked up to see the boy who had spoken to him moments earlier offering the ignited lighter. After a brief hesitation, he leaned in to light his cigarette and took a deep drag. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Xian." After reclaiming the lighter, Su Xian, unperturbed by the dust, seated himself on the ground and continued. "Your name is Zhao Xinmin, correct? How do you know my name?" Zhao Xinmin questioned, perplexed by this seemingly 16-year-old boy and his intentions. "Quite simply, I have been observing you for quite some time," Su Xian replied, aiming to convey his seriousness and pique Zhao's curiosity. "Setting up a stall is the slowest and most foolish way to earn your first bucket of gold. You do not strike me as the type to engage in such activities. I surmise you seek to speculate and amass wealth swiftly. Initially, you negotiated prices with a local clothing retailer, then intended to purchase a substantial quantity of inexpensive garments from out-of-town suppliers to sell in Lijian. However, for some reason, the retailer reneged on the agreement, leaving you with a surplus of goods. Consequently, you resorted to this makeshift solution of selling on the street." Turning to Zhao Xinmin, Su Xian asked, "Am I correct?" Zhao Xinmin was taken aback by the boy's perceptiveness and the tone of his speech, which bore the weight of maturity beyond his years. He nodded slowly. "Indeed, but are you merely saying this to mock me?" "Certainly not. I believe it is essential for you to adopt a new mindset. A single failure is inconsequential. At worst, you may start anew. The key is to identify the right direction and discover your rightful place to realize your value." "What do you mean?" The precocious boy's words piqued Zhao Xinmin's interest. Su Xian shook the beverage in his hand. "Consider this drink. How much does it cost at a convenience store?" 2 yuan. "And at a 5-star hotel?" 20. Su Xian smiled. "The same bottle of drink costs 2 yuan at a convenience store and 20 at a 5-star hotel. Oftentimes, a person's value is determined by their position. Are you suggesting you can dictate my value?" Zhao Xinmin inquired. Rather than providing a direct answer, Su Xian stood and gestured towards the bustling commercial street across the way, saying, "We are presently at the International Mall, the first publicly listed company in Lijian. Across the street lies a vibrant pedestrian shopping area, with the busy Chunjiang Road in between. If you were to traverse this distance on foot, what would your experience be? Very inconvenient and unsafe. Then why hasn't anyone constructed an overpass here? Is this not an opportunity?" Initially, Zhao Xinmin had perceived the boy's mature demeanor as indicative of wisdom, but he was astonished by such a naive perspective. After all, he was merely a 16-year-old child. Zhao Xinmin felt a pang of disappointment, his tone laced with a hint of disdain. "It is only natural for anyone passing through here to consider constructing a footbridge. Yet, should not such a bridge be the responsibility of the government? Even if you were to secure a government contract, the upfront cost would be no less than several hundred thousand. Do you possess such liquidity? Moreover, once the bridge is built, it would merely serve a philanthropic purpose, yielding no profit whatsoever. What sort of business opportunity is this? Do you truly believe I could erect this bridge without spending a single penny?" Su Xian turned, his gaze piercing as he stared intently at Zhao Xinmin, speaking with an unwavering confidence. Do you believe that once I complete this bridge, I could then earn several 100,000? Zhao Xinmin found himself momentarily entranced by Su Xian's profound and steady gaze. Vowing he had never encountered a youth capable of delivering such an absurd statement with such conviction, as if it were an undeniable truth. Deep down, he was genuinely curious about how Su Xian intended to construct the bridge without any financial outlay. However, being a rational individual, he could not bring himself to believe Su Xian's words, so he shook his head. Very well, I shall demonstrate this to you. But you need only assist me with one simple task. What task? Adults often tend to underestimate those they perceive as weaker, just as you currently underestimate me. Therefore, my ideas struggle to gain recognition and implementation. I require a spokesperson. What I need from you is straightforward. Tomorrow, we shall apply for the necessary permits at the Construction Bureau. You will pose as my distant cousin, lending me the necessary credibility. Everything else will be managed by me. At that moment, Zhao Xinmin felt a conflict within himself. On one hand, he found the youth's words utterly preposterous. On the other, Su Xian's demeanor exuded such calm confidence that it momentarily led him to believe he was conversing with a seasoned, battle-hardened adult. Zhao Xinmin, by nature, was an adventurous spirit, and having already lost everything, he had little left to risk. After much internal turmoil, his curiosity ultimately triumphed over his reason. He wished to witness firsthand whether this young man's business acumen matched his eloquence. Zhao Xinmin nodded. Very well. I shall accompany you tomorrow to ascertain whether you are indeed a thoroughbred or merely a mule. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, at the entrance of Lijian International Mall. Let us not be late. Su Xian, having said all he needed, rose and departed without further ado. Chapter 62. A bold gambit after parting ways with Zhao Xinmin. Su Xian visited a printing shop to produce documents and business cards. The documents pertained to the application for the footbridge contract, while the business cards were intended for Zhao Xinmin. To gain the respect of others, Zhao Xinmin needed to possess an identity worthy of recognition. Upon returning home, Su Xian meticulously contemplated each step he intended to undertake the following day. In truth, securing the permit from the Construction Bureau was his primary goal. The Bureau's director was Rong Hao, the son of Rong Jifu, a man Su Xian had previously visited and seen on several occasions. He was confident that Rong Jifu would still remember him. He did not seek substantial assistance from Rong Jifu. Merely a conversation would suffice. The pivotal factor remained Zhao Xinmin. He was determined to avoid any missteps. The next day, Su Xian and Zhao Xinmin took the bus to the Construction Bureau. Zhao Xinmin donned a sleek black suit and had shaved his beard, appearing considerably more polished. Su Xian handed his business card to Zhao Xinmin. Zhao Xinmin glanced at the card, which bore the name of Huaxin Garment Company, Limited, along with the title of General Manager Zhao Xinmin. His face flushed with embarrassment. What is this? When did I ever own a clothing company? Su Xian replied. Indeed, your clothing stall is precisely that, isn't it? Zhao Xinmin crumpled the card and tossed it out the window. That's merely a stall. I am just a vendor. Isn't this a form of deception? What of being a vendor? Can a vendor not be called a general manager? As long as you possess the capability, who would linger on whether you are a vendor or an office worker? Su Xian fixed his piercing gaze on him and continued. But the issue at hand is that if you claim to be a vendor, we won't even be able to enter the Construction Bureau. Su Xian produced another business card and handed it to Zhao Xinmin. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. This is merely a stepping stone. Besides yourself, no one else will care. Zhao Xinmin accepted the card this time without discarding it, tacitly acknowledging Su Xian's words. He felt a tinge of self-mockery. Indeed, he had been too rigid. At critical moments, one's identity does not impede the acquisition of permits. Yet lacking such an identity might mean not even meeting the director of the Construction Bureau. The two alighted from the vehicle at the entrance of the Construction Bureau and presented their business cards to the receptionist, explaining their purpose. The receptionist glanced at the card, and upon lifting her gaze, her previously impassive expression transformed into one of warmth. She graciously served them both tea and asked them to wait a moment. After a while, she escorted them to the director's office. As they entered, Su Xian whispered to Zhao Xinmin, "Just speak as you intend when the time comes, and adapt to unexpected circumstances. Remember, our sole objective is to obtain the permit." Zhao Xinmin nodded in agreement. Upon entering the director's office, they found a portly middle-aged man seated comfortably in an executive chair, sipping tea. This was Rong Ji-fu, the father of Rong Hao. Rong Ji-fu squinted at Su Xian and Zhao Xinmin, evidently recalling Su Xian, his expression somewhat peculiar. Aren't you Su Xian, Rong Hao's classmate? What brings you here today? Hello, Uncle Rong. I am here accompanying my brother, Su Xian replied, gesturing towards Zhao Xinmin. Zhao Xinmin was surprised to learn of Su Xian's acquaintance with the construction bureau director, which only served to their advantage. He handed his business card to Rong Ji-fu, saying, "Greetings, Director Rong." Rong Ji-fu invited Su Xian and Zhao Xinmin to sit on the sofa and, with a smile, inquired, "General Manager Zhao? What can I do for you?" Zhao Xinmin replied, "Director Rong, I have observed that the traffic on Chunjiang Road in front of the International Mall is quite congested, and the bustling commercial pedestrian street across the road makes it inconvenient and unsafe for pedestrians to cross. Therefore, I wish to construct a footbridge to facilitate safer passage for the public. I am here today to apply for the permit to build the footbridge." Rong Ji-fu's interest was piqued. The pedestrian traffic in front of the International Mall was substantial, often resulting in traffic accidents. He had long wished to construct a footbridge, but the reality was that the construction bureau lacked the funds. Now, with Zhao Xinmin expressing a desire to build the bridge, he would naturally be pleased as long as it met the standards. Rong Ji-fu picked up Zhao Xinmin's business card and glanced at it. Zhao, after all, was involved in the garment business. What could have sparked his sudden interest in the construction industry? Aware that Rong was probing him, Zhao's mind raced. He explained, "I have been engaged in the garment trade in Guangzhou, but I plan to return to my hometown, Lijian, for development. However, the clothing industry there has been rather bleak. So I intend to pivot my company's direction towards construction." The transition from fashion to construction was indeed a significant leap, and Zhao's youthful audacity was truly commendable. Yet, Rong was curious about how Zhao planned to apply for the necessary permits. "Certainly through contracting," Zhao replied. In his view, this was the only viable way to profit from building the overpass. However, a considerable issue loomed: the need for upfront capital. How could Su Xian, a mere 16-year-old, possess such funds? Moreover, Su claimed that the overpass could be constructed without spending a single penny, while generating substantial profits. This seemed implausible to Zhao. Yet he was eager to uncover Su's strategy, which was why he was willing to act as Su's proxy. Upon hearing Zhao mention contracting, Rong's interest waned. Contracting implied that the construction bureau would need to allocate funds, but where would they find the money? Even if they had it, they would not waste it on minor projects. Any funding would require public bidding. It was inconceivable that they would simply hand the project to Zhao without a tender. Such an action would only bring him harm and foster suspicions of favoritism and corruption among his subordinates. Just then, Su Xian, who had been silent thus far, interjected. "The entire cost of constructing the overpass will be borne by my brother's company, requiring not a single cent from the construction bureau." This statement left both Rong and Zhao momentarily speechless. Rong pondered in disbelief. Was there truly a businessman willing to act as a selfless benefactor, not only foregoing profit, but even incurring expenses? His gaze shifted to Zhao. "Is this what you meant?" Zhao was utterly perplexed by Su's intentions. If they did not acquire funds from the construction bureau, how could the project yield profits? Confounded and with no option but to proceed, he decided to maintain his composure. "That is precisely my intention. I have not returned to Lijian in quite some time, and I have always wished to contribute positively to my hometown. This public welfare project presents an excellent opportunity to fulfill that desire while also establishing a good reputation for my company in Lijian. It's a win-win situation. Why not pursue it?" Su Xian held Zhao Xinmin's words in high regard, recognizing their impeccable reasoning. It was no wonder he later became the wealthiest individual in Lijian, possessing extraordinary adaptability. Rong Ji-fu, indifferent to Zhao Xinmin's motives, was simply pleased that the construction bureau would not be financially burdened. Everything else was negotiable. Moreover, if this project could indeed proceed without government funding, it would serve as a public service benefiting the populace, thereby enhancing his own record of achievements. Given this, he found no reason to decline. With a beaming smile, Rong Ji-fu remarked, "General Zhao not only possesses great ambition, but also a heart filled with gratitude. Lijian is truly fortunate to have an entrepreneur like you. Therefore, it would be quite unkind of me, as the director, to refuse your request." After spending 2 hours securing the necessary approvals from the construction bureau, Su Xian and Zhao Xinmin exited with the government documents in hand. With no one around, Zhao Xinmin could no longer contain his frustration and questioned, Su Xian, what exactly are you planning? I trusted you enough to be your pawn. But this is no child's play. Stacking 3 bricks does not create a bridge. Are you aware of our current predicament? We need to construct a pedestrian bridge for the government at no cost within 6 months, and even the most basic bridge costs at least 500,000. Do you have that amount? I do, Su Xian replied calmly, as he understood that anyone in Zhao Xinmin's position would react similarly. Taken aback, Zhao Xinmin began to suspect that Su Xian came from wealth and inquired, "How much do you have?" Recalling a classic scene from a gambling film, Su Xian smiled and pulled a bill from his pocket, saying, "Here, is $1 sufficient?" Zhao Xinmin, infuriated, nearly spat blood as he threw the government approval onto the ground, accusing Su Xian, "Are you mocking me? Are you trying to push me into a corner?" However, sometimes, a shift in perspective reveals that what seems like a dead end can actually be a tremendous opportunity. Su Xian, suppressing his smile, stated, "You lack funds. And so do I, yet we can find others to finance our endeavor. We possess the leverage to persuade them." "What leverage?" Zhao Xinmin asked, still fuming and perplexed. Su Xian bent down to retrieve the approval, waving it slightly and declaring, "This is our leverage." Seeing Zhao Xinmin still wear a look of anger and confusion, Su Xian continued, "Building a pedestrian bridge may not yield profit directly, but have you considered that the bridge serves as a conduit for pedestrians? We could easily hang dozens of advertisements on it, thereby generating revenue. What is the essence of commercial operation in the 21st century? It is neither capital nor product, but rather channels. And we possess this very channel. Other producers seeking to boost their product visibility through our channel must pay." Su Xian spread the government document before him and elaborated, "With this official approval, we can approach major companies for advertising partnerships. On such a bustling street, which company would dare to decline?" Zhao Xinmin stood in stunned silence, grappling with the eloquence of the youth before him. In that moment, he fully comprehended Su Xian's intentions. Su Xian first focused on the bustling foot traffic along Chunjiang Road, planning to construct an overpass. He then secured government approval on the condition that no public funds would be utilized. With this approval in hand, he obtained a deposit from a large company for advertising, subsequently using those funds to erect the overpass and display the advertisements. Ultimately, he received the remaining payment from the corporation without spending a single cent, thus earning a substantial profit, a brilliant maneuver of turning empty hands into a fortune. It is indeed remarkable for a 16-year-old to conceive such a clever business strategy, a true testament to his genius. "What should we do now?" Zhao Xinmin, now thoroughly impressed by Su Xian, spoke with a hint of indecision in his tone. "Well, you are treating me to lunch," Su Xian replied, rubbing his stomach and squinting at the blazing sun with a smile, "but I only have 1 yuan to my name." Chapter 63. A moment of melancholy. Su Xian and Zhao Xinmin casually found a restaurant to resolve their lunch needs. Zhao Xinmin, still in a state of exhilaration, was eager to discuss the specifics of engaging with advertisers. He remarked, "The foot traffic on Xinglong Pedestrian Street is so significant that attracting advertisers should be quite easy. Moreover, according to the contract stipulations, the overpass will span 20 meters, allowing us to erect 40 advertising boards on both sides. This way, the advertising deposits will be sufficient to cover the 500,000 in construction costs." Setting down his teacup, Su Xian responded, "There is no need to rent out all 40 advertising spots at once. We can opt to initially lease 20 of them to major corporations, pricing them according to their desirability. Once we gather enough funds for the construction, we can auction off the remaining 20 spots after the overpass is built and advertising benefits are realized. This approach will maximize our economic returns." Zhao Xinmin nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, based on the quality of the advertising spots, we should set prices ranging from 20 to 80,000, totaling 1 million in capital. With half of that as deposits, we'll have just enough to pay for the construction." However, he pondered, "Won't that be a bit pricey?" Su Xian replied, "In business, a win-win situation is essential for success. We must not compromise on pricing, but we could extend the advertising duration. 2, 3, or even 4 years would be acceptable. This offers tremendous benefits to advertisers. No one would decline. We're merely looking to earn our initial capital from the overpass, not treating it as a golden goose, which minimizes our risk." Zhao Xinmin was once again struck by Su Xian's audacity, realizing how distinct this youth was. This overpass project was merely the first step in his business plan, Yet it was already so inventive that one could only imagine how astonishing his subsequent plans might be. Su Xian continued, "Our immediate priority is to draft a formal agreement. This is essential for negotiations with the advertisers." "All right, you speak, and I will write," Zhao Xinmin replied, borrowing a pen to draft the agreement. Once the agreement was finalized, the two proceeded to a copy shop to print it before heading to their first chosen company, the advertising department of KFC, to negotiate an advertising partnership. In Su Xian's view, KFC, as an international fast food brand that would later become a sensation across China, owed much of its success to its creative advertising department. Such a perceptive team could not possibly overlook the advertising potential of the segment along Xinglong Pedestrian Street. Indeed, Zhao Xinmin elucidated his intentions and presented the government approval document to the manager of the KFC advertising department. The manager, somewhat swayed by the proposal, exhibited a preliminary interest in collaboration and subsequently signed a draft agreement with Zhao Xinmin. The formal agreement was scheduled for further negotiation 1 week later, pending the company's on-site investigation. After concluding the draft agreement, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Given the sweltering heat, Su Xian and his companion decided to enjoy a refreshing beverage at KFC, taking a moment to rest. Seated by the window, Su Xian perused the draft agreement, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. While he possessed confidence in attracting advertisers through the government document, the smooth completion of the first advertising deal still astonished him. He felt a blend of relief and exhilaration, having finally taken the first step on his entrepreneurial journey. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. He could not afford to be complacent due to the initial ease of the venture. The forthcoming formal initiation of the overpass project and the bidding for the Mo Yesan contract would present genuine challenges, fraught with obstacles. Moreover, with less than 3 months remaining until 2003, the imminent outbreak of SARS, which was ravaging China, loomed large. This period would serve as an opportune moment for him to fervently amass initial capital. As he contemplated this, Su Xian felt invigorated. Since his rebirth, he had been reflecting on his entrepreneurial direction, combining prophetic insights into future developments in business within China and the world over the next few years, already envisioning a grand commercial blueprint. However, the idea of leveraging the construction of the overpass had not been incorporated into his grand design. This notion had struck him the previous day while walking through a bustling street, where he had overheard his mother, Xie Xiaofan, lamenting about the throngs of people and the dangers of accidents. It had reminded him of a case study he had encountered in his university textbooks in his past life. Undoubtedly, while the concept of utilizing the overpass appeared straightforward, its execution was equally simple, yet it was ingenious, highly manageable, and devoid of costs. As Su Xian pondered these thoughts, Zhao Xinmin beside him took a sip of chilled cola, exhaled deeply, and slumped back into the soft chair, exclaiming, "I never imagined that after having my stall shut down by the city management yesterday, I would feel so despondent, even contemplating death. Yet, a day later, not only am I alive and well, but I am also brimming with determination." Su Xian paused, Zhao Xinmin's words evoking memories of his own day of rebirth, prompting a reflective smile. Life unfolded in such a manner, with one moment steeped in sorrow and the next overflowing with joy. Zhao Xinmin turned to him, saying, "Su Xian, there is something I've been meaning to ask you. The government approval is in my name, and all the advertising deposits are directed to my account. Aren't you concerned that I might claim all the funds for myself?" "Indeed, I am," Su Xian chuckled lightly. "But more than that, I fear your potential mediocrity." Zhao Xinmin remained silent for a considerable time, before finally locking eyes with Su Xian and stating, "Su Xian, do you know what has left the deepest impression on me during our brief 2 days together? It is the evident contrast of your unremarkable facade, which belies your extraordinary potential." Su Xian, with a bitter smile, shook his head and refrained from responding, sipping a generous gulp of chilled cola through his straw. He then lifted his gaze and remarked, "Actually, I have a question for you as well." "Go ahead," Zhao Xinmin encouraged. "Yesterday, you inquired whether I could fulfill your aspirations. Now I wish to ask if you believe I am capable of realizing your value." "I remain uncertain, yet I am filled with anticipation," Zhao Xinmin replied with a smile, extending his hand towards Su Xian. "I too look forward to that day of certainty arriving sooner rather than later." Su Xian's lips curled into a smile as he stood, clasping Zhao Xinmin's hand firmly in the air. "Many years hence, When Zhao Xinmin recounted this moment to a reporter from a Chinese financial publication on a sweltering summer day, he reflected on the image of shaking hands with this remarkable youth. He stated that throughout his extensive career in business, he had faced countless significant choices. Yet without a doubt, this decision was the most astute. Chapter 64. Extending love by another foot after a brief respite at KFC. Zhao Xinmin contemplated heading to the Coca-Cola company for a discussion regarding advertising collaborations. This task was well within his capabilities, rendering Su Xian's presence superfluous, and thus he decided against involving him further. Once Zhao Xinmin departed, Su Xian found himself alone at a window seat, cradling a cup of icy cola while gazing at the leisurely pedestrians outside. The afternoon sun cast a languid glow through the window, warmly enveloping him, providing a rare moment of serene leisure since his rebirth. However, at that moment, an elderly beggar captured Su Xian's attention, a woman in her 50s or 60s. Dressed in tattered garments, with disheveled gray hair, her eyes clouded and vacant. Her face, a dull gray, bore the deep creases reminiscent of tree bark. As she clutched a worn bowl and stumbled toward the entrance of KFC, emitting incoherent sounds. Upon noticing the beggar obstructing the doorway, a staff member promptly approached to shoo her away. "Wait a moment," Su Xian interjected, stepping in front of the employee. His intentions were not to champion the beggar, acknowledging that this was a commercial establishment rather than a charitable institution. After all, how could one conduct business with a beggar blocking the entrance? Instead, it was a surge of compassion that moved him, as he found the elderly woman pitiable. Perhaps it was the transformation of his mindset since his return from a past life. In his previous existence, he often encountered such situations while strolling with friends down pedestrian streets, coming across profoundly unfortunate beggars. Whenever he felt a twinge of empathy and wished to extend a helping hand, his friends would deride him, labeling him a fool. They would claim that those beggars were nothing but charlatans, appearing woeful only to shed their rags and indulge in lavish lifestyles. Gradually, he grew numb to the sight, ignoring those in need and sometimes even joining his friends in their mockery. Upon his rebirth, Su Xian's mindset underwent a profound transformation, a shift rooted in the extraordinary nature of his resurrection, which defies the laws of natural science. This experience instilled in him a modicum of reverence for the divine, leading him to believe that many events are predestined by an unseen force. It felt as though every encounter and circumstance in his life was being orchestrated by an invisible hand. Consequently, he endeavored to assist the less fortunate whenever possible. His previous act of heroism in aiding Governor Juegen's father stemmed from this altered perspective, as he cherished life more deeply after living 2 lifetimes, motivated not by self-interest but by genuine compassion. Thus, Su Xian found himself seated on the stone steps beside the entrance of a KFC, ensuring he did not obstruct the flow of customers. He requested a staff member to bring him the uneaten hamburger from his order. Turning to the elderly woman beside him, he inquired, "Madam, why are you here all alone? Where do you come from?" The elderly lady, with her hearing impaired, struggled to comprehend his question. Su Xian repeated himself loudly, prompting her to mumble indistinctly, I am from Lijian, from the Kaiziyuan." Lijian City, Kaiziyuan? Su Xian found her words confusing, as they seemed disjointed. Having resided in Lijian for many years, he had never heard of a place called Kaiziyuan in that region. Moreover, her accent suggested she hailed from the provincial capital, Xingsha City, making it unlikely that she had any connection to Lijian. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Kaiziyuan? Could she be referring to the upscale residential area on Wudong West Road in Xingsha City? That seemed plausible. In the entirety of Nanzhao province, only Xingsha City had a place that phonetically resembled Kaiziyuan, and her accent unmistakably indicated she was from there. In his past life, Su Xian had worked as a salesman in Xingsha City, peddling high-end insecticides that were exorbitantly priced, making them a luxury few families could afford. He had frequented Kaiziyuan, canvassing door to door, which left a lasting impression on him. Furthermore, despite the layers of grime on the elderly woman's clothing, it appeared to be of exceptional quality, finely crafted and likely expensive, suggesting that her family was quite affluent. Coupled with her accent, Su Xian could confidently deduce her residence was indeed in the upscale Kaiziyuan community of Xingsha City. As for why she had found herself in Lijian, Su Xian surmised that her disorientation and slight dementia might have led her to visit relatives, resulting in her getting lost. At that moment, the staff member brought in the hamburger he had requested. Without further hesitation, He offered the warm sandwich to the elderly lady. Although hamburgers are typically unsuitable for the elderly due to their high fat and calorie content, her hunger prevailed over such concerns. The elderly woman accepted the hamburger and began to devour it ravenously. "Please, eat slowly, madam, you might choke. Here, have some water," Su Xian said with a smile, handing her a bottle of mineral water. Suddenly, a flash of light pierced Su Xian's eyes, prompting him to instinctively glance upward toward the source of the sound. A girl, situated 3 meters away, was capturing his image with a DSLR camera. She was tall, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, with long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. Clad in fitted navy jeans and a white shirt, she sported a pair of Converse high-top canvas shoes and carried a canvas bag, exuding an exceptional aura. Noticing Su Xian's gaze, she gracefully lowered her camera and offered a charming smile with a nod. Su Xian responded with a grin, "Dear classmate, capturing photographs is not something one can do frivolously. You must realize that your earlier actions have infringed upon my right to portraiture." The girl, taken aback by his remark, hesitated before apologetically replying, "The photo has already been taken, and I quite adore it. I cannot return it to you. What compensation do you seek?" "Let me ponder that," Su Xian mused, casting a sidelong glance at the elderly gentleman beside him who had just finished his hamburger before his gaze returned to the girl. Though her attire was unpretentious, the DSLR camera hanging from her neck revealed her affluence. In 2002, no digital single-lens reflex camera was priced below 10,000 yuan, and he recognized the model she possessed, a Nikon D100, valued at nearly 20,000 yuan. Importantly, in China, it was often difficult to even procure such a model. What did 20,000 yuan signify in 2002? It represented the total annual income of an average worker's family. And Su Xian estimated that his combined expenses for 3 years of high school, including tuition and living costs, would scarcely reach that amount. This illustrated the girl's considerable wealth. In contemporary terms, she could be described as a quintessentially affluent individual. Confronted with such undeniable privilege, Su Xian felt no compunction in asserting, "Well, you may keep the photograph, but I require 300 yuan as compensation for my portrait rights." The girl was once again stunned. She had not anticipated that this seemingly kind-hearted young man would demand money from her. In truth, she had taken the photograph for the school newspaper, Waves, which was set to publish a special issue showcasing the remarkable individuals of Lijian after the National Day holiday. As the editor-in-chief of Waves, she was resolute in her commitment to craft a stellar inaugural issue for the new semester. Today, taking advantage of the fine weather, she had ventured out to gather material and had witnessed this young man assisting an elderly lady. A wave of joy and inexplicable emotion had washed over her. And in the instant she snapped the photo, a title had already formed in her mind: Lijian Youth, Extending Love by Another Foot. However, now she found herself questioning the significance of publishing this photograph, as altruism that demands payment could hardly be considered genuine benevolence. Feeling a pang of sadness, she ultimately comforted herself with the notion that she had indeed taken the photo without consent, and thus it was only fair to compensate him. She retrieved her wallet and handed over 300 yuan. As Su Xian accepted the money, he noticed a tinge of disappointment on the girl's face as she turned to leave. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and addressed the elderly gentleman. "Please remain seated for a moment. I shall devise a way to help you return home." The elderly man continued to express his confusion, shaking his head repeatedly. With a smile, Su Xian rose and walked toward the roadside. At that very moment, a girl with long hair, who had walked 100 meters away, overheard Su Xian's words directed at the elderly man. She paused, turned her head, and gazed with a hint of bewilderment at the youth approaching the roadside. What transpired next was entirely unforeseen by the girl. It was akin to having lost all hope in someone, only to unexpectedly discover, through a mere turn of her head, that those moments of beauty and emotion had never truly departed, nor had they been lost. Chapter 65. My name is Lei Feng. After standing by the roadside for several minutes, Su Xian finally managed to hail an empty taxi. Leaning in, he inquired, "Excuse me, how much would it cost to get to Wudong West Road in the provincial capital?" The driver, a kindly man in his 50s, smiled warmly and replied, "Young man, heading to the provincial capital, are you? It's a bit far. I can't give you a fixed price, so let us go by the meter." "It's not me going to the provincial capital. It's this elderly lady," Su Xian said, gesturing towards the elderly woman who sat on the steps, smiling vacantly. He hurried over to assist her, then continued, "This lady has become forgetful and wandered away from home, but you need not worry. Just take her to the Kaisi Garden Community Committee on Wudong West Road in Xingsha City. There's no need for the meter. Please feel free to name your price." Well, it's rare to encounter such a kind-hearted young man in this world, one who finds joy in helping others, the driver chuckled, having quickly discerned that the elderly woman was a beggar and somewhat disoriented. After a moment of contemplation, he sincerely stated, "Typically, we taxi drivers dread situations like this and often refuse to take them. However, I may not be a saint, but I have a bit of conscience. Given that you're so young, yet already understand the value of helping others, I can hardly refuse. How about this? I'll give you a fair price of 300. The distance from Lijian to Xingsha City is not far, approximately 100 kilometers. Considering the long-distance fare of 2 yuan per kilometer, along with the starting fare and highway fees, the price was quite reasonable." Su Xian replied with a smile, "Well then, driver, I'll add a little extra and give you 600. But you must ensure that this elderly lady is delivered to the Kaisi Garden Community Committee. She belongs to that residential area. If no one claims her, please take her to the local police station. It won't take much time." "Young man, let me be clear. I will certainly take her to the Kaisi Garden Community Committee or the local police station. But I want to be responsible for any issues that may arise. Rest assured, driver, this elderly lady is from Xingsha City, so that's absolutely certain. And although she appears disheveled, her clothing is quite expensive, suggesting her family is likely well off. They must be frantic with worry and offering a reward for her return. So you can expect a nice sum." The seasoned driver was swayed by Su Xian's words and chuckled, "If that's the case, I will certainly ensure she reaches her home." With a smile, Su Xian retrieved the 300 yuan from the girl earlier and then pulled out another 300 from his pocket. This latter amount had been part of the leftover from the 1,000 yuan given to him by Anren, which he had been reluctant to spend. Initially intending to return it to Ronghao during the National Day holiday, it seemed that plan was no longer feasible. Handing 600 yuan notes to the elderly man, Su Xian turned to the old lady seated in the back and said, "Grandma, you can head home now. I wish you a safe journey." The elderly woman remained motionless in the rear seat, seemingly oblivious to his presence, as if she had forgotten him entirely. Su Xian chuckled softly and shook his head. He had no desire for this elderly lady to remember him. Had she been a coherent beggar, she would have taken the food and departed without hesitation, and there would have been no need for this situation. However, given her current state of mind, neglecting her could lead to dire consequences. He felt compelled to ensure her well-being, as one should escort a Buddha to the West. Retracting his body, Su Xian watched as the taxi gradually vanished from sight. At that moment, a girl standing not far away gazed at him with wide, beautiful eyes, observing his every move in a daze. She was genuinely touched by the boy before her. It dawned on her that his request for 300 yuan was not born of greed, but rather an earnest effort to return the lost old lady home. She felt a pang of shame and guilt for having misjudged him earlier. In this world, there exist individuals who embody goodness, acting selflessly and undertaking actions that are often unfathomable to bystanders. Just like this young man, who, despite knowing that his earlier request for money might lead to misunderstanding, chose not to elaborate, instead quietly doing what he believed to be right. This realization filled her with inspiration. It was such a compelling story that if featured in the Wave Report, it would undoubtedly create a stir at the school and set a positive tone for the new semester. She had already resolved to conduct a thorough interview with this young man, aiming to extract as much material as possible for her article. Meanwhile, Su Xian remained blissfully unaware that a girl was staring at him in admiration from the roadside. He continued to watch the taxi until it faded from view. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of concern. Although the driver seemed trustworthy, one could never fully discern a person's heart. If the driver were to abandon the elderly lady midway, the consequences would be dire. However, he was just an ordinary person, and there was only so much he could do. Life is often fraught with helplessness. All one can do is strive to act with integrity and a clear conscience. Su Xian exhaled deeply. Regardless of the outcome, performing a good deed felt remarkably gratifying, even if parting with 300 yuan stung a little. Turning around to head home, he noticed the long-haired girl had not left. Her large eyes remained fixed on him. He couldn't help but smile and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The girl paused for a moment, then giggled, "Because you are quite handsome." Su Xian, unflappable, was not swayed by her flattering remark. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied, "Such words are best kept to oneself. Voicing them loses their charm." The girl pouted playfully, "You are quite the tease." "Fine, I'll just take it as a compliment." Su Xian chuckled softly, shaking his head. After a long day of running around, from obtaining documents at the construction bureau to discussing advertising business at KFC, coupled with the incident of an elderly person going missing, he felt utterly drained. Although the girl before him was strikingly beautiful, he lacked the energy to engage with her further and turned to head towards the bus stop, intending to return home. Seeing the young man about to leave, the girl hurriedly called out, "Hey, I'm Guqian. What's your name?" "I won't tell you," Su Xian replied without turning around, merely tossing the words over his shoulder. Guqian was taken aback by his lackluster response, pouting her rosy lips and retorting, "Isn't that a bit stingy?" Su Xian halted, turned to gaze at the girl a short distance away, and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Chinese people often prefer to do good deeds anonymously. I have always adhered to this noble tradition. However, if you insist on knowing, then I shall reveal it. My name is Lei Feng. Chapter 66. Please remember this fortunately. Guqian managed to restrain herself from hurling her DSLR camera at him. Watching as the young man finished his quip and turned away, she stood at the bus stop, feeling a flicker of irritation. She had never experienced such neglect from a boy before. Whether at school or in her social circle, she was always the center of attention, with boys going to great lengths to win her favor. Yet, despite her annoyance, Guqian realized she still didn't know his name, making it difficult to write her article, so she followed him. When Su Xian noticed Guqian had approached and was standing beside him, she deliberately pouted her luscious lips and turned her face away, saying with a laugh, "What's this? Just because you have a camera, you think you can play detective and follow me?" Guqian, feeling defiant, replied, "How shameless. This isn't your private bus stop. Why do you get to be here without me being accused of stalking?" Su Xian merely shook his head with a smile, choosing silence. He observed that when girls were angry, they often behaved irrationally. Those with poor temperaments, like Ran, would throw tantrums, while those with kinder dispositions, like Xia Jiao, would sulk. As for girls with neutral personalities, they often found reasons to be upset, exemplified by Guqian before him. At that moment, the bus arrived. Su Xian boarded, tossing a coin into the fare box. Guqian followed suit, but, upon opening her wallet, discovered it was filled exclusively with 100 yuan bills, lacking any small change. She glanced up at Su Xian, her intent unmistakable. "Help me pay the fare. If you don't have change, why not take a taxi?" Su Xian shot her a sidelong glance before making his way to the back of the bus. Guqian was genuinely miffed. At her age, she had never been subjected to such indignities. Pouting in defiance, she clutched her camera and remained rooted in place. The driver, noticing someone hadn't paid their fare, called out, "Those who haven't paid, please settle up." The atmosphere inside the bus turned awkward as passengers observed Su Xian and Guqian standing at opposite ends, speculating about the quarrel between the young couple. Just then, a fair-skinned boy, around 16 or 17, pulled a coin from his pocket, blushing as he offered, "Classmate, let me pay your fare." "No." Guqian immediately refused, her large eyes glaring at Su Xian in the back, asserting, "I want him to pay." The young man's face flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's posterior, as he faced the snickers and whispers surrounding him. Hurriedly, he stuffed a 1 yuan note into his pocket, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Meanwhile, the entire carriage fixated on Su Xian, silently chastising him for not cherishing such a beautiful girlfriend, instead of irritating and upsetting her. At that moment, Su Xian felt utterly speechless. It was not merely about the 1 yuan, but rather his bewilderment regarding the girl's intentions in following him. Undeniably, she was stunning, affluent, and remarkable. Indeed, she could rival Ran in every aspect. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. The notion that she had fallen for him at first sight was sheer nonsense. Rising from his seat, Su Xian tossed another yuan into the donation box, turning to Guqian and saying, "Please remember, you owe me 1 yuan. "Such a miser," she retorted. "If you're so generous, why not toss in 100? Undeterred by the scornful gazes of the passengers, Su Xian returned to his seat with an unwavering demeanor. Guqian scoffed, and in front of all the passengers, she produced a 100 yuan bill and tossed it into the box. Su Xian was left speechless. She obeyed the wealthy's whims, yet did not direct any of that generosity towards him. Truly hopeless. Seeing someone donate 100, the driver beamed with delight, igniting the engine as the bus gradually set off. Under the scrutiny of all passengers, Gu Qian walked to the back of the bus and stood beside Su Xian's seat. Although a boy had been seated next to Su Xian, he found himself ensnared by Gu Qian's enchanting gaze. The impact of such beauty was formidable. The boy's face flushed once more as he averted his eyes, his body stiffening, his heart racing as if injected with adrenaline. Ultimately, he could bear it no longer and, displaying remarkable awareness, stood up to offer his seat, stammering, "See, classmate, please take my seat." "Thank you," Gu Qian replied, not declining, and settled into the seat beside Su Xian. He gazed out the window, a faint smile gracing his lips, pondering the innocence of these youth in the throes of burgeoning affection. As the bus ambled along, Gu Qian waited for Su Xian to speak first, but he remained absorbed in the scenery, silent. Frustration bubbled within her, her teeth gritting in irritation, yet she eventually succumbed. Breaking the silence with a rather stiff tone, "Hey, you still haven't told me your name." Perplexed, Su Xian turned to her and inquired, "Why is it so essential for you to know my name?" "I won't tell you." Taken aback, Su Xian chuckled ruefully. "Then may I also refrain from divulging yours?" "Absolutely not." Su Xian was momentarily lost for words. When a girl resolutely refuses to be reasonable, no one can intervene. Shaking his head, he finally conceded, "I am Su Xian. Are you satisfied now?" Gu Qian paused, her eyes widening in surprise. "You are Su Xian? How so?" he asked. "Have you heard of my name?" "No, I just feel that the name sounds somewhat familiar." Gu Qian gently shook her head and continued, "I have a few questions I would like to ask you, and I expect honest answers." Su Xian chuckled, "That depends on the situation. It's not as if I would divulge details like what underwear I wear, would I?" Gu Qian, a girl of exceptional character and grace, had already endured countless moments of irritation within the brief span of 3 hours since meeting Su Xian. Now, she was on the verge of being exasperated by his cheeky remarks. She playfully pinched his waist and exclaimed, "You rascal, I told you to refrain from such vulgarities. Hey, let us communicate properly. Please loosen your grip." Su Xian lamented, feeling the sting of her playful assault. Despite her seemingly demure demeanor, she was quite fierce. And he genuinely feared her. "Just ask your questions directly." "That's more like it." Gu Qian released her grip, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "So, Su Xian, which school do you attend?" "Number 1 high school." Gu Qian was momentarily taken aback, her rosy lips parting slightly, her eyes filled with curiosity as she processed this revelation. "You attend number 1 high school in Lijian City? Is that such a surprise?" Gu Qian shot him an unimpressed glare. "Which class are you in?" "Class 401 of the first year," Su Xian replied. A charming smile appeared at the corners of Gu Qian's mouth as she realized he was a junior. "Humph, being so disrespectful in front of a senior. I'll have to set you straight when we're back at school." However, she refrained from disclosing that she was also a second-year student at the same school. Instead, she continued, "Where do you live? Is this an inquiry for a census?" Su Xian retorted, rolling his eyes in annoyance. "I reside at the Baishui community on Beiqing Avenue." Gu Qian nodded. "All right, that is sufficient." Su Xian let out a deep breath, feeling the urge to sing a song by Aimee titled Liberation. Gu Qian shot him another disapproving look. "What's wrong?" Su Xian noticed her fair complexion tinted with a hint of irritation, her dark, luminous eyes fixed upon him, fearing she might pinch him again. He quickly raised his hands in a defensive gesture. "I say, dear lady, let us converse civilly and avoid unnecessary pinching." Seeing Su Xian's somewhat comical expression, Gu Qian's feigned anger dissipated, and she couldn't help but chuckle. However, feeling that this reaction was unbecoming of a lady, her cheeks flushed slightly. She tucked a stray hair behind her ear and turned her face away, saying, "I don't wish to engage with you anymore." Su Xian withdrew his hands, smiling softly. It seemed they were on the same wavelength, as he too had lost the desire to engage further. Gu Qian huffed, and, in a fit of playful defiance, asked, "Is what you said true?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xian replied, "What reason would I have to deceive you? It is indeed the absolute truth." Just then, the bus arrived at the stop near the Baishui community. Observing Gu Qian pouting and refusing to glance his way, Su Xian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Realizing that his playful banter had been taken seriously, girl's thoughts were indeed perplexing. As he alighted from the bus and stood under the stop sign, he looked up at Gu Qian, who was sitting by the window, her face turned away, likely genuinely upset and unwilling to bid him farewell. A smile crept across his face as he watched the bus doors close and the vehicle begin to move forward. Suddenly, he cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting, "Hey, what I said about not wanting to engage with you was a lie." In the carriage, Gu Qian was momentarily taken aback. Quickly turning her head to gaze through the window at Su Exine, the youth beckoning beneath the sprawling shade of trees. A subtle smile graced her rosy lips. Despite having known him for merely 3 hours, he had left a profound impression on her. His appearance was unremarkable, yet his gentle smile and unpredictable demeanor infused a touch of irritation, accompanied by an unmistakable uniqueness. Although Gu Qian had been vexed by Su Exine earlier, at this moment of parting, an inexplicable sense of reluctance tugged at her heart. Surely, when they next met, it would be amid the commotion of his rising fame at Juegeng. As the bus accelerated, the silhouette of the boy dwindled into a mere speck. Yet Gu Qian extended her hand, waving vigorously. "Until we meet again at Juegeng." Chapter 67. Contrasting fates, conflicting elements in the commercial endeavor for the overpass. Everything unfolded according to Su Xian's vision. The advertisement placements were progressing smoothly, with dozens sold within mere days, awaiting only the signing of contracts to secure half of the advertising deposit. With funding established, the next step was to find a suitable construction team, negotiate prices, and design the overpass plans for submission to the City Planning Bureau for approval. Su Xian had no intention of entangling himself in these tedious tasks. His youth would likely lead to being underestimated by adults, rendering him ineffective. Moreover, Zhao Xinmin, in his previous life, was the wealthiest man in Lijian City, possessing unquestionable business acumen, merely lacking the opportunity to showcase his talents. Thus, Su Xian entrusted these matters to Zhao Xinmin, adopting the role of a hands-off manager while occasionally offering suggestions. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the 7-day National Day holiday concluded. On October 8th, the day of returning to school arrived. Su Xian entered the school alone, and from the moment he stepped through the gates to the teaching building, he felt the scrutinizing gazes of fellow students, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some, propelled by intense curiosity, whispered among themselves, speculating wildly. Wasn't he the student who fought with Ling Haoran the same one? Indeed, this person dared to confront Ling Haoran. Impressive, isn't it? I even inquired and learned he's from class 401 of the first year, named Su Exine. Hey, what was the reason for his fight with Ling Haoran? Wasn't he at over one of the school's most beautiful girls, a rivalry sparked by romance? Who is she? The renowned Hua Jie of Juegeng, Pan Jihua. As Su Xian traversed this path, he overheard an array of outlandish tales regarding the fight, leaving him both amused and exasperated. The ramifications of the brawl had spiraled into absurdity, with rumors now suggesting he had feelings for Hua Jie. How extraordinary was this development? Inwardly, he cursed, feeling a surge of mixed emotions. As he faced the gazes of these students, he was reminded of his past self, observing campus celebrities with disdain, while battling feelings of inferiority and a tinge of jealousy. Such is youth, a cruel battleground where the brave are protagonists and the weak, mere cannon fodder. Yet, amidst it all, academic achievement remained the unwavering melody of student life. In the fervent days of youth, a student's notoriety often stems from either academic excellence or brawling prowess. Clearly, in the eyes of his peers, he embodies the latter. After all, for many students, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Ling Haoran in front of the entire school is an astonishing feat. Moreover, the disparity between the two, one an inconspicuous individual and the other a dashing prince, creates an extraordinarily jarring impression. However, Su Xian is not desirous of the fame that fighting brings, for it would only solidify the rumors of him being a troublemaker, undoubtedly provoking the ire of Xia Juegeng. To exacerbate matters, his homeroom teacher, Wu Deshang, has already shown him little kindness, and he cannot afford to add fuel to the fire. In recent days, Su Xian has contemplated Wu Deshang's likely reaction to the incident. The altercation had caused quite a stir, witnessed by the entirety of the school's student body. It is implausible that Wu Deshang remained unaware of it. Within the brief span of a month since the start of the school year, Su Xian had engaged in 2 fights and had audaciously defied Wu Deshang during a Chinese exam in front of numerous students. Although these incidents were undeniably spontaneous and necessitated by circumstance, from Wu Deshang's perspective, they would undoubtedly be regarded as grievous transgressions. More critically, Wu Deshang had never harbored any fondness for him. and it was likely that he was now sharpening his knives, waiting for Su Xian to fall into his trap. Nevertheless, with the situation as it stands, Su Xian finds himself without recourse, ready to respond to whatever comes his way. Yet, the reality seems less dire than he had anticipated. Upon arriving in class, Wu Desheng did not confront him at all. In fact, he did not even mention the incident. After 2 periods of Chinese class, he retreated to his office to grade papers. It was the classmates who exhibited a heightened response, buzzing with excitement over the altercation between him and Ling Haoran. In truth, the confines of the school are rather small, and even the most trivial matters cannot be concealed. Gossip about young love or fights inevitably circulates, especially when the altercation involves someone as prominent as Ling Haoran. During the break, Su Xian found himself surrounded by a throng of boys at his desk, fervently discussing the fight, particularly those more socially adept students, with Fang Xiong as a prime example. Drawing from their extensive experience in navigating the school's social landscape, they provided Su Xian with an analysis of the situation, articulating their points with impressive fluency and ultimately arriving at the painfully obvious conclusion that Ling Haoran would not let this go unchallenged. At this juncture, Su Xian often chose to smile dismissively. He was unconcerned about Ling Haoran's potential retaliation. Instead, he observed with bemusement as his classmates, seemingly at leisure, eagerly incited emotions with expressions suggesting they thrived on chaos. He found himself questioning whether today's students possess a tendency toward violence, as their cries for confrontation seemed alarmingly casual. However, Su Xian could sense a significant shift in the attitudes of his classmates. Those previously indifferent to their studies now regarded him with a newfound admiration, their expressions overflowing with earnestness, as if they were ready to pledge their allegiance in blood, akin to a brotherhood forged in the heat of battle. Take, for instance, the dandy Mai. Due to a previous altercation with Su Xian, the two have never quite seen eye to eye. Yet, at present, he presents himself in a most subdued and compliant manner before Su Xian, carefully avoiding his gaze whenever he passes by, not daring to release even a whisper of flatulence. Conversely, those who pride themselves on their status, diligence in studies, and affluent backgrounds regard Su Xian with palpable disdain. In their eyes, he is merely a product of a mediocre lineage, possessing poor academic performance, lacking in scholarly aptitude, and notorious for stirring trouble and engaging in brawls. Surely, he would be the one languishing at the bottom of the class in the upcoming mock examination. In the face of such students, Su Xian remains unfazed, uttering a phrase that has become quite commonplace in later years. A robust life requires no explanation. Perhaps this sentiment lacks precision, as he feels a pressing need to elucidate matters to Xia Juegeng. However, Xia Juegeng remains engrossed in her studies, and Su Xian is reluctant to approach her amidst so many onlookers, fearing it may lead to misunderstandings that would discomfort her. Lacking an opportunity, he resolves to wait for a more suitable moment. Thus, Su Xian endures a morning filled with scrutinizing gazes until the final self-study period arrives at noon. He swiftly completes the day's assignments and glances at the clock hanging on the blackboard, 11:30, with half an hour remaining until class concludes. Feeling a tad bored, he contemplates discussing construction options with Zhao Xinmin. After exchanging a brief greeting with Rong Hao, who is engrossed in a classic by Jin Yong, he grabs his backpack and quietly slips out through the back door. The male classmates seated behind him, upon hearing the commotion, need not even lift their heads to know that it is Su Xian once again absconding from class. They have long grown accustomed to this. Much like the inevitability of needing to relieve oneself after drinking water or the necessity of defecating after a meal. Hey, wait for me. As Su Xian prepares to leave, Rong Hao can no longer remain seated, calling out as he hastily stows his book into his bag. He turns to rise, only to find Su Xian standing motionless in the doorway, confronted by a menacing figure, their homeroom teacher, Wu Desheng. Oh my goodness. Rong Hao nearly loses control in fright, quickly straightening up and feigning diligent study. Inwardly, he breathes a sigh of relief, thankful he did not follow Su Xian out. Otherwise, he would have found himself skipping class on the second day of school, undoubtedly facing the wrath of Wu Desheng. However, today seems to be Su Xian's unfortunate day, having fallen right into Wu Desheng's clutches, and there would be no favorable outcome for him. In the front row, Liao Jie, hearing the commotion, glances towards the classroom door where Su Xian stands and nudges her deskmate, Xia Juegeng. Deeply engrossed in her math homework, Xia Juegeng is unaware of the unfolding situation. She looks up, puzzled at Liao Jie's gesture. Liao Jie discreetly points towards the back door, indicating that Su Xian has been caught skipping class by their teacher. Xia Juegeng turns to look, her bright eyes resting on the young man standing at the entrance, her finely arched brows furrowing slightly, her heart a tumult of mixed emotions. Uncertain of what to feel. To describe her disappointment would be an understatement, for she had long grown accustomed to Su Xian's habitual truancy. What truly saddened her? It was Su Xian's abandonment of the mock examination and the brawl with Ling Haoran. In truth, Xia Jiuzhou was not a girl burdened by societal prejudices. She never regarded academic performance as paramount, yet she believed in the necessity of effort. The aesthetics of one's appearance and the stature of one's family were insignificant, but a thirst for self-improvement and the courage to validate oneself were imperative. Even when aware of potential failure, she felt no trepidation in the face of derision and mockery. She pressed forward with unwavering resolve. As Su Xian's close friend, and indeed his sole platonic female companion, Xia Jiuzhou no longer harbored hopes that he would embody the model student, punctual and diligent, but simply wished for him to refrain from fighting and to dedicate himself to his studies. Yet, it seemed he could not even manage this minimal expectation. Was it truly beyond his capability, or did he simply lack the desire to try? A sense of melancholy enveloped Xia Jiuzhou as she shook her head slightly, dispelling her distractions. Ultimately, she turned back, grasped a water-based pen, and resumed her homework. However, her grip was so forceful that it punctured the pages of her workbook. The internal turmoil and conflict within her remained unbeknownst to Su Xian. At that moment, he stood at the classroom doorway, gazing at Wu Desheng's visage, as dark as a charred apple, feeling quite helpless and pondering whether his fate was somehow at odds with Wu Desheng's. The unresolved grievances from the last time he had witnessed him in the restroom lingered, compounded by the recent incidents of fighting and abandoning examinations, not to mention today's escapade that had landed him right in the midst of it. What a stroke of misfortune. Come with me, Wu Desheng stated impassively, casting aside a terse remark before turning and striding towards the office.